an afternoon late in June, and the two speakers were discussing some ice cream at the Dutchwoman's and waiting for the call to quarters before dress parade. If that fellow, continued Corporal Jasper, had any reason on earth for getting up at midnight, dodging sentry and running out of barracks, to stay till reveille, except to avoid fighting you that morning, now, by jingo, I want to know what it is. The class sent me to ask him, and he simply said he wouldn't tell, that's all. His bluff about wanting another chance won't work. Well, if we don't, protested Williams, the other man, a tall, finely built fellow, if we don't, he'll go right on getting fresh, won't he? No, sir, he won't. We'll find a way to stop him. In the first place, he's been sent to Coventry. Not a man in the academy'll speak to him, he may not mind that for a while, but I think he won't brave it out very long. Just you watch and see. The only trouble with that, said Williams, is that he's not cut by all the fellows. I've seen 3 of the plebes with him. What? Cried the other, in amazement. Who? Well, there's that fellow he seconded in the fight. Texas, you mean? Yes, Texas. Then that long-legged scarecrow Stannard was out walking with him this very day. And I saw that goose they call the Indian talking to him at dinner, and before the whole plebe class, too. Well, now, by jingo, they'll find it costs something to defy the Corps, exclaimed Jasper. It's a pretty state of affairs, indeed, if 3 or 4 beasts can come up here and run this place as they please. They'll find when an order's given here they'll obey, or else they can chase themselves home in a hurry. That fellow Mallory must be a fool. There's never been a plebe at this academy's dared to do half what he's done. That's why I think it would be best to lick him. I'm not sure I can do it, you know, but I think it would be best to try. That fellow started out to be BJ at the very start, growled the excitable corporal, after a moment's thought. Right at the very start. Baby Edwards was telling me the other day how way last year this fellow met with an accident, fell off the express or something, and while he was staying down at the falls, Baby and a couple of other fellows thought he was a candidate, and started in to haze him. He was sassy as you please then. And after that he went out west, where he lives, and did some extraordinary thing, saved an express, I believe, and sent in an account to a paper for a lot of money. Of course that got him dead stuck on himself, and then he goes and wins a cadetship here and thinks he can run the earth. He was so deucedly BJ he had to go and lock Edwards and Bull Harris in an ice house down near the falls. You see what's happened now, he continued, after a moment's pause. Your challenge brought him up with a round turn, and he saw his bluff was stopped. He was afraid to fight, and so he hid, that's all. But, by jingo, he'll pay for it if I've got anything to say in the matter. And the little corporal made the dishes on the table rattle. Corporal Jasper and Cadet Williams had finished their counsel and their ice cream by this time, and arose to go just as the roll of drum was heard from Camp McPherson. The two strolled off in the direction of the summons, Jasper just as positive and vehement as ever. You shan't fight him, he declared. And if sending him to Coventry doesn't do any good, we'll find some other way, that's all. And we'll keep at him till he learns how to behave himself, if it takes the whole summer to do it. This was the young cadet officer's parting vow, as he turned and entered his tent. Chapter 11. Disadvantages of Coventry. Sir, the parade is formed. Thus spoke the cadet adjutant as he approached the lieutenant in command, and a moment later, at the word, the battalion swung around and marched across the campus. It was the evening dress parade of perhaps the best drilled body of troops in the country, and West Point was out in holiday attire to see it. Seated on the benches beneath the trees on the western edge of the parade ground was a crowd of spectators, visitors at the post, and nearly the whole plebe class besides. For this was Saturday afternoon holiday, and the beasts had turned out in a body to witness the performance of what they were all hoping some day to be. It was a mighty fine performance, and one that made those same beasts open their eyes with amazement. Spotless and glittering in their uniforms were the cadets, and they went through all manner of difficult evolutions in perfect unison, marching with lines as straight and even as the eye could wish. It is a pretty sight, a mass of gray in a setting of deep green, the trees that encircle the spot, and it made the poor homesick beasts take a little interest in life once more. Among these beasts were Mark and Texas. They sat under the trees a little apart from the crowd and watched the scene with interest. Mark had seen dress parades before, Texas had not, and he stared with open eyes and mouth, giving vent to an exclamation of amazement and delight at intervals. "Look a-yer, Mark," he cried, "do you think we'll ever be able to do that away? Honest, now. I think I'll stay." "Even after you get through fightin'," laughed Mark. "I don't think I want to fight any more," growled Texas, looking glum. "Since you and me fit, somehow fightin' ain't so much fun." "What's the fun o' fightin' if you get licked?" he added, after a moment's thought. "I never tried it," said the other, laughing. "But I suppose you'll be real meek now and let them haze you." "Yas," drawled Texas, grinning. "Yes, I will. Them ol' cadets get after me, now, by jingo, I'll go out there and yank some of 'em out that parade and lick them all t once. But say, look at that chap on a horse." "That chap's the commandant," said Mark, "and he's going to review the parade for a change." "I wish I was in it," exclaimed Texas, "and I wish I knew all that rigmarole they're doin' now, that rigmarole being the manual at arms. I jest believe if I had somebody to teach me 'cept that air yellin' tomcat of a cadet Spencer, I'd learn in a jiffy, dog on his boots." "There he is now," said Mark, "in the second line there. And there on the outside with his chevrons is Corporal Jasper, the committee. They look very different when they're in line." "Nothin' d make that red-headed, freckle-faced coyote of a drill master look different," growled Texas. "I jes' wish he was bigger and me so's I could get up a scrap with him. Jest think o' that little martinet yellin' at me and tellin' me I didn't have any sense. Today, for instance, do you remember, he was tryin' to show Indian how to march and move his legs, and Indian got twisted up into a knot, and durnation, just because I laughed, why he rared round and bucked for an hour. What's the harm in laughing, anyhow?" And Texas glared so savagely at his tormentor as the line swept by just then that Mark concluded there was no harm and laughed. "You're getting to be very stupid company, Texas," said he. "You never do anything but growl at the cadets. I wish I had some diversion." And Mark turned away in mock disgust and glanced down the archway of trees. "Here she comes," he said, after a moment's pause. "That's she walking up the path with a cadet and another girl." Texas turned as Mark spoke, and looked in the direction of his nod. "So that's Mary Adams," he exclaimed. "Well, well. That's the girl you dodged barracks for, and risked your commission, and missed the fight, and got called a coward, and sent to Coventry, and lots else. I swear." "That's the one," said Mark, smiling. "She's stunning pretty," added Texas, as the trio drew near. "Gee whiz. I don't blame you. I liked her right well myself," admitted the other. "That is after I saw her with that brother of hers. She certainly is a good sister to him. But the cadets say she's something of a flirt, and Wicks Merritt advised me to leave her alone, so I guess I shall." "Sunday school teacher," said Texas, laughing. "We'll have to call you Parson, instead of Stannard. But I guess you're right. That's not a very beautiful looking cadet she's with." The three were passing then, and Mark arose. "I guess I'll have to go speak to her," said he. "She's beckoning to me." "Wait a moment." Texas watched his friend approach the group. He could not hear what was said, however, and so he turned away to watch the parade. By doing it he missed an interesting scene. Mary Adams welcomed Mark with a look of gratitude and admiration that Mark could not fail to notice. She had not forgotten the magnitude of the service he had done for her. And then she turned to her two companions. "Miss Webb," she said, "let me present Mr. Mallory." The other girl bowed, and Mary Adams turned to the cadet. "Mr. Murray, Mr. Mallory," said she. And then came the thunderclap. Mark put out his hand, the cadet quietly put his behind his back. "The cadets of this academy, Miss Adams," said he, "do not speak to Mr. Mallory. Mr. Mallory is a coward." It was a trying moment. Mark felt the blood surge to his head, his fingers twitched and his lip quivered. He longed to spring at the fellow's throat and fling him to the ground. It was a natural impulse. Texas would have done it. But Mark controlled himself by the effort of his life. He clenched his hands behind him and bit his tongue, and when he spoke he was calm and emotionless. "Miss Adams," he said, "Mr. Murray and I will settle that later." The two girls stared in amazement. Mr. Murray gazed into space, and Mark turned without another word and strode over to where his friend was sitting. "Texas," he muttered, gripping him by the shoulder. "Texas, there's going to be a fight." "Hey," cried Texas, springing to his feet. "What's that?" Whoop. Chapter 12. The Embassy of the Parson. "What's happened?" cried Texas, as soon as he'd managed to get calm enough to talk coherently. "What's happened?" "Sit down," said Mark, laughing in spite of himself. "Sit down and stop your dancing. Everybody in the place is staring at you." Texas sat, and then Mark described to him just what had happened. As might have been expected, he was up in arms in a moment. "Where is that feller? Now, look a yer, Mark, leggo me. Dar he goes. Say, if I don't get him by the neckin." The excitable youth was quieted after some 10 minutes' work or so, and immediate danger was over. "And now," said Mark, "where's the parson?" "Over in library," responded the other, "a fossilizin'." "What do you want with him?" "You be good," said Mark, "and I'll let you see." "Come on." They found the parson as Texas had said, and they managed to separate him from the books and drag him over to barracks. Then Mark, who by this time had recovered his usual easy good nature, told of Mr. Murray's insult again. "Now, I haven't the least objection," he continued, "a being sent to Coventry. In fact, so long as it means the cadets leaving me alone, I rather like the idea. But I don't propose to stand a thing like that which just happened for a moment. So there's got to be a fight, and if they won't let me, I'll have to make 'em, that's all." Said the parson, looking grave. "Now, as for that fellow Murray," added Mark, "I don't propose to fight him." "Wow," shouted Texas. "What in thunder do you mean? Now if you don't, by jingo, I'll go and do it myself." "Take it easy," said Mark, laughing. "You see, Williams is the man the class has selected to beat me. He's the best fighter. Now, if I beat anybody else it won't do me the least bit of good, they'd still say I'm afraid of Williams. So I'm going to try him first." "How's that, Texas?" "Reckon you're right," admitted Powers, rather sheepishly. "I suppose you'll let me go and arrange it, hey?" "I'd as soon think of sending a dynamite bomb," laughed Mark. "You'd be in a fight before he'd said 3 words. That's what I wanted the parson for. I think he'd be grave and scholarly even if they ate him." "Thank you," said the parson, gravely. "I should try." "Wow," growled Texas. And thus it happened that the parson set out for Camp McPherson. A short while later, his learned head full of prize fighting and the methods and practice of diplomacy. It was rather an unusual thing for a plebe to do this venturing into camp, and the cadets stared at the parson, wondering what an amount of curiosity he must have to go prospecting within the lines of the enemy. The parson, however, did not act as if curiosity had brought him. With a business-like air and a solemn visage he strode down the company street, and, heedless of the cadets who had gathered at the tent doors to see him, halted in front of one before which he saw Billy Williams standing. Mr. Williams, said the parson. Mr. Williams had been engaged in vigorously drying his face. He paused, and gazed up out of the towel in surprise, and one of his tent mates, Cadet Captain Fisher, ceased unwinding himself from his long red sash and stared. "My name is Stannard," said the parson. "Peter Stannard." "Pleased to meet you," said Williams, stretching out a long, brawny arm. There was a twinkle in the yearling's eye as he glanced at the skinny white fingers which Stannard put out in return. And, taking in the stranger's lank, scholarly figure, William seized the hand and squeezed with all his might. He expected to hear a howl, but he was disappointed. The parson drew up his prehensile muscles, as he called them. The result was that Cadet Williams turned white, but he said nothing about it, and invited the stranger into his tent. The parson deposited himself gently in one corner and drew up his long legs under him. Then he gazed out of the tent and said ahem. "Warm day," said Williams, by way of a starter. "It is not that the temperature is excessively altitudinous," responded the parson, "but the presence of a larger proportion of humidity retards perspiratory exudation." Yes," said Williams. "Yes, I think that's it. I have come ahem," continued Stannard, "as a representative of Mr. Mallory." The other bowed. "Mr. Mallory desires to know, if you will pardon my abruptness in proceeding immediately to the matter in hand, to know if it is not possible for you to fulfill a certain engagement which you had with him." "I see," said Williams, thoughtfully, and he tapped the floor with his foot for a minute or so. "Mr. Mallory, of course, understands," he continued at last, "that I have no grudge against him at all." "Certainly," said the parson. "In fact, I rather admire Mr. Mallory, on the whole, though some of his actions have been, I think, imprudent. In this matter I am simply the deputy of the class." "Exactly," said the parson, bowing profusely. "Therefore, I fight when the class says so, and when they say no, what reason have I for fighting? Now, the class thinks that Mr. Mallory has had chance enough, and—" "But they don't know the circumstances," protested Stannard, with more suddenness than was usual with him. "They do not," responded the other. "But they'd like to." "I do not know them myself," said the parson. "But I have faith enough in Mr. Mallory to take his word that it was unavoidable." "You must have a good deal," added Williams, his handsome face looking grave, "a good deal to risk being sent to Coventry." "I am willing." Examples of yet higher devotion to a fides amicus, so to speak, are by no means extraordinary. Take the popular instance of Damon and Pythias, or, if you look for one yet more conspicuous, I would mention Prelocates and Tyndarus, in the well-known play of The Captive, by Plautus, with which you are doubtless familiar. And the parson closed his learned discourse with his favorite occupation of wiping his brow. "The risk is your own," responded the yearling, calmly. "You must not mind if the class resents your view of the case." There was a few moments' silence after that, during which the parson racked his head to think what to say next. "You refuse, then, to fight Mr. Mallory?" he inquired at last. "Absolutely," responded the other. "Absolutely, until the class so directs." Then the parson drew a long breath, and prepared for the culminating stroke. "What I say next, Mr. Williams," said he, "you will understand is said with all possible politeness and good feeling, but it must be said. Mr. Mallory has been insulted by some cadets as a coward. He must free himself from the suspicion. Mr. Williams, if a plebe should strike an older cadet, would that make a fight necessary?" "Most certainly," said Williams, flushing. "Well, now, suppose he simply threatened to do so," continued Stannard. "Would that be cause enough?" "It might." "Well, then, Mr. Williams, Mr. Mallory desires me with all politeness to beg permission to threaten to strike you." "I see," said the other, smiling at the solemn air with which the lank stranger made this extraordinary request. "I see. I have no objection to his so doing." Thank you, said Stannard. A fight is now necessary, I believe. Yes, said Williams. I believe it is. The fact of the matter was that he saw that Mark was in a position to force a fight if he chose, and the yearling was by no means reluctant, anyhow. I thank you for your courtesy, he continued, bowing Stannard out of the tent. Tell Mr. Mallory that I shall send my second to see him this evening. Good day. And Stannard bowed and strode away with joy in his very stride. We have met the enemy, was his report to Mark. We have met the enemy, and there's going to be a fight. Chapter 13. Preparations for the battle. It does not take long for news of so exciting a matter as a really important fight to spread among the corps. No sooner did the parson leave camp than cadets began to stroll in to find out why he had come, and, learning, they hurried off to discuss the news with their own tent mates. So it happened that by the time the cadets marched down to mess hall to supper, every man in the battalion knew that Mark Mallory, the BJ Beast, had succeeded in getting another chance at Billy Williams. The plebes knew of it, too. When their rather ragged and scattered company fell in behind the corps at barracks, they were all talking about it, at least when the file closers weren't near. At supper nobody talked of anything else, and everybody in the room was eyeing Mark and his stalwart opponent and speculating as to what the chances would be. Billy'll do him, vowed the yearlings. There's nobody in the class that stands more chance. And the plebes feared it would be that way, too, and yet there were a few at the tables discussing the matter in whispers, venturesome enough to say that perhaps maybe their classmate might win and to wonder what on earth would happen to him if he did. It'll mean a revelation if he does, they cried. Perhaps it'll even stop hazing. The mood of the irate little corporal, who had vowed not an hour before that Mallory should not have another chance, may well be imagined. I tell you, 'tis a shame, he vowed to Williams. A shame. I don't see why in thunder you didn't hold out. It's not my fault, Jasper, responded the other, smiling good-naturedly. If you'll think a while, you'll see he was in a position to force a fight at any time he chose. If I refused to allow him to threaten to hit me, as he put it, he could have threatened anyway, and then if that didn't do any good, he'd have actually to hit me, and there you would have been. It's a great deal better this way. Yes, growled Jasper. That sounds all very well. But look where it puts me, by George. You'll have to get somebody else to arrange it? I won't. I went as a committee and told him he'd not get another chance, and I tell you now I'll not go take it back for anybody, and with that BJ plebe especially. Perhaps he won't be so very BJ after the fight, responded the other, smiling. I don't know, of course, but I shall do my best. If you don't, said the other, looking serious, by jingo, we'll be in a thundering fix. There's nobody in the class can beat you, and that plebe'll have a walkover. This last sentiment of Jasper's was the sentiment of the whole yearling class, and the class was in a state of uncertainty in consequence. Texas was known to have whipped 4 cadets in one morning, and all of them good men, too. Then there was a rumor out that Mark and Texas had had a quarrel and that the latter had gone to the hospital some 5 minutes later. The two facts put together were enough to make the most confident do some thinking. It is difficult for one who has never been to West Point to appreciate what the state of affairs meant, because it is hard for him to appreciate the relation which exists between the plebe and the rest of the corps. From the moment of the former's arrival as an alarmed and trembling candidate, it is the especial business of every cadet to teach him that he is the most utterly, entirely, and absolutely insignificant individual upon the face of the universe. He is shouted at and ordered, bullied, badgered, tormented, pulled and hauled, drilled, and laughed at until he is reduced to the state of mind of a rabbit. If he is BJ about it, he is bullied the more. If he shows fight, he has all he wants, and is made meeker still. The result of it all is that he learns to do just as anybody else commands him, and never dares to sneeze unless he's asked you if he might. All of which is fun for the yearling. Now, here was Mark Mallory, to say nothing of Texas, who had come up to the point with an absurd notion of his own dignity, who had outwitted the yearlings at every turn, been sent to Coventry and didn't care a hang, and now was on the point of trying to lick the finest all-around athlete in the whole third class. It was enough to make the corps tremble, the yearlings, at any rate. The first class usually feels too dignified to meddle with such things. Billy Williams, ambassador, put in an appearance on the following Sunday morning, and, to Mark's disgust, he proved to be none other than his old enemy, Bull Harris, sent, by the way, not because Williams so chose, but because Bull himself had asked to be sent. "Mr. Williams," said he, "says he'll give you another chance to run away." Mark bowed politely, determined that Harris should get as little chance for insult as possible. "He'll fight you tomorrow, Fort Clinton, at 4, and if you don't come, by thunder, he'll find out why." Mark's face grew white, but he only bowed again, and swallowed it. And just then came an unexpected interruption. "Mr. Mallory, as the challenged party, has the right to name the time." The voice was loud and clear, and seemed to have authority. Harris turned and confronted Cadet First Captain Fisher, in all his glory of chevrons and sword. Now, the first captain is Lord of West Point, and Harris didn't dare to say a word, though he was boiling within. "And, moreover," continued the imposing young officer, angrily, "you should remember that you came, Mr. Harris, as a gentleman and not as a combatant. Mr. Mallory, what is your wish?" "The time suits me," said Mark, quietly. "Good day, Mr. Harris." And Harris left in a very unpleasant mood indeed. He had meant to have no end of amusement at the expense of Mark's feelings. "You've a hard row to hoe," said the cadet officer to Mark, "and a hard man to beat. And you were foolish to get into it, but, all the same, I'll see that you have fair play." "And that," exclaimed Texas to Mark, as he watched the tall, erect figure of the cadet vanish through the sally port. "That is the first decent word I've heard from a cadet since I've been here. Bully for Fisher." "It's probable," said Mark, "that he knows Harris as well as we. And now, old fellow," he added, "we've got nothing to do but pass time, and wait for tomorrow morning." Mark slept soundly that night in spite of the excitement. It was Texas who was restless, for Texas had promised to act as alarm clock, and, realizing that not to be on time again would be a calamity indeed, he was up half a dozen times to gaze out of the window toward the eastern sky, watching for the first signs of morning. While it was yet so dark that he could scarcely see the clock, he rooted Mark out of bed. "Get up dar," he whispered, "get up and get ready." Mark got, and the two dressed hurriedly and crept down the stairs, past the sentry. The sentry was a cadet, and kindly looked the other way and then went out through the sally port to the parade ground. The plain was shrouded in mist and darkness, and the stars still shone, though there was a faint light in the east. The two stole past the camp, where also the sentries were blind, scaled the ramparts, and stood in the center of old Fort Clinton. The spot was deserted and silent, but scarcely had the two been there a moment before a head peered over the wall nearest to the camp. "They're here," whispered a cadet, and sprang over. A dozen others followed him, and in a very few minutes more there were at least 30 of them, excited and eager, waiting for Billy to put in an appearance. It was not long before Billy came, and behind him his faithful chum, Jasper, with a bucket of water, and sponges and towels enough for a dozen. About the same time Stannard's Longshanks appeared over the breastworks, and Indian tumbled over a moment later. Things were about ready then. "Let's lose no time," said Jasper, always impatient. "Captain Fisher will act as referee and timekeeper, if it's agreeable." No one could have suited Mark more, and he said so. Likewise, he stated, through his second, Mr. Powers, that he preferred to fight by rounds, which evidently pleased Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams was by this time stripped to the waist, his suspenders tied about him. And it was evidently as Fisher had said. There was no finer man in his class, and he was trained to perfection. His skin was white and glistening, his shoulders broad and massive, and the muscles on his arms stood out with every motion. His legs were probably as muscular, too, thought Mark, for Williams held the record for the mile. The yearlings' hearts beat higher as they gazed at their champion's determined face. Mark was a little slower in stepping up. When he did so, the watching crowd sized him up carefully, and then there was doubt. "Oh, gee, but this is going to be a fight," was the verdict of every one of them. "Marquis of Queensberry rules," said Fisher, in a low tone. "Both know them?" Mark nodded. "Shake hands." Mark put out his, by way of answer, and Williams gripped it right heartily. "Ready." And then the simple word "go." Let us gaze about a moment at the scene. The ring is surrounded by earthworks, now grass-grown and trodden down, unkept since the Revolutionary days, when West Point was a Gibraltar. Old cannon, caissons, and wagon wheels are scattered about inside, together with ramparts and wire chevauda friezes which the cadets are practiced in constructing. In the southwest corner is a small, clear, smooth-trodden space, where the two brawny, white-skinned warriors stand. The cadets are forming a ring about them, for everyone is too excited to sit down and keep quiet. The outlooks, posted for safety, are neglecting their duty recklessly for the same reason, and looking in altogether. Every eye is on the two. Over in Mark's corner sits Texas, gripping his hands in excitement, wriggling nervously and muttering to himself. Stannard is beside him with Dana's geology as a cushion. The parson is a picture of calm and scholarly dignity, in direct contrast with our friend Texas, who is on the verge of one of his wild fits. Indian is the fourth and only other plebe present, and Indian is horrified, as usual, and mutters "bless my soul" at intervals. On the opposite side of the circle of cadets are Jasper and another second, both breathlessly watching every move. Nearby stands Cadet Captain Fisher, calm and cool, critically watching the play. Chapter 14. The Affair at the Fort. The two began cautiously, like a pair of skillful generals sending out a skirmish line to test the enemy's strength and resource. This was no such battle as Texas, a wild rush, a few mighty blows, and then victory. Williams was wary as a cat, sparring lightly, and taking no risks, and the other saw the plan and its wisdom. "Playing easy," muttered the referee, noting the half-minute on his watch. "Know their business, it seems." "Wow," growled Texas. "What's the good o' this your baby business? Say, parson, ain't they never goin' to hit? Whoop." This last exclamation was caused by the real beginning of the battle. Williams saw an unguarded face, and quick as thought his heavy arm shot out. The crowd gasped, and Mark saw it. A sudden motion of his head to one side was enough to send the blow past him harmlessly, and a moment later the yearling's forward plunge was checked by an echoing crack upon his ribs. Then for the rest of the round the excited cadets were treated to an exhibition of sparring such as they had never seen in their lives. Feinting, dodging, and parrying, the springing pair seemed everywhere at once, and their fists in 1,000 places. The crowd was thrilled, even the imperturbable Fisher was moved to exclamation, and Texas in half a minute had seen more skill than his whole experience had shown him in his life. "Look a thar! Look a thar! He's got him no gad! Whoop!" Texas did as much dancing as the fighters themselves, and more talking than the whole crowd. Captain Fisher had to stop watching him long enough to tell him that the camp, with its sleeping tax, was only a few yards away. And then, as power subsided, the cadet glanced at his watch, called time, and the two fighters went to their corners, panting. "What did ye stop for?" inquired Texas, while the parson set diligently to work at bathing several red spots on his friend's body. "What kind o' fightin' is this yer? Ain't give up, have you? Say, Mark, now go in next time and do him. What's the use o' layin' off? A very superior exhibition of lend me that court plaster, please pugilistic ability," commented the parson, bustling about like an old hen. And then a moment later the referee gave the word and they were at it again. This round there was no delay, both went at it savagely, though warily and skillfully as ever. Blow after blow was planted that seemed fairly to shake the air, driven by all the power that human muscle could give. "Won't last long at this rate," said the referee, sagely shaking his head. "Give 'em another round, G." Fisher's G was echoed by the yearlings with what would have, but for the nearness of the camp, been a yell of triumph and joy. Williams had seen a chance, and had been a second too quick for Mark. He had landed a crushing blow upon the latter's head, one which made him stagger. Quick to see his chance, the yearling had sprung in, driving his half-dazed opponent backward, landing blow after blow. Texas gasped in horror. The yearlings danced and then, "Time," said the imperturbable Fisher. Texas sprang forward and led his bewildered friend to a seat. Texas was about ready to cry. "Old man," he muttered, "don't let him beat you. Oh, it'll be the death of me. I'll go jump into the river." "Steady. Steady," said the parson, "we'll be all right in a moment." Mark said nothing, but as his reeling brain cleared he gritted his teeth. "Time," said the referee. And Williams sprang forward to finish the work, encouraged by the enthusiastic approval of his half-wild classmates. He aimed another blow with all his might. Mark dodged, the other tried again, and again the plebe leaped to one side. This repeated again and again was the story of the next minute, and the yearlings clenched their hands in disappointment and rage. "He's flunking," cried one of them. "Bull Harris, he's afraid." "He's fighting just as he ought," retorted Captain Fisher, "and doing it prettily, too." "Good." And then once more the crowd settled into an anxious silence to watch. The story of that minute was the story of 10. Mark had seen that in brute force his adversary was his equal, and that skill, coolness, and endurance were to win. He made up his mind on his course, and pursued it, regardless of the jeers of the yearlings and their advice to Billy to go in and finish him off. Billy went, but he could not reach Mark, and occasionally his ardor would be checked by an unexpected blow which made his classmates groan. "It's a test of endurance now," observed Fisher, "and Billy ought to win." "But the plebe holds well. Bully shot, by Jove. Mallory's evidently kept in training." "Time." That was for the 7th round. "He's getting madder now," whispered Mark to Stannard, as he sat down to rest. "He wants to finish. If those fellows keep at him much more he'll sail in for a finish and then, well, I'm pretty fresh yet." Goaded on by his impatient classmates, Williams did sail in, the very next round. Mark led him a dance, from corner to corner, dodging, ducking, and twisting, the yearling, thinking the victory his, pressing closer and closer and aiming blow after blow. "Watch out, Billy, watch out," muttered the vigilant Fisher to himself, as he caught the gleam in Mark's eye. Just then Williams paused, actually exhausted. Mark saw his chest heaving, and, a still surer sign, his lip trembling. "Now, then," whispered the parson at his back, and Mark sprang forward. The yearling dodged, Mark followed rapidly. There was a moment of vicious striking, and then the cadets gasped to see Williams give way. It was only an inch, but it told the story. Williams was tired. Fisher gazed at his watch and saw that there was yet half a minute, and at the same moment he heard a resounding thump. Mark had planted a heavy blow upon his opponent's chest. He followed almost instantly with another, and the yearlings groaned. Williams rallied, and made a desperate fight for his life, but at the close of that round he was what a professional reporter would have termed groggy. He came up weakly at the call. "Don't be afraid of hitting him," the parson had said, afraid that Mark's kind-heartedness would incline him to mercy. "There's too much at stake. Win, and win in a hurry." The parson forgot to be classical when he was excited. Obedient to command, Mark set out, though it was evident to him that he had the fight. While Texas muttered and pranced about for joy, Mark dealt his opponent another blow which made him stagger. He caught himself upon one knee, and Mark stepped back and waited for him to rise. And then suddenly a pair of strong arms were flung about the plebe's waist and he felt himself shoved hurriedly along. At the same moment a voice shouted in his ear. "Run, plebe, run for your life." Mark glanced about him in dimly conscious amazement. He saw that the ring had melted into a number of cadets, scurrying away in every direction at the top of their speed. He heard the words, "Attack, attack," and knew the fight had been discovered by an army officer. A figure dashed up behind Mark and caught him by the arm. It was Fisher. "Run for your life. Get in barracks," he cried. And with that he vanished, and Mark, obeying, rushed across the cavalry plain and was soon lying breathless and exhausted in his room, where the wildly jubilant Texas joined him a moment later, just as reveille was sounded. "Victory! Victory!" he shouted. "Wow!" And by breakfast time that morning every cadet in the corps was discussing the fight. And Mark was the hero of the whole plebe class. Chapter 15. Two plebes in hospital. "Say, tell me, did you do him?" The speaker was a lad with brown, curly hair and a laughing, merry face, at present, however, half covered with a swatting of bandages. He was standing on the steps of the hospital building at West Point, and regarding with anxiety another lad of about the same age, but taller and more sturdily built. "I don't know that I did him," responded Mark, for the one addressed was he. "I don't know that I can say I did him, but I believe I would have if the fight hadn't been interrupted." "Bully, BG," cried the other, excitedly slapping his knee and wincing with pain afterward. "Gimme your hand. I'm proud of you, BG. My name's Alan Dewey, at your service." Mark took the proffered hand, smiling at the stranger's joy. "My success seems to cause you considerable pleasure," he said. "Yes, BG," exclaimed Dewey, "it does. And to every true and loyal plebe in the academy. You've brought honor to the name of plebe by licking the biggest yearling in the place, BG, and that means the end of hazing." "I'm not so sure of that," said Mark. "I am," returned the other. "But say, tell me something about the fight." "I wanted to come, only I was shut up in hospital." "Did Williams put up a good one?" "Splendid," said Mark. "He ought to. They say he's champion of his class, and an all-round athlete. But you look as if you could fight some yourself." "He almost had me beaten once," said Mark. "I thought I was a goner." "Say, but you're a spunky chap," remarked Dewey, eyeing Mark with an admiring expression. "I don't think there's ever been a plebe dared to do half what you've done. The whole class is talking about you." "Is that so?" inquired Mark, laughing. "I didn't mean to do anything reckless." "What's the difference," laughed the other, "when you can lick 'em all, BG? I wish I could do it," he added, rather more solemnly. "Then, perhaps, maybe I wouldn't be the physical wreck that I am." "You been fighting, too?" inquired Mark, laughing. "Bet your life, BG," responded the other, emphatically. "Only I wasn't as clever at it as you." "Tell me about it," said Mark, with interest. "It happened last Saturday afternoon, and I've been in hospital ever since, BG. Some of the cadets caught me taking a walk up somewhere near what they call Crow's Nest. And so they set out to have some fun. Told me to climb a tree, in the first place. I looked at the tree, and, BG, there wasn't a limb for 30 feet, and the limbs there were rotten. There was one of 'em, a big, burly fellow with short hair and a scar on his cheek." "Bull Harris," cried Mark. "Yes," said Dewey, "that's what they called him, Bull." "Did you fight with him?" "Bet your life, BG. He tried to make me climb that tree, and, BG, says I won't, BG. Then I lammed him one in the eye." "Bully," cried Mark, and then he added, "BG, by way of company. Did he beat you?" "Bet your life," cried the other. "That is, the 6 of 'em did." "You don't mean to say the crowd attacked you?" "That's what I said." "Well, sir," exclaimed Mark, "the more I hear of that Bull Harris the bigger coward I find him. It's comforting to know that all the cadets aren't that way." "Very comforting," responded the other, feeling of the bandage on his swollen jaw. "Very comforting. Reminds me of a story I heard once, BG, of a man who got $1,000 comfort from a railroad for having his head cut off." Mark laughed for a moment, and then he fell to tapping the step thoughtfully with his heel. He was thinking over a plan. "I don't suppose you've much love for the yearlings," he remarked, at last. "Bet your life not," laughed the other. "I've about as much as a mother-in-law for a professional joke writer, BG. Reminds me of a story I once heard, but go on, I want to hear what you had to say." "Tell my story later." "Well, 3 friends of mine have formed a sort of an informal alliance for self-defense." "Bully, BG," cried Dewey, excitedly. "And I thought maybe you'd like to join?" "Bet your life, BG. Why didn't you say so before?" Whoop. And thus it happened that member number 5 of the West Point Alliance was discovered. "I don't think this famous alliance is going to have much to do at the start," said Mark, as soon as Master Dewey had recovered from his excitement, "for I rather fancy the yearlings will leave us alone for a time." "Bet your life, BG," assented the other. "If they don't look out they won't have time to be sorry." "BG," added Mark, smiling. "Do I say that much?" inquired the other, with a laugh. "I suppose I must, because the fellows have nicknamed me BG. I declare I'm not conscious of saying it." "Do I?" "Bet your life, BG," responded Mark, whereupon his new acquaintance broke into one of his merry laughs. "Let's go around to barracks," said Mark. Finally it was then just after breakfast time. "I expect they'll want me to report for drill. I thought I'd get off for the morning on the strength of my contusions, as they call them. But the old surgeon was too sly for me. He patched me up in a jiffy." "What was the matter with you?" inquired Dewey, dropping his smile. "One eye's about half shut, as you see," responded Mark, "and then I had quite a little cut on the side of my head where Williams hit me once. Otherwise I am all right, only just a little rocky." "As the sea captain remarked of the harbor, BG," added the other. "But tell me, how's Williams?" "Pretty well done up, as the laundryman remarked, to borrow your style of illustration," Mark responded, laughing. "They had to carry poor Williams down here. He's in there now being fixed up. And say, you should have seen how queerly the surgeon looked at us too. He knew right away what was up, of course, but he never said a word, just entered us sick contusions." "Is that what you were?" "Bet your life, BG," responded the other. "But he tried to get me to tell what was up. He rather suspected hazing, I think. I didn't say anything, though. It would have served some of those chaps just right if you had," vowed Mark. "You know you could have every one of them expelled." The two had reached the area of barracks by this time, and hurried over to reach their rooms before inspection. "And don't you mention what I've told you about this great alliance to a soul," Mark enjoined. "We'd have the whole academy about our ears in a day." Dewey assented. "What's the name of it?" he inquired. "Haven't got any name for it yet," said Mark, "or any leader either, in fact. We're waiting to get a few more members, enough for a little excitement. Then we'll organize, elect a leader, swear allegiance, and you can bet there'll be fun, BG. Come up to my room," he added, after a moment's pause, "as soon as you get fixed up for inspection, and I'll introduce you to the other fellows." With which parting word he turned and bounded up the stairs to his own room. Chapter 16. The Parson's Indignation. Mark found his roommate and faithful second, Texas, busily occupied in cleaning up for the morning inspection. Texas wasn't looking for Mark. It had been Texas' private opinion that Mark had earned a week's holiday by the battle of the morning, and that the surgeon would surely grant it. When Mark did turn up, however, Texas wasted no time in complaining of the injustice, but got his friend by the hand in a hurry. "Ol' man," he cried, "I'm proud of you. I ain't had a chance to say how proud I am." "Thanks," said Mark, laughing, "but look out for that sore thumb and for mercy's sakes don't slap me on that shoulder again. I'm more delicate than I look. And say, Texas, I've got a new member for our secret society BG." Texas looked interested. "He's a pretty game youngster," Mark continued, "for when Bull Harris and that gang of his tried to haze him, he sailed in and tried to do the crowd." "Oh," cried Texas, excitedly. "Wow. I wish I'd a been there. Say, Mark, d'ye know I been a missin' no end o' fun that a way. Parson had a fight, and I didn't see it. You had one down to Cranston's, and I missed that, and yours another." Texas looked disgusted and Mark burst out laughing. "'Tain't he any fun," growled the former. "But go on, tell me 'bout this chap. What does he look like?" "He's not as tall as we," replied Mark, "but he's very good looking and jolly. And when he says BG and laughs, you can't help laughing with him. Hello, there's inspection." This last remark was prompted by a sharp rap upon the door. The two sprang up and stood at attention. Heels together, eyes to the front, chest out, they knew the whole formula by this time. And Cadet Corporal Jasper strode in, found fault with a few things and then went on to carry death and devastation into the next place. A few minutes later the parson strolled in. "Yeah, by Zeus," began he, without waiting for the formality of a salutation. "Yeah, by Apollo, the far-darting, this is indeed an outrage worthy of the great Achilles to avenge. And I do swear by the bones of my ancestors, by the hounds of Diana, forsooth even by Jupiter Lapis and the Gemini, that never while I inspire the atmosphere of existence will I submit myself to so outrageous an imposition." "Wow," cried Texas. "What's up?" "Sit down and tell us about it," added Mark. "It is written in the most immortal document," continued the parson, without noticing the interruption, "that ever emanated from the mind of man, the Declaration of Independence, that among the inalienable privileges of man, coordinate with life and liberty itself, is the pursuit of happiness. And in the name of the 7 gates of Thebes and the 7 hills of the eternal city, I demand to know what happiness a man can have if all his happiness is taken from him. BG. Reminds me of a story I heard about a boy who wanted to see the cow jump over the moon on a night when there wasn't any moon, BG." Mark and Texas looked up in surprise and the parson faced about in obvious displeasure at the interruption. "In the name of all the Olympian divinities and the inhabitants of Charon and the Styx," he cried, angrily, "I demand to know." "Come in," said Mark, laughing. "Excuse me for interrupting, parson, but this is Mr. Alan Dewey, BG, member number 5 of our band of desperate buccaneers, if you please. Mr. Dewey, allow me to introduce you to the gentleman who reminded you of that last story, Mr. Peter Stannard, of Boston, Massachusetts, the cradle of liberty, the nurse of freedom, and the center and metropolis of the geological universe." The parson bowed gravely. "While I am, together with all true Bostonians, proud of the reputation which my city has merited, yet I am also to Mr. Jeremiah Powers," continued Mark, cutting the parson off in his peroration. "Son o' the Honorable Scrap Powers, o' Hurricane County, Texas," added Texas, himself. Young Dewey shook hands all around, and then sat down on the bed, looking at Mark with a puzzled expression on his face, as much as to say, "What on earth have I struck, BG?" Mark saw his expression and undertook to inform him, making haste to start before the parson could begin again on the relative merits of Boston and the rest of the civilized universe. "Powers and Stannard," said he, "are the members of our organization, together with Indian, the fat boy." "I see," said Dewey, at the same time thinking what a novel organization it must be. "There's Indian now." Indian's round, scared face peered in through the open doorway just then. he was introduced to number 5, whereupon number 5 remarked, "Very pleased to meet you, BG." An Indian echoed, "Bless my soul," and crept into the room and sat down in an inconspicuous corner. There was a moment's pause and then the parson commenced. "If I remember correctly, we were occupied when last interrupted, by a rather facetious observation upon the subject of our solitary lunar satellite and quadruped of the genus Bos, occupied I say in considering the position which the metropolis of Boston has obtained." "Drop Boston," laughed Mark. "We weren't on Boston anyhow. Boston came in afterward, as Boston always does, in fact." "Which reminds me, BG," put in the newcomer, "of a story I once heard of." "Drop the story, too," exclaimed Mark. "I want to know what the parson was so indignant about." Yes, put in Texas. "That's what I say, too. And be quick about it. We've only 10 minutes for drill, and if there's anybody got to be licked, why, we got to hustle." "Well," said Stannard, drawing a long breath. "Well, since it is the obvious and, in fact, natural desire of the company assembled, so expressed by them, that I should immediately proceed to a summary and concise statement of the matter in hand, pausing for no extensive introductions or formal perorations, but endeavoring assiduously to impart to my promulgations a certain clarified conciseness which in matters of this peculiar nature is so eminently advantageous." The parson was interrupted at this place by a subdued BG, from Dewey, followed by a more emphatic wow, and a scarcely audible "Bless my soul." "What's the matter?" he inquired, stopping short and looking puzzled. "Nothing," replied Mark. "I didn't say anything." "Oh," said the parson. "Excuse me. Where was I? Oh, yes, I was just saying I would be brief. Gentlemen, ahem. When I entered this room I was in a condition of violent anger. As I stated, an outrage had been offered me such as neither Parmenides, nor Socrates, nor even Zeno, Stoic of Stoics, could have borne. And I have resolved to seek once more, as a prodigal son, the land of my birth, where science is fostered instead of being repressed as in this hotbed of prejudice and ignorance." "What's up?" cried the four. "I am coming to that," said the parson, gravely, stretching out his long shanks, drawing up his trousers, and displaying his sea-green socks. "This same morning, and my friend Indian will substantiate my statement, for he was there, a low, ignorant cadet corporal did enter into my room for inspection, by Zeus, and after generally displaying his ill manners, he turned to me and conveyed the extraordinary information that, according to rules, forsooth, I must be deprived of the dearest object of my affections, solace of my weary hours, my friend in time of need, my companion in sickness, which through all the trials of adversity has stuck to me closer than a brother, my only joy, my—" "What?" cried the four, by this time wrought up to the highest pitch of indignation and excitement. "My one refuge from the cares of life," continued the solemn parson, "the one mitigating circumstance in this life of tribulation, the only—" "What? What? 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 Of all things what, but this? What but my life, my pride, my hope, my beloved volume of Dana's Geology, friend of my—" And the roar of laughter which came then made the sentry out on the street jump in alarm. The laughing lasted until the cry came, "New cadets turn out," which meant drill, and it lasted after that, too, so that Cadet Spencer, drill master, on duty over Pleb S, spent the next hour or two in wondering what on earth his charges kept snickering at. Poor Texas was the subject of a 10-minute discourse upon impertinence and presumption, because he was guilty of the heinous offense of bursting out laughing in the midst of one of the irate little drill master's tirades. Chapter 17. Indian in Trouble. What manner of torture is squad drill has already been shown, and so the reader should have some idea of what our five friends were going through. Squad drill lasts for the first 2 weeks or so of plebe life, that is, before the move into camp. The luckless victims begin after breakfast, and at regular periods until night are turned out under the charge of some irascible yearling to be taught all manner of military maneuvers, setting up drill, how to stand, to face, and, in fact, how to walk. Most people, those who have not been to West Point, are under the delusion that they know how to walk already. It usually takes the luckless plebe a week to get that idea hammered out of his head, and another week besides to learn the correct method. The young instructor, presenting, by the way, a ludicrous contrast in his shining uniform of gray and white and gold, with his 3 or 4 nervous and variously costumed pupils, takes the bayonet of his gun for a drill stick and marches his squad over into a secluded corner of the area, and thus begins the above-mentioned instructions. At the word forward, throw the weight of the body upon the right leg, the left knee straight. At the word march, move the left leg smartly without jerk, carry the left foot forward 30 inches from the right, the sole near the ground, the toe a little depressed, knee straight and slightly turned out. At the same time throw the weight of the body forward and plant the foot without shock, weight of the body resting upon it. Next, in like manner, advance the right foot and plant it as above. Continue to advance without crossing the legs or striking one against the other, keeping the face direct to the front. Now, forward, common time, march. Depress the toe so that it strikes the ground at the same time as the heel, and so on. That is the way the marching exercise goes, exclusive, of course, of all interruptions, comments, and witticisms on the instructor's part. The plebe begins to get used to it after the first week or so, when the stiffness rubs off, and then a certain amount of rivalry begins to spring up among various squads, and everybody settles down to the business of learning. The squads are consolidated later on, and gradually the class is merged into one company. Such as they are, these drills, together with inspections, meals, and rests, occupy almost the entire time of the 2 weeks in barracks. And now for our 5 rebels. That particular Monday morning the plebes had an hour's rest before dinner, in which to do as they pleased. And during this hour it was that one of the 5, the always luckless and unhappy one, got into trouble. The one was Indian, or the Mormon. Indian, it seemed, was always thought of whenever there was any deviling to be done. The other plebes did as they were told, and furnished amusement on demand, but they always realized that it was all in fun. Indian, however, was an innocent, gullible youth, who took everything solemnly, and was in terror of his unhappy life every moment of the day. And he was especially unfortunate this time because he fell into the hands of Bull Harris and his gang. It is not the intention of the writer to give the impression that all cadets at West Point were or are like Bull Harris, or that hazing of his peculiar variety is an everyday affair. But it would be hard to find 100 men without a cowardly, cruel nature among them. Bull Harris and his crowd represented the lower element of the yearling class, and made hazing their business and diversion. They were the especial dread of the plebes in consequence. Bull had tried his tricks upon Mark to his discomfort, and ever since that had left Mark strictly alone, and confined his efforts to less vigorous victims, among which were Dewey, and now Indian. Indian had selected a rather gruesome occupation, anyhow, at the particular moment when he was caught. It was just in keeping with the peculiarly dejected frame of mind he was in. He was wandering through the graveyard, which is situated in a lonely portion of the post, way off in the northwestern corner. Some heroes, West Point's bravest, lie buried there, and Indian was dejectedly wondering if those same heroes would ever have stuck through plebe days in barracks if they had had a drill master like that red-headed coyote, Chick Spencer. He had about concluded they would not have, when he heard some muffled laughter and the sound of running feet. A moment later the terrified plebe found himself completely surrounded by a dozen merry yearlings, out for a lark. Prominent among them were Bull and his toadying little friend, Baby Edwards. It is correct West Point etiquette for a plebe, when captured, to go meekly wherever desired. Indian went, and the party disappeared quickly in the woods on one side, the captive being hidden completely in the circle of cadets. There was one person who had seen him, however, and that one person was the parson, who had been about to enter the gate to join his friend. And the parson, when he saw it, turned quickly on his heel and strode away back to barracks as fast as his long legs could carry him without loss of scholarly dignity. Yes, by Zeus, he muttered to himself. Yeah, by Zeus, the enemy is fierce upon our trail. And swiftly, forsooth, will I hie me to my companions and inform them of this insufferable indignity. All unconscious of the learned gentleman's discovery, the yearlings meanwhile were hurrying away into a secluded portion of the woods, for they knew that their time was short, and that they would have to make haste. The terrified victim was pushed over logs and through brambles until he was almost exhausted, the captors meanwhile dropping dire hints as to his fate. An Indian he is, muttered Bull Harris. An Indian. He shall die an Indian's death. That's what he shall, echoed the crowd. An Indian. An Indian. We'll burn him at the stake. He, the only good Indian's a dead Indian, he, chimed in Baby, chuckling at his own witticism. He. All this poor Joseph did not fail to notice, and as was his habit, he believed every word of it. Nor did his mind regain any of its composure as the procession continued its solemn marching through the lonely woods, to the tune of the yearlings' cheerful remarks. The latter were chuckling merrily to themselves, but when they were in hearing of their victim their tone was deep and awful, and their looks dark and savage. Poor Indian's fat, round eyes stared wider and rounder every minute, his equally round, red face grew redder, and his gasping exclamations more frequent and violent. "Bless my soul," he cried, "what extraordinary proceedings!" "Ha, ha," muttered the yearlings. "See, he trembles. Behold how the victim pales." A short distance farther in the woods the party came upon a small clearing. "Just the spot," cried Bull. "See the tree in the center. That is the stake, and to that we will tie him, while the smoke ascends to the clouds of heaven." "Just the spot," echoed Baby, chuckling gleefully. "It is quiet," continued Bull, in a low, sepulchral tone. "Yes, and his cries of agony will be heard by none. Advance, wretched victim, and prepare to die the death which your savage ancestors did inflict upon our fathers. Advance. Advance," growled the crowd. "Bless my soul," cried the Indian. He was no more capable of advancing than he was of flying. His knees were shaking in violent terror. Great beads of perspiration rolled from the dimples in his fat little cheeks. Limp and helpless, he would have sunk to the ground, but for the support of his captors. "Advance," cried Bull, again, stamping on the ground in mock impatience and rage. "Bodyguard, bring forth the wretch." In response to this order several of the cadets dragged the unhappy plebe to the tree and held him fast against it. Bull Harris produced from under his coat a coil of rope, and Indian felt it being wrapped about his body. Up to this point he had been silent from sheer terror, but the feeling of the rough rope served to bring before him with startling reality the awfulness of the fate that was in store for him. He opened his mouth and forthwith gave vent to a cry so weird and unearthly that the yearlings burst out into a shout of laughter. It was no articulate cry, simply a wild howl. It rang and echoed through the woods, like the hoot of an owl at night, or the strange, half-human cry of a frightened dog. And it died into a gasp that Bull Harris described as the sigh of a homesick bullfrog. Indian's musical efforts continued as the horrible rope was wound about his body. Each wail was louder and more unearthly, more mirth-provoking to the unpitying cadets, until at last, when Bull Harris finished and stepped back to survey his work, the frightened plebe could be likened to nothing less than a steam calliope. The yearlings were so much amused by his powers that they resolved forthwith that the show must not stop. And so, without giving the performer chance to breathe even, they set to work diligently collecting sticks and leaves. "Heap 'em up! Heap 'em up!" cried Bull. "Heap 'em up! And soon shall the fire blaze merrily." Naturally, since Indians' shrieks and howls continued unabated in quantity or variety through all this, the yearlings were in no hurry to finish, but took care to prolong the agony, sport as they called it, as long as possible. So, while the red-faced, perspiring victim panted, grunted, howled, and wriggled, they piled the wood about him with exasperating slowness, rearranging, inspecting, and discussing the probable effect of each and every stick of wood they laid on. It was done, at last, however, and the result was a great pile of faggots surrounding and half covering the unfortunate lad. They were faggots selected as being the driest that could be found in the dry and sun-parched clearing. There was a moment or two later on when Bull wished they had not been quite so dry, after all. The crowd stood and admired their work for a few moments longer, while Indian's weird wails rose higher than ever. Then Bull stepped forward. "Art thou prepared to die?" he inquired in his most sepulchral tone. Indian responded with a crescendo in C minor. "He answereth not," muttered the other. "Let him scorn our questions who dares." "What, ho! Bring forth the torch. We shall roast him brown. And when he is brown," roared another, "then he will cease to be Smith." "Yes," cried Bull, "for he will be dead. His bones shall bleach on the plains. On his flesh we will make a meal." "An Indian meal," added Baby, chuckling merrily over his own joke. "Several meals," continued Bull, solemnly. "There is enough of him for a whole table d'hôte. How about that? Aren't you?" "Wow! Whoa, 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 whoa," wailed Indian. "He mocks us," cried the spokesman. "He scorns to answer. Very well. We shall see. Is the torch lit?" The torch, an ordinary sulfur match, was not lit. But Bull produced one from the same place as the rope and held it poised. He waited a moment while the yearlings discussed the next action. "I say we let him loose," said one. "He's scared enough." "Nonsense," laughed Bull, "I'm not going to stop yet. I'm going to set him afire." "Set him afire," echoed the crowd, in a whisper. "Sh." "Yes," responded the other. "Not really, you know, but just enough to scare him. We'll set fire to the wood and then when it's begun to smoke some we'll put it out." "That's risky," objected somebody. "I say we." "Nonsense," interrupted the leader. "If you don't want to, run home." "I am." And so once more he turned toward the wretched captive, who still kept up his shrieks. "Ha, ha," he muttered, "thy time has come. Say thy last prayer." With which words he stepped quickly forward, struck the match upon his heel, and after holding it for a moment knelt down before the pile of leaves and wood. "Wow! Wow!" roared Indian. "Stop! Stop! Help! Whoa, 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 whoa!" Another of those steam calliope wails. "He shrieks for mercy," muttered Bull. "He shrieks in vain." There. The last exclamation came as he touched the match to the leaves, stood up and worked off to join his companions. "Form a ring," he said, "and dance about him as he dies." The terror of Indian can scarcely be imagined. He was almost on the verge of fainting as the hot choking smoke curled up and around his face. His yells grew louder and increased to a perfect shriek of agony. "Don't you think we'd better stop it now?" inquired one of the yearlings, more timid than the rest. "Rats," laughed Bull. "It's hardly started. I'll manage it." Bull's management proved rather untrustworthy, for Bull had forgotten to take into account the dryness of the twigs, and also another factor. The air had been still as he struck the match, but just at that moment a slight breeze swept along the ground, blowing the leaves before it. It struck the little fire and it seized one tiny flame and bore it up through the pile and about the legs of the imprisoned plebe. The next instant the yearlings were thrown into the wildest imaginable confusion by a cry from one of them. "Look out! Look out! His trousers are afire!" Chapter 18. To the rescue. Things happened in a whirl of confusion after that. To the horrified cadets 1,000 incidents seemed to crowd in at one moment. In the first place there was the terrified captive, bound helplessly to the tree, his clothing on fire, himself shrieking at the top of his lungs. Then there were the yearlings themselves, all crying out with fright and alarm and rushing wildly in to drag the burning wood away. Finally there were other arrivals, whom, in the excitement, the yearlings scarcely noticed. There were 2 of them, one tore a knife from his pocket and cut the rope in a dozen places, the other flung off his jacket and wrapped it quickly about Indian's feet, extinguishing the flames. And then the 2 stood up and gazed at the rest, the frightened yearlings and their infuriated victim. Infuriated? Yes, wildly infuriated. A change had come over Indian such as no one who knew him had ever seen before. The fire had not really hurt him, it had only ruined his clothing and scorched his legs enough to make him wild with rage. He had tugged at his bonds savagely. When he was cut free he had torn loose from the friendly stranger who had knelt to extinguish the fire, and made a savage rush at the badly scared cadets. Indian's face was convulsed with passion. His arms were swinging wildly like a windmill's sails in a hurricane, while from his mouth rushed a volley of exclamations that would have frightened Captain Kidd and his pirate band. It made no difference what he hit, the fat boy was too blind with rage to see. He must hit something. If a tree had lain in his path he would have started in on that. As luck would have it, however, the thing that was nearest to him was a yearling baby Edwards. Baby could have been no more frightened if he had seen an express train charging on him. He turned instantly and fled. Where else would he flee but to his idol Bull? He hid behind that worthy. Bull put up his hands to defend himself, and the next instant Indian's flying arms reached the spot. One savage blow on the nose sent Bull tumbling backward over Baby. Indian, of course, could not stop and so did a somersault over the 2. There was a pretty melee after that. Baby was the first to emerge, covered with dirt and bruises. Indian got up second. He gazed about him, his rage still burning. He gave one snort, shook his head clear of the soil as an angry bull might, and then made another savage rush at Baby. Baby this time had no friend to hide behind. Harris was lying on the ground, face down, as a man might do to protect himself in a cyclone. And so Baby had no resource but flight. He took to his heels, the enraged plebe a few feet behind, and in half a minute more the pair were lost to sight and sound, far distant in the woods, Indian still pursuing. It might be pleasant to follow them, for Indian in his rage was a sight to divert the gods. But there was plenty more happening at the scene of the fire, things that ought not be missed. In the first place, who were the 2 new arrivals? It was evident that they were plebes. Their faces were familiar to the cadets. But beyond that no one knew anything about them. They had freed their helpless classmate and saved him from serious injury, as has been told. They had done one thing more that has not been mentioned yet. One of them, the smaller, just after Indian had broken loose, had reached over and dealt the nearest yearling he could reach a ringing blow upon the cheek. "Take that," said he. "Bah Jove, you're a cur." There was another melee after that. Of course the setting fire to Indian had been a pure accident, but the 2 strangers did not know it. They saw in the whole thing a piece of diabolical cruelty. The yearling the wrath chanced to fall upon was Gus Murray, and his anger is left to the imagination. He sprang at the throat of the reckless plebe, and the rest of the crowd rushed to his aid, pausing just for an instant to size up the pair. They did not seem to be any great shocks. The taller was a big slouchy-looking chap in clothes that evidently bespoke the farmer, and possessing a drawl which quite as clearly indicated the situation of the farm, the prairies. Having cut Indian loose, he was lounging lazily against the tree and regarding his more excitable companion with a good-natured grin. The companion was even less awe-inspiring, for one had to look at him but an instant to see that he was one of the creatures whom all well-regulated boys despise, a dude. He wore a high collar, ridiculously high. He was slender and delicate-looking, with the correct Fifth Avenue stoop to his shoulders and an attitude to his arms which showed that he had left his cane behind only on compulsion when he struck the point. And any doubts the yearlings may have had on this question were settled as the yearlings stared, for the object turned to the other and spoke. "Ah say, Sleepy," said he, "come help me chastise these fellows, don't ye know?" As a fact there was but little choice in the matter, it was fight or die with the two, for at the same instant Gus Murray, wild with rage, had leaped forward and made a savage lunge at the dude. What happened then Murray never quite knew. All he made out was that when he hit at the dude suddenly ceased to be there. The yearling glanced around in surprise and discovered that his victim had slid coolly under his elbow and was standing over on the other side of the clearing smiling. The rest of the crowd, not in the least daunted by Murray's miss, rushed into the attack, and a moment later a wild scrimmage was in progress, a scrimmage which defied the eye to comprehend and the pen to describe. The former never moved from the tree, but with his back flat against it and his great clumsy arms swinging like sledgehammers he stood and bid defiance to his share of the crowd. The dude's tactics were just the opposite. He was light and slender, and should have been easy prey. That was what Bull Harris thought as he hastily arose from the spot where Indian had butted him and joined his eager comrades in the hunt. The hunt, a hunt it was, and no mistake. While the farmer stayed in one place, the dude seemed everywhere at once. Dodging, ducking, running, he seemed just to escape every blow that was aimed at him. He seemed even to turn somersaults, to the amazed yearlings, who had been looking for a dude and not an acrobat. The dude did not dodge all the time, though. Occasionally he would stop to cool the ardor of some especially excited cadet with a sudden punch where it wasn't looked for. Once also he stuck out his foot and allowed Bull Harris to get his legs caught in it, with the result that Bull's nose once more plowed the clearing. The writer wishes it were his privilege to chronicle the fact that the two put the 8 to flight, or that Indian, having put the baby to sleep, returned to perform yet greater prodigies of valor. It would be a pleasure to tell of all that, but on the other hand truth is a stubborn thing. Things do not always happen as they should in spite of the providence that is supposed to make them. The farmer, after a 5-minute gallant stand, was finally knocked down from behind, and once down he was being fast pummeled into nothingness. The dude, his collar, much to his alarm, having wilted, was in the last stage of exhaustion. In fact, Bull had succeeded in landing a blow, the first of the afternoon for him. The dude was about to give up and perish, when assistance arrived. For these gallant heroes were not fated to conquer alone. The first warning of the arrival of reinforcements was not the traditional trumpet call, nor the roll of a drum, nor even the tramp of soldiers, but a muttered "wow." This was followed by Texas himself, bursting through the bushes like a battering ram. Mark was at his side, and behind them came the parson. Dewey, being rather crippled, brought up the rear. The four lost no time in questions. They saw two plebes in distress, and they had met Indian on the warpath and learned the cause of the trouble. They knew it was their business to help, and they sailed right in to do it. Mark placed himself by the side of the panting dude. Texas and the parson made a V formation and speedily got the farmer to his feet and in fighting array once more. And after that the odds of the battle were more even. It was a very brief battle, in fact. A mere skirmish after that. Mark's prowess was dreaded, and that of Texas but little less. After Texas had chased two yearlings into the woods, and Mark had stretched out Bull, that was Bull's third time that afternoon, the ardor of the 8 began to wane. It was not very long then before the attack stopped by mutual consent, and the combatants took to staring at each other instead. The rage of Bull as he picked himself up and examined his damages must be imagined. "You confounded plebes shall pay for this," he roared, "as sure as I'm alive." "Now," inquired Mark, smiling, rubbing his hands, and looking ready to resume hostilities. "It's a case of blamed swelled head, that's what it is," growled the other, sullenly. "Which," added the parson's solemn voice, "might be somewhat more classically expressed by the sesquipedalian Hellenic vocable ahem. Megalacephalomania." With which interesting bit of information presented gratis, the parson carefully laid his beloved Dana on the ground and sat down on it for safety. "Why can't you plebes mind your business, anyhow?" snarled Gus Murray. "That's what I say, too," cried Bull. "Curious coincidence, laughed Dewey. Reminds me of a story I once heard, BG. I guess it's most too long a story to tell through. Remind me of it, Mark, and I'll tell it to you someday. One of the most remarkable tales I ever heard, that told me by a fellow that used to run a sausage factory. It was right next door to a home for homeless cats, though, BG, I couldn't ever see how the cats were homeless if they had a home there. They didn't stay very long, though. That was the funniest part of it. They used to sit on the fence near the sausage factory, BG. Dewey could have prattled on that way till doomsday with unfailing good humor. It made the yearlings mad, and that was all he cared about. But by this time Bull had perceived that he was being guyed, and he turned away with an angry exclamation. "You fellows may stay if you choose," he said, "I'm going back to camp. And those plebes shall pay for this." "Cash on demand," laughed Mark, as the discomfited crowd turned and slunk off. Chapter 19. The alliance is completed. Having been thus easily rid of their unpleasant enemies, the plebes set out in high feather for home. "I must get back in time to dress for dinner, don't ya know," said the dude. "I'm 'bliged to you fellows," put in the farmer, getting up from his seat with a lazy groan. "My name's Methusalem Zebediah Chilvers, and I'll shake hands all round. And mine's Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall, don't ya know," said the other, putting on his immaculate white gloves. "Bah Jove! I've lost a cuff button, quarreling with those deuced yearlings." Chauncey's cuff button was found at last. He vowed he wouldn't go to dinner without it, and then the party started in earnest, the two strangers giving a graphic and characteristic account of the scrimmage we have just witnessed. Mark in the meantime was doing some thinking, wondering if here were not two more eligible members of the alliance. While he was debating this question, the dude approached him privately and began thus. "I want to say something to you," he said. "Dino, I can't see why we plebes suffer so, bah Jove. I was thinking, don't ya know, if some of us would band together we could chastise the deuced cadets and—" Master Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall got no further, for Mark came out then and told the secret. In a few moments the alliance had added number 6 and number 7. "And now, BG, I say let's organize, BG," cried Dewey. The sound of a drum from barracks put a stop to further business then, but before supper there was a spare half hour, and during that time the 7 conspirators met in Mark's room to organize. Indian was there, too, now calm and meek again. "In the first place," said Mark, "we want to elect a leader." "Wow," cried Texas, "what FO? Ain't you leader?" "I say, Mark, BG," cried Dewey. "Mark," said the parson, solemnly. "Mark," murmured Indian from the corner, and Mark chimed in the two newcomers. "It seems to be unanimous," said Mark, "so I guess I'll have to let it go. But I'm sure I can't see why you think of me. What shall we call ourselves?" That brought a lengthy discussion, which space does not permit of being given. The Loyal Legion, the Sons of the Revolution, the Independents, the Cincinnati suggested by the classic parson, and also the Trojan heroes from the same source, all these were suggested and rejected. Then somebody moved the 7 rebels, which was outvoted as not expressive enough, but which led to another one that took the whole crowd with a rush. It came from an unexpected source, the unobtrusive Indian in the corner. "Let's name it the 7 Devils," said he. And the 7 Devils they were from that day until the time when the class graduated from the Point. "3 cheers for the 7 Devils," cried Dewey, BG. "Now," said the parson, rising with a solemn look, "let us swear eternal fealty by all that man holds holy. Let us swear by the Stygian shades and the realms of Charon, whence all true devils come. Yeah, by Zeus. And we'll stand by one another to the death, BG," cried Dewey. "Remember, we're organized for no purpose on earth but to do those yearlings, and we'll lick 'em, BG, if they dare to look at us. Show 'em no mercy, don't ya know," said Chauncey. "And let's have a motto," cried Indian, becoming infected with the excitement. Down with the yearlings. I suggest we die but we never surrender, BG. Veni, vidi, vici, remarked the parson, or else dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, in the immortal words of Horace, poet of the Sabina farm. A motto should be brief, laughed Mark. I can beat you all. I'll give you a motto in 3 letters of the alphabet. 3 letters, echoed the crowd. 3 letters. What is it? It expresses all our objects in forming, said Mark, and we'll have lots of fun if we obey it. My motto is BBJ. Bully, BG, cried Dewey, and the rest echoed his approval with a rush. That was, all except the unobtrusive Indian in the corner. I don't quite, he stammered, quite see it. Why is? Ahem. Mark straightened himself up and put on his best professional air in imitation of the parson. Ahem. If you had lived in Boston, and devoted yourself to the cultivation of the intellectualities, yeah, by Zeus. Instead of learning to lose your temper and chase yearlings like a wild Texan, however, I'll explain it. Please do, cried Indian, innocently. I'll never chase the yearlings again. That's good. BJ stands for before June, and is West Point slang for fresh. I knew what BJ means, put in Indian. What? Then why didn't you say so and save me the trouble? The other B is the present imperative of the verb to be, he was, being, been, is, am, ain't. And the only way I can explain what BBJ means is to say that it means BBJ, BBJ with a vengeance, and when you get tired of being BJ, BBJ some more. Do you see? Yes, said Indian. And now, laughed Mark, since we're through, 3 cheers for the 7 devils. And that is the story of the forming of West Point's first and only secret society, a society which was destined to introduce some very, very exciting incidents into West Point's dignified history, the 7 devils, BBJ. Chapter XX. Indignation of the Yearlings. By George, he's the freshest plebe that ever struck this place. The speaker was Bull Harris, and he was sitting on the steps of the library building along with half a dozen classmates, excitedly and angrily discussing the fight. Now I tell you Mark Mallory's got to be put out of this place in a week, continued the first speaker. And I don't care how it's done, either, fair or foul. That's just what I say, too, chimed in Baby Edwards. He's got to be put out in a week. Bull Harris smiled benignly upon his toadying echo, while the rest of the gang nodded approvingly. I'm sure everybody agrees that he's got to be taken down, put in somebody else. The only trouble is I don't see how on earth it is to be done. That's the worst of it, snarled Bull. That fellow Mallory seems to get the best of us everything we try, confound him. I'm sure such a thing has never been known at West Point, said another. Just think of it. Why, it's the talk of the post, and everybody's laughing at us, and the plebes are getting bolder every minute. One of them actually dared to turn up his nose at me today. Think of it, at me, a yearling, and he a vile beast. It's perfectly awful, groaned Bull. Perfectly awful. Imagine a crowd of yearlings allowing themselves to be stopped while hazing a plebe, stopped, mind you, by half as many plebes, and then to make it 1,000 times worse to have the fellow they were hazing taken away. And the yearlings all chased back to camp by a half-crazy Texan, chimed in another, who hadn't been there and so could afford to mention unpleasant details. Yet what can we do, cried Baby. We can't offer to fight him. He's as good as licked Billy Williams, and Bill's the best man we could put up. That Mallory's a regular terror. Mark Mallory's got to be taken down. This suggestion was good, only rather indefinite, which indefiniteness was remarked by one of the crowd, Mary Vance, the cadet who had interposed the same objection before. Mary was a tall, slender youth, with a whitish hue that suggested dissipation, and a fine, scornful curve to his lips that suggested meanness no less clearly. "It's all very well to say we've got to do him," said he, "but that don't say how. As I said, we can't find a man in our class to whip him fair. And we can't tackle him in a crowd because in the first place he seems to have his own gang, and in the second place none of us dares to touch him. I know I don't, for one." "Pooh," laughed Bull, scornfully. "I'm not afraid of him." "Me either," chimed in the little baby, doubling up his fists. "All right," said the other. "Only I noticed you both kept good and quiet when he stepped up to loosen Indian." There was an awkward silence for a few minutes after that. Bull Harris could think of nothing to say, for he knew the charge was true, and as for Baby Edwards, he never said anything until after his big friend had set him an example. "We can't get him into any trouble with the authorities, either," continued Vance at last. "In fact, I don't know what we are to do. He's simply turned West Point's customs topsy-turvy," groaned another. "Why, when we were plebes nobody ever dared to think of defying a yearling. And this Mallory and his gang are running the place. No one dares to haze a plebe anymore." "Talking about that," said Gus Murray, another yearling who had just strolled up. "Talking about that, just see what happened to me not 5 minutes ago. Met one of the confounded beasts. That fellow, by the way, we did up, though it don't seem to have done him the least bit of good, just as BJ as ever. You know who I mean, the rather handsome chap they call Dewey. He went to pass the color guard up at camp just now and he didn't raise his hat. The sentry called him down for it, and then as he went off I said to him, 'You ought to know better than that, plebe.' 'Thank you,' says he, and when I told him he should say sir to a higher cadet, what on earth do you suppose he had the impudence to say?" "What?" inquired the crowd, eagerly. "Said he wouldn't do it because I hadn't said sir to him." "What?" "Yes, indeed. Did you ever hear of such impudence? Why, I'll leave the academy tomorrow if that kind of thing keeps up." And with that dire threat Gus Murray seated himself on the steps and relapsed into a glum silence. "I heard you sat down on that Mallory last Saturday," observed someone at last. "That's what I did," responded Murray, brightening up at the mention of a less discouraging incident. "Mary Adams introduced me to him and I cut him dead. Gee, but he was mad." "Wonder if he'll try to make you apologize," said Bull. "It would be just like him," put in Mary. The other looked as if he didn't relish the possibility one bit. He turned the conversation quickly. "Wait till he tries it," said he. "In the meantime I'm more interested in the great question, what are we going to do to take him down?" "Can't think of a thing," said Vance, flatly. "Not a thing?" "By George," cried Bull. "I'm going to think of something if I die for it." "I'll shake with you on that," put in Murray. "We won't rest till we get a plan." "Let me in too," said Vance. "And me too," cried Baby. And so it happened that when the informal assembly dissolved for supper it dissolved with but one idea in the mind of every cadet in the party, that Mark Mallory must be taken down. A plan came at last, one which was enough to do for anyone, and when it came from a most unexpected source, none other than the Baby, who never before in the memory of Bull had dared to say anything original. The Baby's sweet little brain, evolving the interesting problem, struck an idea which, so to speak, brought down the house. "I'll tell you what," he cried. "I've a scheme." "What is it?" inquired Bull, incredulously. "Let's soak him on demerits." And with a look of delight Bull turned and stared at Murray. "By the Lord," he cried, "that's it. We'll soak him on demerits." Then the precious trio locked arms and did a war on the campus. "Just the thing," gasped Bull, breathlessly. "Murray's a corporal and he can do it." "Whoop." "Yes," cried the Baby. "And he was put over plebes today. Will you do it, Murray?" And Murray lost no time in vowing that he would. Bull Harris felt then that at last he was on the road to victory. It is necessary to explain the system of discipline which prevails at West Point. a cadet is allowed to receive only 100 demerits during the first 6 months of his stay. These demerits are assigned according to a regular and inflexible schedule, thus for being late at roll call, a minor offense, a cadet receives 2 demerits, while a serious offense, such as disobedience of orders or sitting down on post while on sentry duty, brings 10 units of trouble in its wake. These demerits are not given by the instructor or the cadet who notices the offense, but he enters the charge in a book which is forwarded to headquarters. The report is read out after parade that same day and posted in a certain place the next day, and 4 days later the superintendent assigns the demerits in all cases where explanations have not been received. The following is an example of an explanation. West Point, NY, 18. Report bedding not properly folded at police inspection. Explanation: someone disarranged my bedding after I had piled it. I was at the sink at the time of inspection, and I readjusted the bedding upon my return. Respectfully submitted. Cadet, Co. Class. To the Commandant of Cadets. Cadets usually hand in explanations, though the explanations are not always deemed satisfactory. Reports are made by the Army officers, and also by cadets themselves, file closers, section marchers and others. It was in this last fact that Bull Harris and his friend Murray saw their chance. It very seldom happens that a cadet reports another except where the report is deserved. A man who does otherwise soon gets into trouble. But Bull and his gang saw no obstacle in that. Most of them were always head over heels in demerits themselves, including Murray, though he was a cadet corporal. Being thus, and in consequent danger of expulsion, they were reckless of possible trouble. And besides, Bull had sworn to haze that plebe, and he meant to do it. The plan in brief was simply this: Mark Mallory must be deemed right and left, everywhere and upon every possible pretext, just or unjust, and that was all. The thing has been done before. There is talk of doing it whenever a colored lad is admitted to the point. And Murray was the man to do it, too, because he had just been transferred and put on duty over Pleb S. It was only necessary to give 100 demerits. 100 demerits is a ticket of leave without further parley or possibility of return. Chapter XXI. A mild attempt at hazing. If Cadet Corporal Murray had any doubts about the necessity for putting this very dirty scheme into practice, or if his not over-squeamish conscience was the least bit troubled by the prospect, something happened that same evening which effectually squelched such ideas. It was after supper, during half an hour of so-called rest, which is allowed to the over-drilled plebe. Mr. Murray, in whose manly breast still burned a fire of rage at the insult which B.J. Dewey had offered him, resolved in his secret heart that that same insult must and should be avenged. That evening he thought an especially favorable time, for Dewey was still an invalid, as a result of his last B.J. effort. With this purpose in view, Cadet Murray stole away from his companions and set out for barracks, around which the luckless plebes were clustered. Arriving there, he hunted. He spent quite a while in hunting, for the object of his search was nowhere to be seen. He caught sight of Mark and his gang, but Dewey was not among them. When he did find him at last, it was a good way from that place way up on Flirtation Walk, and then Cadet Murray got down to business at once. "Look-a-here, B.J. Beast," he called. The object of this peremptory challenge turned, as also did his companion, the terrified Indian once more about to be hazed. The two stared at the yearling. A lady and gentleman passing glanced at him also, probably wondering what was in store for the luckless plebes, and then they passed on, leaving the place lonely, and deserted, just the spot for the proposed work. So thought the yearling, as he rubbed his hands gleefully and spoke again. "Beast," said he, "I want to tell you that you were very impudent to me today." "Strange coincidence," cried Dewey, with one of his merry laughs. "Reminds me of a story I once heard, B.G. 2 old farmers got stuck in a snowdrift 5 feet deep, and getting deeper. Says one of 'em, 'B.G., it's CCC cold.' 'B.G.,' cried the other. 'B.G., nay, oh, ain't that peculiar. Jess, exactly what I was going to say myself, BG. Cadet Murray listened to this blithe recital with a frowning brow. You think that's funny, don't you? He sneered. No, BG, laughed Dewey, because I didn't write it. Another fellow told me that the queerest chap I think I ever knew, he was. Had a mother-in-law that used to. Shut up, cried Murray, in anger, seeing that he was being guyed. BG, cried Dewey, that's just what she didn't. There was an ominous silence after that, during which the yearling glared angrily, and Indian muttered, "Bless my soul. It's quite evident," began the former, at last, "that you are inclined to be fresh." "Inclined to be fresh," added Dewey, as the stamped egg remarked when it was dated 3 days after it was laid. "That's another far-fetched joke, though. Still, I've heard some more far-fetched than that one a friend of mine read on an Egyptian pyramid and brought home to tell for new. Queer fellow that friend of mine was, too. He didn't have a mother-in-law, this one, but he slept in a folding bed, and, BG, that bed used to shut up oftener than the mother-in-law didn't. Handsome bed, too, an inlaid bed, and it shut up whenever it was laid in, BG." Dewey could have prattled on at this merry rate for an hour, for he knew more jokes, good ones, and could make up more bad ones on the spur of the moment than half a dozen ordinary mortals. But he was brought to a sudden halt just then, and muttered a suppressed BG. For the yearling, wild with anger, leaped forward and aimed a savage blow at his head. The plebe ducked. He was quick and agile in body as he was in mind. And then, as the big cadet aimed another blow, he put up his one well arm, the other was in a sling, and defended himself to the best of his ability, at the same time calling Indian to his aid. But before there was time for another move, something else happened. Dewey was debating whether discretion were not really the whole of valor, and whether it were not better to run away and live to fight, or run away some other day, and Indian was actually doubling up his fat little fists about to strike the first blow in his fat little life, when suddenly came a shout behind them, and a moment later a strong hand seized the advancing yearling by the back of his collar and flung him headfirst to the ground. Cadet Murray sprang to his feet again and turned purple with rage and soiled with dirt, to confront the stalwart form of Mark, and Mark rubbing his hands together and smiling cheerfully. "Will you have any more?" he inquired, politely. "Step right up if you will, and by the way, stop that swearing." "A very timely arrival," remarked Dewey, smoothing his jacket. "Very timely, BG. Reminds me." "Bless my soul," cried Indian. "Going, are you?" put in Mark, as the discomfited Murray started to slink away. "Well, good evening. I've had my satisfaction for being called a coward by you." "You shall pay for this," the furious cadet muttered. "Pay for it as sure as I'm alive." His threat was taken lightly by the plebes. They had little idea of what he meant when he spoke. And they were chatting merrily about the adventure as they turned and made their way back to barracks. "It only goes to show," was Mark's verdict, "that an alliance is a first-rate idea. I saw that fellow prowling around barracks and I knew right away what he was up to. We've one more enemy, that's all." That was not all, by a good sight. The angry yearling hurried back to camp, nursing his feelings as he went. There he poured out the vials of his wrath into the ears of his two sympathetic companions, Bull and the baby. And the three of them spent the rest of that evening, up to tattoo, discussing their revenge, thinking up 1,000 pretexts upon which Cadet Mallory might be skinned. There was a bombshell scheduled to fall into the midst of the alliance the next day. Chapter XXII. The bombshell falls. Nothing happened that evening. Mark and his friends passed their time in serene unconsciousness of any danger, merrily discussing the latest hazing effort of the enemy. Bull Harris and his crowd did not put in appearance, or try to put their plot into execution, for the simple reason that there was no chance. The first whack, so to speak, was scheduled for the AM inspection the next day. The only inspection at night is made by a practical officer who goes the rounds with a dark lantern after taps to make sure that no plebes have been run away with. Reveille and roll call the next morning passed without incident, except that Cadet Mallory was reported late at the latter function. The charge being true, no suspicions were awakened. After that came the march to mess hall, the plebe company, which was by this time able to march presentably though rather stiffly, falling in behind the rest of the corps. During that march file closer Vance had occasion to rebuke Cadet Mallory for loud talking in ranks. It hadn't been loud, at least not very loud, but Mark swallowed it and said nothing. Breakfast passed without incident, and the plebes were marched back to barracks, their breaking ranks, and scattering to quarters to spruce up for inspection. Mark and Texas, who shared the same room, lost no time in getting to work at the sweeping and dusting and arranging. It seems scarcely necessary to say that there are no chambermaids at West Point. Cadets do their own room cleaning, policing, as it is called, and they do it well, too. A simpler, barer place than a room in barracks it would be hard to imagine. Bare white walls, no pictures allowed, and no wallpaper, a black fireplace, a plain table, an iron bedstead, a washstand, 2 chairs, and a window is about the entire inventory. And every article in that room must be found placed with mathematical precision in just such a spot and no other. There is a blue book learned by heart to tell where, and there are penalties for every infringement. Demerits are the easiest things in the world to get, enough might be given at one inspection to expel. The signal, dreaded like poison by all plebes, that the time for inspection has come, is a heavy step in the hall and a single tap upon the door. It came that morning while the 2 victims to be were still hard at work. In accordance with orders each sprang up, stood at attention, heels together, head up, eyes to the front, chest out, etc. and silently awaited developments. Mark gasped for breath when he saw who it was that entered. Cadet Corporal Jasper had been transferred, and the man who was to do the work this time was none other than Murray, next to Bull Harris, Mark's greatest enemy on earth. Cadet Murray looked handsome in his spotless uniform of gray and white, with his chevrons of gold. He strode in with a stern and haughty look which speedily changed to one of displeasure as he gazed about him at the room. He took a rapid mental count of the possible charges he could make, and then glanced up at the name which is posted on the wall, telling who is room orderly for the week and so responsible for the faults. It was Mallory, and the yearling could scarcely hide a smile of satisfaction. "You plebes have had nearly 2 weeks now," he began, frowning with well-feigned displeasure, "in which to learn to arrange your rooms. The disorder which I see shows not only carelessness but actual insubordination. And I propose to make an example of you 2 for once and for all." The 2 victims were expected to say nothing, and they said it. But Mark did a pile of thinking, and his heart sank as he realized what his enemy might do if he chose. It is possible to find 1,000 faults in the most perfect work if one only hunts long enough and is willing to split hairs. Cadet Corporal Murray took out a notebook and pencil with obvious meaning. "In the first place," said he, "where should that broom be? Behind the door, should it not? Why is it not? I find that your bedding is piled carelessly, very carelessly. The blanket is not evenly folded. Moreover, the blue book states particularly that the blanket is to be placed at the bottom of the pile. You may see that it is not so. Why, Mr. Mallory, I do not think it has ever happened to me to find a room so utterly disorderly, or a cadet so negligent. Look at that blue book, it belongs upon the mantelpiece, and I see it on the bed." "I was reading it," put in Mark, choking down his anger by a violent effort. And as he spoke the corporal's face grew sterner yet. "In the first place, sir," said he, "you have no business to be reading while awaiting inspection, and you know it, though I must say a more frequent study of that book would save you much trouble. In the second place, you are not expected to answer under such circumstances. The proper thing for you to do is to hand in the explanation to the authorities, and you know that, too. I am sent here to notice and report delinquencies and not to argue about them with you. I regret now that I shall be obliged to mention the fact that you remonstrated with an officer during inspection, a most serious charge indeed. And Cadet Corporal Murray made another note in his book, chuckling inwardly as he did it. What next, thought the two plebes. There was lots more. The yearling next stepped over to the mantelpiece and ran his finger, with its spotless white glove, along the inner edge. Texas had rubbed that mantle fiercely, yet, to get it so clean as not to soil the glove was almost impossible, and so the corporal first held up the finger to show the mark of dirt and then wrote down dust on mantle. There is no need to tell the rest in detail, but simply to say that while Mark and his roommate gazed on in blank despair, their jubilant enemy made out a list of at least a dozen charges, which he knew would aggregate to at least half of the demerit maximum, and for every one of which there was some slight basis of justification. The yearling was shrewd enough to suspect this fact would prevent their being excused, for he did not think that Mark would sign his name to a lie in his explanation. The disastrous visit was closed with a note floor unswept because 3 scraps of paper were observed peering out from under the table, and then without another word the cadet turned on his heel and marched out of the room. And Mark and Texas stood and stared at each other in utter and abject consternation. It was a minute at least before either of them spoke, they were both too dumbfounded. The bombshell had struck, and had brought ruin in its path. Mark knew now what was the power of his enemies, knew that he was gone. For with such a weapon as the one the cowardly Murray had struck, his dismissal was the matter of a week or less. Already he was more than halfway to expulsion, already the prize for which he had fought so long and so hard was slipping from his grasp. And all on account of a cowardly crowd he had made his enemies because he had been strong and manly enough to do what he knew was right. It was a cruel fact, and Mark felt pretty bitter toward West Point just then. As for Texas, his faithful friend and roommate, Texas said not one word, but he went to the chimney, up which he had hidden his 16 revolvers for safety, calmly selected 2 of the biggest, and having examined the cartridges, tucked them safely away in his rear pockets. Then he sat down on the bed and gave vent to a subdued durnation. About this same time Cadet Corporal Murray, having handed in his reports at headquarters, was racing joyfully back to camp, there to join his friend, Bull Harris, with a shout of victory. "Rejoice! Rejoice!" he cried, slapping his chum on the back. "We've got him! I soaked him for 50 at least." Chapter XXIII. In the shadow of dismissal. The rest of that day passed without incident. Mark managed after a good deal of trouble to postpone Texas' hunting trip, and the two struggled on through the day's drills disconsolately, waiting to see what would happen next. Evening came, and the plebes being lined up in barracks area, the roll was called, the orders read, and then the reports of the day. The cadet who did the reading rattled down the list in his usual hurried, breathless style. But when he came to M he paused suddenly, he gazed at the list incredulously, then cleared his throat, took a long foreboding breath and began. Mallory late at roll call. Same laughing loud in ranks. Same bedding improperly arranged at AM inspection. Same broom out of place at AM inspection. Same remonstrating with superior officer at AM inspection. And so the cadet officer went on, the whole plebe class listening with open-eyed amazement while one charge after another was rattled off, and gazing out of the corners of their eyes at the object of the attack, who stood and listened with a look of calm indifference upon his face. The list was finished at last. When the listeners had about concluded that it was eternal, the rest of the reports were quickly disposed of, and then, break ranks, march, and the line melted into groups of excited and eagerly talking cadets, discussing but one subject: the ruin of Mallory. Of course it was known to everyone that this was simply one more effort of the yearlings to subdue him, and loud were the threats and expressions of disapproval. Mark's bravery in making a fight for his honor had won him the admiration of his class, and the class felt that with his downfall came a return of the old state of affairs and the complete subjection of the beasts once more. There were jealous ones who rejoiced secretly, and there were timid ones who declared that they had always said that Mallory was too BJ to last. But in the main there was nothing but genuine anger at the upperclassmen's rank injustice, and wild talk of appealing to the superintendent to bring it to a stop. The utter consternation of the 7 allies is left to the reader's imagination. After the first shock of horror had passed, the crowd had sat down and made a calculation. They found 55 demerits due that day, which, together with 10 previously given, left 35 to go, and then why, it made them sick to think of what would happen. Having striven to realize this for half an hour, they got together and swore a solemn oath, first, that if Mark were dismissed, a joint statement of the reasons thereof, incidentally mentioning each and every act of hazing done by the yearlings, naming principals, witnesses, time and place, should be forwarded to the superintendent, signed by the 6, and second, that every yearling who gave a demerit should be licked until he couldn't stand up. Texas also swore incidentally that he'd resign if Mark were fired, and take him down to Texas to make a cowboy of him. And after that there was nothing to do but wait and pray and clean up for next day's inspection, a task at which the whole 7 labored up to the very last minute before tattoo. It was the afternoon of the following day. The rays of a scorching July sun beat down upon the post, and West Point seemed asleep. Up by Camp McPherson the cadets were lounging about in idleness, and it was only down at barracks that there was anything moving at all. Inside the area the hot and shimmering pavement echoed to the tread of the plebe company at drill. Outside the street was deserted except for one solitary figure with whom our story has to do. The figure was a cadet officer in uniform, Captain Fisher, of the first class, resplendent in his chevrons and sash. He was marching down the street with the firm, quick step that is second nature to a West Pointer. He passed the barracks without looking in and went on down to the hospital building, and there he turned and started to enter. The door opened just as he reached it, however, and another cadet came out. The officer sprang forward instantly and grasped him by the hand. "Williams," he cried. "Just the fellow I was coming to see. And what a beautiful object you are." Williams smiled a melancholy smile. He was beautiful and he knew it. His face was covered in spots with Greek crosses of court plaster, and elsewhere by startling red lumps. And he walked with a shy, retiring gait that told of sundry other damages. Such were the remains of handsome Billy, all-round athlete and favorite of his class, defeated hero. Williams had waited scarcely long enough for this thought to flash over the young officer before he spoke again, this time with some anxiety. Tell me about Mallory. I hear they're skinning him on demerits." "Yes, they are," returned Fisher, "and they've soaked him 20 more this morning." 20 more? Then how many has he?" 85. "What?" cried Williams. "You don't mean it?" "Why, he'll be out in a week." "Say, Fisher, that's outrageous." "Perfectly outrageous," vowed the officer. And Williams brought his hand down on his knee with a bang. "By George," he cried, "I'm going around to see him about it." With which words he sprang down the stairs and, leaving the cadet officer to gaze at him in surprise, hurried up the street to barracks. Squad drill was just that moment over. Without wasting any time about it, Williams hurried into the building and made his way to Mallory's room. He found the plebe, and got right to work to say what he had to say. "Mr. Mallory," he began, "I've come up in the first place to shake hands with you, and to say there's no hard feeling." "Thank you," said Mark, and his heart went with the grip of his hand. "You made a good fight, splendid," continued the yearling. "And someday I'll be proud to be your friend." "I'm afraid," returned Mark, with a sad smile, "that I'll not be here that long." "That's the second thing I've come to see you about," vowed Williams. "Mr. Mallory, I want you to understand that the decent men of this class don't approve of the work that we are. I suppose you know who's back of it. And I tell you right now that I'm going to stop it if it's the last act I ever do on this earth." "I'm afraid it won't do much good," responded the other, shaking his head. "I could never pass 6 months without getting 15 demerits." "It's a shame," cried the other. "And you have worked for your appointment, too." "I have worked," exclaimed Mark, something choking his voice that sounded suspiciously near a sob. worked for it as I have never worked for anything in my life. It has been the darling ambition of my heart to come here. And I came, and now. He stopped, for he could think of no more to say. William stood and regarded him in silence for some moments, and then he took him by the hand again. "Mr. Mallory," said he, "just as sure as I'm alive this thing shall stop. Keep up heart now, and we'll make a fight for it. While there's life there's hope, they say, and, by heaven, you shan't be expelled." The following evening, when the reports were read, Mark's list of demerits had reached a total of 95. The excitement among plebes and cadets alike was intense, and it was known far and wide that Mark Mallory, the B.J. plebe, stood at last in the shadow of dismissal. Chapter XXIV. A letter. "My dear Fisher, I promised to drop you a line just to let you know how I'm getting along, though it does take a tremendous pile of energy to write a letter on a hot afternoon like this. I'm sure I shall go to sleep in the middle of it, and naturally, too, for even writing to you is enough to bore anybody. I can almost imagine you leaning over to whack at me in return for that compliment. Well, I am home on furlough, and I don't know whether I wish I were back or not, for I fear that you will have cut me out on all the girls, especially since you are a high and mighty first captain this year. Speaking of girls, you just ought to be here. The girls at West Point are blasé on cadets, for they see so many, but here a West Point officer is cock of the walk, and I have to fight a jealous rival once a week." Cadet Captain Fisher dropped the letter at this stage of it and lay back and laughed. "Wick's merits evidently forgotten I was on furlough once myself," he said. "He's telling me all about how it goes." "What's he got to say?" inquired Williams, the speaker's tent mate, looking up from the gun he was cleaning. "Oh, nothing much, only a lot of nonsense jollying as usual. Wick's always is." And then Fisher picked up the letter again, and went on. The two were seated near the door of a tent in Company A Street, at Camp McPherson. Fisher was lying in front of the tent door, which was open to admit the morning breeze that swept across the parade ground. His friend sat over in an opposite corner and rubbed away. There was silence of some minutes, broken only by the sound of the polishing and the rustling of Fisher's paper. And then the latter spoke again. "Oh, say," said he. "Here's something that'll interest you, Billy. Something about your friend Mallory." "Fire away," said Williams. "By the way, when you answer this let me know something about my pet and protege, future football captain of the West Point 11. The last time I heard from where you are, Mark Mallory was raising Cain. I heard that he was a B.J. plebe for fair, that he'd set to work to make war on the yearlings, and had put them to rout in style, also, incidentally, that he was scheduled to fight Billy Williams, the yearling's pet athlete. Tell Billy I hope the plebe does him, tell him I say that if Mallory once whacks him on the head with that right arm of his he'll see more stars from the lick than the Lick telescope can show." Billy broke in just then with a dismal groan. "I don't know whether that's because of the pun," laughed Fisher, "or because of your recollection of the blow. However, I'll proceed. Now, I don't care how much you fellows haze my Mallory, he's tough and he can stand it. He'll probably give you tit for tat every time, anyhow. But I do want to say this: watch out that nobody tries any foul play on him, skins him on demerits or reports him unfairly. Do me a favor and keep your eye out for that. Watch particularly Bull Harris, who is, I think, the meanest sneak in the yearling class, and also his chum, Gus Murray. I know it for a fact that Mallory caught Bull in a very dirty act about a month ago and knocked spots out of him for it. I can't tell you what the act was, but Bull has sworn vengeance and he'll probably try to get it, so watch for me. If you let Mallory get into trouble, mind what I say, I'll never forgive you as long as you live. I'll cut you out with Bessie Smith, who, they say, is your fair one at present. Mallory is a treasure, and when you know him as well as I you'll think so, too." Cadet Captain Fisher dropped the letter, sat up, and stared at Williams, and Williams stared back. There was disgust on the faces of both. "By George," cried the latter at last, striking his gun stock in the ground. "By George, we've let 'em do it already." And after that there was a silence of several unpleasant minutes, during which each was diligently thinking over the situation. "He's a fine fellow, anyway," continued Williams. "And we were a pack of fools to let that Bull Harris gang soak him as we did. They've gone to work and given him 95 demerits in a week on trumped-up charges. And it's perfectly outrageous, that's what it is. The plebes confoundedly fresh, of course, but he's a gentleman for all that, and he don't deserve 1/4 of the demerits he's gotten. The decent fellows in the class ought to be ashamed of themselves. That's what I say. He only has to get 5 demerits more and then he's fired for good. Which means, put in the officer, that's he's sure to be fired by next week." "Exactly. And then what will Wicks say? I went over to barracks to see Mallory about it yesterday. He's nearly heartbroken, for he's worked like a horse to get here, and now he's ruined, practically expelled." "Yet, what can we do? Can't he hand in explanations and get the demerits excused?" suggested Fisher. "No, because most of the charges had just enough basis of truth in them to make them justifiable. I tell you, I was mad when he told me about it. I vowed I'd do something to stop it. Yet what on earth can I do? I can't think of a thing except to lick that fellow Bull Harris and his crowd." "But what possible good will that do Mallory?" "Mallory will probably do that himself," remarked Fisher, smiling for a moment. His face became serious again as he continued. "I begin to agree with you, Billy, about that thing. I've heard several tales about how Mallory outwitted Bull in his hazing adventures, and the plebes probably made him mad. It's a dirty revenge Bull has taken, and I think if it's only for Wick's sake I'll put a stop to it." "You," echoed Williams. "Pray, how?" "What am I a first captain for?" laughed Fisher. "Just you watch me and see what I do. I can't take off the 95, but I can see that he don't get the other 5, by jingo. And I will do it for you, too." And with that, the cadet arose and strode out of the tent, leaving his friend to labor at the gun in glum and disconsolate silence. At the same time that Williams and Fisher were discussing the case of this particularly refractory plebe, there were other cadets doing likewise, but with far different sentiments and views. The cadets were Bull Harris and his cronies. They were sitting, half a dozen of them, beneath the shade trees of Trophy Point at the northern end of the parade ground. They were waiting for dinner, and the afternoon, which, being Saturday, was a holiday and for which they had planned some particular delicious hazing adventure. Foremost among them was Bull Harris himself, seated upon one of the cannon. Beside him was Baby Edwards. Gus Murray sat on Bull's other side and made up a precious trio. Murray was laughing heartily at something just then, and the rest of the crowd seemed to appreciate the joke immensely. "Ho, ho," said he. "Just think of it. After I had soaked the confounded plebe for 50 and more, ho, ho. They got suspicious up at headquarters and transferred me, and ho, ho. Put Mary Vance on instead, and he, ho, ho. Soaked him all the harder." And Gus Murray slapped his knee and roared at this truly humorous state of affairs. "Yes," chimed in Mary Vance. "Yes, I thought when Gus told me he'd been transferred again that we'd lost our chance to skin Mallory for fair. And the very next night up gets the adjutant and reads off the orders putting me on duty over the plebes. Oh, gee. Did you ever hear the like?" "Never," commented Bull, grinning appreciatively. "Never," chimed in Baby's little voice. "Positively never." "Tell us about it," suggested another. "What did you do?" "Oh, nothing much," replied Vance. "I went up there at the AM inspection, and I just made up my mind to give him 20 demerits, and I did it, that's all. They had spruced up out of sight, but it didn't take me very long to find something wrong, I tell you." "I guess not," agreed Baby. I gave him the 20, as you saw, and say, you ought to have seen how sick he looked. Ho! Ho! And then the crowd indulged in another fit of violent hilarity. I guess, said Bull, when this had finally passed, that we can about count Mallory as out for good. He's only got 5 more demerits to run before dismissal, and he'll be sure to get those in time, even if we don't give 'em to him, which, by the way, I mean to do anyhow. But we'll just parcel 'em one at a time, just enough to keep him worried, hey? That's it exactly, commented the baby. He deserves it every bit, growled Bull. He's the BJ.est beast that ever struck West Point. Why, we could never have a moment's peace with that fellow around. We couldn't haze anybody. He stopped us half a dozen times. The sentiment was the sentiment of the whole gang, and they felt that they had cause to be happy indeed. Their worst enemy had been disposed of, and a man might breathe freely once more. The crowd could think of nothing to talk about that whole morning but that BJ beast and his ruin. They found something, however, before many more minutes passed. Bull chanced to glance over his shoulder in the direction of the camp. "Hello," he said. "Here comes Fisher." "Good afternoon, Mr. Fisher," said Bull. "Good afternoon," responded the officer, with obvious stiffness, and then there was an awkward silence, during which he surveyed them in silence. "Mr. Harris," he said, at last, "I'd like to speak to you for a moment, and Mr. Murray, and you, too, Mr. Vance." The three stepped out of the group with alacrity, and followed Fisher over to a seat nearby, while the rest of the gang stood and stared in surprise, speculating as to what this could possibly mean. The three with the officer were finding out in a hurry. "I am told," began the latter, gazing at them, with majestic sternness, "that you three are engaged in skinning a certain plebe." "Why, Mr. Fisher," cried the three, in obvious surprise. "Don't interrupt me," thundered the captain in a voice that made them quake, and that reached the others and made them quake, too. "Don't interrupt me. I know what I am talking about. I was a yearling once myself, and I'm a cadet still, and there's not the least use trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I know there never yet was a plebe who got 50 demerits in one day and deserved them." The captain did not fail to notice here that the trio flushed and looked uncomfortable. "You all know, I believe," he continued, "just exactly what I think of you. I've never hesitated to say it. Now, I want you to understand in the first place that I know of this contemptible trick, and that also I know the plebe, who's worth more than a dozen of you, and that if he gets a demerit from any one of you again I'll make you pay for it as sure as I'm alive. Just remember it, that's all." And with this, the indignant captain turned upon his heel, and strode off, leaving the yearlings as if a bombshell had landed in their midst. "Fisher's a confounded fool." Bull Harris broke out at last. "Just what he is," cried the baby. "I'd like to knock him over." And after that there was silence again, broken only by the roll of a drum that meant dinner. "Well," was Bull's final word, as the crowd set out for camp, "it's unfortunate, I must say. But it won't make the least bit of difference. Mallory'll get his demerits sure as he's alive, and Fisher's interference won't matter in the least." "That's what," cried the rest of them. Chapter XXV. A swimming match. The manner in which the cadets dine has not as yet been described in these pages. Perhaps here is just as good a place as any to picture the historic mess hall where Lee and Grant and Sherman once dined, and toward which on that Saturday afternoon were marching not only the group we have just left, but also the object of all their dislike, the BJ plebe who fell in behind the cadets as the battalion swung past barracks. The cadets march to mess hall, they march to every place they go as a company. The building itself is just south of the academic and barracks. It is built of grey stone, and forcibly reminds the candid observer of a jail. They tell stories at West Point of credulous candidates who have swallowed that, and believed that the cadet battalion was composed of disobedient cadets, about to be locked up in confinement. There is a flight of iron steps in the center, and at the foot of these steps, 3 times every day, the battalion breaks ranks and dissolves into a mob of actively bounding figures. Upon entering, the cadets do not take seats, but stand behind their chairs, and await the order, Company A, take seats. Company B, take seats, and so on. The plebes, who, up to this time, are still a separate company, come last. As usual, they are seated by themselves, at one side of the dining room. The tables seat 22 persons, 10 on a side, and 1 at each end. The cadets are placed according to rank, and they always sit in the same seats. The tables are divided down the center by an imaginary line, each part being a table. First-class men sit near the head, and so on down to the plebes, who find themselves at the center. The dinner is upon the table when the cadets enter. The corporals are charged with the duty of carving, and the luckless plebe is expected to help everybody to water upon demand, and eats nothing until that duty has been attended to. After the meal, for which half an hour is allowed, the command, Company A, rise, and so on, is the signal to leave the table and fall into line again on the street outside. This, however, does not take place until a lynx-eyed tack has gone the rounds, making notes so and so, too much butter on plate. Somebody else, napkin not properly folded, and so on. This ceremony over, the battalion marches back to camp, a good half-mile, in the broiling sun or pouring rain, as the case may be. That Saturday afternoon being a hot one, and a holiday, our friends of the last chapter, Bull Harris and his gang, sought out an occupation in which fully half the cadets at the post chanced to agree. They went in swimming, a diversion which the superintendent sees fit to allow. G's Point, on the Hudson, is within the government property, and thither the cadets gather whenever the weather is suitable. That particular party included Bull and Baby, Gus Murray, Vance, and the rest of their retainers. And, on the way, they passed the time by discussing their one favorite topic, their recent triumph over that BJ beast. There was a new phase of the question they had to speculate upon now, and that was what the beast could possibly have done to move to such unholy wrath so important a personage as the senior captain of the battalion. Also, they were interested in trying to think up a method by which those extra demerits might be speedily given without incurring the wrath of that officer. Though each one of the yearlings was ready, even anxious, to explain that he wasn't the least bit afraid of him. "I tell you," declared Bull, "he couldn't prove anything against us if he tried. It's all one great bluff of Fisher's, and he's a fool to act as he did." "I'd a good mind to tell him as much," assented Baby. "It won't make any difference," put in Murray, "we'll soak the plebe, anyhow. We can easily give him 5 demerits in short order, and without attracting any attention, either. He's out, just as sure as he's alive," laughed Bull. "We wouldn't need to do a thing more." "Exactly," cried the echo. "Not a thing." "All the same," continued the other, "I wish we could get up a scheme to get him in disgrace, so as to clinch it." "I wish we could." Just here Bull was interrupted by a sudden exclamation from Murray. Murray had brought his hand against his knee with a whack, and there was a look of inspiration upon his face. "Great Caesar," he cried, "I've got it." "Got it? What?" "A scheme." "A scheme to do him. What is it?" "Write him a letter, or something, get him to leave barracks at night, have a sentry catch him beyond limits, or else we'll report him absent." "Oh, say." The crowd were staring at each other in amazement, a look of delight spreading over their faces, as the full possibilities of this same inspiration dawned upon them. "By the Lord," cried Bull, at last. "Court-martial him. That's the ticket." "Shake on it," responded Murray. In half a minute the gang had sworn to put that plan into execution within the space of 24 hours. And after that they hurried on down to the point to go in swimming. "Speak of angels," remarked Murray, "and they flap their wings. There's the confounded plebe now." "Of angels," sneered Vance. "Of devils, you mean." "By George," muttered Bull. "You can't faze that fellow. I thought he'd be up in barracks, moping, today. Probably wants to put up a bluff as if he don't care," was the clever suggestion of the baby. "I bet he's sore as anything. I told him I'd make him the sickest plebe in the place," growled Bull, "and I'll bet he is, too." The yearling would have won his bet. There was probably no sadder man in West Point than Mark Mallory just then, even though he did not choose to let his enemies know it. "Look at him dive," sneered Baby, watching him with a malignant frown. "He wants to show off." "Pretty good dive," commented a bystander, who was somewhat more disinterested. "Good, your grandmother," cried the other. "Why, I could beat that myself if I knew how to swim." And then he wondered why the crowd laughed. "Come on, let's go in ourselves," put in Bull, anxious to end his small friend's discomfort. "Hurry up, there." The crowd had turned away, to follow their leader in his suggestion. They were by no means anxious to swell the number of those who had gathered for the obvious purpose of watching Mark Mallory's feats as a swimmer. In fact, they couldn't see why anybody should want to watch a BJ beast, and a beast who had only a day or two more to stay, at that. Just then, however, a cry from the crowd attracted their attention, and made them turn hastily again. "A race! A race!" And Bull Harris cried out with vexation, as he wheeled and took in the situation. "By the Lord," he cried. "Did you ever hear of such a BJ trick in your life? The confounded plebe is going to race with Fisher." Chapter XXVI. The finish of a race. So it was, certain of the cadets, being piqued at the evident superiority which that B.J. Mallory had displayed in the water, had requested their captain to take him down. The captain had good-naturedly declared that he was willing to try, and the shout that attracted Bull's attention was caused by the plebe's ready assent to the proposition for an impromptu race. "Fisher ought to be ashamed of himself, to have anything to do with him," was Bull Harris's angry verdict. "I almost hope the plebe beats him." "I don't," vowed Murray, emphatically. "Let's hurry up, and see it." The latter speaker suited the action to the word. Bull followed, growling surlily. "Look at that gang of plebes," he muttered. "They're the ones who helped Mallory take away the fellow we were hazing. They think they're right in it, now." "Yes," chimed in Baby. "And see that fellow, Texas, making a fool of himself." That fellow Texas was making a fool of himself by dancing about in wild excitement, and raising a series of cowboy whoops in behalf of his friend, and of plebes in general. "There they are, ready to go," cried Murray, betraying some excitement. "I wish the confounded plebe never come up again," growled Bull, in return, striving hard to appear indifferent. "I bet Fisher'll do him," exclaimed the Baby. "He swims like a fish. Say, they're going to race to that tree way down the river. Golly, but that's a long swim." "Long nothing," sneered Vance. "I could swim that a dozen times. But, say, they'll finish in the rain. Look at that thunderstorm coming." In response to this last remark, the crowd cast their eyes in the direction indicated. They found that the prediction seemed likely to be fulfilled. To the north, up the Hudson, dense, black clouds already obscured the sky, and a strong, fresh breeze, that smelled of rain, was springing up from thence, and making the swimmers shiver apprehensively. The preparation for the race went on, however. Nobody cared for the storm. "Gee whiz," cried the Baby, in excitement. "Won't it be exciting? I don't mind the rain. I'm going to run down along the shore, and watch it. Hooray!" "Rats," growled Bull, angrily. "I don't care about any old race. I'm going to keep dry, let me tell you." Even the damper of his idol's displeasure could not change Master Edward's mind. However, he and nearly the whole crowd with him made a dash down the shore for a vantage point to see the finish. "There! They're off!" The cry came a moment later, as the two lightly clad figures stepped to the mark from which they were to start. They were about of one size, magnificently proportioned, both of them, and the race bid fair to be a close one. "Ready," called the starter, in a voice that rang down the shore. "Yes," responded Mark, and at the same moment a heavy cloud swept under the sun, and the air grew dark and chilly. The wind increased to a gale, blowing the spray before it, and then, "Go," called the starter. The two dived as one figure, both took the water clean and low, with no perceptible splash. Two heads appeared a moment later, forging ahead side by side. A cheer from the cadets arose, that drowned, for a moment, the roars of the storm, and the race was on. It is remarkable how closely nature follows a rule in her most perfect work. Here were two figures, built by her 1,000 miles apart, racing there, and each striving with might and main, yet the sum total of the energy that each was able to expend so nearly alike that yard by yard they struggled on, without an inch of difference between them. "Fisher! Fisher!" rose the shouts of the cadets. "Mallory! Mallory!" roared the excited plebes, backed up by an occasional "wow," in the stentorian tones of the mighty Texan, who, by this time, was on the verge of epilepsy. Onward went the two heads, still side by side, seeming to creep through the water at a snail's pace to the excited partisans on the shore. But it was no snail's pace to the two in the water. Each was struggling in grim earnestness, putting into every stroke all the power that was in him. Neither looked at the other, but each could tell, from the cries of the cadets, that his opponent was pressing him closely. Nearer and nearer they came to the far distant goal. Higher and higher rose the shouts. "Fisher! Fisher! Mallory! Mallory! He's got him! No, hooray! Gee, but it is exciting," screamed Baby. "Go it, Fisher! Do him! And I wish that confounded beast was in Hades," snarled Bull, whose hatred of Mark was deeper, and more malignant than that of his friend. "I believe I could kill him." During all this excitement the storm had been sweeping rapidly up, its majesty unnoticed in the excitement of the race. Far up the Hudson could be seen a driving cloud of rain, and the wind had risen to a hurricane, while the air grew dark and chill. The race was at its most exciting stage, the finish, and the cadets were dancing about, half in a frenzy, yelling incoherently, at the two still struggling lads, when someone, nobody knew just who, chanced to glance for one brief instant up the river. A moment later a cry was heard that brought the race to a startling and unexpected close. "Look, look! The sailboat!" The cry sounded even above the roar of the storm and the shouts of the crowd. The cadets turned in alarm and gazed up the river. What they saw made them forget that such a thing as a race ever existed. Right in the teeth of the wind, in the center of the river, was a small catboat, driven downstream, before the gale, with the speed of a locomotive. In the boat was one person, and the person was a girl. She sat in the stern, waving her hands in helpless terror, and even as the spectators stared, the boat jibed with terrific violence, and a volume of water poured in over the gunwale. The crowd was thrown into confusion, a babel of excited voices arose, and the race was forgotten in an instant. The racers were not slow to notice it, both of them turned to gaze behind them, and to take in the situation. "Help! Help!" called a faint voice from the distant sailboat. "Help!" Who was there to help? There was not a boat in sight. The cadets were running up and down in confusion, hunting for one in vain. They were like a nest of frightened ants, without a leader, scurrying this way and that, and only contributing to the general alarm. The girl herself could do nothing, and so it seemed as if help were far away. Indeed, there was one person in the crowd, however, who kept his head in the midst of all that confusion. And the person was Mark. Exhausted though he was by his desperate swim, he did not hesitate an instant. Before the amazed cadet captain at his side could half comprehend his intention, he turned quickly in the water, and, with one powerful stroke, shot away toward the center of the stream. The cadets on the shore scarcely knew whether to cry out in horror, or to cheer the act they saw. They caught one more glimpse of the catboat as it raced ahead before the gale. They saw the gallant plebe struggling in the water. And then the storm struck them in its fury. A blinding sheet of driving rain, that darkened the air and drove against the river, and rose again in clouds of spray, a gale that lashed the water into fury, and darkness that shut out the river, and the boat, and the swimmer, and left nothing but a humbled group of shivering cadets. Chapter XXVII. What Mark did. The surprise of the helpless watchers on the shore precludes description. They knew that out upon that seething river a tragedy was being enacted, but the driving rain made a wall about them they could not aid, they could not even see. They stood about in groups, and whispered, and listened, and strained their eyes to pierce the mist. Mark's friends were wild with alarm, and his enemies who can describe their feelings. A man has said that it is a terrible thing to die with a wrong upon one's soul, but that it is agony to see another die whom you have wronged, to know that your act can never be atoned for now. That there is one unpardonable sin to your account on the records of eternity. That was how the yearlings felt, and even Bull Harris, ruffian though he was, trembled slightly about the lips. The storm itself was one of those which come but seldom. Nature's mighty forces flung loose in one giant cataclysm. It came from the north, and it had a full sweep down the valley of the Hudson, pent in and focused to one point by the mountains on each side. It tore the trees from the tops as it came, it struck the river with a swish, and beat the water into foam. It flung the raindrops in gusts against it, and caught them up in spray and whirled them on, and this, to the echoing crashes of the thunder and the dull, lurid gleam of the lightning that played in the rear. One is silent at such times at that, the frightened cadets on the shore would probably have stood in groups and trembled, and done nothing through it all, had it not been for a cry that aroused them. Someone, sharper-eyed than the rest, espied a figure struggling in the water near the shore. There was a rush for the spot, and strong arms drew the swimmer in. It was Captain Fisher, breathless and exhausted from the race. He lay on the bank, panting for breath for a minute, and then raised himself upon his arms. "Where's Mallory?" he cried, his voice sounding faint and distant in the roar of the storm. "Out there," responded somebody, pointing. "Why don't somebody go help him?" gasped the other. "He'll drown." "Don't know where to go to," answered the first speaker, shaking his head. Fisher sank back, too exhausted, himself, to move. "He'll drown. He'll drown," he muttered. "He is tired to death from the race." And after that there was another anxious wait, everyone hesitating, wondering if there were any use venturing into the tossing water. The storm was one that came in gusts, its first minute's fury past, there was a brief let-up in its violence, and the darkness that the black clouds had brought with them yielded to the daylight for a while. During that time those on the shore got one brief glimpse of a startling panorama. The boat was sighted first, still skimming along before the gale, but obviously laboring with the water she had shipped. The frightened occupant was still in the stern, clinging to the gunwale with terror. There was a shout raised when the boat was noticed, and all eyes were bent upon it anxiously. Then someone, chancing a glance down the river below, caught a glimpse of a moving head. "There's Mallory," he cried. Hooray! There was Mallory, and Mallory was swimming desperately, as the crowd could dimly see. For the boat he was aiming at was just a little farther out in the stream than he, and bearing swiftly down upon him. Whatever happened must happen with startling rapidity, and the crowd knew it, and forbore to shout almost to breathe. The boat plunged on, the swimmer fairly leaped through the waves. Nearer it came, nearer up to him, past him. No. For, as it seemed, the bow must cleave his body, the body was seen to leap forward with it. He had caught the boat. And a wild cheer burst from the spectators. "He's safe! He's safe!" But the cheer, as it died out, seemed to catch in their throats, and to change into a gasp of suspense, and then of horror. Mallory had clung to the bow for a moment, as if too exhausted to move. His body, half submerged, had cut a white furrow in the water, drawn on by the plunging boat. Then the girl, in an evil moment, released her hold and sprang forward to help him. She caught his arm, and he flung himself upon the boat. And then came the crash. Leaning to one side, with the sudden weight, the boat half turned, and then jibed with terrific violence. The great boom swung around like a giant club, driven by the pressure of the wind upon the vast surface of the sail. The watchers gave a half-suppressed gasp. Mallory was seen to put out his arm, and the next instant the blow was struck. It hit the girl with a crash that those on shore thought they heard. It flung her far out into the water, and almost at the same instant Mallory was seen to leap out in a low, quick dive. Then, as if the scene was over, and the book shut, the rain burst out again in its fury, and the darkness of the raging storm shut it all out. This time there could be no mistaking duty. The cadets knew now where the struggling pair were, and they had no reason to hesitate. First to move was one of a group of 6 anxious plebes, who had been waiting in agony. It was Texas, and the spectators saw him plunge into the water and vanish in the driving rain. Then more of that crowd followed him. Fisher, too, sprang up, exhausted though he was, and in the end there were at least a dozen sturdy lads swimming with all their might toward the spot where Mallory had been seen to leap. They were destined, however, to do but little good, so we shall stay by those upon the shore. The weakening of Bull Harris's followers has been mentioned. It increased as the plebe's self-sacrificing daring was shown. "He certainly is spunky," one of the crowd ventured to mutter, as he shivered and watched. "I hope he gets ashore." And Bull turned upon him with a savage oath. "You fool," he cried. "You confounded fool. If he does, I could kill him. Kill him. Do you hear me? There are some natures like that. Have you read the tale of Macaulay's? How brave Horatius held the bridge in the good old days of yore. There was just such a hero then battling with the waves as now." "Curse him," cried false Sixtus. "Will not the villain drown? And on the other hand, Heaven help him," quoth Spurius Laridus, "and bring him safe to shore. For such a gallant feat of arms has ne'er been seen before." There were few of Bull's crowd as hardened in their hatred as was he. Murray was one, and the sallow Vance another. Baby Edwards followed suit, of course. But, as for the rest of them, they were thinking. "I don't care," vowed one. "I'm sorry we've got him fired." "Do you mean," demanded Bull, in amazement, "that you're not going to keep the promise you made a while ago?" "That's what I do," declared the other, sturdily. "I think he deserves to stay." And Bull turned away in alarm and disgust. "Fools," he muttered to himself. "Fools," and gritted his teeth in rage. "I hope he's never seen again." It seemed as if that might happen. The cadets during all this time had been standing out in the driving rain, striving to pierce the darkness of the storm. From the river came an occasional shout from some one of the rescue party, but no word from the plebe or the girl. Once the watchers caught sight of a figure swimming in. It proved to be Fisher once more. The cadets had rushed toward him with sudden hope, but he shook his head, sadly. Couldn't find him," he panted, shaking the water from his hair and shielding his face from the driving rain. "I was too tired to stay long. The storm swept by in a very short while. Violence such as that cannot last long in anything." While the anxious cadets raced up and down the shore, each striving to catch a glimpse of Mallory, the dark cloud sailed past and the rain settled into an ordinary drizzle. The surface of the white-capped river became visible then, and gradually the heads of the swimmers came into view. "There's Billy Williams," was the cry. "And that's Texas, way over there. Here's Parson Stannard. And Jones." And so on it went, but no Mallory. Those on the shore could not see him and those in the river had no better luck. Most of them had begun to give up in despair, when the long-expected cry did come. For Mark was not dead by a long shot. A shout came from a solitary straggler far down the stream, and the straggler was seen to plunge into the water. Those on the shore made a wild dash for the spot, and those in the water struck out for the shore so as to join them. And louder at last swelled the glad cry. "Here he is! Hooray!" The plebe was about 100 yards from the shore, and swimming weakly. The girl, still unconscious, was floating upon her back, and her rescuer, holding her by the arms, was slowly towing her toward the shore. A dozen swam out to aid him as soon as he was seen. Strong arms lifted the girl and bore her high upon the bank, others supporting the half-fainting plebe to a seat. "Is she dead?" was Mark's first thought, as soon as he could speak at all. "I don't know," said Fisher, chafing the girl's hands and watching for the least sign of life. "Somebody hustle up for the doctor there. Quick." Several of the cadets set out for the hospital at a run, and the rest gathered about the two and offered what help they could. "It's Judge Fuller's daughter," said Fisher, who was busily dosing the unconscious figure with a flask of reddish liquid surreptitiously produced by one of the cadets. "Do you know her?" inquired Mark, in surprise. "Know her?" echoed half the bystanders at once. "Why, she lives just across the river. That's an ugly-looking wound on the head there," continued Fisher, bending over the prostrate form. "Gosh, but that boom must have struck her. And here, Mallory," he added, "you'd best take a taste of this brandy. You look about dead yourself." "No, I thank you," responded Mark, smiling weakly. "I'm all right. Only I'm glad it's all over." And Mark got no farther. As if to mock his words came a cry that made the crowd whirl about and look toward the river in alarm. "Help! Help! By George," cried Fisher, "it's one of the fellows." "It's Alan," shouted Mark. "Alan Dewey." And before anyone could divine his intention, he sprang up and made a dash for the river. For Mark knew how Dewey had come there. He had swum out, cripple though he was, to hunt for him, and with his one well arm, poor gallant Dewey was finding trouble in getting back. Mark had been quick, but Fisher was a bit too quick for him and seized him by the arm. "Come back here," he commanded, sternly. "And don't be a fool. You're near dead. Some of you fellows swim out and tow that plebe in." Half a dozen had started without being asked, and Mark's overzealous friend was grabbed by the hair and arms and feet and rushed in great style. He came up smiling as usual. "Got out too far, BG," he began. "Very foolish of me. Reminds me of a story I once heard. Oh, say." This last explanation came as the speaker caught sight of the figure of the young girl, and his face lost its smile on the instant. "She's alive, isn't she?" he cried. "Don't know," said Fisher. "Here comes the doctor now." "Well, she certainly is a beautiful girl," responded Dewey, shaking his head. "BG, we don't want that kind to die." The doctor was coming on a run, and a minute later he was kneeling beside the young girl's body. "Jove," he muttered. "Almost a fractured skull. No, she's alive. See here, who got her out?" "Mr. Mallory," responded the captain, turning toward where Mark had sat. And then he gave vent to a startled exclamation. "Good heavens! He's fainted." "What's the matter?" "Fainted," echoed the surgeon, as he noticed the young man's white lips and bloodless cheek. "Fainted? I should say so. Why, he's almost as near dead as she. We must take him to the hospital." Chapter XXVIII. Mark meets the superintendent. "Yes, Colonel, the lad is a hero, and I want to tell him so, too." The speaker was a tall, gray-haired gentleman, and he whacked his cane on the floor for emphasis as he spoke. "It was a splendid act, sir, splendid," he continued. "And I want to thank Mark Mallory for it right here in your office." The man he addressed wore the uniform of the United States Army. He was Colonel Harvey, the superintendent of the West Point Academy. "I shall be most happy to have you do so," he replied, smiling at this visitor's enthusiasm. "You have certainly," he added, much to thank the young man for. Much, echoed the other. Much. Why, my dear sir, if that daughter of mine had been drowned I believe it would have killed me. She is my only child, and, if I do say it myself, sir, the sweetest girl that ever lived. Wasn't it rather reckless, Judge, inquired the other, for you to allow her to go sailing alone? She is used to the boat, responded Judge Fuller, but no one on earth could have handled it in such a gale. I do not remember to have seen such a one in all the time I have lived up here. Nor I, either, said the superintendent. It was so dark that I could scarcely see across the parade ground. It is almost miraculous that Mallory should have succeeded in finding the boat as he did. Tell me about it, put in the other. I have not been able to get a consistent account yet. Cadet Captain Fisher told me, responded the colonel. It seems that he and Mallory were just at the finish of a swimming race when the storm broke. They caught sight of the boat with your daughter in it coming downstream. The plebe turned, exhausted though he was, and headed for it. It got so dark then that those on shore could scarcely see, but the lad managed to catch the boat as it passed and climbed aboard. Just then the boom swung round and flung the girl into the water. Mallory dived again at once. Splendid, interrupted the other. And swam ashore with her. And then fainted, they say, the judge added. Yes, said Colonel Harvey. Dr. Grimes told me that it was one of the worst cases of exhaustion he had ever seen. But the lad is doing well now, he appears to be a very vigorous youngster and I've an idea several of the yearlings found that out to their discomfort. The doctor told me that he thought he would be out this morning, the accident was only 2 days ago. That is fortunate, responded the other. The boy is too good to lose. He appears to be a remarkable lad generally, continued the superintendent. I have heard several tales about him. Some of the stories came to me unofficially, as we call it, and I don't believe Mallory would rest easily if he thought I knew of them. Young Fisher, who's a splendid man himself, I'll tell you, informed me yesterday that the plebe had earned his admission fee by bringing help to a wrecked train and telegraphing the account to a New York paper. I heard he had been in some trouble about demerits, put in Judge Fuller. In very serious trouble. I had to take a very radical step to get him out of it. Every once in a while I find that some new cadet is being skinned, as the cadets call it, deem right unfairly. I always punish severely when I find that out. In this case, though, I had no proof, Mallory would say nothing, though he was within 5 demerits of expulsion. So I decided to end the whole matter by declaring a new rule I've been contemplating for some time. I've found that new cadets get too many demerits during the first few weeks, before they learn the rules thoroughly. So I've decided that in future no demerits shall be given for the first 3 weeks, and that delinquencies shall be punished by extra hours and other penalties. That let Mallory out of his trouble, you see. A very clever scheme, laughed the other. Very clever. It may be of interest to notice that Colonel Harvey's rule has been in effect ever since. There was silence of a few moments after that, during which Judge Fuller tapped the floor with his cane reflectively. You promised to let me see this Mallory, he said, suddenly. I'm ready now. By way of answer, the superintendent rang a bell upon his desk. Go over to the hospital, he said to the orderly who appeared in the doorway, and find out if Cadet Mallory is able to be about. If he is, bring him here at once. The boy disappeared and the colonel turned to his visitor and smiled. Is that satisfactory? He inquired. Very, responded the other. And I only wish that you could send for my daughter to come over, too. I hope those surgeons are taking care of her. As much as if she were their own, answered the colonel. I cannot tell you how glad I was to learn that she is beyond danger. It is God's mercy, said the other, with feeling. She could not have had a much narrower escape. And after that neither said anything until a knock at the door signaled the arrival of the orderly. Come in, called the superintendent, and 2 figures stepped into the room. One was the messenger, and the other was Mark. "This," said the superintendent after a moment's pause, "is Cadet Mallory." And Cadet Mallory it was. The same old Mark, only paler and more weak just then. Judge Fuller rose and bowed gravely. "Sit down," said he, "you are not strong enough to stand." And after that no one said anything for fully a minute. The last speaker resumed his seat and fell to studying Mark's face in silence. And Mark waited respectfully for him to begin. "My name," said he at last, "is Fuller." "Judge Fuller?" inquired Mark. "Yes. And Grace Fuller is my daughter." After that there was silence again, broken suddenly by the excitable old gentleman dropping his cane, springing up from his chair, and striding over toward the lad. "I want to shake hands with you, sir. I want to shake hands with you," he cried. Mark was somewhat taken aback, but he arose and did as he was asked. "And now," said the judge, "I guess that's all. Sit down, sir, sit down, you've little strength left, I can see. I want to thank you, sir, for being the finest lad I've met for a long time. And when my daughter gets well, which she will, thank the Lord, I'll be very glad to have you call on us, or else to let us call on you, seeing that we live beyond cadet limits. And if ever you get into trouble, here or anywhere, just come and see me about it, and I'll be much obliged to you." And that's all. Having said which, the old gentleman stalked across the room once more, picked up his hat and cane, and made for the door. "Good day, sir," he said. "I'm going around now to see my daughter. Good day, and God bless you." After which the door was shut. It was several minutes after that before Colonel Harvey said anything. "You have made a powerful friend, my boy," he remarked, smiling at the recollection of the old gentleman's strange speech. "And you have brought honor upon the academy. I am proud of you, proud to have you here." "Thank you, sir," said Mark, simply. "All I have to say besides that," added the officer, "is to watch out that you stay. Don't get any more demerits." "I'll try not, sir." "Do. And I guess you had best go and join your company now if the doctor thinks you're able. Something is happening today which always interests new cadets. I bid you good morning, Mr. Mallory." And Mark went out of that office and crossed the street to barracks feeling as if he were walking on air. Chapter XXIX. The Seven in Session. It is fun indeed to be a hero, to know that everyone you pass is gazing at you with admiration. Or if one cannot do anything heroic, let him even do something that will bring him notoriety, and then, as he walks along the boulevard, with an independent air, he may be able to appreciate the aforementioned sensation. There was no boulevard at West Point, but the area in barracks served the purpose, and Mark could not help noticing that as he went the yearlings were gazing enviously at him, and the plebes with undisguised admiration. He hurried upstairs to avoid that, and found that he had leaped, as the phrase has it, from the frying pan to the fire. For there were the other 6 of the 7 devils ready to welcome him with a rush. "Wow," cried Texas. "Back again. Whoop." "Bless my soul, but I'm glad," piped in the little round bubbly voice of Indian. "Bless my soul." "Sit down. Sit down," cried Parson Stannard, reverently offering his beloved volume of Dana's Geology for a cushion. "Sit down and let us look at you." "Yes, BG," chimed in Alan Dewey. "Yes, BG, let's look at you. Reminds me of a story I once heard, BG Shaw. What's the use of trying to tell a good story with everybody trying to shout at once?" The excitement subsided after some 5 minutes more, and Mark was glad of it. With the true modesty natural to all high minds, he felt that he would a great deal rather rescue a girl than be praised and made generally uncomfortable for it. So he shut his followers up as quickly as he could, which was not very quickly, for they had lots to say. "How is the girl?" inquired Dewey, perceiving at last that Mark really meant what he said, and so, hastening to turn the conversation. "She's doing very well now, said Mark. Always your luck, growled Texas. She's beautiful, and her father's a judge and got lots of money. Bet he runs off and marries her in a week. Oh, say, Mark, but you're lucky. You just ought to hear the plebes talk about you. I can't tell you how proud I am, man. Why? Right back at it again, interrupted Mark, laughing. Right back again. Didn't I tell you to drop it? I know what I'll do. Here Mark arose from his seat. I hereby declare this a business meeting of the Seven Devils, and as chairman I call the meeting to order. What for? Cried the crowd. To consider plans for hazing, answered Mark. Wow, roared Texas, wildly excited in an instant. Go in to haze somebody? Whoop. And Mark laughed silently to himself. I knew I'd make you drop that rescue business, he said. And Mr. Powers, you will have the goodness to come to order and not to address the meeting until you are granted the floor. It is my purpose, if you will allow me to say a few words to the society ahem. Mark said this with stern and pompous dignity, and Texas subsided so suddenly that the rest could scarcely keep from laughing. But, seriously now, fellows, he said, after a moment's silence. Let's leave all the past behind and consider what's before us. I really have something to say. Having been thus enjoined, the meeting did come to order. The members settled themselves comfortably about the room as if expecting a long oration, and Mark continued, after a moment's thought. We really ought to make up our mind beforehand as to just exactly what we're going to do. I suppose you all know what's going to happen today. No, cried the impulsive Texas. I don't. What is it, anyhow? We're to move to camp this afternoon, responded Mark. I know, but what's that got to do with it? Lots. Several of the cadets have told me that there's always more hazing done on that one day than on all the rest put together. You see, we leave barracks and go up to live with the whole corps at the summer camp. And that night the yearlings always raise Cain with the plebes. Bully, BG, chimed in Dewey, no less pleased with the prospect. So tonight is the decisive night, continued Mark. And I leave it for the majority to decide just what we'll do about it. What do you say? Mark relapsed into silence, and there was a moment's pause, ended by the grave and classic parson slowly rising to his feet. The parson first laid his inevitable Dana upon the floor, then glanced about him with a pompous air and folded his long, bony arms. Ahem, he said, and then began. Gentlemen, I rise ahem. To put the case to you as I see it, I rise to emulate the example of the immortal Patrick Henry to declare for liberty or death. Yeah, by Zeus, or death. Bully, BG, chimed in Dewey, slapping his knee in approval and winking merrily at the crowd from behind the parson's back. Gentlemen, continued the parson. Once before we met in this same room and we did then make known our Declaration of Independence to the world. But there is one thing we have not yet done, and that we must do. Yeah, by Zeus. I am a Bostonian, I may have told you that before, and I am proud of the deeds of my forefathers. They fought at Bunker Hill, and, gentlemen, we have that yet to do. Bet your life, BG, cried Dewey, as the parson gravely took his seat. Then the former arose and continued the discussion. Not much of a hand for making a speech, he said, as the deaf-mute remarked when he lost 3 fingers, but I've got something to say, and, BG, I'm going to say it. Tonight is the critical night, and if we are meek and mild now, we'll be it for the whole summer. And I say we don't, BG, and that's all. With which brief, but pointed and characteristic summary of the situation, Allen sat down and Texas clapped his heels together and gave vent to a wow of approval. Anybody else got anything to say? Inquired Mark. Yes, by Jove. I have, don't ye know? This came from Mr. Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall. Chauncey wore a high collar and a London accent, he was by this time playfully known as the man with a tutor and a hyphen, both of which luxuries it had been found he possessed. But Chauncey was no fool for all his mannerisms. "Ah yes," said he, "I have something to say, no. Those deuced yearlings will haze us more than any other plebs in the place. Beastly word, that, by the way. I hate to be called a plebe, no. There is blue blood in our family, bah Jove, and I'll guarantee there isn't one yearling in the place can show better. Why, my grandfather. I call the gentleman to order," laughed Mark. "Hazing's the business on hand." "Hazing, and not ancestors." "I know," expostulated Chauncey, "but I hate to be called a plebe, no. As I was going to say, however, they'll haze us most. Mark has fooled them a dozen times, bah Jove. Texas chastised 4 of them. Parson, I'm told, chased half a dozen once. My friend Indian here got so deuced mad the other day that he nearly killed one, don't ye know? Dewey's worse, and as for me and my friend Sleepy here, bah Jove. You did better than all of us," put in Mark. Chauncey paused a moment to make a remark about those deuced drills, no, which kept a fella from ever having a clean colour, bah Jove. And then he continued. "I just wanted to say, no, that we were selected for the hazing tonight, and that we might as well do something desperate at once, bah Jove, that's what I think, and so does my friend Sleepy." "Don't you, Sleepy?" "I ain't thinkin' about it all," came a voice from the bed where Methuselah Zebediah Chilvers, the farmer, lay stretched out. "Sleepy's too tired," laughed Mark. "It seems to be the unanimous opinion of the crowd," he continued, after a moment's pause, "that we might just as well be bold. In other words, that we have no hazing." "BG," cried Dewey, springing to his feet, excitedly. "BG, I didn't say that." "No, sir." "What did you say, then?" inquired Mark. "I said that we shouldn't let them haze us, BG, and I meant it, too. I never said no hazing. Bet your life, BG. I was just this moment going to make the motion that we carry the war into the enemy's country, that we upset West Point traditions for once and forever, and with a bang, too." In other words, here the excitable youngster paused, so that his momentous idea might have due weight. "In other words, BG, that we haze the yearlings." There was an odd silence for a few moments to give that terrifically original proposition a chance to settle in the minds of the amazed devils. Texas was the first to act, and he leaped across the room at a bound and seized BG by the hand. "Wow," he roared. "Whoop! Bully, BG." And in half a minute more the 7, including the timid Indian, had registered a solemn vow to do deeds of valor that would make them old cadets look cross-eyed, as Texas put it. They were going to haze the yearlings. Chapter XXX. The move into camp. The new cadets at West Point are housed in barracks for 2 weeks after their admission. During this time squad drill is the daily rule, and the strangers learn to march and stand and face everything a new soldier has to learn, with the exception of the manual of arms. After that they are adjudged fit to associate with the older cadets, and are marched up to Camp McPherson. This usually takes place about the first day of July. Our friends, the 7, had been measured for uniforms along with the rest of the plebe company during their first days in barracks. The fatigue uniforms had been given out that morning, to the great excitement of everybody, and now CIT clothing, with all its fantastic variety of hats and coats of all colors, was stowed away in trunks for good, and the plebes costumed uniformly in somber suits of gray, with short jackets and only a black seam down the trousers for ornament. Full dress uniforms, such as the old cadets up at camp were wearing, were yet things of the future. That morning also the plebes had been sized for companies. Of companies there are 4, into which the battalion of some 300 cadets is divided, for purposes of instruction in infantry tactics, and in military police and discipline. The companies aforementioned are under the command of tactical officers. These latter report to the Commandant of Cadets, who is, next to the Superintendent, the highest ranking officer on the post. The companies are designated A, B, C and D. A and D are flank companies, and to them the tallest cadets are assigned. B and C are center companies. Mark and Texas, and also the Parson and Sleepy, all of whom were above the average height, found themselves in A. The remainder of the 7 devils managed to land in B, and the whole plebe class was ordered to pack up and be ready to move immediately after dinner. The cadets are allowed to take only certain articles to camp, the rest, together with the CIT's clothing, was stored in trunks and put away in the trunk room. Right here at the start there was trouble for the members of our organization. Texas, it will be remembered, had a choice assortment of guns of all caliber, 16 in number. These he had stored up the chimney of his room for safety. But there was no such place of concealment in camp, and no way of getting the guns there anyhow. There are no pockets in the cadets' uniforms except a small one for a watch. Money they are not allowed to carry, and their handkerchiefs are tucked in the breasts of their coats. It was a difficult situation, for Texas, with true Texan cautiousness, vowed he'd never leave his guns behind. "Why, look-a-yer, man," he cried. "I tell you, TNT safe now for a feller to go up dar 'thout anything to defend himself. You can't tell what may happen." The parson was in a similar quandary. His chimney contained a various assortment of chemicals, together with sundry geological specimens, including that now world-famous cyathophyllid coral which had been discovered in a sandstone of tertiary origin. And the parson vowed that either that cyathophyllid went to camp or he stayed in barracks. Yeah, by Zeus. There was no use arguing with them. Mark tried it in vain. Texas was obdurate and talked of holding up the crowd that dared to take those guns away, and the parson said that he had kept a return ticket to Boston, his native town, a glorious city where science was encouraged and not repressed. That was the state of affairs through dinner, and up to the moment when the cry, "New cadets turn out," came from the area. By that time Texas had tied his guns in one of his shirts, and the parson had variously distributed his fossils about his body until he was one bundle of lumps. "If you people will congregate closely about me," he exclaimed, "I apprehend that the state of affairs will not be observed." It was a curious assembly that turned out a mass of bundles, brooms and buckets, with a few staggering plebes underneath. They marched up to camp that way, too, and it was with audible sighs of relief that they dropped their burdens at the end. A word of description of Camp McPherson may be of interest to those who have never visited West Point. It is important that the reader should be familiar with its appearance, for many of Mark's adventures were destined to happen there, some of them this very same night. The camp is half a mile or so from barracks, just beyond the cavalry plain and very close to old Fort Clinton. The site is a pretty one, the white tents standing out against the green of the shade trees and the parapet of the fort. The tents are arranged in 4 company streets and are about 5 feet apart. The tents have wooden platforms for floors and are large enough for 4 cadets each. A long wooden box painted green serves as the locker. It has no lock or key, and a wooden rod near the ridgepole serves as a wardrobe. And that is the sum total of the furniture. The plebes made their way up the company streets, and the cadet officers in charge, under the supervision of the tax, assigned them to their tents. Fortunately, plebes are allowed to select their own tent mates. It may readily be believed the 4 devils of a company went together. By good fortune the 3 remaining in B company, as was learned later, found one whole tent left over, and so were spared the nuisance of a stranger in their midst, a fact which was especially gratifying to the exclusive Master Chauncey. Having been assigned to their tents, the plebes were set to work under the brief instructions of a cadet corporal at the task of arranging their household effects. This is done with mathematical exactness. There is a place for everything, and a penalty for not keeping it there. Blankets, comforters, pillows, etc., go in a pile at one corner. A looking glass hangs on the front tent pole, a water bucket is deposited on the front edge of the platform, candlesticks, candles, cleaning materials, etc., are kept in a cylindrical tin box at the foot of the rear tent pole, and so on it goes, through 100 items or so. There are probably no more uniform things in all nature than the cadet tents in camp. The proverbial peas are not to be compared with them. The amount of fear and trembling which was caused to those 4 friends of ours in a certain A Company tent by the contraband goods of Texas and the parson is difficult to imagine. The cadet corporal, lynx-eyed and vigilant, scarcely gave them a chance to hide anything. It was only by Mark's interposing his body before his friends that they managed to slide their precious cargoes in under the blankets, a temporary hiding place. And even when the articles were thus safely hidden, what must that officious yearling do but march over and rearrange the pile accurately, almost touching one of the revolvers, and making the 4 tremble and quake in their boots. They managed the task without discovery, however, and went on with their work. And by the first drum beat for dress parade that afternoon, everything was done up in spick and span order, to the eye at any rate. Dress parade was a formality in which the plebes took no part but that of interested spectators. They huddled together shyly in their newly occupied plebe hotels and watched the yearlings, all in spotless snowy uniforms, fall in on the company street outside. The yearlings were wild with delight and anticipation at having the strangers right among them at last, and they manifested great interest in the plebes, their dwellings, and in fact in everything about them. Advice and criticism, and all kinds of guying that can be imagined were poured upon the trembling lads' heads, and this continued in a volley until the second drum changed the merry crowd into a silent and motionless line of soldiers. Mark could scarcely keep his excitable friend Texas from sallying out then and there to attack some of the more active members of this hilarious crowd. It was evident that, while no plebe escaped entirely, there was no plebe hotel in a company so much observed as their own. For the 3 BJ's plebes in the whole plebe class were known to be housed therein. Cadet Mallory, professional hero, was urged in all seriousness to come out and rescue somebody on the spot, which oft-repeated request, together with other merry chaffing, he bore with a good-natured smile. Cadet Stannard was plagued with geological questions galore, among which the cyatophyloid occupied a prominent place. Cadet Powers was dared to come out and lasso a stray tack, whose blue uniformed figure was visible out on the parade ground. And Mr. Chilvers found the state of craps a point of great solicitude to all. It was all stopped by the drum as has been mentioned, the company wheeled by 4s and marched down the street, leaving the plebes to an hour of rest. But oh! Those same yearlings were thinking. Oh, won't we just soak 'em tonight? And, strange to say, the same thought was in the minds of 7 particular plebes that stayed behind. For Mark had a plot by this time. Chapter XXXI. First night. Dress parade leaves but a few moments for supper, with no chance for deviling. But when the battalion marched back from that meal and broke ranks, when the dusk of evening was coming on to make an effective screen, then was the time, thought the cadets. And so thought the plebes, too, as they came up the road a few minutes later, trembling with anticipation, most of them, and looking very solemn and somber in their dusky fatigue uniforms. First night of plebe camp, says a well-known military writer, is a thing not soon to be forgotten, even in these days when pitchy darkness no longer surrounds the pranks of the yearlings, and when official vigilance and protection have replaced what seemed to be tacit encouragement and consent. Then some years ago it was no uncommon thing for a new cadet to be dragged out, yanked and slid around camp on his dust-covered blanket 20 times a night, dumped into Fort Clinton ditch, tossed in a tent fly, half smothered in the folds of his canvas home, ridden on a tent pole or in a rickety wheelbarrow, smoked out by some vile, slow-burning pyrotechnic compound, robbed of rest and sleep at the very least after he had been alternately drilled and worked all the livelong day. In Mark's time the effort to put a stop to the abuses mentioned had just been begun. Army officers had been put on duty at night, gas lamps had been placed along the sentry posts, precautions which are doubled nowadays, and with the risk of expulsion added besides. They have done away with the worst forms of hazing if not with the spirit. The yearlings had it in for our 4 friends of Company A that evening. In fact, scarcely had the plebes scattered to their tents when that particular plebe hotel was surrounded. The cadets had it all arranged beforehand, just what was to happen, and they expected to have no end of fun about it. Parson Stannard was to be serenaded first. The crowd meant to surround him and invite him to read some learned extracts from his beloved Dana. The parson was to recount some of the nobler deeds of Boston's heroes, including himself. He was to display his learning by answering questions on every conceivable subject. He was to define and spell a list of the most outlandish words in every language known to the angels. Texas was to show his skill and technique in hurling an imaginary lasso and firing an imaginary revolver from an imaginary galloping horse. He was to tell of the geography, topography, climate, and resources of the Lone Star State. He was to recount the exploits of his dad, the Hon. Scrap Powers, Sa, O Hurricane Co., and his uncle, the new senator-elect. Mark was to give rules for rescuing damsels, saving expresses and ferry boats, etc. And Mr. Methuselah Zebediah Chilvers of Kansas was to state his favorite method of raising three-legged chickens and three-foot whiskers. That was the delicious program as finally agreed upon by the yearlings. And there was only one drawback met in the execution of it. The four plebes could not be found. They weren't in their tent, they weren't in camp. Preposterous. The yearlings hunted, scarcely able to believe their eyes. The plebes, of course, had a perfect right to take a walk after supper if they chose. But the very idea of daring to do it on the first night in camp, when they knew that the yearlings would visit them and expect to be entertained. It was an unheard of thing to do, but it was just what one would have expected of those BJ beasts, so the yearlings grumbled, as they went off to other tents to engage other plebes in conversation and controversy. But where were the four? No place in particular. They had simply joined the other three and had the impudence to disappear in the woods for a stroll until tattoo. They had come to the conclusion that it was better to do that than to stay and be guyed, as they most certainly would be if they refused their tormentors' requests. And Mark had overruled Texas' vehement offer to stay and do up the Hull crowd, deciding that the cover of the night would be favorable to the Seven's hazing, and that until then they should make themselves scarce. In the meantime there was high old sport in Camp McPherson. In response to the requests of the merry yearlings, some plebes were sitting out on the company streets and rowing desperate races at a 34-to-the-minute stroke with brooms for oars and air for water. Some were playing imaginary hand organs, while others sang songs to the tunes. Some beasts were imitating every imaginable animal in a real menagerie, and some were relating their personal history while trying to stand on their heads. All this kind of hazing is good-natured and hurts no one physically, however much the loss of dignity may torment some sensitive souls. It is the only kind of hazing that remains to any great extent nowadays. In the midst of such hilarity time passes very rapidly to the yearlings, anyway. In almost no time tattoo had sounded, and then the companies lined up for the evening roll call, the seven dropping into line as silently as they had stolen off, deigning a word to no one in explanation of their strange conduct. "That's what I call a pretty BJ trick," growled Cadet Harris. Bull had been looking forward with great glee to that evening's chance to ridicule Mark, with all his classmates to back him. It was a lost chance now, and Bull was angry in consequence. Bull's cronies agreed with him as to the BJ-ness of that trick. And they, along with a good many others, too, agreed that the trick ought not be allowed to succeed. "We ought to haze him 10 times as hard tonight to make up for it," was the verdict. And so it happened that the seven, by their action, brought down upon their heads all the hazing that was done after taps. This hazing, too, was by far the least pleasant, for it was attended to only by the more reckless members of the class, members who could not satisfy their taste for torture by making a helpless plebe sing songs, but must needs tumble him out of bed and ride him on a rail at midnight besides. The fact, however, that all such members of the yearling class had decided to concentrate their torments upon him did not worry Mark in the least. In fact, that was just what Mark had expected and prepared for. And so there was destined to be fun that night. Now go to your tents, make down your bedding just as you were taught at barracks, do not remove your underclothing, hang up your uniforms where each man can get his own in an instant, put your shoes and caps where you can get them in the dark if need be, turn in and blow your candle out, before the drum strikes taps, at 10. After that, not a sound. Get to sleep as soon as you can and be ready to form here at Reveille. So spoke Cadet Corporal Jasper, and then at the added command, break ranks, march, the plebe company scattered, and with many a sigh of relief vanished as individuals in the various tents. The corporal's last order, be ready to form here at Reveille, is a source of much worriment to the plebe. But the one before it, get to sleep as soon as you can, is obeyed with the alacrity born of hours of drill and marching. Long before tattoo, which is the signal for lights out, the majority of the members of the class were already dreaming. Perhaps they were not resting very easily, for most of them had a vague idea that there might be trouble that night, but they knew that lying awake would not stop it, and they were all too sleepy anyway. The last closing ceremony of a West Point day in camp is the watchful tax inspection. One of these officers goes the rounds with a dark lantern, flashing it into every tent and making sure that the 4 occupants are really in bed. Having attended to this duty, the TAC likewise retires and Camp McPherson sinks into the slumbers of the night. After that until 5 the next morning there is no one awake but the tireless sentries. A word about these. The camp is a military one and is never without guard from the moment the tents are stretched until the 29th of August, when the snowy canvas comes to the ground once more. The guard tent is at the western end of the camp, and is under the charge of the corporal of the guard, a cadet. The sentries are cadets, too, and there are 5 of them, numbered sentry number 1 and so on. The ceremony each morning at which these sentries go on duty is called guard mounting. And during the next 24 hours these sentries are on duty 2 hours in every 6 2 hours on and then 4 off, making 8 in the 24. These sentries being cadets themselves and yearlings at present hazing is not so difficult as it might seem. A sentry can easily arrange to have parties cross his beat without his seeing them, it is only when the sentry is not in the plot that the thing is dangerous. The TAC Lieutenant Allen was his name had made his rounds for the night, finding plebes and yearlings, too, all sleeping soundly, or apparently so. And after that there was nothing moving but the tramping sentinels, and the shadows of the trees in the moonlight as they fell on the shining tents, that is, there was nothing moving that was visible. The yearlings, plenty of them, were wide awake in their tents and preparing for their onslaught upon the sleeping plebes. Sleeping? Perhaps, but certainly not all of them. Some of those plebes were as wide awake as the yearlings, and they were engaged in an occupation that would have taken the yearlings considerably by surprise if they had known it. There were 7 of them in 2 tents, tents that were back to back and close together, one being in Company A and one in B. They were very quiet about their work, for it was a risky business. Discovery would have meant the sentries yelling for the corporal of the guard, meant that Lieutenant Allen would have leaped into his trousers and been out of his tent at the corporal's heels, meant a strict investigation, discovery, court-martial, and dismissal. It was all right for yearlings to be out at night, but plebes never. It grew riskier still as a few minutes passed, for one of the BJ beasts had the temerity to come out of his tent. He came very cautiously, it was true, worming his way along the ground silently, in true Indian or Texas style. For Texas it was, that adventurous youth having vowed and declared that if he were not allowed to attend to this particular piece of mischief he would go out and hold up a sentry instead. The other 3 occupants were peering under the tent folds watching him anxiously as he crawled along. As a fact, Texas peril was not as great as was supposed, for the sentries had no means of telling if he was a yearling or not. The idea of a plebes daring to break rules would not have occurred to them anyhow. Be that as it may, at any rate nobody interrupted the 7 devils' plans. Cadet Powers made his way across the street, deposited his burden, a glistening steel revolver some 2 feet long. And then he stole back and the crowd lay still in their tents and watched and waited. They had not long to do that. Texas barely had time to crawl under the canvas and to mutter to his friends for the 100th time, "Didn't I tell ye them air guns 'ud come in handy?" At that very moment a sound of muffled laughter warned them that the moment had arrived. "Just in time," whispered Mark, seizing his friend by the hand and at the same time giving vent to a subdued chuckle. "Just in time. SSH. The four, who lay side by side under the tent, could hear each other's hearts thumping then. "Will it work? Will it work?" was the thought in the mind of every one of them. Chapter XXXII. Conclusion. The yearlings were a merry party, about 10 of them, and they were out for fun and all the fun that could be had. They were going to make it hot for certain BJ Plebs, and they meant to lose no time about it, either. They crept up the company street, laughing and talking in whispers, for fear they should arouse the tack. The sentries they did not care about, of course, for the sentries were pledged to look the other way. It was decided that the first thing to be done to those BJ Plebs was to yank 'em. Yanking is a West Point invention. It means that the victim finds his blanket seized by one corner and torn from under him, hurling him to the ground. Many a plebe's nightmares are punctuated with just such periods as these. It seems that a yanking was just what the four had prepared for. They had prepared for it by huddling up in one corner and rigging dummies to place in their beds. The dummies consisted of wash basins, buckets, etc., and it was calculated that when these dummies were yanked they would be far from dumb. The yearlings stole up cautiously, they did not know they were watched. The breathless plebes saw their shadows on the tent walls, and knew just what was going on. They saw the figures line up at the back, they saw half a dozen pairs of hands gently raise the canvas, and get a good firm grip on the blankets. Then came a subdued now, and then well, things began to happen after that. The yearlings yanked with all the power of their arms. The blankets gave way, and the result was a perfectly amazing clatter and crash. Have you ever heard half a dozen able-bodied dishwashers working at once? Naturally the wildest panic resulted among the attacking party. They did not know what they had done, but they did know that they had done something desperate, and that they wished they hadn't. As the sound broke out on the still, night air they turned in alarm and made a wild dash for their tents. Two of them raced down the company street at top speed, both of them suddenly struck an unexpected obstruction and were sent flying through the air. It was a string, and at one end of it was the Texas .44 caliber. The result was a bang that woke the camp with a jump. And then there was fun for fair. The sentries knew then that everyone was awake, including the tack, and that they might just as well, therefore, give the alarm. All 5 of them accordingly set up a wild shout for the corporal of the guard. This brought the young officer and Lieutenant Allen on the scene in no time. Also it brought from the land of dreams every cadet in the Corps who had managed to sleep through the former racket. And nearly all of them rushed to their tent doors wondering what would happen next. The 7 meanwhile had been working like beavers. The instant the gun had gone off, Texas, who held the string, had yanked it in and stowed it away with his other weapons, shaking with laughter in the meanwhile. The others had gone to work with a will, pitcher, basin, bucket, everything, had been hastily set in place, blankets had been relayed, and everything, in short, was put in order again, so that by the time that Lieutenant Allen got around to their tent the officer had seized his lantern and set out on a hasty round to discover the jokers. He found 4 scared plebes, sitting up in beds, sleepily rubbing their eyes, and inquiring in anxiety, "What's the matter?" He didn't tell them, for he hadn't the remotest idea himself. And nobody told him, the yearlings couldn't have if they had wanted to. Of course the lieutenant didn't care to stay awake all night, fruitlessly asking questions, so he went to bed. The sentries resumed their march, wondering meanwhile what on earth had led their classmates to make so much rumpus, and speculating as to whether it could possibly be true, what one cadet had suggested, that wild and woolly Texan had tried to shoot someone who had hazed him. The rest of the cadets dropped off to sleep. And soon everybody was quiet again, that is, except the 7 devils. The seven devils had only just begun. They lay and waited until things were still, and then Mark gave the order, and the crowd rose as one man and stole softly out into the street. This included even the trembling Indian, who was muttering "Bless my soul," at a great rate. "I guess they're all asleep now," whispered Mark. "What are you going to do?" inquired Indian. "Yank 'em," responded Mark, briefly. "Come ahead." Mark had seen that the yearlings came up boldly, which told him at once that the sentries were fixed, and he calculated that just at the moment the moon being clouded, the sentries would not know yearlings from plebes. The only danger was that Lieutenant Allen might still be awake. It was risky, but then. "Do you see Bull Harris's tent?" Mark whispered. "It is the 6th from here. He and the baby, with Vance and Murray, are in there. Now, then." With trembling hearts the crowd crept down the street. This was their first venture as lawbreakers. They stole up behind the tent just as the yearlings had. They reached under the canvas and seized the blankets. And then came a sudden halt and confusion and muttered yells from the inside, which told them that no dummies had been yanked this time. The yearlings sprang up in wrath and gazed out. Retreating footsteps and muffled laughter were all that remained, and they went back to bed in disgust. The plebes went, too, in high glee. "And now," said Mark, "I guess we might as well go to sleep." One does not like to leave this story without having a word to say about what the Corps thought of the whole thing next morning. The TAC, of course, reported to his superior the night's alarm cause unknown, and that was the end of the matter officially. But the yearlings few. The class compared notes right after reveille, and no one talked about anything else for the rest of that day. The cause of the rumpus made by the blankets was soon guessed. The two who had set off the gun were questioned, and that problem soon worked out also. That alone was bad enough. But the amazement when Bull and his tent mates turned up and declared that they yearlings had been yanked, yes yanked, and by some measly plebes at that, there is no possibility of describing the indignation. Why, it meant that the class had been defied, that West Point had been overturned, that the world was coming to an end, and what more could it possibly mean? And through all the excitement the seven just looked at each other and winked. "BBJ," they said, "just watch us." "It was great, BG," said Dewey. "Hurrah for the plebes." "Hurrah," was the answer, in a shout. "Hurrah." The end. The cruise of the training ship. Contents. Chapter I Nanny in Trouble. Chapter 2. Cliff on a Scout. Chapter 3. Turning the Tables. Chapter 4. More hazing. Chapter V Nanny sends a message. Chapter 6. The fight. Chapter 7. A hail in the night. Chapter 8. The mysterious ship. Chapter 9. The fight on the derelict. Chapter X Sail Drill at Sea. Chapter 11. Talking it over. Chapter 12. Judson receives a setback. Chapter 13. Preparing for the entertainment. Chapter 14. The minstrel show. Chapter 15. The night drill. Chapter 16. Friends in adversity. Chapter 17. A welcome find. Chapter 18. Judson Green's treachery. Chapter 19. The mystery solved. Chapter XX. Diving for rewards. Chapter XXI. The conspiracy. Chapter XXII. And then silence. Chapter XXIII. Cutter ahoy. Chapter XXIV. The Englishman with a haw. Chapter XXV. Saving a king. Chapter XXVI. Audience with a king. Chapter XXVII. The broken tree branch. Chapter XXVIII. The Midnight Marauder. The first edition. The original frontispiece. Chapter I Nanny in Trouble. Handsomely there. Not so fast. One more pull and we've got. Ow W. Wow WW. Blazes. Clap your hand over his mouth. Quick. The officer of the deck will be down in a jiffy. Murder. Let go, you little imp. Let go or I'll. Thud. Smack. You will bite my finger, eh? Take that, you miserable plebe. I say, Crane, just hold his head while I beat a reveille on his mug. Wait a bit until we get him served and spliced, dodge. He's kicking like a steering wheel in a nor'east gale. There, that's it. Another turn about his arms and we'll have the rat dead to rights. Now, Mr. Nannygoat, how do you like it? The speaker, a tall, heavily built youth in a naval cadet uniform, grinned complacently into the upturned face of a youngster lying stretched out upon the orlop deck of the Naval Academy practice ship Monongahela. The victim, for such his uncomfortable position and bound arms proclaimed him to be, was much younger than his chief tormentor, and was, moreover, slight and rather delicate in appearance. His white face indicated his alarm, and he looked up pleadingly at the group surrounding him. He could not speak, perforce, for a wad of spun oakum filled the cavity of his mouth, fastened there by a tarry length of rope. Nanny, as he was called by his companions, was a member of the plebe class at the United States Naval Academy. Those tormenting him were of the third, or hazing, class at the same institute. There were 6 in the group, and they represented about the most vicious element in their class. Crane, the ringleader, had it in, to use his own words, for all plebes, and he had started out that night to haze a few just to keep his hand in. The Monongahela was lying at anchor 20 miles below the academy, from which she had sailed early that morning on the usual summer practice cruise, as already related in another volume, entitled Cliff, the Naval Cadet. Early the following morning the tug from the academy would take her in tow again to complete the trip down the broad Chesapeake to the open sea. It was a few moments after 3 bells in the night. The 3 classes of cadets making up the crew were supposed, with the exception of a small anchor watch, to be reposing peacefully in their hammocks. Some were, and some were not. When the watchful officer of the deck went his rounds after taps he found all well, and the deck echoing to the more or less melodious snoring of the occupants. He was an officer shrewd in his generation. He had passed through the academy himself, and he had made more than one practice cruise in the old ships used for that purpose. And he remembered just such a night when, in his 2nd year, he had started on plebe hazing expeditions with kindred spirits. After leaving the berth deck he paused at the head of the ladder and listened. It seemed as if the chorus of snores below had slackened somewhat. The officer chuckled and then quietly slipped down the steps again. He had no desire to catch anyone in wrongdoing, but the memory of old cadet days was too strong to resist. The berth deck lamps were burning brightly, but the major part of the great deck was in deep gloom. Over in one corner where a jumble of hammocks made a haphazard patch of dark and light shades, several pairs of legs appeared underneath the swinging beds. A low laugh came through the gloom, but it was speedily checked by a warning hiss. Several hammocks stirred uneasily, then came a snap and a thud, the latter followed by a howl of alarm. The officer discreetly withdrew, unseen. As he stepped out on the spar deck he chuckled again, and said, "By Jove, the plebes will get it hot and heavy tonight. Humph. It won't do them a bit of harm. I was hazed and thousands before me. A little trouble makes a man of one. Let 'em go it." With this philosophical speech, addressed to the moon which beamed brightly overhead, he calmly walked aft, and the plebes, luckless and endangered, were left to their fate. When Crane and his associates sallied forth, they had one object in view, and that was to make it an exceedingly torrid night for a certain fresh function or plebe. Hazing to them was a delicious and edifying sport at any time, but on this particular occasion they had extra inducements to spur them on. That evening, just before pipe down, the ringleader passed the word to his cronies that he had something in the wind. 6 choice spirits met in the starboard gangway and went into executive session. "I guess you fellows know what we ought to do tonight," began Crane, without further preliminary. "Devil plebes," spoke up a cadet from Georgia. "Correct. It is not only our pleasure, but our bounden duty," said Crane, pompously. "It's a duty we owe our country, I mean our shipmates and ourselves. You all know the present state of affairs and how the very foundation of the old academy is tottering to its fall. How every tradition has been shattered, every shred of cadet etiquette shredded," suggested a thin midday, with a deep voice. "Don't be funny, Maxwell," growled Crane. "This is a serious business." "Then come down to business. Why don't you say that it's about time to haze the stuffing out of that gang in the new fourth and be done with it? What's the use of getting off a lot of confounded rot and—" Crane reached out and caught the speaker by the neck. He gave him a tug and a shove, but before the two could come to blows they were separated. "If you fools want to scrap, why don't you go up in the FOCSLE and have it out?" demanded one of the remaining 4, in disgust. "Crane, take a tumble, and let's arrange this evening's sport. I, for one, say we ought to get up a scheme to teach that gang a lesson. There are only 6 of 'em, counting the Jap, and we ought to be able to handle them." "That's right. And the first we must tackle is the freshest of the lot. Cliff Faraday." "Yes. Confound him, I wish Kelly had kept him ashore. He's got more nerve and downright gall than all the rest of the galley functions together. Come, Crane, what can you offer?" "I've got a scheme, but I'll tell it in my own way or not at all," replied the big cadet, sulkily. "Go ahead, then." "It's this in a nutshell: we'll yank Faraday and the rest down into the orlop deck and give 'em a coat of varnish. There's a whole pot down there, and paint, too. Then we'll rig 'em out in spun yarn whiskers and set 'em adrift on the spar deck with some tin mess pans tied to their tails, that is, their ankles. It'll be great sport." "Yes, and a tough job, too," remarked the Georgian cadet. "I'd like to know why," exclaimed a sallow-faced youth. "He's not so warm, this Faraday. He can be whipped." "Yes, but I've got $5 which says you can't do it, Morgan. Kelly could lay over you," and Faraday licked him. "Let's quit talking," growled Crane. "Pipe down will sound in a moment. Are you fellows satisfied with the scheme or not?" The fellows were, and it was agreed to start the hazing as soon as possible after taps. Presently the long, low notes of the last call sounded, echoing and winding through the rigging and hull in melancholy cadence. There was a momentary bustle, then quiet settled over the old frigate. Chapter 2. Cliff on a scout. "Cliff. I say, Cliff. Wake up. What's the matter? Wake up, will you? There's something in the wind." "Oh, go away, Toggles. Can't you let a fellow sleep? All right, if you want to see a chum hazed by." "Hazed? Gory. Who is it? Where what?" Cliff Faraday swung lightly from his hammock, and confronted a tall, slim youth clad picturesquely in a long nightshirt. Cliff himself was similarly attired, and the single garment revealed to advantage his erect, muscular figure. He was not over-large for his 17 years of age, but there was grace and strength in every line of his compact body. "What is it, Toggles?" he queried, hastily. "Did you say someone was getting hazed?" "Yes. It's Nanny." "Nanny? Gory. Have they tackled that little chap? Who's got him?" "It's Crane and his gang." Cliff's handsome teeth came together with a snap, and a queer, grim smile crossed his lips. "Crane, he said. He's broke out again. And he has tackled Nanny as a starter. What do you know, Toggles?" T. Ogles Andrews, or Toggles, as he was familiarly called by his plebe associates, made haste to reply. Throwing one long, Skinny leg over a convenient mess chest, he explained. White, that young landsman who has taken such a shine to you, told me a few minutes ago that he saw Crane and 5 others drag Nanny down the orlop deck ladder. They had the kid choked so he couldn't resist or make a noise. I met White on deck and he put me onto the racket. He said he overheard them say they were going to raise Mary Hurrah with certain galley plebes. Cliff laughed ominously. I suppose they meant us, he replied. Well, we won't wait until they look us up. While speaking he had taken his trousers from beneath the hammock mattress and was donning them. Call Trolley and the rest, he added. We will make a night of it ourselves. Methinks the old Monongahela will see some queer doings before the sun rises again. Toggles gave a chuckle and slipped under the hammocks to the other side of the deck. While he was away summoning reinforcements, Cliff made a hurried scout in the direction of the orlop deck hatchway, an opening in the forward part of the berth deck. The orlop on board a man-of-war of the Monongahela type is, it may be well to know, a place in the bow below the level of the berth deck. It is subdivided into small storerooms and has a narrow hallway into which the rooms open. As it is down in the extreme lower part of the ship, away from the sleeping crew, it is an ideal place for certain ingenious ceremonies known in colleges as hazing. When Cliff reached the edge of the hatchway, Nanny was just in the act of making the vociferous objections described at the beginning of this chronicle. His subsequent quieting at Crane's hands, and that cadet's remarks on the subject came plainly to Cliff's ears. The latter, in his momentary anger, made a step down as if for the purpose of rescuing Nanny, but he thought better of it. They can't do much harm to the youngster, he murmured, and if I interfere now it'll spoil our scheme. It's a good chance to teach those brutes another lesson. They have had more than one from us, but it seems they need more. He bent over the hatch and listened again. The berth deck was as quiet as the tossing and mumbling and snoring of several hundred sleeping lads could permit, and Cliff heard plainly the conversation being carried on below. He's fixed now, the measly plebe, growled a voice which Cliff easily recognized as Crane's. He's number 1, and the smallest of the gang. I only wish it was Faraday. You do, muttered the unseen listener, grimly. Well, you'll have me pretty soon, but not in the way you think. I say, Crane, spoke up another muffled voice, don't you think your scheme a little too risky? It'll stir up the whole ship and raise Cain generally. You know what the first luff said about hazers before we sailed? Oh, bother the first luff. He's an old woman. He forgets what he did in his 2nd year. I've heard that he made a plebe eat tallow candles until he nearly died. Why, my plan is mild. What does varnishing and painting a few measly plebes amount to, anyway? If you don't like to take chances, skip back to bed. I'm not afraid, but I wouldn't care to get fired this early in the course. What if Faraday or some of his chums split on us? No fear of that, quickly exclaimed the Georgia cadet. Faraday may be fresh, but he's not carrying tales. Thanks, murmured Cliff, starting to leave the hatch. I'm glad to see that I have one virtue. I'll bear that remark in mind, masters. Humph. So they intend to make living oil paintings of us, eh? Well, we'll see who comes out best in the gory. Rumble. Thud. A slippery spot near the hatchway sent Cliff reeling against a stanchion. Before he could recover his equilibrium he fell into the opening. The hubbub created was enough to arouse the 7 sleepers of Ephesus. Bang! Went poor Cliff's heels against the sides of the passageway, and thud! He landed flat on his back at the bottom of the ladder. He remained there half-stunned amid silence deep and profound for the space of a minute. Then he felt himself grasped by the back of the neck and yanked unceremoniously to his feet. "Who in thunder is it?" gasped a frightened voice. "Blamed if I know, but he's spoiled our fun, whoever it is," was the angry response. "Scoot, fellows, the officer of the deck will be down on us like 1,000 of brick." Cliff, fully recovered and in possession of his wits, heard a scrambling nearby, and the creaking of a ladder. It was too dark for him to see anything, but he knew that the would-be hazers were stampeding from the orlop deck. He realized that his unfortunate mishap would cause an alarm. In fact, there was already a bustling above, but he was in no hurry to get back to bed or to let any of the Crane gang seek the seclusion of their hammocks. The rough treatment given little Nanny and the cool proposition to varnish and paint several of the plebes had aroused a feeling of resentment in Cliff. And he proceeded forthwith to make things warm for his enemies, the hazing committee of the third class. Reaching out haphazard in the darkness, he grasped something soft and yielding. It was a leg. It was Cliff's turn to give something a yank, and he did so with a will. "Let go." "What do you mean, confound it?" "Let go, I say, or I'll break your head." Cliff calmly gave a second yank, and his victim sprawled back upon the deck. "Stop that racket down there," whispered a voice halfway up the ladder. "SHH, keep quiet and we'll be all right." I don't think they heard it on the quarterdeck. Cliff released his hold of the leg. He saw it was time to retreat. As he started to slip up the ladder, he remembered Nanny. "It'll never do to leave him in their hands," he murmured. Stepping back, he felt around for the little prisoner. It was all guesswork in the profound darkness, and he met with small success. At last he stumbled over some object which gave a muffled groan, but before he could investigate further he heard several cadets descending the ladder. "Everything all right?" whispered a voice near him. "Yes," came from Crane. "The officer of the deck is snoozing, I guess. The racket woke up the berth deck, but the fellows won't bother us. I ran across that Jap, trolley, near the hatch. He was prowling about as if he was onto us. We'll have to wait now until things quiet down." "Who was the duffer who fell down the ladder?" asked another of the gang. "Blamed if I know. Wonder if he got away. Let's search." Cliff crouched back in the darkness, and prepared to give a good account of himself. He knew he was no match for the 6th, third-class cadets, but he trusted to receive reinforcements from his chums. Then he felt assured the enemy would not resort to anything calculated to create confusion and alarm. Such a course would only result in their own undoing. "Trolley and Toggles and the rest would come down here in a jiffy if they knew where I was," he muttered. "As it is, I'll have to go to them." Cliff felt that he could escape by making a bold dash, but he wished to leave without revealing his identity to the hazers. He had a scheme of his own, the very thought of which made him chuckle. "I wonder if all these doors are locked," he mused, slipping back away from the searchers. They were perilously near and he had little time to spare. Directly opposite him was a door leading into the medical storeroom. It was supposed to be locked, but Cliff, in desperation, felt for the padlock. It was unsnapped. As quick as a flash he threw open the door, crept through and closed it behind him, all but a slight crack, which he left for the purpose of keeping in touch with the outside. "I guess we must have been dreaming," he heard Masters grumble. "I guess not," promptly contradicted another cadet. "It was no dream nor nightmare, either. My leg is sore yet where the fellow gripped it. And then the racket he made." "Oh, shut up," growled Crane, who was evidently angry and discomfited. "What's the use of wasting time talking like that? Someone fell down here, of course. And I'll bet $1 it was that fresh plebe, Faraday. He's always prowling around. The question is, where did he go? He couldn't have passed me on the ladder." "I wonder if any of the storerooms are unlocked?" queried Masters. Cliff listened eagerly for the reply. It was reassuring. "Rats? Of course they are locked. Don't talk nonsense, Masters." It was plainly evident Crane's temper had not been sweetened by the experience of the past few moments. "We won't waste any more time looking for the beggar," he added. "Let's get up to the berth deck and find another plebe. Dodge, you stay and keep guard over Nanny. While we are gone you might amuse yourself decorating him for the grand appearance on the quarterdeck. You will find paint and varnish and oakum back of the ladder. A stifled groan from the prisoner indicated that he had heard the instructions. "You don't like the prospect, eh?" grinned Crane. "Just wait, my fresh youngster. You'll like it still less before we get through with you. Come, fellows, we'll—" Crane never finished the sentence, for a light suddenly appeared at the top of the ladder and a stern voice called out. "Below there, what are you doing in the orlop? Come up here and report for investigation." Cliff, peering through the crack in the door, saw the cadets fall over each other in their sudden panic. He felt the door snatched from his grasp, thrown back, a figure slipped in, then it was hastily closed again. "Jumping Moses, what a snap," came to Cliff's ears in a familiar tone. "What a snap to find this place open. That's the officer of the watch." It was Crane. Chapter 3. Turning the Tables. Cliff could hardly repress a chuckle, although he fully realized the gravity of their position. With his ever-present sense of humor, he saw that he could have a high old time at Crane's expense. "I'll give him the scare of his life," he grinned. "He'll think he's got some old sea dog of revolutionary times for a roommate." As a prelude he rattled several bottles on a shelf near his elbow, and gave a deep sigh. Crane gasped, and a noise like chattering teeth came through the darkness. "WH, what's that?" demanded the third-class cadet. Another sigh and more rattling of bottles. Then Cliff jumped twice upon a tin canister. After that he groaned. This last was too much for Crane. With a half-suppressed howl he broke for the door and burst into the orlop passage. Cliff, shaking with laughter, peeped out. As he did so he looked almost into the face of a youth clad in cadet's trousers, and a naval officer's blouse and cap. It was Toggles. "Gory," cried Cliff in amazement. "He's been masquerading as the officer of the deck, and he's fooled the fellows nicely. Hooray!" He stepped from the storeroom in a hurry, and just in time to see Toggles, Trolley, and Joy seize Crane. The latter tried to escape, but he was bound and gagged in a jiffy. Cliff first assisted in the operation, then he slapped Toggles on the back and said, gleefully, "You are a brick, old fellow. It's a great scheme, and it came just in time. How did you do it?" "Got one of the wardroom boys to loan me a coat and cap," replied Toggles, in his quick, jerky way. "Got a lantern. Came down here. Scared fits out of those third-class fellows. Sent them up to report on the quarterdeck." "Sent them up to report on the quarterdeck," gasped Cliff, ready to explode with laughter. "You don't mean to say—" "He's a cuckoo," chimed in a swarthy, black-haired youth, whose face proclaimed him a Japanese. It was Motohiko Azaki, whose distinguished name had long since been converted into the more easily pronounced appellation, Trolley. "Him's a cuckoo, a bully boy with eyeglasses," he reiterated, giggling placidly. "Him got great head. Him fooled third-class cadets and ordered them to quarterdeck. Officer up there will think they dream, and he—" "Stow it, Trolley," interrupted a lean, solemn-faced lad named Joy. "Your tongue is wound up like a Waterbury watch. We are losing valuable time." "I guess that's right," agreed Cliff, finally recovering from his amazement at Toggles' clever trick. "We have work to do, and lots of it. Let's release poor Nanny first. He must be half dead by this time." He bent over and quickly freed the little lad, who had remained forgotten in one corner of the passage. Straightening up, Cliff continued. "I've got a little scheme, but it must be worked at once. This fellow here," he touched Crane with his foot, "intended to paint us a rosy red and adorn our respective faces with oakum whiskers." "He did, growled Joy. "If I wasn't a peaceable man by nature I'd adorn his mug with lumps and bruises." He, giggled Trolley. "My plan is even better than that," resumed Cliff. "What's the matter with giving him a dose of his own medicine?" "Paint him red?" queried Toggles, delightedly. "Sure thing." "Hooray," cheered Nanny, but in a dutifully low voice. That's out of sight. And we'll turn him loose on the quarter-deck. Yes, with whiskers. The prisoner, who had heard all, writhed about the deck and made an inarticulate sound. He's pleased with the prospect, said Cliff, sweetly. If there is anything Crane likes on this mundane sphere, it is to be painted red, decorated with oakum whiskers, and turned loose with an appropriate chorus of tin pans. My, oh, my. Won't the captain be pleased to meet him? I don't think, muttered Joy. Get the paint ready, Nanny, added Faraday, briskly. You will find it behind the ladder. Pick out a bright carmine, and a good scratchy brush. Toggles, see what you can do in the shape of an artistic whisker. Make it long and imposing as befits his exalted station. I'll take a peep on deck. The lamp was shaded so its rays would fall upon the victim's face, and Nanny and Toggles fell to work. Trolley and Joy held Crane prostrate upon the floor. Cliff slipped up the ladder to the berth deck, and made a careful survey of the situation. He found everything quiet. Proceeding to the gun deck, he listened carefully to see if anything was astir. Finding all apparently undisturbed, he glided up the hatchway ladder leading to the spar deck. As Cliff stepped from the top of the ladder, he saw a lieutenant and 5 very unhappily looking third-class cadets approaching from aft. He just had time to dodge into the shadow of the bulwarks when they halted at the hatch. The officer was speaking in a stern voice. Now, go below and behave yourselves, he said, addressing them collectively. If I hear any more of this nonsense, I'll put you on report for punishment. Fancy 5 sensible cadets with 2 years of service being silly enough to believe an order like that. I'm ashamed of you. Some plebe has fooled you. And he did it cleverly, too. Go below and turn in at once. Remember, I'll be down there in a minute or so. If you are not in your hammocks, you will get demerits enough to swamp you. The 5 dolefully filed down the ladder and disappeared in the gloom below. Cliff saw the lieutenant shake as if with suppressed laughter. It was evident he keenly enjoyed the situation. A moment later he turned away and went back to his post on the quarter-deck, leaving Cliff to hasten below. He found his chums awaiting him. Trolley silently held up the lantern so the rays would fall upon Crane's face. Cliff gave one glance, then he fairly doubled up with mirth. Gory, there's the worst-looking phiz I ever saw, he gasped. Ha, 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 his own mama wouldn't know him. He's a picture. Inarticulate noises came from behind the gag in Crane's mouth. He fumed and struggled with impotent rage. But it only added to the joy of the group of plebes. Nanny and Toggles had done their work well. Crane's face was painted in great streaks of red, with an artistic relievo of green spots. Suspended from his chin was a shock of yellow oakum whiskers, the ends of which trailed impressively far down his breast. As a last touch, cunning little curls of the same material adorned his hair. And, taking it all in all, he was a spectacle to make Neptune weep. Examine his fastenings and see that they are secure, said Cliff, between chuckles. We must take him to the quarter-deck by way of the gun deck and steerage. And he mustn't kick. That's rather risky, continued Toggles. It no cut ice, grinned the Japanese youth, recklessly. I go to captain's cabin to see fun like this. It out of sight plenty much. Hooray. Nanny, you collect several stew pans and 3 or 4 strings of tin cups, continued Cliff. And be careful you don't wake up the deck in getting them. Go through the mess chests forward. Come along, Mr. Crane, Hazer-in-Chief of the U.S. Naval Academy. You are about to play the most striking role of your eventful life. And may the stew pans have mercy on your head, added Joy, grimly. Crane, still making desperate efforts to escape, was trussed anew with a length of rope, then the 4 plebes lifted him up the ladders to the gun deck. This part of the Monongahela was occupied by the regular enlisted crew who assisted the cadets in working the ship. Nothing was to be feared from them, as they had no desire to interfere with cadet pranks. Cautiously and with very little noise the quartet carried the victim aft to a door leading into the steerage, or junior officers' quarters. It was a large apartment, containing several berths and space for hammocks. In the center was the ladder leading to the quarter-deck, and it was up this ladder the daring plebs intended to take Crane. Nanny, armed with pans and cups, was met at the door. The tins were fastened to various parts of Crane's body and held tightly to avoid the making of unwelcome noise. "We will carry him up the ladder and place him on the top step," explained Cliff, in a low whisper. "Then while you fellows are scooting out of the way I'll cut the ropes and give him a shove over the combing. And he'll fall flat in the midst of all those tins," grinned Nanny. "By jinx, this is the greatest fun I've had in a year of Sundays." "But we won't see the fun," complained Toggles. "Oh, if you want to wait and take in the show do so by all means," chuckled Cliff. "The officer of the deck will be glad to oblige you with a box." "Yes," added Joy, "a box 'tween decks, sometime called the brig, or ship's prison." "I guess I don't care to be a spectator," admitted Toggles, with a grin. "The price is too high." The 5 lads carried their burden through the door to the ladder. The steerage was unlighted save by a single lamp behind the swinging hammocks. Heavy breathing and an occasional snore indicated that nothing need be anticipated from the junior officers. "Up now," whispered Cliff. "Slowly and carefully. Steady, that's it. Now lower him to the step." While he was getting his knife in readiness, the other plebs silently retreated and vanished into the gloom of the gun deck. Cliff placed his left hand under Crane's body, braced himself for a brisk shove, then he slashed away with the knife. There was a ripping noise as the ropes parted, a sudden clatter of the cups and pots, then, as Cliff started to slip away, Crane threw both arms about his neck and the two rolled over upon the quarterdeck at the feet of the officer of the watch, amid a terrific din. Cliff had ever been a lad of quick resources, and of cool-headedness in times of emergency. His mind, intelligent and apt, worked rapidly and he was seldom at a loss for action. But in the present instant his surprise and stupefaction was so great that he could only stare from Crane to the officer of the watch, and back to Crane again. This mental and physical paralysis lasted only a few seconds, however. Then Cliff, with incredible agility, leaped to his feet and sprang toward one of the open gun ports. As quick as a flash he vanished through the aperture, leaving Crane and the officer staring at him in open-mouthed wonder. The latter was the first to recover. Leaping to the gangway, he glanced over the side, fully expecting to see the lad struggling in the water. The moon, which had been obscured by a passing cloud, burst forth in all its refulgence. The clearly illuminated expanse of water revealed nothing, not even a ripple. The lad had completely disappeared. Dumbfounded, and imagining that he was the victim of a nightmare or dream, the lieutenant turned inboard once more. "What in the name of all that's wonderful does this?" He stopped short. The other apparition, the marvelously bedecked and painted figure, the other cadet, had also vanished. The officer rubbed his eyes, and administered unto himself a severe pinch. Then he glared suspiciously at the figure of the quartermaster on duty on the bridge. Approaching him, he asked, cautiously, "I say, Johnson, did you hear or see anything just now?" Johnson was an old seaman, and he had made many a cruise on board academy practice ships. He knew and liked the cadets and found their pranks a source of infinite fun. He was not the man to tell tales out of school. Concealing a grin, he answered, with a fine assumption of surprise. "See anything, sir?" "Hear anything, sir?" "No, indeed, sir." "Was it a hail?" "A hail? No. It seemed to me." The lieutenant hesitated, glanced nervously about the deck, then added, "I guess it was simply a fancy. I've lost considerable sleep lately, Johnson, and probably I am a little unstrung." He moved aft, and spent the rest of his watch signing imaginary pledges not to take another drop of anything stronger than lemonade. In the meantime a scene unusual at that hour was being enacted on the forward part of the berth deck. Over in one corner a cadet was cleaning his face of red paint and oakum whiskers. He was in a rage, and shook his fist at Cliff and his crowd. "Oh, but this is funny," cried Cliff. "It's worth a year's pay to see Crane do the circus act. Isn't he a beauty in his war paint?" "Him what you call one chromo," giggled the Japanese youth. "I glad I woke all the fellows to see the sport. Hooray! How did you get away from that mix-up on the quarter-deck, Cliff?" queried Toggles. "When I reached the main deck ladder you had disappeared over the side." "How was it?" "Easy enough, chum. When I saw how scared the lieutenant was a bright idea struck me. I crawled through the nearest port to the starboard main chains and swung down against the ship's side. I saw the officer look over, then, when he turned away, I reached the gangway and slipped forward. Now let us turn in and give Crane a rest." And they did. Chapter 4. More hazing. "That isn't a clothesline, you lubber." I thought." "What's that?" "Thought. How dare you think? Shade of Farragut. What's the service coming to? A confounded measly plebe, a worm of a function thinking. It's dreadful to contemplate." "Please, sir, I didn't mean." "You didn't mean? Why didn't you mean? Say, is it possible you say things without meaning them? Then you don't tell the truth. Ergo you can't be trusted. A pretty naval officer you will make. I'll just mark you down for report to the commanding officer." And Cadet Corporal Sharp made an elaborate flourish of his pencil as he pretended to enter the item in his notebook. Standing before him in evident fear and trembling was Nanny. Cliff was also present. "Did you ever hear the beat of that, trolley?" whispered Cliff. "It's simply outrageous, the way Sharp is carrying on. What does he take us for, a lot of dummies? I think we'll have to give him and the rest another lesson in manners." "I think so very much, Cliff," replied Trolley, in the same tone. "He what you call one dead sure crank, eh? He bluffer from Bluffersville," prompted Joy. "Yes, him from Blufftown, eh? Him get a curve off him." There was a smile at this attempt of the Japanese youth to use American slang, a smile that was observed and sternly checked by the corporal. "What's that?" he exclaimed, sarcastically. "Grinning during drill? Mean it as an insult to the service, I suppose." "Not exactly," mildly replied Cliff. "Who told you to speak, Mr. Faraday? How dare you make remarks? Want to get swamped with demerits before this practice cruise of the Monongahela is over, I suppose? You haven't nerve enough to run away, and you are afraid to resign, so you think you will misbehave yourself and get fired. I'm onto your little game, and, by Jupiter, I'll help you." Out came the book, and the pencil was placed in action once more. As he closed his little book with a snap, he added, "That means 10 demerits at the very least. I see your finish, Mr. Faraday." Cliff coolly shrugged his shoulders and glanced across the deck toward another group of plebes that was likewise being hazed by a cadet officer. It was drill hour in the morning watch on board the Monongahela. The vessel was still anchored near the mouth of Chesapeake Bay. It was considered necessary to allow the 3 classes on board to become accustomed to their new surroundings before venturing to sea, and for that reason progress was slow. Cadet Corporal Sharp, in charge of Cliff and his chums, was an expert plebe deviler. He had been known to drive timid and credulous plebes to resign in desperation. And he had driven new 4th-class men with more backbone, to open revolt, which ultimately resulted in divers demerits for the said mutineers. All this to the unbounded satisfaction and joy of the hazer and his cronies. That morning, when orders were given to teach the plebe class the various ropes and their uses, Corporal Sharp was assigned to the group composed of Cliff, Trolley, Toggles, Joy, Nanny Goat, Chris Spendley, and Judson Green. The 2 last were not chums of Cliff. In fact, they hated him most cordially, and, since their entrance into the academy, had tried in many underhand ways to down him. Each attempt had resulted in their own discomfiture, and of late they had kept rather quiet. Fate had placed them in the same squad with Cliff this day, and they were eager to see if he would get into trouble with the cadet corporal. From the appearance of affairs at the commencement of the lesson, it certainly seemed that their desires would be gratified. Cliff viewed with displeasure the young officer's deviling of Nanny, as the little lad was an especial favorite of his. The morning lesson was to consist of instruction in the different running ropes. At the very outset, Cadet Corporal Sharp had held up a manila line leading aloft amid a perfect maze of others and had sharply demanded of Nanny its name. The lad hazarded a guess and was immediately pounced upon as outlined at the commencement of this chapter. After noting down Cliff's offense in his book, the corporal proceeded with the lesson. And it was evident from his air of complacent satisfaction that he thoroughly enjoyed the situation. He took Cliff in hand. "You have put on more airs than an admiral since the academy was unfortunate enough to admit you," he snarled, "and it's about time you found out that you do not run the whole show. You have raised the old Nick in your own estimation, and, simply because you and your gang came out ahead in hazing once or twice, you think you can do as you please. What's that talking back to a superior officer, eh?" Out came the book once more. Making an entry, the corporal restored it to his pocket. Cliff had not spoken, but that fact made little difference. The hazer was out for trouble. Those standing near Cliff saw 2 round, red spots appear upon his cheeks, but he was still apparently cool. Trolley and Toggles looked their disgust, but they had too wholesome a respect for discipline to interfere. Little Nanny, he was barely within the limits of size at the entrance examination, seemed troubled and excited. He was not a lad of very strong character, but he had one attribute, and that was faithful affection. He liked Cliff exceedingly. He admired him for his manliness, and looked upon him as ideal in every particular. His friendship for the sturdy plebe was that of the faithful dog for his master. Now, while the cadet corporal was doing his utmost to provoke Cliff into some breach of discipline, Nanny watched and listened with a growing purpose in his heart. Cadet Corporal Sharp finally exhausted his vocabulary of invectives, and was forced to resume the instruction. The group was gathered about the forward pin rail to which a portion of the running rigging leads. The young non-commissioned officer knew his business, however overbearing and tyrannical he might be. The maze of ropes leading here and there was not a maze to him. Placing his hand on one, he said, abruptly, still addressing Cliff, "This is the fore-de-gallant halyards." "What is its use, sir?" "To hoist the fore-de-gallant yard, sir," was Cliff's prompt reply. "Humph, it's a wonder you knew that. Who told you? Where did you read it?" "Humph. I guess you don't know much more. Now, what's this?" He touched a thin manila rope apparently twisted with several others. Cliff looked aloft, trying to follow it with his eye. "What are you gaping about?" snapped the corporal. Green and Spendley exchanged grins. Cliff's face reddened slightly, and a peculiar smile, ominous and dangerous, crossed his lips. "I must confess I do not recognize it," he began. "But I think." "Think?" Corporal Sharp cried. "We want no thinking here. You confess, eh? Why don't you confess the truth that you are a dunce, a blamed idiot?" "Eh?" There was a startling interruption. Before he could finish the sentence, Nanny sprang from the group and flung himself upon the young officer. There was a sharp clasp, a second blow, then the corporal staggered back with his assailant clinging to his throat. The sudden attack was conceived and made in the twinkling of an eye. It was a complete surprise to Cadet Corporal Sharp and to all who witnessed it. Cliff and his friends stared in open-mouthed wonder for a moment, then the former sprang forward to separate the two. By that time, however, the cadet corporal, who was much stronger than Nanny, had shaken him off. Sharp was white with rage. "What do you mean, you fool?" he gasped. "How dare you lay hands on me? I'll..." He drew back his clenched fist to strike the younger lad, but his wrist was grasped firmly, and a cool voice said, "Don't touch him, sir. If he is to be punished, let the proper persons attend to it. Mind your own business, Faraday, snapped Sharp, jerking his wrist from Cliff's grasp. I'll have you soaked for interfering. As for that crazy plebe, he'll be fired for this. Just then the officer of the deck and Lieutenant Watson, the executive officer, who had been attracted by the commotion, came hurrying forward. Nanny, who seemed in a daze, caught sight of them. Fear for his rash action and a vague idea of the punishment he had incurred, sent the color from his cheeks. He gave one appealing glance toward Cliff, then he made a spring for the port foremast shrouds. "Hi! Stop!" called out the first lieutenant. "Catch him, someone," ordered the officer of the deck. A rush was made after the lad, in which both Spendley and Judson Green took active part, but they were a second too late. Nanny's lack of experience was more than overbalanced by his fear, and he flew up the ratlins like a reefer. The pursuers were on the point of crowding into the rigging when a stern command came from Lieutenant Watson. "Stop! What is the meaning of this uproar? Who is that cadet, Corporal Sharp?" "It is a new fourth-class man, sir. His name is Goat, Mr. Nanny Goat, sir." As Nanny was simply a nickname given the lad by the cadets, this method of putting it provoked a laugh among the spectators. But Lieutenant Watson quickly checked it. "This is no variety show," he exclaimed. "I want to know the meaning of this disgraceful scene. What is that cadet doing up there?" "He ran away, sir." "Why?" Because he was afraid, sir," stammered the cadet corporal, growing red in the face. "Afraid of what?" "Only small persons in this world, small in nature, bully those under them." Corporal Sharp was possessed of an extremely small and narrow spirit, and he delighted in showing his petty authority and in doing his utmost to make life unpleasant for those over whom he could exercise his will. His reputation as a plebe hazer was well established among the cadets themselves, but it had not reached the ears of his superior officers. He knew that, and he lost no time in taking advantage of the fact. "I'll tell you all about it, sir," he said, boldly. "I was giving this squad of plebs new fourth-class men instructions in seamanship when Mr. Goat, not liking a rebuke caused by his own inattention, made an entirely unprovoked assault on me." A murmur, faint but distinct, ran through the group of plebs, and Cliff stepped forward as if with the intention of speaking. Before he could commence, Sharp pointed him out, and added, triumphantly, "And that cadet helped him, sir. His name is Mr. Faraday, and he is as guilty as the other." The speaker glanced toward Judson Green and Chris Spendley as if seeking confirmation. Their hatred of Cliff was an old story to the cadets of the Naval Academy. He was not disappointed in his anticipations. "That's right," said Green, audibly. "Sure thing," spoke up Spendley. "Do you mean to tell me they actually attacked you while you were on duty over them?" exclaimed the executive officer, in amazement. "Yes, sir. And it was entirely unprovoked," glibly replied Corporal Sharp. "They are troublesome pupils, sir. This isn't the first time they have broken the rules. Nor is it the first time you have told a deliberate lie, Cadet Corporal Sharp." The words came like the snap of a whip from Cliff's lips. Stepping forward, he placed himself directly before the young non-commissioned officer. His face was calm, but a peculiar, mirthless smile hovered about the corners of his mouth. It was a smile known to his intimate friends as a certain indication of strong emotion. "What is that, sir?" cried the executive officer. "How dare you give the lie to a superior officer? Lieutenant Masters, place him under arrest, and notify the captain." Chapter V. Nanny sends a message. As the officer of the deck advanced to obey the command, a cry came from overhead. All eyes were turned in that direction. In the excitement, Nanny had been temporarily forgotten. The little lad had ran up the rigging to the foretop, then seeing that his friend was in trouble, he descended midway to the deck. There he paused, and when Cliff was ordered under arrest he made an exclamation of consternation. The executive officer was angry. He believed the corporal's story, and the very idea of such a gross breach of discipline was too much for his temper. "Come down, sir," he roared, shaking his spyglass at poor Nanny. "Come down at once or it will be the worse for you." A cadet first-class man named Blakely, the captain of the academy football team, involuntarily leaped into the rigging, thinking the pursuit of the fugitive was desired by Lieutenant Watson. The latter's stern voice and Blakely's action proved the last straw, and Nanny fled upward again in dismay. The rigging swayed under his hurrying feet and several times he came dangerously near falling. But fear lent confidence, and he gained the top without mishap. Lieutenant Watson watched his progress with mingled amazement and rage. In all his experience he had never known a cadet to run aloft to escape punishment. "The boy is crazy," he muttered. "Shall we send several men after him, sir?" asked the officer of the deck. Before a reply could be given, the commander of the Monongahela, who had been in his cabin, walked forward attracted by the commotion. "What is the matter?" he asked, glancing at the cadets. "A little trouble between Cadet Corporal Sharp and two new fourth-class men, sir," replied Lieutenant Watson, saluting. "Cadets Faraday and Goat attacked Cadet Corporal Sharp and struck him while he was in pursuit of his duty." "What's that?" exclaimed the captain, severely. "Striking a superior officer is a grave offense." Turning upon Cliff, he added, "Young man, it seems that you intend to keep yourself before the public. It was all right for you to create disturbances at the academy and be kidnapped, but when you assault a superior officer, you go too far. Your time as a cadet will be short if you persist in such actions." Cliff attempted to speak, but he was cut short with a gesture. "Where is the other culprit?" asked the captain, addressing Lieutenant Watson. The latter pointed aloft. "He fled to escape punishment, sir." "What?" "He's in the foretop. Have him brought down at once and placed under arrest." "I'll court-martial both for this breach of discipline," thundered the Monongahela's commander. At a signal from the executive officer, 4 nimble first-class men sprang into rigging and began to run aloft. The crowd around the spot had increased until it numbered almost the entire crew. All the officers off duty had left the wardroom and steerage, and many comments were made. "Never seen anything like it in all my experience," exclaimed the navigator. "Think he's temporarily insane, doctor?" the paymaster asked, gazing curiously aloft. "Maybe a touch of sunstroke," was the surgeon's cautious reply. He stepped over to the captain, said something in a low voice. Cliff, who was standing a few feet away, between the master-at-arms and the ship's corporal, heard the commander reply, incredulously. "Nonsense, sir. It's simply a spirit of deviltry. He thinks he can do as he pleases. He must be taught a lesson." Cliff glanced aloft, where, indeed, all eyes were turned, and saw that the 4 cadets had almost reached the top. Suddenly Nanny's face, strained and eager, appeared over the edge of the wide top. He gave the pursuing cadets one rapid glance, then he scrambled into the rigging leading above and started to ascend. "Stop! Come down out of that," bellowed the executive officer, waving his spyglass. The fugitive's feet slipped and he was seen to sway outward. A frantic clutch at a stay saved him, however, and he continued upward. "He will fall as sure as fate," cried the paymaster, hoarsely. Again Nanny slipped, and again did he regain his foothold. But it was evident his lack of experience would bring him into serious peril, and the spectators watched his uncertain progress with bated breath. "He'll never reach the crosstrees," said Lieutenant Watson. "He is crazy. He will I thought he was gone then." "Mr. Blakely, don't follow any farther," he shouted. "Come back to the top." The senior cadet and his 3 companions halted instantly and slowly descended. Nanny quickly observed their change of action, and halted, swinging nervously from the ratlins. A sigh of relief went up. "Proper move," muttered the surgeon. "Should have stopped them before." Guess I'll try a trip to the top and see if I can coax him down. He made the suggestion at once, and the commander gave prompt consent. It was a ticklish task for his unaccustomed feet, but he finally arrived within speaking distance of the young fugitive. The two held a very brief conversation, then the surgeon returned to the deck. His face wore a queer expression. "That boy is no more crazy than I am," he reported. "But he's simply scared out of his wits. He declares he won't come down until a certain cadet is sent up to him." "Who, in heaven's name?" demanded the captain. "Mr. Cliff Faraday." "Why does he wish to see him?" The surgeon shook his head. "I don't know, sir," he replied. "He insists on it. Possibly it would be a good idea to humor him." "I'd like to humor his back with a rope's end," exclaimed the captain. "This is the most ridiculous experience I ever had. Fancy a cadet skipping aloft and defying the whole ship's company. It is simply outrageous." "Mr. Faraday." "Yes, sir." Cliff stepped forward and saluted respectfully. He appeared calm, but a gleam in his eyes indicated that he labored under some excitement. "Run aloft and persuade that silly boy to come down," ordered the captain, gruffly. "Tell him we won't hang him to the yardarm today. And just add that he is making a fool of himself and that it will have a bad effect on his future record." Cliff saluted again and sprang into the shrouds. As he passed Cadet Corporal Sharp, he gave that youth a look that spoke volumes. "He's the cause of all this trouble," muttered Cliff, as he nimbly ascended the rigging. "If any harm comes to poor Nanny, I'll square accounts with him as sure as fate." It did not take him long to reach the foretop. Climbing through the lubber's hole, he stood up and looked aloft. Nanny was midway to the crosstrees. His face was rather pale, and the hands grasping the ratlins trembled perceptibly. It was evident that he was still badly frightened. Cliff motioned him to come down to the top. "Drop down here, Nanny," he said, kindly. "Everything is all right. Just descend carefully, and I'll help you to the deck." "Oh, Cliff, I'm afraid," was the piteous reply. I struck an officer, and they'll send me to prison." "Nonsense, chum. We are both in trouble on account of that plebe deviler, Sharp, but they can't do much to us. I expect we will be court-martialed, but we've plenty of witnesses on our side. Come down, that's a good boy. You are not fooling me." Cliff laughed encouragingly. "That's a nice thing to say," he replied. "I am ashamed of you." Nanny smiled also, and prepared to descend. He cautiously lowered one foot and then started to follow with the other. As he did so, he stepped, swayed outward, and after one frantic grasp at the rigging, fell down from the dizzy height. A cry of horror came from the spectators. "He will be killed. Heavens, what a fall!" Then came a sickening splash as Nanny's body, bounding from the rigging, struck the water and disappeared beneath the surface. Several cadets, among them Trolley, Joy, and Toggles, sprang to the top of the hammock netting, but before they could leap overboard after the little plebe, a figure was seen to cleave the air from above. Amid the echoes of the second splash, a shout went up in a regular torrent of voices. "It's Faraday!" Chapter 6. The Fight. "Gently, men, lift him up gently. That's it. Now, help in the other. What a dive that was. Clean as a whistle. Best I ever saw. And think of the distance. Say, masters, he's a hero from Heroville." The lieutenant in charge of the cutter smiled and nodded his head. "Ready. Pull away, men," he ordered. "Take us back to the ship, coxswain." The first cutter of the Monongahela swept over the tumbling waters of Chesapeake Bay under the steady impulse of 4 pairs of oars. Lying insensible in the forward part was Nanny. Near him reclined Cliff, fully aware of all that was going on about him, but thoroughly exhausted. Trolley and Joy, members of the boat's crew, were paying much less attention to their oars than to their chum. Talking among the men is generally prohibited, but in this case the rule was entirely lost sight of, and the crew conversed freely. "Him should be Japan," said Trolley, genuine admiration in his voice. "If boy do that in Japan Navy they make him hero. Mikado give medal and all people sing songs." "But that is in Japan," said Cliff, with the return of his old winning smile. "Such little tricks are of common occurrence in this country. It happens every day." "Indeed it doesn't," broke in Joy. "Person might jump overboard, but not from the foretop. It was a lulu of a dive. And then when you touched water you didn't stay under the surface 5 seconds." A rousing cheer and a tiger greeted the cutter as it swept alongside the gangway. Nanny was passed up and immediately taken to the sickbay. But when it came Cliff's turn, he rejected all aid and climbed up the side as nimbly as of yore. On reaching the top of the gangway he glanced down upon a sea of enthusiastic, youthful faces. Grouped near the bulwark were 20 plebes. In the front rank were Toggles, Walters, and others of Cliff's friends. "Whoop, here he is," shouted the former. "Up with him, fellows." Cliff made an effort to escape, but he was seized and borne in triumph, wet as he was, about the deck. At the procession past the mainmast, the captain, who had been smilingly watching the scene with the other officers, stepped forward. Cliff was immediately lowered to the deck. "Mr. Faraday," said the commander, "an act such as yours deserves all praise. I will mention you in my reports, and will also keep an eye on you in the future. As for that little trouble we will forget it. But I may as well add that it would be better for you and Mr. Go to obey the rules as you find them." "That will do." Cliff bowed and went forward with the other cadets. He still felt, however, that he was laboring under an unjust cloud. As he reached the gun deck hatch the apothecary came up and said as he hurried aft, "Your friend has just recovered consciousness, Mr. Faraday. The surgeon says he'll be all right in a day of 2. "Thank God for that," was Cliff's heartfelt comment. "Poor little chap. He has suffered enough for what he did." The words were overheard by Joy. The latter touched him on the shoulder and whispered, "There's that plebe deviler, Cadet Corporal Sharp, over there talking with Green and Spendley. He looks disappointed." "He'll look worse than that in a moment," replied Cliff, grimly. Joy thrust out his lean, tanned face and gaped at him. You don't mean," he gasped. Just then Cadet Corporal Sharp sauntered past and descended the ladder leading below, with a swagger. Cliff followed at his heels, and Joy, after a delirious signal to all standing near, followed him. As the plebe from Nebraska reached the gun deck he saw Cliff confront Sharp. "You are too contemptible to talk to," he heard the former say, then Cliff reached out and, catching Sharp's nose between his fingers, gave it a disdainful tweak. The effect upon the cadet corporal was much as if the deck overhead had suddenly been lifted off and the blue canopy of heaven exposed to view. He staggered back, glaring at Cliff in stupefied amazement. The latter's face wore a grim look of determination, and that strange smile, which was a signal of danger to all who knew him, hovered about his mouth. He was resting lightly upon his feet, poised for the attack he knew would follow. Sharp attempted to speak, but the words came in a stuttering stream. He was wild with rage. Leaping forward, he aimed a blow, but before Cliff could parry it, Blakely, the big first-class man, intervened. "Not here, you fool," said the latter, warningly. "This is no place for a scrap. If you want to fight the cheeky plebe, go forward to the washroom." "If I want to fight," cried Sharp, struggling to free himself from Blakely's detaining hands. "He pulled my nose, and I'll kill him." "Then do it in the proper place," was the cool reply. "Go to the washroom." "I'm perfectly willing to fight him there or here, or any old where," announced Cliff. "And I'll do my best to give him a thrashing he won't forget in a hurry." "You may receive one yourself," said the big senior. "Get those wet clothes off and meet us forward. Be quick about it. We get up anchor at 5 bells." Cliff was attended by Joy and Trolley, and 5 minutes later he entered the washroom to find it almost packed with cadets. A space was cleared in the center and preliminaries arranged by Joy and a second-class man. Blakely was to act as referee. When Cliff stepped out, stripped and ready for the fray, Sharp advanced to meet him. The hazer's face was not pleasant to contemplate. He was naturally a bully at heart, and his disposition was mean and small. The two attacks upon him that morning, attacks by two miserable plebs at that, had brought out all the vindictiveness of his petty nature. Faraday confronted him calmly, but that old smile was very pronounced. Trolley and Joy, who knew it well, gleefully rubbed their hands. "Time," called Blakely. "Are you ready?" "Yes," clearly replied Cliff, standing on the defensive. Sharp barely nodded. The signal came, and the two enemies, for such they were, in truth, began to spar cautiously. But this caution lasted not a minute. Sharp, plainly wild with anger, made a furious attack and succeeded in beating down Cliff's guard. The result was a stiff tap upon Faraday's chin which sent him reeling against the bulkhead. A subdued howl of delight came from the members of the upper classes. The plebs looked glum, but Trolley and Joy, who were attending Cliff, showed no signs of discouragement. Time was again called. Sharp advanced confidently, and Cliff saw him wink at several friends. The plebe Devler essayed the same tactics, but he did not succeed so well as before. The round ended with a furious exchange of blows which left several angry blotches upon Sharp's face. When the two faced each other for the third time, Cliff instantly made a feint with his left and let drive with all his force with his right directly into Sharp's face. There was a crunch and a thud, a gasping cry, and the cadet corporal found himself upon the hard deck, his head dancing amid a whole galaxy of stars. He scrambled erect and fairly tore himself from the hands of those about him. He was seen to tear something from his pocket and spring at Cliff. There was a flash, a warning cry from the spectators, then Faraday shot out both hands, landing with terrible force upon the chin and neck of the infuriated cadet. Sharp fell like a log, and at the same moment something dropped from his grasp with a metallic clatter. "He's knocked out, and pretty badly, too," announced Blakely, amid a confused murmur of voices. "He deserved to be killed," exclaimed Joy, picking up something from the deck. "Look at this." It was a clasp knife, open and ready for use. "That lets him out," muttered Blakely, grimly. "He'll not suffer from too much companionship this cruise." Raising his voice, he added, "We may have differences with plebs, but we are gentlemen. Any person who associates with Sharp hereafter is a cad." And Blakely's decisions were always respected. "Hooray," cheered Trolley, embracing Cliff. "You bully boy from back way. You do plenty for plebs today. Hooray." Chapter 7. A hail in the night. For several days nothing of importance happened. Then came a storm and Cliff was placed on the lookout. "Sail O! Ship dead ahead. Look out, she's." The startling cry, wafted aft from the forecastle by a sudden shifting of the gale, came to an end just as the officer on watch awakened to the fact that something was wrong. Grasping his trumpet more firmly, he peered through the gloom enshrouding the ship like a damp mist, and then bawled, lustily, "Foc Selly, ahoy! What have you sighted?" There was a commotion about the wet, littered decks. Crew and cadets slipped from their shelters and glanced anxiously out into the storm-tossed waste of waters. The executive officer, who had just retired, hastily reappeared, armed with his night glass, and silently took his station on the quarter-deck. All waited breathlessly for the answer from forward. It was tardy in coming, and the executive officer snapped out, "Forward, there! Why don't you answer?" A tall, slim figure, swathed in oilskins, swayed up to the speaker from beyond the foremast, and saluted as well as plunging deck would permit. "I have investigated the matter, sir." The cry was given by a new fourth-class cadet, acting as lookout on the starboard cathead. He fancied he saw a ship directly in front, and he gave the alarm. "What is his name?" "Clifford Faraday, sir." "Humph, was he asleep?" "I do not think so, sir." "He's a bright lad, Mr. Watson," interposed the officer of the watch. "I stationed him up there for that reason. He's not the one to sleep on duty." "But he must have been dreaming to act in that manner," impatiently replied the executive officer. "What did the other lookouts?" "Ship ahoy." "She's dead ahead." "Watch." The cry rang out sharply above the roaring of the gale, and, as before, it came to a sudden ending. There was a moment of silence, then the cadet officer of the forecastle, who had just made a report, exclaimed wonderingly, "It's Faraday again." Brandishing his telescope like a sword, the executive officer sprang forward, followed by the other officers and a score of men and cadets. On reaching the forecastle they found Cliff leaning far out over the rail, hanging with one hand from a stay. He was peering eagerly through the gloom at a point just off the starboard bow. "What is the matter here?" harshly exclaimed Lieutenant Watson. "Who gave that alarm?" Cliff turned and leaped lightly to the deck. One hand came up to the rim of his cap in prompt salute, then he replied, in a clear, strong voice. "I gave the alarm, sir." "What for?" "Because I sighted a ship dead ahead, sir. We were almost on top of her when she disappeared." The executive officer made a gesture of impatience. "This is sheer nonsense, Mr. Faraday," he exclaimed. "You have been dreaming." "Dreaming, sir?" Cliff drew himself up. His face, seen in the light cast by a hand lantern, reddened. "Yes, dreaming." "You have been asleep, sir," insisted Lieutenant Watson, whose temper was not the best. "It is a grave breach of discipline, and I warn you to keep awake on watch in the future." "I beg your pardon, sir," replied Cliff, respectfully, but with firmness. "I must deny having been asleep. I have walked back and forth across decks during the whole watch. I passed the call at each bell, and I know I saw what I have claimed." "Where is it, then?" Cliff glanced out across the water, which foamed and leaped in giant billows under the force of the gale. The air was filled with flying spume, and rain beat downward with steady persistency. It was a wild night. The thick mist hemmed the ship in a black horizon, and naught was visible to the curious eyes of the group on the forecastle. Several of the cadets laughed, and one said in a tone plainly audible, "He saw the Flying Dutchman, I guess." The words did not escape Cliff, but he gave no sign of having heard them other than one quick glance at the speaker. "I do not know where the ship is now, sir," he replied, steadily, to the executive officer's question, "but I am certain I saw one. It was nothing but a hulk with two masts having curious round cages at the top. There weren't any yards or sails visible." "You are describing a light ship, Faraday," said Lieutenant Watson, smiling incredulously. "And there are none within 50 miles of us. Take my advice and do not cultivate the habit of riding nightmares on watch." With this last bit of sarcasm the officer walked aft and rejoined the officer of the deck. "It is hard to believe such a manly, clever cadet as Faraday would lie deliberately to get out of a scrape," he said, "but it certainly looks as if he has been trying it. Fancy a light ship out here. Better take him off watch, or he'll be keeping us awake all night. When do you change the course?" "At 8 bells, sir." "It is almost that time now." "Good night, sir." "Rather good morning. There would be a glimpse of dawn in the sky if it wasn't for this confounded gale." Lieutenant Watson crossed the slippery, tossing deck to the break of the cabin, and glanced at the clock back of the wheel. The hands indicated 10 minutes of 4. With a sigh for the sleep he had lost, he went below to turn in. 5 minutes later he was buried in a slumber. In the meantime Cliff had been relieved from his post on the forecastle. When the cadet officer in charge, a first-classman, curtly bade him give way to another plebe, he silently obeyed, but it was evident he felt the disgrace keenly. Don't you care, Cliff, spoke up Joy, who had formed one of the group. Such mistakes are common. But it wasn't a mistake, Joy, replied Faraday, earnestly. I am as certain I saw that ship twice as I am that I stand here. Did it look like a light ship? Queried a smaller lad. I guess so, Nanny. The first luff said I described one. Whew. It was a peculiar experience. My flesh is creepy yet. I thought we would plump into her for certain. Tell us all about it, old fellow, chorused several plebes of the watch. It bad here, spoke up Trolley. Me think we blow away pretty soon. This one Lulu of a gale. It peacherine. Right you are, Trolley, laughed Cliff. The strength of the wind is only equaled by the force of your slang. We will take refuge in the lee of the bulwarks down below. The rest scurried to the main deck, but he remained a moment clinging to the railing, and searchingly swept the sea with his eyes. I can't make it out to save me, he murmured. I was not asleep or dreaming. I saw that vessel as sure as fate. But why didn't the others see it, too? Spendley was on watch on the other side of the deck. Why, by Jove. Probably he was asleep. It's certainly mysterious. The old Monongahela pitched and rolled heavily in the seas. The gale shrieked unceasingly through the taut rigging. Monster waves, wind-blown and angry, leaped against the stout wooden hull as if eager to drag it apart. Flying masses of vapor, dank and salty, scud through the air, and in the midst of it all the driving rain poured with a sleet-like sharpness against the faces of the watch on deck. 10 hours previous the practice ship passed the capes of the Chesapeake. Moderately fair weather had suddenly given way to a sharp squall shortly before dark, and this had changed by midnight to a gale which promised to last until morning. Cliff, with several of his plebe friends, had gone on watch at 4 bells 2 o'clock, and it was while he was acting as lookout on the starboard side of the forecastle that he insisted he had sighted a vessel dead ahead. He felt rather downcast when he finally left the forecastle and rejoined his chums under the lee of the port bulwarks. Lieutenant Watson's sarcastic words hurt him. And especially so, as he considered them entirely undeserved. That he had really seen a vessel almost within a cable's length of the Monongahela he was positive. But why had not others seen it? And why did the ship disappear so mysteriously and suddenly? Cliff was not superstitious, nor did he place any faith in the tales of the old sailors, but his flesh crept as he cast one last glance at the raging seas, and he welcomed with gladness Nanny's cheery voice. "Hello, chum. See anything more of your Dutchman?" laughed the little lad. "That's what Judson Green called it," said Joy, gloomily. "He's always trying to say mean things. Why can't he be peaceful, and not always attempt to stir up trouble? Why ain't he like me? When I have it in for a fellow, do I go around casting sneering remarks? No, indeedy. I act like a peaceful man and a Christian. I simply swat him one with a club, or beat the blooming head off him." "Hooray," giggled the Japanese youth. "You bully boy after my own what you call him?" "Liver," suggested a lad named Toggles, gravely. "Perhaps he means after his own gizzard," slyly observed Nanny. There was a general laugh at Trolley's expense, and he laughed the loudest of all. Nothing could shake his good nature. Cliff stooped down and, leaning upon a broadside gun, glanced thoughtfully through the crack of the port shutter. "Still looking for your ship?" asked Toggles, sympathetically, at his elbow. "Yes. But, to tell the truth, I don't know whether I care to see it again or not," was the grave reply. "Why not, chum? It seems to me that if it was sighted again it would clear you of any suspicion. What is your reason for not wanting to see it?" Cliff did not reply at once. Resting against the polished breech of the heavy gun, he continued to gaze into the dark wall of mist. Presently he spoke, and his serious tone surprised his hearers. "Chums," he said, "do you know I believe there is some mystery connected with that strange-looking ship?" "A mystery," echoed Nanny, wonderingly. Yes. I am positive I saw it just as I described it to Lieutenant Watson. I was standing near the heel of the bowsprit looking ahead, when, suddenly there came a flash of lightning, and before the glare died away, I saw a peculiar-looking hull, battered and worn, with two masts clear of yards and sails. At each top was a queer, round object shaped like a barred cage. As far as I could see there was no one on board, and the vessel seemed heavens. What was that? Cliff's description ended in an exclamation of profound amazement. There was good cause for it. Suddenly, and without warning, a horrible scream, blood-curdling in its intensity, sounded through the length and breadth of the practice ship. It was not uttered by any on board, but seemed to come from off the port beam. There was an instant of breathless silence, then, just as the crew, aroused and horrified, rushed from below, a second terrible cry arose above the whistling of the gale. The men at the wheel were so startled that, stanch seamen though they were, they involuntarily released the spokes. There was not much canvas exposed to the wind, merely the topsails and storm stay sails, close reefed, but there was enough spread to send the ship almost aback. The captain, hurrying from his cabin, grasped the situation at once. A sharp word of command brought the sailors to a sense of their duty, and they hurled themselves upon the wheel just in time to keep the Monongahela from broaching to. As she staggered around, trembling under the force of the gale, there suddenly came a startling cry from amidships. "Ship abeam! Look! She is almost on us!" The voice was Cliff's, and the lad, dimly revealed in the faint light of dawn, was standing upon the lower port main shrouds, pointing with shaking hand to where, lurching wildly toward the practice ship, was a grim, weather-beaten hull, with two bare masts, having cage-like objects in the tops. The next moment there was a terrific crash and grinding of timbers, then, as the Monongahela reeled with the shock, the strange ship staggered away, that weird scream echoing from her deck. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Ship. Discipline is brought to an excellent state of perfection on all warships as a rule, and the practice cruiser was no exception. Naval officers are trained to exercise instant discretion in time of danger, and it is considered a sign of incompetency if one should lose his wits under such circumstances. Lieutenant Watson, the executive officer of the Monongahela, aroused from a sound sleep by the indescribable pandemonium, lost no time in heedless inquiries, but rushed on deck clad only in his night clothes. By the time he had cleared the companion ladder, the officer of the watch and the captain of the ship were thundering orders right and left. Under their instructions the old Monongahela was again before the wind, and an immediate examination of damages being made. But in the midst of it all, over on the port side of the main deck, Trolley, excited and happy, was dancing about Cliff, and shouting half in Japanese and half in English. "You right, you right. Hooray! Hiko Bato, CLI Jara. You see ship after all. Hooray! You bully boy. No sleep, but see ship all the time. You are great peach. Hooray! I knew he was right all the time," exclaimed Toggles. "So did I," chimed in little Nanny. "The first luff was evidently of a different opinion," said Cliff, grimly. "But what can be the matter aboard that ship, and what is she?" "There is something wrong on board," spoke up Joy. "Those screams were horrible. My blood is running cold. Yet look. There she is again." He pointed excitedly to leeward, where, dimly visible through the lightning mist, was the peculiar craft with which the Monongahela had just been in collision. She lurched and pitched and rolled with the wild irresponsible motion of a vessel at the mercy of the waves. The dawn was not far enough advanced to enable those on board the practice ship to distinguish more than vague outlines. Every glass on board was directed toward the strange craft as soon as it was ascertained that little damage had been done the Monongahela by the collision, but nothing indicating the presence of human beings on board could be seen. Cliff and his friends were wild with curiosity, but not more so than their shipmates. The peculiar experiences of the night, the sighting and sudden disappearance of the stranger, the collision, and above all those weird, half-human cries, had created intense interest. The captain, Lieutenant Watson, and other officers were gathered in the gangway near where the carpenter and his assistants were making hasty repairs. The gale was giving promise of lessening. The wind had died down with the coming of the sun, but the seas were still running high. Nothing had been done to increase the spread of canvas, and the old frigate lurched along at a reduced speed. "I would give a great deal to learn what ship that is, and the meaning of those horrible cries," said Captain Brooks, gravely. "There's some mystery about it." "She looks like an old-time lightship," spoke up the executive officer, working his spyglass. "Hardly of this century though," remarked the surgeon, who was a student of naval architecture from choice. "See, the mist is clearing now. The sun is shining on her. By Jove, what a queer-looking craft she is." "I've a notion," began the captain, reflectively. Standing at a respectful distance, but within earshot, were Cliff and his companions. They edged eagerly toward the group of officers, and Faraday's intelligent face lighted up with excitement and keen anticipation. "He's going to send a boat," he whispered to Trolley. "If he does, I'll be one of the crew or break a leg." "Me, too," chattered the Japanese youth. "I know miss that for." "I have a notion, gentlemen," repeated the captain, "to send over there and investigate." "It's our duty, sir," said Lieutenant Watson, emphatically. "If you say the word, sir, I will take a boat now." "Any room for me?" asked the paymaster, earnestly. "I can pull an oar, sir," insinuated the marine officer. "As navigator, I consider it my duty to make the visit," spoke up a tall, fine-looking lieutenant. The captain laughed. "If it wasn't against the rules I'd go myself," he said. "As it is, the first deck officer shall make the trip. Mr. Jones," turning to another officer, "take the whaleboat and a good crew, and see what you find on board that vessel. Better go armed. There's no telling what you will encounter. Make haste, and bring me a detailed report." The practice ship's course was changed, and in less than an hour she was hove to within a half-mile of the mysterious vessel. The latter was in plain view now, and she presented a sight that brought exclamations of wonder and amazement from the Monongahela's crew. She was unlike anything in the shape of a vessel they had ever before seen. She was high forward and aft, with a curious house-shaped structure amidships. The masts were mere poles, guiltless of yards, ropes, or sails. There was no regular bowsprit forward, but in its place was a queer, stumpy bow. At the top of each mast were small, circular, wooden cages. The sides of the hull seemed to be painted green at first, but the surgeon's sharp eyes soon ascertained that it was not paint, but a luxuriant growth of marine grass. The decks were littered with debris, and trailing over the stern was apparently a mass of tangled ropes and sails. This much was made out when the shrill notes of the boatswain's whistle calling away the whaleboat echoed through the practice ship. Cliff was disconsolate. His boat was the gig. He stood in the gangway watching the work of lowering the narrow, double-ended craft, wishing with all his heart and soul that he was one of the lucky crew. Suddenly the coxswain poked his head above the hammock netting and called out that he was a man short. The lieutenant who had been selected to go, glanced about the deck inquiringly. His eyes fell upon Cliff, and that youth sprang forward, hopped nimbly up the main shrouds, and was descending the boat falls before the officer could make up his mind to select him. A few moments later the whaleboat was clear of the Monongahela, and being propelled across the heaving sea by her sturdy crew. Once, while the boat was swung around by a wave, Cliff sighted the strange ship. Something moving near the bow caught his eye, and he gave a start and almost dropped his oar. "Steady, there. What is the matter with you?" came sternly from the lieutenant. Cliff said nothing, but his hands trembled as they clasped the oar again. His brain was in a whirl. He longed to rub his eyes to see if he was still awake, or if that which he had just seen or fancied he had seen, was real or a phantom. the cadet behind him said as he leaned forward. "Did you sight anything? You look white and scared." Cliff compressed his lips, and maintained an uncompromising silence. He was not certain of his own senses, and he had no desire to expose himself to ridicule. The whaleboat swept on and finally gained a position on the lee side of the tossing hulk. A weather-beaten rope dangling over the side promised a means of ascending to the deck. "Catch it, one of you," shouted the officer. "Shin up the side and take the painter." The position of the boat brought the rope within reach of Cliff's hands, and he lost no time in obeying the order. Fortunately the black tarry strands were strong enough to bear his weight, and he was soon climbing agilely toward the high railing. Slipping and sliding, up he went, the pressure of his feet dislodging masses of the strange, slimy green marine vegetation adhering to the storm-beaten planks. Finally he grasped the rail and crawled over. Then, just as he disappeared, those below heard a strangling, unearthly cry, followed by the sounds of a desperate struggle. Then came one shrill, agonizing appeal for help, and silence. Chapter 9. The fight on the derelict. The lieutenant and the crew of the whaleboat, at first aghast with horror and amazement, speedily recovered their wits. Springing to his feet, the officer made a grasp for the dangling rope. Before he could reach it, a long wave swept along the rolling hull and caught the whaleboat upon its crest. There was a surge and a violent wrench, and over went the luckless officer headlong into the sea. The frail craft was swept under the sloping stem, dashed once against the hull, and then it capsized, throwing the whole crew into the water. All this was witnessed by the Monongahela's crew, and excitement reigned on board. Captain Brooks took personal charge of affairs, and under his able direction 2 boats, the cutter and sailing launch, were lowered and manned. In the latter went Trolley and Joy, both managing to slip aboard during the excitement. As yet the full extent of the tragedy was not known. Cliff had been seen to climb over the railing, but the unearthly cry and the appeal for help had not reached the practice ship. Then came the capsizing of the whaleboat, and the instant necessity of action. Lieutenant Watson took command of the cutter, which was the faster of the two. He was an able man, and he soon had the crew bending to their oars. The gale was now a thing of the past, and the sea was rapidly subsiding. Clear skies overhead, and a brightly shining sun robbed the scene of much of its former gruesomeness. In the sailing launch Trolley and Joy were laboring with might and main, as indeed all were. But the 2 young plebes had an added interest in reaching the strange derelict from the fact that Cliff Faraday, their friend and chum, was on board the craft whence those horrible cries had come. It was not long before the cutter reached the capsized whaleboat. Clinging to the keel were 5 of the crew. They were instantly dragged on board and a start made for the stern of the derelict. The lieutenant and the rest of the crew were either swimming in that vicinity or holding onto the rudder. The rather clumsy launch dashed up in time to rescue the officer, who had managed to keep himself afloat by strenuous efforts. As he was lifted over the side by willing hands, he gasped, hurriedly, "Quick, board that vessel. Faraday is there, and he is in trouble." Trolley exclaimed something in Japanese, and sprang to his feet. Nimbly stepping forward, he made a flying leap from the launch's bow, and caught the rope dangling from the derelict's stern. "Stop," sternly cried the officer in charge. "Wait until you are ordered to leave the boat." But the young Japanese paid no heed to the words. The impetus caused by the leap sent him swinging and scraping along the slimy side of the strange craft, but he drew himself up inch by inch, and finally gained the rail. "Stand by to catch a rope," called out the lieutenant, making the best of the situation. "Make it fast to what's the matter." Splash! It was Trolley. The Japanese youth had suddenly turned, and, with a shriek of fear, had plunged headlong into the sea. The crews of the cutter, launch and whaleboat exchanged glances of undeniable terror. Several seamen began shoving the boats away from the derelict with their oars. "Belay that," shouted Lieutenant Watson, in a rage. "Aboard the launch, pick up that cadet, and stand by to board. Here, Brown, steady this rope. I'll see what's up on this confounded craft. The last words were addressed to the coxswain, who instantly grasped the lower bight of the line and held it while the fearless officer ascended. Halfway to the top he held himself with one hand, and loosened his sword in its scabbard with the other. Then he began again to draw himself upward. His progress was watched with breathless interest below. Suddenly the officer in charge of the sailing launch gave a muttered order. The crew fell to the oars and the launch dashed ahead toward the bow. In the meantime, Trolley, dripping wet and evidently badly frightened, had been dragged from the water. His teeth were chattering, and his face had assumed a grayish pallor. "For heaven's sake, what's the matter up there?" queried Joy, in a frenzy of excitement. "Speak, where is Cliff?" The Japanese youth crouched in the bottom of the boat and muttered and shook his head like one demented. Suddenly all eyes were drawn to the railing above by the horrible, unearthly cry first heard during the gale. It rang out with such blood-curdling intensity that the faces of the listeners blanched. "We haven't any business fooling here," hoarsely muttered one of the oarsmen. "This consarned Flying Dutchman is ha-ented. I move we get as fast as we can." "And leave Faraday and Lieutenant Watson behind," fiercely demanded Joy. "That's a fine suggestion." Just then the sailing launch reached the bow. A quick scrutiny revealed several broken bolts and beam ends where the bowsprit and stays had been torn away. A fragment of chain was hanging down and swinging with a harsh, grating sound against the side. "Climb up there, one of you," called out the officer in charge. Joy, who was nearest, started to obey, but before he could leave the boat a prodigious hubbub came from aft. Looking in that direction he saw Lieutenant Watson striking fiercely with his sword at something behind the rails. An indescribable pandemonium came from the deck. Harsh cries and groans, wild shrieks, moans and a queer grunting sound which seemed more unearthly than all the rest. One of the cutter's crew was climbing the rope as fast as his arms could lift him, and another was preparing to follow. Almost frantic with excitement, Joy fairly scaled the bow of the derelict. As his hand touched the broken rail, he heard the heavy breathing beneath him. A familiar voice gasped. "Hurry, hurry, Joy. Me want to come, too. Hurry. I no afraid any more, even if I see plenty devil. Quick." The next moment Joy threw one leg over the bulwark and dropped to the deck. Then, with eyes bulging and face whitened to the color of chalk, he turned to spring back over the side. Trolley grasped him by the arms and held him against the rail. A sailor appeared above the level of the deck, took one glance, then vanished. A sullen splash proclaimed his destination. Joy's fright faded by degrees. Finally he again looked down the deck over the little house-like structure amidships. What he saw was this. Up on the high after, or cabin deck, were four horribly grotesque figures. One was a giant Negro, coal-black in color, and almost devoid of clothing. Tied around his middle was a simple strip of some animal's skin. His hair was long and matted. His mouth savage in its brutal gaping. His narrow eyes fierce and bloodshot. He was bleeding from a great wound, evidently just given him by Lieutenant Watson, who had retreated to the extreme after rail. With the maniac, for such he seemed to be, were three monster apes, almost as large as a man. They were leaping about with appalling nimbleness, and uttering strange, blood-curdling, half-human cries. Lying huddled in the port scupper was Cliff, apparently dead. His uniform had been rent in tatters, and a little rivulet of blood trickled back and forth upon the deck near him as the derelict pitched and rolled. This much Joy and Trolley saw, then one of the apes caught sight of them. The monster uttered a cry of rage, and, snatching up a fragment of spar from the deck, advanced upon them. It leaped with great agility, from the high after deck to the midship house, and then, still uttering its horrible screams, sprang upon the forecastle. But by that time the two plebes had received reinforcements. The lieutenant in charge of the launch appeared over the railing, and, after the first gasp of surprise, ordered his men on board. When the latter caught sight of the giant, gorilla-like ape advancing, there was a panic, but a stern word from the officer held the seamen and cadets to their duty. Joy let fly with a belaying pin he had picked up, and it caught the monster squarely in the face, staggering him. The advantage was followed by the lieutenant without loss of time. Springing forward with drawn sword, he lunged out, sending the point of the sharp blade into the ape's breast. There was a horrible scream of agony as the animal fell to the deck, a snap of the sword as it broke, then, after a few convulsive shudders, there was one foe the less. In the meantime a prodigious hubbub from aft indicated action in that direction. When the victorious crew of the launch started aft they saw that Lieutenant Watson had also received reinforcements. But it was plain that still others were needed. The giant Negro was fighting with maniacal fury. And the two apes were following his example so fiercely that the executive officer and his 6 companions were hard-pressed to keep their ground. The appearance of the launch's crew changed affairs at once, however. Armed with cutlasses, belaying pins, and cudgels, they fell upon the Negro and his animal companions and, after a brief but desperate combat, forced them to retreat. The maniac fought his way forward. As he was being pursued he sprang upon the port bulwark and, with a wild, chattering cry, leaped overboard. A rush was made to the side, but all that remained to reveal the fate of the Negro were a few bubbles and a widening circle of ripples. He had gone to his death. The two apes were writhing upon the deck in their last agony. As the men turned back, they expired. Trolley and Joy quickly kneeled at the side of Cliff. Their faces showed their grief and anxiety. A hasty examination brought a whoop of joy from the Jap. "He live," he shouted. "Hooray, he no dead. Get water. Cliff no die yet." Whoop. Lieutenant Watson, bleeding and exhausted, bent over the unconscious lad, and, with the aid of a flask of whiskey, from the launch's medicine chest, soon brought a sigh from Cliff's lips. He came to with a start and a gasp of terror. The latter emotion was so real that it required considerable effort to soothe him. When he at last realized the true state of affairs, his relief was manifest. "Trolley," he said, tremulously, I thought it was the other world, and I had taken the toboggan slide by mistake." "You all right?" grinned the Japanese youth. "Hooray. It take plenty kill you." Cliff managed to stand erect after his wound. A lacerated incision in the shoulder given by one of the apes, had been attended to. Lieutenant Watson and the other officers made an inspection of the strange craft, and found evidences to prove that she had originally done duty as a primitive lightship in some southern Mediterranean port, presumably in Algeria. "I am more inclined to think so from the fact that we found that African Negro and the apes on board," said the executive officer, as they returned from below. "I think I understand matters now. This Negro was evidently an attendant on board, and the apes were pets. It's customary to have them on ships in those ports," spoke up one of the officers. "Yes. Well, the lightship evidently got adrift during a storm and was blown to sea, through the gut of Gibraltar. And afterward became a derelict in the Sargasso Sea. I noticed certain marine fungi and seaweed on the hull which are only found in the Sargasso." "True. This ship probably drifted back and forth for months. All the crew died except the Negro, and he was made insane by his surroundings. It's a strange story. Only another mystery of the sea," said the lieutenant in charge of the launch, looking about decks. "Now the question is, what will we do with her?" "Have a little target practice and send her down to where all derelicts belong, the bottom," replied Lieutenant Watson, grimly. "I may add one thing," he continued. "I hope never to have such a terrible experience again." "Amen," muttered Cliff, tenderly feeling his wounds. 3 hours later a well-aimed shot from one of the Monongahela's guns sent the shattered hull of the mysterious derelict down to its last resting place. The practice ship stood away on her course, and her crew of naval cadets speedily forgot the episode in the excitement of other experiences. Chapter X: Sail Drill at Sea. "I don't believe a word of it. It's true, nevertheless, pain. But think what it means, my dear fellow. Why, such a thing has never been dreamed of before on a Naval Academy practice ship. Plebs given entertainment. Pshaw. You're crazy. Here comes Blakely. He'll tell you whether I am right or not. The speaker pointed along the starboard part of the Monongahela's spar deck. Blakely was sauntering forward. He halted in front of the two and glanced inquiringly at Naval Cadet Payne, who had beckoned to him. "What's up?" he asked. "Why, this chump here has been telling me a ghost story. He says the old man has given the new fourth class permission to hold an entertainment on the gun deck." "That's straight, Ferguson." "WH what?" "The plebs, headed by that very galley function, Faraday, sent in a request this morning asking Captain Brooks permission to give a minstrel entertainment on the forward gun deck. The old man gave his consent at once, and it is to be held Saturday night." "Well, that beats the nation," exclaimed Ferguson, with a prolonged whistle. "Fellows, the service is going to the bowhouse. I've been a naval cadet in the service of these great and glorious United States almost 4 years, and never have I dreamed of such a state of affairs." "It's all the fault of that Faraday," muttered Payne. "He's kicked up more rows than enough since he entered the academy last month. He's too fresh. That's what." Blakely looked over the side at the vast stretch of shimmering water surrounding the practice ship, and smiled. He was a young man of very fair and even temper, was Walt Blakely, member of the first class, and captain of the Naval Academy football team. He rather liked that cheeky plebe, Cliff Faraday, and he secretly admired him for that cheekiness, but he also believed firmly in the divine right of the upper classes. Therefore when Payne and Ferguson broke out in loud remonstrance he added his voice to theirs. "The truth of the matter is," said Ferguson, resentfully, "the old man thinks the sun rises and sets in Faraday's vicinity." "Sure thing," agreed Payne. "Ever since Faraday jumped from the top and saved Nanny Goat from drowning, he's in luck." "It was a splendid act," commented Blakely. "Yes, but it's no reason for letting the plebs upset all the academy traditions." "Why?" "There's Faraday now," interrupted Payne, nodding his head toward an approaching figure. Cliff glanced quizzically at the little group as he passed, and then joined several fourth-class men gathered on the forecastle. Payne and Ferguson reddened slightly. "He looked as if he knew we were talking about him," sniffed the latter. "He probably does," said Blakely, dryly. "He's no fool. He knows his new move will make more row than a bunch of magpies. I'd like to punch his head." "Don't try it, dear boy. He's good at that work himself. He knocked Sharp out about as neatly as a prize fighter could." "What's that call?" The shrill blast of a bosun's whistle sounded along the deck. As the tremulous piping died out, a hoarse voice called out, "All hands reef topsails." "More drill," grumbled Ferguson, moving off. "We've had nothing but drill since we left Annapolis." "Practice makes perfect," grinned Blakely, as he started toward his station. The quiet decks of the old Monongahela speedily became a scene of bustling activity. The bosun's call brought the watch tumbling aft. The hatches poured forth a steady stream of active, healthy lads clad in snowy duck. The first lieutenant and his assistant, the officer of the deck, took their stand upon the break of the after deck. The captain sauntered from his cabin prepared to watch proceedings with a critical eye. All was ready. "Aloft topman," shouted the first lieutenant, sonorously, through his trumpet. At the words a number of nimble cadets, members of the first and third classes, run up the rigging in a mad race for the top. On board a vessel like the Monongahela there generally exists a strong rivalry between the three tops, the fore, main, and mizzen. In all drills, each tries to defeat the others. In making sail it is the nimble crew that gets all taut first. There are no prizes offered, but a smile or nod of commendation from the executive officer or captain is worth more than medal or money. In making, or furling, or reefing sail a certain number of men, in this case cadets, are selected as topmen. It is their duty to run aloft and to man the yards, to lay out and reef or furl, or to handle ropes in the top. At the first warning command they spring upon the nettings and mount the lower part of the shrouds. They are supposed to wait patiently and in line for the word of command, but do race horses wait patiently at the post? They slyly creep up several ratlins until the vigilant eye of the first lieutenant catches them, then they reluctantly drop back, only to spring aloft again at the first word from the trumpet. Once given they risk their necks to gain the top. Arriving there, they stand ready and wait like champing steeds for the command. Lay out. In the meantime those below stationed at the fife and pin rails are to do all in their power to ease off the different halyards and clewlines and the various running gear. This latter task, under the careful supervision of several trained first-class men, belongs to the plebes. It is too soon in the cruise for the latter to trust their precious lives above the deck, so they pull and haul and try their inexperienced best to bring their part of the ship in first in this race of knowledge and brawn. The topsails are reefed and spread again to the breeze. The sea is calm, and the blue sky overhead holds no threatening cloud. The drill goes on until the captain cries enough. Then the ship is made trim once more, and the cadets listen longingly for the sound of the boatswain's whistle piping mess gear, for that means dinner. And if there is anything a naval cadet likes to do at sea, after the salty breeze and active work has toned his stomach, it is to eat. And eat he does, rest assured of that. Chapter 11. Talking it over. I play plenty times in my country. I was bully boy with eyeglass. Hooray. All Japan girls think I good thing. Did they push you along? You try be funny, Cliff. Yes, they push me along. They say I good actor and know how to make laugh. Say, Cliff, we no do one thing to other cadets when we have show. Hooray. They die with what you call a chills and fever, suggested a lean, solemn-faced lad. No. It? Measles. You quit fooling, Joy, or I fracture your face. I mean the cadets die with envy. The group of plebes gathered about the speaker, laughed. When quarters were over on this morning in question, the exciting news circulated throughout the ship that Cliff Faraday, the cheekiest plebe of the lot, had boldly asked Captain Brooks for permission to give a minstrel show. And the captain had actually consented. Deep was the wrath on board, and many the dire threats made that the entertainment would come to an untimely end. Cliff was no fool. He knew that trouble would ensue. But he was looking for trouble. The show was simply one link in a chain of reprisals against the common enemy, the first and third classes. After drill the 6 chief conspirators gathered in their usual meeting place, the port side of the forecastle. Trolley's remarks were laughed at, then after a period of bantering, Cliff proceeded to more serious work. We are not going to give an entertainment with the ease of an eastern and peaceful city, he said, glancing aft at Ferguson, who was in the center of an animated group of third-class men. We will find our lines laid out in true blues places, let me tell you. I prophesy that an earthquake will strike this ship around Saturday night. Hooray, exclaimed the irrepressible Jap. Me like earthquakes. That is the way we settle our coffee in Japan every morning. He. Trolley, said Joy, eyeing him sadly, it is time for you to go home. When a foreigner begins to crack bad jokes he should be given his passports. As we haven't any such papers on board, I'll try my best to teach you the error of your ways. While speaking he had edged slyly toward the Japanese youth. With the last word he made a spring for him, but Trolley slipped under his arm and dashed across the forecastle. Standing near the railing were Judson Green and Chris Spendley. Into the former ran Trolley, the shock sending him reeling against the rail. As Judson grasped at the empty air to steady himself, his cap fell overboard and was carried astern. Green was not a very pleasant-looking youth, despite his rather handsome face, and now he seemed positively ferocious with rage. "What do you mean, you yellow nigger?" he howled, making a pass at Trolley. "How dare you ran into me like that? I'll give you a lesson you won't forget in a hurry." But he didn't. The blow he aimed at the Japanese youth inflicted no damage. Trolley caught the extended arm by the wrist, and with apparently little effort, held it in midair. "I sorry I knock your cap into water," he said, quietly. "I get you one for it. But I no let you hit me." Judson struggled wildly, but he was simply a child in the Jap's grasp. Chris Spendley stepped forward to interfere, but Joy confronted him with such a menacing gesture that he discreetly withdrew. Cliff and the others hurried across the deck, as did a cadet officer who had espied the conflict from afar. "What's up?" asked Cliff, endeavoring to separate the two combatants. "He knocked my," began Green, then he added, sullenly, "None of your confounded business, Cliff Faraday. What right have you to interfere?" Cliff laughed. "Still as sweet as ever, I see, Green," he replied, coolly. "Got the same angelic temper." "Here, what's this row?" demanded the cadet officer, arriving breathlessly on the scene. "Fighting, eh? That means the mass tomorrow morning." He produced a book from his blouse and read aloud as he noted. "On board USS Monongahela, at sea, June 22d. 4th Class Cadets Judson Green and Moto Heike Asaki, fighting on forecastle." Cadet Green without cap and evidently the aggressor. "I was not the aggressor," indignantly cried Judson. "That chump ran." Cadet Green proved insolent, and used slang, continued the cadet officer, calmly making the entry in his book. "Guess we'd better get out of this or we'll be marked for breathing," muttered Joy. "If you will permit me to explain," spoke up Cliff, respectfully. "I saw the whole affair. It was an accident, and Cadet Faraday of the 4th class interfered with me in the performance of my duties, and failed to use sir when addressing me," monotonously added the officer, riding away. The plebes exchanged glances and then beat a hasty retreat to the other side of the forecastle. The senior cadet grinned to himself, and, restoring his book to its place, swaggered aft. "Well, that's certainly one way of keeping even," exclaimed Cliff, with a whistle. "Did you ever see anything worse than that?" "Humph," grunted Joy. "It won't be a circumstance to what we'll do to those fellows next Saturday night. Just let them wait and see." "And I do no thing to Judson Green some days," said Trolley, doubling his fist. "I knock him into last Sunday. Hooray." Chapter 12. Judson receives a setback. That evening after supper, Cadets Blakely and Ferguson were slowly pacing up and down the port side of the spar deck talking over the all-engrossing subject, the plebes' minstrel show. "To tell you the honest truth, Ferguson," said the big senior, after a pause, "I don't see how we can stop the thing without raising a lot of trouble." "Oh, there is more than one way to kill a cat," replied the other. "You just promise that you will lend a hand, and I'll furnish any amount of schemes." "But the old man has given his consent, you know." "That doesn't cut any ice. What right has he to break a cadet rule? He was a cadet himself once, and I'll bet anything he was just as strict against the plebe class as we are." "Why, how was it yourself? Did you kick and refuse to be to be hazed?" smiled Blakely. "Yes, hazed." "Humph. I was too scared. The proper feeling." "So was I. Why, they made me eat a yard of red ribbon I brought home to remember my girl by. Yes, made me eat the whole blamed thing. And it put me in the hospital for a week, too. But I didn't kick or squeal either." "You can't say Faraday ever squealed," said Blakely, quickly. "No, I won't say that," replied Ferguson, reluctantly. "But he's done everything else. He's a fool. Why, the whole plebe class is as impudent as you please. Yesterday I told that little fellow, Nanny Goat, to do something for me, and he actually refused." "You don't say. That's bad. But what was it?" Ferguson reddened. Why, I just asked him to overhaul my bag and give the clothes an airing. And persisted the big senior, smiling shyly. Oh, nothing more, that is, I believe I asked him to wash all the soiled things. And he refused. The impudent beggar. He's certainly unreasonable. The sarcasm in the words made Ferguson uncomfortable, and he said nothing for several moments. As they slowly paced up and down the deck, a cadet emerged from the forward hatch and eyed them. He waited until they had made a turn toward the mainmast, then he slipped into a dark spot near one of the broadside guns. As they passed him on their way back, he called out in a cautious voice. "I say, Blakely. Look here a moment, will you?" The two stopped and faced the speaker, Ferguson with an exclamation of surprise. "Hello, it's a plebe," he said. "Judson Green," added Blakely, not very cordially. "Well, what do you want, plebe?" "I'd like to say a word or two in private," replied Green, nervously. He cast a furtive glance forward as he spoke, and drew farther into the deepening shadows. "A word with me? What about?" asked the big senior, coldly. Judson hesitated and looked at Ferguson. The latter started to go away, then he stopped and said, significantly, "If you have anything to say about the plebe entertainment, I can hear it also. I guess I am as much interested as Blakely." "Yes, it's about the show," was Judson's eager reply. "I sympathize with you fellows, and I'll put you onto a scheme to down Cliff Faraday and his gang." Blakely made a gesture of disgust. "What do you think we are, confound you?" he demanded, angrily. "We haven't any use for traitors, and that is what you are. Get out of here with your dirty propositions." "Come, Ferguson." Judson slunk away without a word, and the honest-hearted big senior resumed his walk with Ferguson. A few minutes later he was called on duty. As soon as he was alone, Ferguson promptly hunted up Green. Taking him to a secluded spot, he held a long and earnest conversation with him, the result of which was evidently satisfactory to both. In the meantime, the object of their conspiracy was busily engaged in preparing the details of the coming entertainment. He had secured permission to partition off the forward part of the gun deck as a hall for rehearsals, and, as only 3 days intervened before Saturday, he ordered one held that night. Curious upper-class men, attracted by the unwonted sounds of music, gathered about the spot, but they were kept in order by a special detail of plebes, reinforced by the master-at-arms and his assistant. Shouts of laughter, a confused murmur of voices, an occasional snatch of song, and the rattling of bones and banging of tambourines only added zest to the curiosity of the hearers outside the canvas partition. Among the latter were Ferguson and a sallow, thin cadet named Bryce. The two were discussing the scene in low tones when Judson Green slipped up to them. "Well?" asked Ferguson, espying him. "Everything settled," was the reply, given guardedly. "I've prepared the stuff. It'll work like a charm." "Well, have it ready," said Ferguson, briefly. As the youthful trader glided away, he added to Bryce, "I hate to dabble in such dirty work, but we must put a stop to this insolent attempt to give a show. That fellow Green is a sneak and a scoundrel, and I wish Faraday would lick him for keeps." "After the entertainment is busted up, laughed his companion. Ferguson nodded, and the two presently went on deck, the music and laughter and songs following them like a mocking chorus. Chapter 13. Preparing for the entertainment. When Saturday dawned, the weather was promising, and the members of the plebe class on board the old Monongahela were as happy as hearty, good-natured boys can be. On board a vessel of war, Saturday is regarded as a holiday. Only the necessary work, such as cleaning decks and bright work, is done. Quarters are held at the usual hour, then Jack's time is his own. The smoking lamp is lighted, and those who care to indulge in a pipe are permitted to do so. In passing, it may as well be understood that naval cadets are forbidden to smoke, a wise government deeming it unnecessary for their health or pastime. Cliff and his friends set to work immediately after quarters. The forward part of the gun deck was turned over to them, and a stage prepared by the ship's carpenter. A curtain was extemporized of bunting and canvas, and the space about the stage tastefully decorated with flags of all nations. "Now, fellows," said the young leader, cheerfully, "we must have just one more rehearsal before the grand event." "I thought we had the last one yesterday," grumbled Toggles. "We did until this morning." "Come, Toggles, exert yourself. Remember the importance of the occasion. We've got to do our level best and turn out a good show, or the upper classes will have the laugh on us. Get out your big horn and try that solo again." The affair was to be on the lines of a minstrel performance, but with novel features. Instead of the familiar, old-time black faces and Negro costumes, Cliff had provided different ideas. "We'll make it a deep-sea combination," he had said, "something more appropriate to the raging Maine than nigger minstrelsy. We'll have Father Neptune and his suite." The idea captured the plebes at once, and they had lost no time in settling on a program. Cliff, disguised as Neptune, was to occupy the center of the circle. At the ends were to be Trolley, Toggles, Joy, and another plebe named Gradwallace. They were to take the parts of Bones and Tambo, but to be clad in the fantastic garb of sea wolves. 8 other plebes, dressed in cadet uniforms, were to occupy the other chairs. They were supposed to represent 8 mortals captured by Neptune and compelled to assist in entertaining him. The plan was novel, and Cliff was very anxious to conceal it from outsiders until the curtain rose on Saturday night. His efforts had proved successful, and he was doubly concerned at this last moment to keep the secret. While the company was preparing for the final rehearsal, he carefully examined the curtain and saw that the plebe sentries were alert. But he totally forgot several deadlights and 2 gun ports which opened from the gun deck. They overlooked the sea, and for that reason it probably never occurred to him that they could be utilized by prying eyes. When he returned from his tour of investigation, he found the Naval Academy plebe minstrel troupe in their places in full costume. The orchestra was rather weak. It consisted of 2 asthmatic fiddles, a brass horn, an old drum, and a peculiar instrument Trolley had rigged out of a dishpan and a variety of strings. In addition, Cliff was to perform on musical glasses, an accomplishment he had learned at home. This was to come in the olio, or second, part, together with juggling by Trolley, tumbling by Toggles, an alleged humorous address from Joy, and a boxing match between Nannygoat and Walters, 2 of the smallest plebes on board. The entertainment was to wind up with a skit on life at the Naval Academy, which promised to create no end of fun. Cliff and Gradwallace were the joint authors, and they had incorporated sly hits and jokes calculated to drive the upper classes into a frenzy. The rehearsal proceeded without a hitch until the end of the first part. Cliff was just in the act of rising and ordering his sea wolves to take the unhappy mortals to the darkest coral cavern in his realm when he suddenly caught sight of a face at one of the ports. Cliff was shrewd. He knew that it was a spy, and that the slightest alarm would frighten the fellow away. His plan was formed in an instant. "Let's try that last song and chorus again, fellows," he exclaimed, cheerily. "I think one more practice would not hurt it. Now, ready? Let er go." The drum banged, the violins squeaked, and Gradwallace's rich tenor voice rang out in the refrain of the Cumberland's crew. While the music was echoing, Cliff quietly leaned over and whispered to Joy, "There's a spy peeping in the port. I think it is Judson Green. He must not be allowed to get away. See if you can't nip him." Joy gave an extra blast on his bass horn, then sprang to his feet and began to caper around as if it were part of a grotesque dance. "Good boy," applauded Cliff. "That's right. That will catch the audience. Now give us the long slide and that will wind it up." Joy did give the long slide, and it brought him to the port. He was lean and lank and agile, and in the twinkling of an eye had reached out and grasped the spy by the hair. Cliff sprang to his aid, and the 2 dragged Judson, yelling and struggling, through the port where he was dangling from a rope leading to the top of the forecastle. The rope was cut and the end used to make Master Green secure. "Now, you confounded traitor," cried Cliff, "we've got you in a place from which you won't escape in a hurry. You will spy on us, eh?" "I've got the right to look in a port if I want to," sullenly retorted the prisoner. "Let me go, or I'll tell the captain." "Let him go?" "Not much," chattered Nanny, excitedly. "He's in the pay of the upper classes. I know it because I saw him talking to Ferguson and his gang. Let's lick him." "No. A whipping would be altogether too good for him," replied Cliff, sternly. "We'll gag the traitor and stow him under the stage until the performance is over." Judson set up a yell, but he was effectually squelched by Trolley and Toggles. A couple of towels were brought into use and he was speedily gagged and thrust into a corner. "Nanny, you and Walters can stand guard over him until evening," directed Cliff, "then we'll stow him under the stage. He won't be missed without Ferguson tumbles to the racket." If Judson Green had the power of speech he might have said something that would have made Cliff rather uneasy. He could think, though, and he did. And his thoughts took this form. "Cliff Faraday, you think you are clever, but you'll find out there are others on Earth. Before 10 o'clock you will not only have your show busted up, but you'll be in disgrace, too." Chapter 14. The Minstrel Show. All afternoon and until after supper time Cliff and the rest continued their preparations for the entertainment which was destined to prove the crowning triumph in their successful campaign against the higher classes. The clever young leader and his clever companions had every reason to anticipate success, for had they not beaten the hazing third class at its own game many times? They had caught the spy sent out by the enemy, and now he was stretched, bound, and gagged, in one corner of the stage with little Nanny doing valiant sentry go over him. Cliff was tactician enough to send out scouts among the other cadets to ascertain if there were signs of a plot to break up the entertainment, but all he learned was that a number of the upper cadets had secured certain articles of a vegetable nature, also several ancient specimens of hen fruit. Whereat Cliff chuckled. "They think this is a barnstorming troop, eh?" he said. "Well, we will fool them." It was an exceedingly warm evening. A light breeze which had been previously blowing from the northeast, died out entirely by dusk, leaving the old Monongahela rolling sluggishly upon a long heaving swell, the after effect of a gale in some quarter of the ocean. The Naval Academy plebe troop found it very sultry and close on the gun deck, and when the boys donned their heavy costumes they were a very warm set of youngsters indeed. Shortly before the hour set for the performance one of the wardroom stewards came forward with a large wooden pail of lemonade and said it was a present from aft. The plebes were delighted, and they lost no time in refreshing themselves. "Tell them we are exceedingly obliged," said Joy, emptying his third glass. "This is great, simply great." The man grinned and withdrew. 5 minutes later the seats in front of the improvised stage began to fill up. "To your places, fellows," ordered Cliff, who was acting as stage manager. "Now, remember, we've got a reputation to maintain. The eyes of the whole world are upon us. So behave yourselves and act like like." "James Owen O'Connor," grinned Wallace. A stamping of feet came from the audience. It was time for the curtain. At a signal from Cliff, the boys at the ropes promptly hauled up the canvas exposing to view the expectant audience. In the front row were the captain and all the officers off duty. Back of them, seated upon benches, chairs, and ditty boxes were the cadets and part of the crew. As the curtain rose above the stage a low whistle was heard, and then came a perfect hail of soft potatoes, cabbages, and wads of oakum soaked in slush. But these testimonials from the envious upperclassmen never reached their intended destination. Cliff, with commendable foresight, had provided a second curtain of netting. The offering of decayed vegetables fell harmlessly to the deck and a wail of disappointment came from the throwers. "This tomfoolery must stop right now," exclaimed the captain, rising from his chair and addressing the senior classman. "If you cannot act as gentlemen you can leave this deck." He sat down, looking red and indignant. The nondescript band upon the stage broke out into a tune which bore a distant resemblance to the Star-Spangled Banner. The alleged music wound up at last, and Cliff rose to his feet. Those in the audience saw him pass one hand across his forehead in a half-dazed manner. He swayed slightly and was seen to grasp the arm of his chair. "Captain and officers, and cadets of the Monongahela," he began, speaking indistinctly, "it gives me the greatest pleasure to introduce to your favorable consideration this talented AG. He turned and glanced at Joy, and that youth, ordinarily solemn and mournful in appearance, broke into a hysterical giggle. Two members of the audience, Ferguson and Bryce, exchanged glances, and covered their mouths with their hands. "Glory, it's working," whispered the former. "Just watch the old man," was Bryce's reply. "He smells a rat already. This is great." Down in front, the commander of the Monongahela was eyeing the stage with a puzzled expression on his face. One or two of the officers were smiling. Suddenly Nanny began to chuckle and hold his sides as if highly amused. He attempted to leave his chair, but toppled over against Trolley. "That will do," shouted Cliff, thickly. "We'll go on with the performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the first number on the programish will be rendered by the whole troupe. I'm supposed to be Father Neptune. You all know him. He is patron father of all Shylors. That cheer me. Those peculiar-looking animalish at each end are she wolves. And in th middle on each side, ha! Ha! How's that for Irish bull? In the middle on each side are supposed to be mortals. Everyday ordinary mortalish. They came down in my reals, no, my realms, and now they got to amuse me before they go back to the Naval Academy." He sat down abruptly and laughed vacantly. A titter ran through the audience. It quickly grew into a roar, and then the gun deck resounded with shouts of laughter, catcalls, and vociferous applause. The captain was plainly growing angry, but he managed to keep his temper. "Is this part of the show?" he whispered to the first lieutenant, who sat next to him. "If so, those boys are excellent actors." "I can't make up my mind," replied the executive officer, watching the stage narrowly. "That youngster, Faraday, is very clever. He's apt to spring most any kind of surprise. But, as you say, if it's part of the play—" He was interrupted by a wild howl. Trolley had suddenly leaped to his feet and was giving a grotesque Japanese dance. His eyes were glittering and he giggled and yelled incessantly. "Go it, Jap!" cried Gradwallace, clapping his hands. "Let's show MWH what we can do. Whoop! We're the best plebes ever entered the OL Academy. We've licked the third-class fellows every round. Whoop! We'll do 'em up every time." An answering shout came from several upperclassmen in the audience at this challenge. A small coil of rope, fastened with yarn, was hurled at the stage. It struck the netting, tore a great hole in it, and landed with a thump upon Toggles, who was evidently asleep in his chair. Cliff was seen to stagger to his feet and attempt to speak, but the uproar was too great. The pandemonium was brought to an abrupt ending, however, by the captain and first officer, who rose from their chairs and faced the audience. "Go on deck, all of you," shouted the former, sternly. "I'll court-martial any cadet caught down here within 3 minutes." The order had an immediate effect. The deck was cleared in the time specified, then the officers, including the surgeon, took possession of the stage. Trolley and a plebe from California had gotten into a fight over in one corner. They were quickly separated. Then the captain turned upon Cliff, who was swaying back and forth with the greater part of his Neptune costume still on him. "Mr. Faraday, what is the meaning of this?" demanded the commander, authoritatively. "You are drunk, sir, outrageously drunk." Something like a startled expression passed over Cliff's face. He rubbed his forehead vaguely and muttered, "Beg your pardon, I guess I feel queer. My head is all dizzy." "I don't doubt it," snapped the first lieutenant. "You have made a beast of yourself. This is intolerable. Doctor, examine him, said the captain, curtly. The surgeon placed his head close to Cliff's mouth, examined his pulse and eyes, then reported, briefly. He is certainly under the influence of some strong stimulant, but I can't detect any odor of liquor. Captain Brooks turned to the executive officer, and said, place all of them under close arrest. See that they do not. He was interrupted by a faint knocking under his feet. A couple of planks were lifted and Judson Green, perspiring and miserable, was lifted into view. The rope and gag removed, he explained that he had been brutally set upon by Faraday and the other plebes, and thrown under the stage. Just as he concluded his doleful tale, the surgeon, who had been poking about, discovered the pail which had contained the lemonade. A few cupfuls still remained in the bottom. What's this? He exclaimed, excitedly. Traces of chloral, and gin, and beer. Ye gods! What a combination! I must test the devilish mixture. No wonder the lads went crazy. Captain! That officer hastily joined him. Holding the pail at arm's length, much as if it were a charge of dynamite, the surgeon continued. Here's the solution to the secret, sir. I can see it plainly. It's a trick, a dastardly trick to disgrace these poor lads. The worthy surgeon was not a graduate of the academy, had not been an upperclassman, therefore he could feel for the miserable plebes. You say the lemonade has been drugged? Asked the captain, incredulously. Undoubtedly. Just smell this peculiar odor. Can't you trace the characteristic scents of gin and chloral? The captain could not, but he was willing to believe the surgeon, knowing that he was a very capable man who had made a hobby of drugs and narcotics. If that is true, it certainly alters the case, he said, reflectively, glancing at the members of the late Naval Academy plebe troop, who were either asleep or showing every indication of becoming so, with the exception of Cliff. The latter was evidently making a desperate effort to throw off the effect of the drugs. His eyes were brightening, and he stood erect. Just take them to the sick bay, doctor, and keep them there until morning. I'll hold a strict investigation then, said Captain Brooks. Cliff attempted to speak, but the kind-hearted officer told him to keep his story until the next day. The troop was escorted by the master-at-arms and assistants to the surgeon's quarters and a number of the crew placed at work clearing away the stage. It was some time after pipe down before the excitement died out. Ferguson, Bryce, and several others in the secret, discussed the affair rather gloomily. They were not afraid of discovery, as they felt assured neither Cliff nor the others concerned would turn informer, but they were disappointed at the outcome of the plot. Ferguson voiced the sentiments of his companions when he said, with emphasis, I wish that confounded Sawbones had kept his poky nose out of that pail. If he hadn't smelled the gin and stuff we'd had Faraday dead to rights. As it is now, they'll clear him and shelve the affair among the other hazing mysteries. And that is just what happened. Captain Brooks held a consultation with the executive officer and surgeon, sent for Cliff and asked him a few questions, which the lad cleverly evaded, then the affair was dropped. The gallant commander had passed through the mill himself, so to speak, and he had no intention of pressing the matter. For which all concerned were truly thankful. For several days, Cliff and his fellow plebes were compelled to endure many sly allusions to their escapade. Upper-class cadets would give elaborate imitations of the various stages of intoxication on seeing them, and cadet corporals would speak thickly when giving orders. To all of which Cliff would grimly compress his lips and nod his head as if intimating that the war was not yet over. Chapter 15. The Night Drill. It was one night of many since the shores of America had faded astern. It was the early hours when time hangs heavy. Back and forth marched the officer in charge of the ship. He had paced the stretch between rail and rail of the slender bridge fully 50 times. He was thinking longingly of the approaching hour when his relief would report, and he would be free to forget the monotony of ship life in the seclusion of sleep. Suddenly, As he neared the ladder leading to the quarter-deck, he almost collided with a dark figure. There was a brief interchange of words, then the lieutenant leaned over the railing and called, softly. "Messenger boy." "I, sir." A lad in a sailor's uniform emerged from the gloom, and knuckled his forehead with one hand. The lieutenant gave him a whispered order, and the messenger hastily descended the ladder and disappeared forward. A few moments later the oppressive stillness of the night gave way with startling abruptness to a most prodigious clatter. "Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat!" The sharp roll of the drum awoke the echoes of the old frigate, sending an infernal din of noise through decks and rigging and hull. It was caught up and hurled about from sail to sail, it burst upon the ears of the watch below, sending men from their hammocks in alarm. And it changed the scene from one of peaceful quiet into a pandemonium of hurrying figures and excited voices. "Silence fore and aft," came the stern command from the bridge. There were 3 figures there now. And one was the captain. The noise ceased as if by magic. Several lights flashed fore and aft, and revealed in the faint light were a number of grim black cannon, each surrounded by motionless sailors, every group being as rigid as the iron itself. An officer, half-clad, but girdled with belt and sword scabbard, leaves one of the groups and hurries to the space in front of the bridge. His sword flashes as he salutes. "First Division ready, sir." The words came crisp and sharp. He had scarcely finished when another officer hastens up and makes a similar report, then another and another. This scene just described, which to an inexperienced eye would have seemed strange and warlike, was a drill, pure and simple. It was general quarters, a ceremony where the ship is ready to fight, when the crew is ready to work the guns, and battle to the death with the foes of their country. It was a night alarm, too, entirely unexpected by the crew, and therefore a fine practical test of the resources of the frigate in moments of hasty peril and attack. The captain smiled grimly as he glanced at his watch by the light of the hand lantern. Turning to the first lieutenant, he said, in a low voice, "Fair time, pretty fair. Ship ready for action in 7 minutes. Could be better, though," was the reply. Then the officer added, questioningly, "Shall I order retreat from quarters, sir?" Captain Brooks gave a quick glance into the darkness enshrouding the frigate, and replied, "No. It's a good night for further drill. We'll try abandon ship. Man the boats only, sir. No, lower them. The sea is rather quiet. It might be a good idea to send the boats out half a mile. It will give the cadets a taste of actual experience." Lieutenant Watson, the executive officer of the Monongahela, was too well trained to offer an objection, or even advice, but he glanced askance at the black wall surrounding them, as he called out, "Bugler, sound abandon ship." There was a quick, lively blast of a bugle, then the men and cadets melted away from their stations and swarmed about the boats secured in the davits. The frigate was hove to, and when her way was checked the small boats were lowered and brought alongside the sea gangway. It was ticklish work descending into the frail crafts as they pitched and rolled under the lee of the towering hull, but the various crews were embarked without mishap. "Pull away to sea, and await signal to return," bawled the executive officer from the bridge. I, sir," came faintly through the darkness. "Officers of boats will examine stores and equipments," was the next order. "Also ascertain proficiency of crews." Again came the obedient replies, then the captain, first lieutenant, and the men kept on board as a precaution, settled down to wait. "We will give them 10 minutes, said the former, presently. "They can't pull far in that time. Nothing like actual experience too." He paused abruptly and glanced out to windward. A chill blast had suddenly come from that direction. The old Monongahela gave an uneasy roll. "That means wind and plenty of it, sir," exclaimed Lieutenant Watson. "Shall I hoist the recall at once?" broke in Captain Brooks. A moment later a cluster of lights swung aloft from the main truck of the frigate. and leaning out over the lee railing of the bridge were the two officers, both watching for answering signals, but neither confessing to the other the anxiety caused by that threatening puff of wind. On vessels of war each separate boat, from the sailing launch to the dinghy, has its own crew, and coxswain. In certain drills and ceremonies, such as abandoned ship, every man on board ship is ticketed to a certain boat. To that craft he promptly repairs when the signal is given. Constant practice makes every member of the crew familiar with his duties, and drill, or the real action, passes without confusion. The sailing launch of the Monongahela was a large seaworthy boat, capable of safely carrying 20 men. When it was rowed away from the frigate on this dark night it contained that number in its crew. The officer in charge was a lieutenant, and he had under his command 5 seamen, a coxswain, and 13 cadets. Among the latter were Cliff, Trolley, and Joy. "I say, Trolley, isn't this nice work for Christians to be laboring at?" asked Joy. "Didn't I tell you that war causes all the trouble in this world? Here we are out in the bosom of the mighty deep, working away like a lot of slaves when we might be comfortable starving at home. I tell you peace is the thing." The Japanese youth laughed softly. "You fool me one time, my Joy," he replied. "I think when I first know you that you great boy for peace. But," he chuckled, and added, with evident zest, "you no like to eat more than you like fight. You whip 3 upper-class boys, and not half try. When Cliff Faraday say we do more things to third-class fellows you roll your eyes and you lick your chop. You what American boys call one big bluff." The object of this arraignment laughed and gave an added spurt with his long ashen oar. The launch pitched and rolled in the seas, and steadily forced its way through the blackness. Far astern twinkled the lights of the practice ship, seeming no larger than star points in the distance. Overhead the darkness increased, the expanse of sea being banked in by gathering clouds. A breeze, cool and moist with a salty dampness, sprang up, giving a fleeting spray to the edge of the waves. It was a strange experience to the young naval cadets, this tossing about in an open boat upon a heaving sea whose broad bosom sparkled and glowed with the sheen of phosphorescent lights. There was something fascinating in it all, something so peculiarly attractive that all wished the signal of recall would be long in coming. They had been aroused from slumber, the majority of them, and had plunged from the peacefulness of their hammocks into the midst of bustle and wild excitement. They had worked the guns in imitation of battle attack, then, as a fitting climax to all, here they were launched away from the ship with only a few frail planks between them and the remorseless ocean. There was no thought of danger in their minds, however. It was all play, a jolly good game in which the boats, and the sea, and the freshening wind were the toys. So they laid to the oars and forced the boats over the waves farther and still farther from the ship. And the breeze came in stronger puffs and the clouds gathered overhead in the darkness, and at last there came a time when the experienced officers in charge of the little flotilla received the same sudden shock as did Captain Brooks and his first lieutenant. The shock was the icy blast. It sent the light crafts rolling, and called forth muttered exclamations of consternation from those who were experienced in the treachery of old ocean. Then came the recall. A cluster of lanterns swung aloft bidding the boats return. They had barely started on the back track when a deep, sullen boom echoed across the water. "By George, it's time," muttered the lieutenant in charge of the sailing launch. "The old man sees his mistake and he's hurrying us up." He added, aloud, "Pull away, men. Bend to it. That's the recall gun." "We know that all right," said Cliff to his seatmate. "It's the recall gun, and it is not a minute too soon." 12 oars dipped and rose in steady cadence, the dripping blades flashing with phosphorescent fire. 12 sturdy backs were bent and 12 pairs of arms labored lustily, sending the launch from wave crest to wave crest like a thing of life. Twinkling here and there were the lanterns of other boats, but the launch's light had blown out. The blackness of the night was appalling. It rested upon the water like a thick blanket. The men in the boats could hardly see the backs of those in front of them. The coxswains faced an impenetrable wall. "Pull away," again called out the lieutenant of the launch. "See if you can't get more speed out of her, boys." He spoke coaxingly, trying to hide even from himself his intense anxiety. His words were not needed. The launch's crew understood the peril as well as he. One old sailor exclaimed to his mates, "It's the ship in 5 minutes or Davy Jones' locker forever, boys. There'll be a living gale down on us in a jiffy. If ya love life, break your backs." A fresh spurt made against an increasing sea followed this admonition. One of the oars cracked ominously and it was speedily cast aside. There were spare ones, and the progress of the boat suffered little. Cliff, Joy, and Trolley labored like heroes. They were inexperienced in the ways of the weather, but they realized that their position was one of great danger. All three were cool, however. "It make good incident for book I am going to write on Navy," said the Japanese youth. "I like this. It plenty fun. You would laugh in a cyclone or dance in a burning crater," remarked Joy, with a grim chuckle. "If all Japs are as brave as—" "Back oars," suddenly interrupted the lieutenant. "Back for your—" Crash! High above the whistling of the wind came the grinding of shattered timbers and the startled cries of a score of excited men. Then came a series of quick splashes, more shouts, and finally one long appealing cry for help. Chapter 16. Friends in Adversity. During his brief career as a cadet at the United States Naval Academy, Cliff had not been placed in many very startling and dangerous situations, but he was a youth of natural coolness of character, and one quick to act in cases of emergency. In the present situation all his coolness was needed. When the sudden and entirely unexpected crash came, Cliff and the other members of the crew were bending all their energies forward, forcing the launch back to the practice ship. With head bent low and arms tugging at the oar he worked away, knowing full well that their very lives depended upon their reaching the Monongahela before the sudden gale increased. Cliff heard Joy and Trolley talking, then came the lieutenant's fierce interruption, and then chaos seemed to come, and overwhelm boat and crew in one mighty crash. The lieutenant's warning cry came too late for preparation. Cliff felt himself thrown headlong from his seat upon the man in front. There was a wild scramble, then the waters of the ocean rolled up and engulfed all. When Cliff regained the surface he at once instinctively struck out. In no general direction, but with a natural desire to keep afloat. He heard cries about him, and a splashing and floundering as if a score of men were making a desperate fight for their lives. And mixed in with the hubbub was the keen whistling of the growing gale. Suddenly the lad came in contact with some yielding body. He heard a gasp and a gurgle, then two arms were thrown about his neck and down went his head beneath the surface. It is not in the duty of man to drown without making an effort for life. Neither should one go down at the frantic assault of another until all means of aiding both have been exhausted. Cliff instantly realized that he was in the clutches of one whom peril had rendered frantic. He also knew that he must release himself right speedily if he expected to save himself. Calling all his power into play, he threw off the strangling arms, at the same time gasping hoarsely. "Strike out, man! Do something for yourself!" He received no answer. The fellow faded away in the blackness, leaving Cliff to swim unencumbered. Luckily, the lad was at home in the water, else he would have found sore trouble in keeping above the buffeting waves. He struggled on, striving his best to see aught of hope in the prospect. The wind swept the crests of the seas into 1,000 stinging lances. The roar of the increasing storm sounded like a mocking chorus of demons. Occasional cries for help echoed above the brawling of the elements. Suddenly the lights on the practice ship, which Cliff had kept before his eyes as well as he could, began to grow dim. "Surely they will not leave us to perish miserably," groaned the lad. "They will stand by until some of the boats report." Wild with fear he struck out savagely, and in the act drove plump against some hard object. The sudden shock sent him under the surface once more. When he emerged gasping and half-stunned, he heard the sound of a familiar voice nearby in the darkness. "Come up higher, Trolley, the boat can stand it." That's it, give me your hand. Steady, steady, It's Joy, and he has found help, hopefully muttered Cliff. He swam in the direction whence the words had come, and speedily reached what proved to be the launch, floating capsized at the mercy of the waves. Upon the upturned bottom were two dark smudges just visible against the black background of the night. Grasping the end of the keel, Cliff drew himself up and sat panting upon the bottom planks. "Who is that?" called out Joy. "It's what is left of me," replied Cliff. "Hooray, it's Faraday," shouted the Japanese youth. "Hooray, Cliff, me glad you saved." "Shake. This is a dreadful business," exclaimed Faraday, as he wrung the proffered hand. "Seen anything of the other fellows?" "Not a sign," replied Joy. "We have heard lots of cries, but we are the only ones who have reached this launch." "What was the trouble?" "A collision." "Yes. I think we ran into one of the cutters." "Whew! How this blamed thing does roll." It required all the efforts of the three to retain their position upon the tossing launch. The sweep of the waves sent a perfect deluge of water over them at times, and they were compelled to cling with tooth and nail. The force of the wind continued unabated, but it was evident from the suddenness of its coming and its very fierceness that it would not last. The lights of the Monongahela were no longer visible. Immediately after gaining the comparative safety of the capsized launch, Cliff eagerly scanned the horizon. "I am afraid she has been driven off before the gale, fellows," he said, anxiously. "It certainly looks that way," agreed Joy. "I guess we can say goodbye to the old Monongahela." "It say goodbye to us," chimed in Trolley. "It go away, we no want to." He spoke lightly, but he fully understood the extreme gravity of the situation. All three realized that their lives were in deadly peril. With only the frail planks of an overturned boat between them and the depths of the angry sea, it was plainly evident that little hope remained. And what of the others who had left the practice ship? Cliff shuddered and his eyes moistened as he recalled the names of his shipmates. Some there were who had not been friendly to him. Many had sworn undying vengeance because he had led the plebes on more than one successful resistance to the hazing of the upper classes. In that very launch Judson Green had pulled an oar. All animosity was forgotten now, however. In the presence of such an awful tragedy only heartfelt sympathy and regret could live. "Haven't you seen anything of the others?" he asked again. "Nary sign," replied Joy, gloomily. "I guess they gone down," muttered Trolley. "Poor boys. Me very sorry." A realization of their own situation was suddenly brought home to them. A curling wave, higher than the rest, abruptly broke over the launch with such force that all three lads were hurled bodily from the keel. Cliff was thrown a dozen feet away from the boat, and when he regained the surface after the violent plunge he found himself buffeted about in a smother of foam. He struck out blindly, and at the same time called lustily for his companions. An answering cry came at once. "Cliff! Cliff! Where are you?" Guided by the voice, he reached the boat once more, but only after a most desperate struggle. He felt himself clutched by the collar and dragged against the gunwale. Then he saw to his infinite surprise that the sailing launch had righted. All present and accounted for, and better off than before. These cheery words came from Cliff as he scrambled into the boat and saw that both Joy and Trolley were there. "Yes, but if we want to continue to be present we'd better commence to bail," replied the former. Trolley felt about under the submerged seats and brought up a bailer which had been wedged in one corner. With this he set industriously to work. Cliff and Joy did what they could to help, and before long the water in the launch was materially decreased. The boys labored with lighter hearts. Hope was not so far distant after all. In this world many things are measured by circumstances. To the drowning man a straw is worth clutching for. After 10 minutes of incessant labor Cliff straightened up and announced what was patent to his companions. "Only a foot of water left, fellows. We can stand that for a time." If we only had oars or something to keep the blessed craft before the wind, we'd stand a show of living until morning, said Joy. We look for things, announced the Japanese youth, suiting the action to the words. Cliff continued bailing as a heavy wave had thrown more water over the side. Joy and Trolley started to search the boat forward. There were speedy results. An eager cry came from Joy, and he called back. Here's a find, Cliff. The boat's mast and sails are still fastened to the seats where they were before she capsized. Hurrah! We can do something now. Cliff ceased bailing in a jiffy and scrambled forward. He found his companions tugging away at a long, shapeless mass, which resolved itself into a mast and a damp, soggy Lego mutton sail. This is great, he exclaimed, exultantly. It means that we can manage to keep afloat and make a little headway, anyway. It can't be far to the coast of Portugal, and if the old Monongahela don't turn up, we'll take a cruise of our own. We've got to have rudder, said the ever-practical Trolley. Sail no good without rudder. Sure thing, replied Joy. Don't worry, we'll get one all right. There's a spare oar wrapped up with the sail. He had made the welcome discovery while unfolding the canvas. The three castaways set to work without delay, and after half an hour's hard labor, during which they were compelled to stop and bail a dozen times, they finally had the mast stepped, and a close-reefed sail spread. By degrees the launch worked around until it at last fell off before the wind. It was a change from the constant, dangerous rolling in the trough of the sea, but the pitching caused by the enormous waves was anything but pleasant. The three lads took turns at steering. The solitary oar found with the sail answered the purpose well enough. The night dragged slowly. As time passed, however, it became apparent that the gale was abating. The sea still ran high, but the wind lessened, until at last, just before dawn, it died down to an ordinary breeze. And how the miserable, water-soaked, poor castaways waited for the first grey streaks of the coming day. Light would mean much for them. It would reveal either the welcome outlines of the practice ship, or a dreary expanse of desolate ocean. It would tell at once whether they were destined to find hope or be condemned to an uncertain fate. Small wonder then, that Cliff and Joy and Trolley stood up and watched as the first faint rays of the sun drew the expanse of ocean from its pall of darkness. Trolley was the first to make a discovery. Grasping the swaying mast with one hand, he leaned far out and pointed a shaking finger to an almost shapeless object just visible on the port beam. A cry in a strange tongue, his own language, came from his lips, then he added, excitedly. Look! It's ship or something. Look there, quick! It is not a ship, replied Cliff, slowly. It seems to be a capsized hull or something. Perhaps it is a dead whale. There was bitter disappointment in his voice. It no whale, insisted the Jap. It too big. I think it, as you say, a turned-over ship. Maybe. I say, there's something floating over there, hastily interrupted Joy. He indicated a spot some distance off the port quarter. It was merely a speck tossing about at the mercy of the waves. Cliff watched it long and earnestly, then he said, with more excitement than he had yet shown. Do you know, I believe it is a body tied to a bit of wreckage. Let's investigate. Perhaps the person may be still alive, if it is a person. Cliff sprang to the stem and grasped the steering oar, which had been abandoned with the coming of daylight. Joy and Trolley handled the sail, and the launch was soon lumbering along on the opposite tack. The sea was subsiding with each passing moment. The breeze was just strong enough to allow of the free handling of the boat. In the east the sun was climbing into a sky almost cloudless. It promised to be a perfect day. Under other circumstances the cadets would have felt light-hearted and happy. But the memory of the recent night and its tragedy, and of their present desperate situation, attuned no merry song for them. As they approached the object floating at the mercy of the waves, they became more and more excited. Finally Trolley sprang up with a shout. It two bodies, and they tied to spar, he cried. They no dead. I see one move. As if to prove the truth of his words, one of the objects feebly waved an arm. A faint shout came across the water. Help! Help! Cliff glanced at Joy in amazement. That voice is familiar, he exclaimed. Can it be? It is Judson Green, hastily interrupted the lanky lad. He was in the launch with us last night. I am heartily glad he is saved, said Cliff, sincerely. Poor fellow, what a terrible time he must have had last night. No worse than us, muttered Trolley. He no good anyway. Why he saved instead of good man. Trolley never forgives an enemy, said Joy. He has it in for Judson Green. And I don't blame him, either. The fellow is a cad of the first water, and very dirty water at that. We can't bear animosity under present circumstances, replied Cliff. I don't like the fellow any more than you do. He's tried to injure me in 1,000 ways, but I am willing to forget it. The Jap and Joy exchanged glances, and the latter said, softly. That's Cliff all over. He's as generous as he is brave and good, bless his old heart. The launch crept nearer and nearer to the strange bit of flotsam. The body of the other castaway was presently brought into view, then, as the sailboat swept alongside, a simultaneous cry of joy came from the trio. It's Nanny. The other boy had fallen back, evidently from sheer exhaustion. He half rose again, and cried wildly. Help me into the boat, Faraday. Please hurry, I'm nearly dead. Quick. The same old Judson, muttered Joy. Always thinking of himself. From the looks of things, he's not half as bad as Nanny. The poor youngster is wounded. There's blood all over his face and head. Keep up your spirits, cheerily called out Cliff. We'll have you with us in a jiffy. Stand by, fellows. Steady. That's it. Now, Judson, give us a hand with Nanny. But Green cast off the rope binding him to the spar, evidently a fragment of some wrecked mast, and unceremoniously scrambled over the launch's gunwale. Thank God, he gasped, sinking into the bottom. I thought I'd never see daylight again. Still the same old Judson, muttered Joy again, assisting Cliff and Trolley to transfer Nanny's insensible form to the launch. When it was finally accomplished, the little cadet lay like one dead. Cliff, by a hasty examination, found that his heart was still beating, however. He applied water to the poor bruised face, and tried every means in his power to revive the lad. He worked with infinite tenderness, as he had great sympathy and affection for little Nanny. At last the boy gasped and opened his eyes. He was still dazed, and he stared at those about him in a strangely terrified manner. There was fear in his eyes and his actions, a deadly and unexplainable fear. Placing his arms before his face as if warding off a blow, he moaned. Please don't throw me off, Judson. I'll only hold to the edge. Don't. Have mercy. I don't want to die. Mercy. Mercy. Chapter 17. A welcome find. Judson Green, what is the meaning of this? Stern and accusing Cliff faced the boy cowering at the bottom of the launch. Judson's face was white and he showed every evidence of guilt. What do you mean, he stammered. I don't know what the little fool is talking about. You tell lie, broke in Trolley, hotly. You try do something to that boy. You beat him. Worse than that, added Joy, equally angry. Look at the poor kid's face. I'll bet anything Green tried to throw him off the spar to make more room for his own worthless carcass. Judson maintained a sullen silence. Cliff fell to soothing Nanny and soon had him more composed. When the youngster at last realized the truth, and saw that he was surrounded by friends, and one of those friends Cliff Faraday, he cried for very joy. Oh, Cliff, I can't believe it's true, he sobbed. It must be a dream, and I will wake up and you will find that it's the finest dream you ever had, youngster, laughed Cliff, cheerily. You are all right, Nanny, he added. You haven't gone to Davy Jones' locker yet. But tell us how you happened to get on that spar, you and Green. Nanny glanced at Judson and shuddered. The latter slyly threatened him with his clenched right fist, but the action did not escape Faraday's eye. Pouncing upon Green, he grasped him by the collar and jerked him to his feet. Then forcing him against the gunwale, he cried, savagely, "If I see you do that again, I'll heave you overboard, you miserable scamp. You have been ill-treating Nanny, and I'll have the truth of it." "Pitch him to the sharks," exclaimed Joy, also laying violent hands upon the shrinking lad. Judson was badly frightened. I didn't do anything to him, Faraday," he cried, struggling to free himself. "Yes, you did, too," spoke up Nanny. "When I tried to get on that spar last night, you struck and kicked me in the face, and did your best to make me let go. And you only stopped because you fell into the water. Then I helped you out." "We throw him overboard for that," exclaimed Trolley, fiercely. "He no right to live." He advanced upon Judson so menacingly that the fellow fairly bellowed for help. "I'll do anything if you spare my life," he moaned. "Oh, Faraday, don't kill me. I'll be your servant and—" "Shut up," roughly interrupted Cliff. "We can't execute you, you fool. This is no time or place for heroics. None of us may live another day." Judson crept whimpering to the bow of the launch and lay there huddled in a heap. Cliff glanced curiously at the fragment of spar, which was still bobbing and tossing alongside. "It's not part of the Monongahela," he said. "It's from some wrecked merchantman. What a lucky thing it happened along as it did." "That's true," agreed Nanny, earnestly. "When the collision happened, I thought I was a goner. I floundered about and was almost drowned when I bumped against that spar." "There is one queer thing about it," said Joy, reflectively. "How is it we came across it when we have been sailing before a gale for several hours?" "There's an explanation for that, chum," replied Cliff. "The wind shifted and we followed it. I remember distinctly having to put the launch almost about last night. We go now and see if that thing is capsized ship or dead whale," spoke up Trolley, pointing to where the first object sighted by the boys was still pitching sluggishly upon the long swell. "It will not be much help to us, but we might as well sail over and see what it is," consented Cliff, grasping the steering oar. "Shake the reefs out and set all canvas. Judson, do something for your passage. Haul taut that forward stay." While the others were at work, Cliff stood up in the stern of the launch and made a careful survey of the horizon. The sun was now fairly on its way toward the zenith, and the whole expanse of ocean was bathed in a flood of light. Overhead a cloudless sky spread from horizon to horizon in one glorious canopy of blue. It was all very beautiful, but the lad turned away with a sigh. He instinctively felt that the others looked up to him as a leader, and the responsibility weighed heavily upon him. That the practice ship had been driven to a considerable distance by the gale was evident. That Captain Brooks would return and institute a thorough search for the lost boat was equally evident. But what hope was there that the launch, a microscopical dot on the infinite ocean, would be found? And if the Monongahela did not turn up, what then? There was not an ounce of food in the boat nor a drop of fresh water. The stores with which all men-of-war crafts are supplied, had been lost during the collision. Cliff looked toward the bow. It was shattered in the upper part and the timbers were slightly strained. The launch was fairly seaworthy still, but could it survive another gale? Cliff's face was very grave as he turned his attention inboard again. The sail was set and everything ready for proceeding onward. A course was shaped for the distant object. Cliff glanced listlessly at it. He felt assured that it would prove to be either a capsized hull, a grim relic of some ocean tragedy, or a dead whale. "We won't lose much time in investigating," he said to Trolley, who had come aft. "If it turns out to be what we expect, we'll make tracks for the coast of Portugal." Half an hour later they were within fair sight of the object. As they neared it, the five boys began to show signs of surprise and eager curiosity. "Surely that isn't the bottom of a ship," said Joy. "And him no whale, either," chimed in Trolley. "What's that thing sticking up a little aft of midships?" queried Nanny, excitedly. "By gum, it looks like a broken smokestack or funnel." "The thing is iron or steel," cried Judson, crawling aft. "See how the sides glisten." Cliff said nothing, but the expression upon his handsome face indicated his lively interest. Carefully handling the steering oar, he brought the launch around within a dozen yards of the tossing object. And then a simultaneous cry of amazement burst from the cadets. "Great Scott!" added Cliff. "It's a torpedo boat and it has been abandoned at sea." To Cliff this remarkable discovery was welcome indeed. He saw at once that the craft must be seaworthy, else it would not have survived the gale. It was far better than the open sailing launch, and a transfer to its comparatively roomy interior would certainly be appreciated. Then again, there might be food and water on board, and the lack of those necessary articles was a subject of much anxiety to the youthful leader. "Stand by to grasp that ring bolt, Joy," he called out from his position at the steering oar. The cadet he addressed leaned out from the bow of the launch in readiness to obey the order. The other occupants busied themselves in lowering the sail and in assisting Joy to bring the boat alongside the strange derelict. As the launch slipped alongside the torpedo boat, Joy cleverly caught the ring bolt and thrust the end of the painter through it. The sail was lowered, then all hands scrambled up the sloping side of the craft. The iron surface was rusty and tarnished by wind and weather, but a bright spot of paint here and there gave evidence that the derelict could not have been long abandoned. The deck sounded hollow under the footsteps of the boys, and the water lapped against the cylindrical hull with a strange weird sound not altogether pleasant. The little door leading into the forward conning tower was tightly closed, as was also that giving entrance to the after tower. At intervals along the deck were hatches all hermetically sealed. Cliff and his companions were puzzled. "I don't understand this," murmured the former. "If the crew was compelled to leave, why did they close all the doors and hatches?" "There's some mystery about it," said Joy, shaking his head doubtfully. "Maybe crew all dead below," suggested Trolley. "Ow. Let's go back to the launch," cried Nanny, eyeing the conning tower apprehensively. "I don't want to be where there are lots of dead men." "Nonsense, it wouldn't make any difference if the craft was loaded with them," replied Cliff. "We can throw them overboard, can't we? Now that the Monongahela has apparently abandoned us to our fate." He glanced at the distant horizon. "We've got to make the best of things. We must find something to eat." Trolley rubbed his stomach yearningly. "And some water." Judson wet his parched lips with his tongue. "And also a better and more seaworthy craft than the launch." "But we can sail the launch," remarked Joy. "That's true enough, and we may do it after all, but now we must see about food and water." Cliff advanced to the forward conning tower and tried the door. It resisted his efforts. He examined the edge carefully, and ran his finger along the crack. "I don't believe it is locked inside," he concluded. "Perhaps it has been slammed violently and jammed. I'll just—" He sprang back in alarm. A hollow moaning cry came from forward. It ended abruptly in a gurgle like that of a man in his last moments. Little Nanny gave a gasp and moved toward the sailing launch, which was still fastened alongside. "WH, what was that?" he chattered. "Somebody is down there," exclaimed Joy, "and he needs help." "We go see," said Trolley, quietly. "We break open door." "We'll make a few inquiries first," said Cliff. Stamping upon the steel deck, he bawled lustily. "Below there! Ahoy the 'tween decks!" The quintet waited expectantly, but the stillness remained unbroken. Cliff repeated the hail, and Joy pounded the deck with the oar from the launch, but with the same result. "I guess we imagined it," said Nanny, evidently relieved. "It wasn't wow." He ended with a cry of dismay. The moan again sounded forward, ending, as before, with the unearthly gurgle. Trolley darted past the conning tower, and, throwing himself flat upon the sloping deck, leaned out over the bow. He had hardly taken his position when the torpedo boat pitched sullenly into the trough of the sea, and the uncanny noise was repeated. The Japanese youth returned aft with a grin upon his face. "We plenty fools," he said. "That moan no come from man, it caused by waves under bow. The cutwater is bent, and sea slap into it. Hooray! That's a jolly sell on us," laughed Cliff. "We are a lot of old women, getting scared at the slightest noise. Come on, give me a hand with this door. We can't wait on deck all day. I want to see if there are any stores on board. Nanny, are you hungry?" The little cadet hastened to answer in the affirmative. "Then I'll get you to crawl down one of those broken funnels if we can't get in this way," continued Cliff, winking at Joy. "Oh. I wish we were on the Monongahela," complained Nanny, not at all pleased at the prospect. "I don't want to go down the funnel." "You are a big baby," sneered Judson Green. "We may give you a chance to prove that you are full grown," said Cliff, coldly. "You are not too large for the funnel." "I am not afraid," retorted Judson, walking aft. A combined onslaught was made on the conning tower door. At first it resisted the efforts of the four boys, but finally, after Trolley had pounded the edges with the oar handle, it yielded slightly. "All together now," said Cliff, bracing his feet against the curved side of the conning tower. 1, 2, 3, pull. The four cadets tugged sharply on the rope that had been passed through the handle. There was a complaining of strained hinges, then the door flew back with a crash. And out through the opening tumbled the body of a man, half-clothed and ghastly in death. Chapter 18. Judson Green's Treachery. For one moment the five cadets stared in horror at the body, then with one accord they broke for the launch. As they did so the torpedo boat lurched abruptly to one side, tossed by a wave, and the dead man slid gently after them. As it rolled over on reaching the curve it was brought up against Judson's legs. With a shriek of horror the lad sprang into the sea. The splash was almost instantly followed by a second. The dead man had rolled after him. Cliff quickly regained his senses. "Throw us a rope," he cried, hurriedly, then over he went in a neat dive that placed him within reach of Judson as he bobbed into sight. The two were speedily hauled on board. Judson cowered on deck, completely unstrung. Cliff was still pale, but he had recovered his usual composure. "Whew, excuse me," he said, wringing the water from his blouse. "I don't want any more scares like that. My teeth are chattering yet. Can you see anything of it, Trolley?" The Japanese youth turned back from where he had been gazing into the sea. His swarthy face was a shade lighter, and he shook as if from cold. "I no see him, Cliff," he replied. "And I no want to any more. By Jim! I no think him in there." "It has gone down," reported Joy, grimly. "Maybe there are more inside," wailed Nanny. "Let's go back to the launch. I'd rather starve than stay on this spooky old thing." Cliff laughed in his old, merry way. "We are children, every one of us," he said, lightly. "Fancy being afraid of a dead man. Come, we'll resume our investigating." "You don't get me to leave this deck," chattered Judson. "I know when I have had enough." He moved toward the launch as he spoke. "Where are you going?" asked Cliff. "Into the boat." "If you do, I'll cut the painter and let you slide," continued Faraday. "What a coward you are." Judson grumbled something, but he remained on board the torpedo boat. He knew that Cliff would keep his word. "We'll tackle it again, fellows," announced that youth, cheerily. "If there are any more dead men below we will give them a decent sea burial. Nanny," he added, "suppose you inspect the after part while we—" "Not on your life," hastily interrupted the little lad. "I go where you do." "Well, come ahead, then," laughed Cliff, leading the way to the open door of the conning tower. He paused before leaving the deck and cast a glance around the horizon. There was nothing in sight. With a sigh he stepped over the threshold. The interior of the conning tower was fitted up with the usual objects found in such places. There was a steam steering wheel, a set of electric cauls, a compass and a number of loose articles scattered about the deck. At one side was an iron ladder leading forward into the officers' quarters. Looking down this, Cliff saw that the apartment was empty. The deck was littered with broken chairs, clothing, and a riffraff of articles. Everywhere were signs of disorder and wreck. "I believe I understand matters now," said Cliff, slowly. "For goodness sake, tell us," exclaimed Nanny. "I think something must have happened on board this boat to frighten the crew, and they abandoned it in a desperate hurry." "But that dead man," said Joy. "He was caught in the conning tower by the slamming of the door, and was left behind." "But what killed him?" spoke up Trolley. "This boat no been long abandoned, and he no die by starvation." Cliff laughed. "You stump me, Trolley," he confessed. "I guess we are no nearer the solution than before. We'll have to search further for clues." "And grub," put in Nanny. "Yes, and grub." Cliff led the way into the officers' mess room, which was at the foot of the iron ladder. Picking up a coat, he examined it critically. "We haven't thought about the nationality of this craft," he said. "I do not believe it is an American or English torpedo boat." "I guess you are right," called out Joy, holding up a bundle of periodicals. "These are certainly not English." Cliff took them from his hand and glanced at the first. "It's a French newspaper," he announced. "And the others are also French." "Here's a book on navigation in the same language," spoke up Nanny from one corner of the apartment. "This settle it," cried Trolley, triumphantly waving a tricolored flag he had found in an open drawer. "This is French torpedo." Bang! The boys started and exchanged glances of consternation. The sharp clang of an iron door closing violently came from aft. Nanny made a leap for the short flight of stairs leading to the deck and disappeared before Cliff could stop him. "What?" began Joy. Before he could finish the sentence, a loud cry came from above and Nanny reappeared in the opening. He was greatly excited. "Come on deck," he gasped, swinging his arms. "Quick, there's a ship in sight, and Judson has stolen the launch to go to it." The three cadets dashed through the conning tower, and on reaching the upper deck saw instantly that Nanny had spoken the truth. Just barely visible above the rim of the sea off the port beam were the upper topsails of a ship. And standing away toward it was the sailing launch with Judson in the stern. "Oh, the miserable villain," cried Cliff, shaking his fist after the recreant lad. "Hi, come back you!" Trolley ended with a string of Japanese expletives. The launch was not too far distant for Judson to hear, but he paid no heed. "If I have gun I make him come back," said Trolley, savagely. "Some day I beat him head off." Cliff remained silent. Leaning against the conning tower he watched the launch skim over the dancing waves. But there was an expression upon his handsome face that boded ill for the traitor. In the excitement of the moment the mysterious slamming of the door below had been forgotten, but it soon recurred to Cliff. "We've got to find out what's aft," he said, after a pause. "Nanny, you remain on deck and keep watch while Trolley, Joy, and I go below." "Do you think it's the old Monongahela?" asked the lanky plebe, staring at the distant sail. "Hard to say. It may be. I wish we could make some kind of a signal." "Why not start a smoke?" suggested Nanny, brightly. "We can make a fire on this iron deck and—" "We'll do it in the furnaces," hastily interrupted Cliff. "It's a good idea." He ran along the sloping top of the torpedo boat and was soon tugging away at the door of the after conning tower. He knew from previous study on the subject that crafts of that class have the crew's quarters in the stern. The hull is too narrow for passage from one end to the other, and all communications must necessarily be made by way of the upper deck. The mysterious noise had come from this part of the craft, Cliff reasoned, so if there were anyone on board they would be found in the after apartments. The combined efforts of the three boys finally sprung the door open. As it yielded, they hastily jumped aside. Their experience with one dead man was sufficient. "I guess the supply has run short," said Cliff, grimly, as he peered into the circular room. "Everything looks ship-shape down there," remarked Joy, pointing to where a glimpse of the lower interior could be seen. "Come on." He made one step over the threshold, then he stopped with a gasp. From some spot below came a weird, shrill voice. "Oh succor, it said. Jai fame. Oh succor." Joy hastily sprang back. His face had paled and his hands trembled as he pointed behind him. "There's a man below there," he cried. "Did you hear that?" "I heard him," replied Cliff, eagerly. "It's a Frenchman, sure enough. He is calling for help." Leaping past his companions, he disappeared down the ladder leading to the lower deck. Joy and Trolley tumbled after him. They found themselves in a much larger apartment than that forward. It was not furnished so comfortably, containing only a few benches, a swinging table and half a dozen hammocks. A pile of broken crockery occupied one corner, and swinging from hooks were several pans, and strings of tin cups. Forward of the larger apartment was another, also containing hammocks. In this latter room were several chests, one being marked with a name in black letters. It was evidently the name of the torpedo boat. It ran, "Le Destructeur." And after it was the word Havre. "That settles the nationality," said Cliff. He peered about the apartments, but nowhere could he see a man or anything resembling a man. The voice had surely come from this part of the ship. "Hello, hello," called out Joy, stamping his foot. Qui, monsieur, avec-vous in here anywhere?" Cliff was compelled to smile at the lanky cadet's attempt at French. He had studied it at home himself sufficiently to read and understand, but he could not speak it correctly. "This is certainly strange," he said, poking behind the chests. "Where in the deuce is the fellow?" "Maybe he in fire room," suggested Trolley. "That's so. Let me see, the only way to get in there is by way of the hatch on deck." "We'll try it." After another thorough search, the three boys started to ascend the ladder. Just as Cliff, who was last, reached the conning tower, a shrill, queer voice broke out behind him. "C'est Upton en Angleterre. Why d'Anglais?" It was a snatch of a recent popular Parisian air. The cadets stood as if turned to stone. The voice came from almost directly under their feet. And the tone. And the words. Cliff felt his hair tingle, and a cold shiver run down his back. It was uncanny, to say the least. Trolley, ordinarily jolly, had an expression much like that of a man who had met a ghost in a dark wood. And Joy was not a whit better. "Guess the darn thing's too much for me," he said, shakily. "Suppose we go on deck and think it over." "Not much," replied Cliff, but with no great emphasis. "There's a man down there somewhere, either sick or crazy, and it's our duty to find him." "Where in thunder is he?" "We've searched the confounded place from deck to ceiling." "He not in fire room," said Trolley. "No. That voice. Below, below, below." The words floated up the opening as plainly as words can be spoken. But this time they seemed to come from the after end of the crew's quarters. Cliff sprang down the ladder at great risk to his neck. When the others followed, they found him tumbling the hammocks about. Trolley and Joy assisted him, but the three had only their labor for their pains. Not a sign of the mysterious stranger could they find. "You fellows can do as you please," suddenly announced Joy, "but this child is going on deck." "Excuse me, I don't want any French shades in mine. The old tank is lud." He broke for the ladder and scrambled from sight. From almost over his head had come a groan. This time Cliff was thoroughly startled. The place, the circumstances, and the voice was too much for him, and he hastened after Joy with Trolley a close third. On reaching the deck they found the lanky cadet leaning against the conning tower and looking rather foolish. He evaded their gaze and pointed astern. The action of the waves had brought the distant sail in that direction. Cliff gave an exclamation of keen disappointment. "She's passing," he said. "She's much further away. We must do something if we want to attract her attention." He paused only to see that the sailing launch was still in view, then he began to tug away at the iron hatch leading to the after fire room. It required considerable effort to open it, but the iron hatch yielded at last, revealing a perpendicular ladder leading into a dark space below. Cliff's anxiety to start a signal caused him to forget his previous fears. With a cheery "Come on, fellows," he dropped down the ladder. It was the after of the two fire rooms with which Le Destructor was provided. The small furnace, small in comparison with the general run of men-of-war furnaces, occupied the greater part of the compartment. The firebox door swung open, clanging back and forth with each roll of the hull. Scattered about were heaps of coal and ashes. Over in one corner was a pile of oily waste. Seizing an armful, Cliff thrust it into the firebox, then he began to search his pockets. He looked up with a laugh as Trolley and Joy descended the ladder. "If you want to see a first-class jump, just look at me," he said. "What's up?" asked Joy. "Been looking for matches in a pocket that's soaked with salt water. We must have something to light this fire with." "Joy, run down aft and see if you can find a match." "Excuse me," hastily objected the lanky cadet. "Send Trolley." "Not much," exclaimed that youth. "I know like French ghosts." "Then I'll go myself," replied Cliff, moving toward the ladder. "I say," interrupted Joy, stopping him. "Why not send Nanny?" The kid didn't hear the voice. "Perhaps he'll solve the mystery." Cliff chuckled. "We'll try it," he decided, and forthwith began to shout for the youngster. Presently Nanny's head and shoulders darkened the opening. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Where is the ship now?" "Almost disappeared. Can just see a smudge." "And the launch?" "Judson is still sailing in that direction." "I say, Nanny," said Cliff, sweetly, "just drop down into the crew's quarters and see if you can find a match. I want to start a smoke. Hurry, that's a good fellow. We haven't any time to lose." Nanny vanished. The boys exchanged grins, and awaited results. "If he survives the shock he'll be an invalid for a week," chuckled Joy. "I am rather sorry I sent him," said Cliff, regretfully. "He's such a timid little chap that it may—" A shrill yell interrupted him, then came a distant rattling and banging, then another wild shriek. Chapter 19. The mystery solved. The three middies raced to the upper deck just in time to see Nanny, white-faced and trembling, emerge from the after conning tower. "Murder, help, help," he wailed. "Oh, Cliff, someone is down there. I heard a voice singing." "Oh, let's go away." "What is the matter?" demanded Joy, striving hard to conceal a laugh. "What in thunder did you see?" "And nothing, but I heard a cracked kind of a voice," whimpered the little lad, almost in tears. It seemed to come from the roof. "Oh, the old tub is haunted. Let's leave." "Never mind, youngster," said Cliff, kindly. "We heard the voice, too. There's some mystery about it, but it isn't ghosts." "That's silly. Did you get the matches?" Nanny shook his head vigorously. Trolley went forward and presently returned with a box he found in the captain's cabin. 5 minutes later a dense smoke was pouring from the after funnel. "I am afraid it is too late," remarked Cliff, watching the distant speck on the horizon. "That craft is bound south, and we are way to the eastward of her." "There is one thing we forgot when we were down aft," suddenly observed Joy, placing one hand in the region of his fifth button. "We clean forgot the grub." "That's true," agreed Trolley. I won't go down there if I starve, came from Nanny, his face paling. We will have to do something, said Cliff, decisively. There must be food on board, and water, too. I saw several boxes and tanks below. I don't like the shades of departed Frenchmen, but I'll do a great deal to keep from starving. Suppose we go down and make plenty noise, suggested Trolley. We take clubs and wait a bit. He hurried forward, and presently reappeared from the officers' quarters with one hand clutching a pistol and the other a long, wicked-looking sword. Flourishing the latter, he cried, I cut the neck of any ghost now. Come. We march down right away. He, laughed Nanny. Trolley, you have a different class of ghosts in Japan than those in other countries, I guess. Swords and guns are no good. We try, anyway, placidly replied the Japanese youth. Who come with me? All of us, promptly announced Cliff. Who go first, was Trolley's next question. You, confound your thick head, retorted Joy. Haven't you got the weapons? Seeing no loophole, the Jap gingerly approached the door of the conning tower. Cliff, who was close behind, suddenly uttered a deep groan. Trolley dropped the sword and made a wild leap backward. A series of weird Japanese expletives came from his lips, then his jaw dropped when he caught sight of Cliff's laughing face. Oh, you fool me, he said, slowly. Well, I go down and fool ghost. With that he vanished through the open door of the conning tower. We can't let him have all the fun, declared Cliff. Come on. When the three Nanny accompanied them reached the lower deck they found Trolley seated upon a chest, calmly surveying the field. He held the revolver in one hand, and the sword at a parry in the other. No hear anything yet, he said, grinning. I guess. Jose. Gosh, there it is again, ejaculated Nanny. Let's go back. I don't want. Jose, tengo hombre. De Mongaleta. The words ended in a wail that sent cold chills through the cadets. For a moment it was in the minds of all to beat a hasty retreat, but Cliff set his teeth, and said, determinedly, I won't be frightened away from here again. Someone is playing us a scurvy trick. That wasn't French, it was Spanish. If any chump. ACH, du lieber. Cliff sat down upon a pile of hammocks and held up both hands in disgust. And German, too, he exclaimed. Now what on earth does it mean? Where is the fellow, anyway? Joy was hungrily overhauling a locker which seemed filled with inviting-looking cans and jars. Don't ask any foolish questions, he said. Here's potted meats and jams and ship biscuit. Nanny, you half-sized idiot, get some water out of that breaker, and be darned quick about it. It was well on toward noon, and the boys were beginning to feel the gnawing of their naturally healthy appetites. They were also growing accustomed to the mysterious voice, so without more ado they joined Joy in his onslaught on the contents of the locker. They were not disturbed while they attended to the pleasant business before them, so they made out fairly well. For this make us truly thankful, said Joy, with a satisfied sigh as he polished off the last morsel before him. I say, spoke up Nanny, we're better off than that cad, Judson Green, even if we have a polyglot ghost in our midst. Judson is bound to return, said Cliff, grimly. When he does we'll have a reckoning. Trolley lazily threw himself back upon a bench and observed. What we do now, fellows? We no can stay out here. Maybe ship no come. What do you propose, your highness? Asked Joy, with fine sarcasm. Shall we walk or take a cake of soap and wash ourselves ashore? It's a pity we can't carry Le Destructor into some port, said Cliff, musingly. She seems to be seaworthy, and I guess the coal supply is all right. Trolley sat up and brought his hands together with an emphatic gesture. We do it, he cried, excitedly. I know how to run marine engine. I learn a little in Japan. Hooray! You be captain, and I be engineer. Hooray! Cliff stared at him for a moment, then his face brightened. By George, Trolley, that's the very ticket, he exclaimed. If you can run an engine, we'll take the old tank into the nearest port. There are charts and instruments in the captain's cabin. And there are 4 of us 5 if that chump comes back, and we ought to do it. Cliff began to pace up and down the narrow room. That he was greatly taken with the idea was plainly evident. Suddenly, while he chanced to be near the extreme after end, the mysterious voice wailed. "ACH, du lieber. Caramba. Dame agua pronto." With a bound, Cliff reached the spot whence the sound seemed to come. He grasped the knob of a small trapdoor in the wooden lining of the hull, and gave a quick wrench. Something fluttered out and fell to the floor with a flapping of wings. It was a parrot. Ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho. This is rich. Ha, ha. If I don't stop laughing, I'll die, gasped Cliff. Fancy being ha, ha. Fooled by a pet parrot. The 4 boys were rolling upon the floor in an ecstasy of mirth. And over in the corner, eyeing them solemnly, was the parrot. The poor bird was thin and its feathers hung down in a bedraggled manner. It looked as if it had undergone a siege with a cage full of monkeys. It suddenly cackled. "Pobre Juanito," Tango said. "ACH, du lieber. Saker." Cliff moistened several sea biscuit in water and fed the starved bird. Then the boys enjoyed another fit of laughing and went on deck. Their relief was manifest. The discovery of the parrot, which had evidently been shut in by accident, explained a great deal, and it drove away all uncanny suspicions. After a brief consultation, it was decided that Cliff should act as captain and steersman, Trolley as engineer, and Joy and Nanny as fireman. "If Judson turns up," said Cliff, glancing at the distant speck which represented the launch, "we'll make him shovel coal all night." Trolley hurried below into the after engine room to overhaul the machinery, while the 3 others prepared to start fires. Blouses were stripped off and the trio fell to work with a will. The oily waste lighted before had died out, but another fire was soon ignited, and within half an hour the furnace was roaring. Presently Trolley, greasy and black, joined them. There was a satisfied smile on his face. "I find everything shipshape," he said. "The engine in fine condition." He glanced at the steam gauge and added, "Hooray, we soon be ready to start. You better look up charts and things, Cliff." Faraday thought the advice good, so he hurried to the conning tower. He found the compass in its usual place, and stowed away in a little locker were 2 sextants and a chronometer. The latter had stopped, however, and it was useless to him. A logbook written in French bore as the last date the 10th of June. The observation for that noon was a degree of longitude near the coast of France. "The boat has been driven to sea by some severe gale," he reasoned. "That's plain enough. But why did the crew leave her so abruptly, and what killed that man in the conning tower?" These thoughts occupied his mind as he rummaged about the little apartment. He was in search of a chart. Finding none, he descended to the room used as the officers' mess. Forward of this was the captain's cabin, and directly aft the stateroom occupied by the other officer, who, on vessels of the LE Destructor class, does duty both on deck and in the engine room. Noticing a heap of debris in the center consisting of clothing, bedding, and riffraff of every description, Cliff raked it aside. To his surprise, he saw undeniable traces of fire. The flooring was eaten away or charred, and a hole gaped beneath his feet. Upon part of a wooden hatch was stamped a word which sent a flood of light through the lad. It was "Magazine." "The magazine!" Cliff exclaimed, aloud. "It is where they kept the torpedo charges. And it has been on fire. Gory! No wonder they fled." It was plain enough now. The boat had caught fire while at sea. An attempt had been made to extinguish the flames, but without success. The dread belief that the flames would reach the powder and gun cotton had sent the crew away in a panic. And the dead man? There is only one explanation, muttered Cliff. He was caught in the conning tower by the jamming of the door, and the fright killed him. Gory. No wonder. Waiting for a ton of gun cotton to explode under one's feet is enough to kill anybody. That the fire did not reach the explosives was evident. The rolling and pitching of the boat had probably tossed a lot of dunnage upon the flames and extinguished them. Cliff hastened forward to acquaint his companions with the discovery. He found the steam whistling merrily from the exhaust pipes. Trolley was trying the engine, and the other two were still feeding the furnace. Cliff's explanations were received with wonder. Nanny anxiously inquired if the fire was really out and, on being assured that it was, he returned to his task of shoveling. 20 minutes later the Japanese youth announced with a triumphant blast of the whistle that all was in readiness for a start. Cliff had succeeded in finding a book of charts. After careful figuring, he decided on a course. It was more or less guesswork, but he believed that he could at least take Le Destructeur into the path of vessels bound to the Mediterranean. Taking his place at the wheel, the young captain signaled the engine room. Trolley responded gallantly, and the torpedo boat's screw began to revolve. An enthusiastic cheer came from the fire room force which had hastened to the upper deck to see the start. Cliff found the steering rather difficult at first, but he soon learned the wheel and brought the bow around toward the speck on the distant horizon which represented the launch. "We can't leave Judson out here even if he is a double-dyed-in-the-wool trader," he announced. When the launch was brought within plain view it was seen that Green had tacked, and it was evident he wished to regain the torpedo boat. It did not take long to bring him alongside. He glanced sheepishly at the occupants of the deck when he finally crawled aboard. The engines had been stopped and the 4 cadets were prepared to meet him. Cliff had his blouse off and his sleeves rolled up. Stepping forward, he said, peremptorily, "Shed that blouse of yours, Green." "What for?" demanded Judson, in evident alarm. "You've got to whip me or take the worst hiding you ever received." "Off with it. I'll sail in about 5 seconds." "But—" "Off with it." Judson sullenly obeyed, and stood on the defensive. Cliff proceeded to business at once, and the two were soon dealing blows right and left. The other cadets looked on with grins of delight. Cliff had not only might but right on his side, and in a very short period Judson was crying enough. Then Trolley whacked him several times, and Joy added his share. To wind up the punishment, little Nanny administered a few well-directed kicks. "Now, sir," said Cliff, sternly, "just thank your lucky stars that we didn't leave you to the sharks. Go below and get something to eat." The engine was kept going until midnight, then as the boys were tired out, the fires were banked and watches arranged. At daybreak little Nanny, who had the last tour of duty, espied a sail off the starboard bow. He aroused the others, and steam was started at once. In time it became apparent to the excited boys that there was something familiar about the outlines of the ship. "Hooray, hooray, it is the old Monongahela," shouted Trolley, at last. "She come to look for us." "Hooray." "I don't think it is anything to cheer about," sighed Joy, gloomily. "Ain't we all right aboard here?" "Huh. Now we'll be plebes again, when we been captains, and engineers, and coal heavers. I think it's a shame." The rest rather agreed with him, nevertheless they were glad to see the practice ship. When it became known on board the Monongahela who the occupants of the torpedo boat were, the wildest excitement ensued. A boat was lowered and the castaways, not forgetting the parrot, were carried back in triumph. Cliff and his companions were the heroes of the hour, and they were received with special distinction on the quarterdeck. They were delighted to learn that the other boats had been picked up and no lives lost in the catastrophe. The torpedo boat was manned by a picked crew from the Monongahela and convoyed by that vessel to the mouth of the Tagus River. The French government was advised at once, and word presently came that Le Destructeur's former crew had been long since rescued. By the time the Monongahela was ready to proceed up the Tagus to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, a French gunboat was on hand to tow the torpedo boat back to Havre. And so ended Cliff's first command. Chapter XX. Diving for rewards. There goes the little beggar again. What a clean dive. Yes, he is grace itself. But say, Cliff. He's got it? Hooray. He catch dime plenty well. Hi. Here another. You are getting mighty liberal with your money, trolley. I no care. It worth $1 to see diving like that. Hi. You little boy, here some more. The group of naval cadets were leaning over the port railing on the forecastle of Monongahela. It was shortly after quarters on a Saturday morning, and the trim old frigate was riding easily at anchor in the Tagus River just off the main landing dock of Lisbon, Portugal. After a truly eventful voyage from Annapolis, she had finally arrived in port, and the 160-odd cadets on board were waiting eagerly for the time when they could have a run ashore. The necessary formalities of port inspection had been gone through with, and the ship was in a gala attire aloft and alow in anticipation of the visit always paid an American vessel by the youth and beauty of quaint old Lisbon. Boats filled with merry parties were coming from the dock even now, and the appearance of many pretty girls in them was beginning to take the cadets' attention away from a previous attraction. That attraction was the diving of a number of native boys after coins thrown from the ship. Alongside were half a dozen small and rickety boats occupied by the agile young divers. They were continually importuning the cadets to toss bits of silver or copper money into the water. One, a lithe, clean-limbed lad of about 16, was the leader of the party, and it was his clever diving which had wrung the words of admiration from Trolley, given at the commencement of this chapter. The diversion of watching the divers began to grow monotonous after a while. The little beggars are pretty good, but their act palls on one, yawned Toggles, stretching his arms. Did you hear anything about the Liberty List, Cliff? Asked Grat Wallace, with a yearning glance ashore. It isn't made up yet, I believe. We won't touch the dock until afternoon anyway. And we have got to be back by 10 o'clock, grumbled Nanny. Always kicking, always finding trouble, sighed Joy, with a doleful shake of the head. Why can't you be peaceable and contented like me, youngster? It's painful to a man of meek and lowly spirit to see such contention and strife. If you don't like the way they conduct liberty on this ship, why don't you knock the blooming head off the executive officer? Act with due humility and beat the face off the captain. The others laughed. They understood Joy. I say, Cliff, look there, suddenly spoke up Trolley. Here comes what you call Peach. He nodded his head toward a couple of young ladies who were approaching from aft. They had formed part of a visiting party from shore and were strolling about the deck intent on inspecting the ship after their own fashion. Both were very pretty, but one, a tall and rather willowy brunette, was particularly handsome. A wealth of lustrous black hair fell to her shoulders, her eyes were large and sparkling, and her lips, half parted, showed 2 rows of regular, pearly teeth. She was smiling at something her companion had said as they neared the group of plebes, and the boys fairly gasped at her loveliness. Cliff eyed her furtively, his heart beating more rapidly than usual. His expressive countenance proclaimed his strong admiration, and that must have been the reason why the beautiful girl blushed slightly as she met his ardent gaze. The girls stopped at the forecastle railing and looked over at the diver boys below. They laughed, and one, the lovelier of the two, held up a small coin. All the youthful divers prepared to spring into the water as soon as the bit of money left her hand. The lithe young leader poised himself upon the very edge of his boat. Ready, called out the girl in Portuguese. It is 100 reis piece, so do your best. She gleefully waved her hand back and forth, then, just as she was about to release the coin, something bright and glittering slipped from her wrist and fell into the water. It was a bracelet. A little scream came from the girl, there was a commotion among the group of plebes, then one was seen to vault lightly over the rail and strike the water in a neat dive. It was Cliff. In an instant there was great excitement on board the practice ship. The loud splash was heard fore and aft, and a rush was made for that side. Someone raised a cry of "Man overboard!" The officer of the deck sprang upon the gangway with a life preserver, and the crew detailed to the lifeboat ran to their stations at the boat falls. And in the meantime the cause of all this commotion was experiencing a rather peculiar adventure. Cliff possessed to a remarkable degree the power of quick decision and action in cases of emergency. He seldom required more than a few seconds to make up his mind. In the present case he was upon the rail and preparing to dive almost before the bracelet had touched the water. With all his promptness, he was not alone, however. The young Portuguese boy, the chief spirit among the youthful divers, had also seen the flash of metal. To him it meant a coveted reward, and his brown heels twinkled in the air just a second after Cliff's body left the top of the forecastle rail. The two went under the water together. Cliff's eyes opened after he vanished below the surface. He saw, glittering below him, the bespangled bracelet. And he also saw the dark shadow cast by his antagonist. Of the two the native lad was probably more at home in the water, but Faraday had a store of determination and grit which made up for it. As soon as he espied the youngster he realized the true state of affairs, and he sent his feet up with a spurt that shot him toward the glittering bauble. It was a race beneath the surface of the old Tagus. The Portuguese boy had as an incentive two things. One was the hope of a pecuniary reward, and the other an overwhelming desire to defeat this insolent visitor from a foreign country who dared to try his skill against a native diver of Lisbon. As for Cliff, what was his incentive? A smile, that was all. The bottom of the Tagus is easily reached by a few vigorous strokes. The bracelet had settled upon the bottom where it glittered and gleamed as if mocking the two lads. Cliff, by his spurt, had obtained a slight advantage, but he suddenly felt himself grasped about the waist. He was just in the act of reaching for the bracelet when the interruption came. The touch of the Portuguese lad's hand acted like a spur upon him, and he made a desperate clutch downward. His fingers closed over the bit of jewelry, then with a wriggle and a savage kick he freed himself and shot toward the surface. As he rose, gasping and spluttering, his rival was close beside him. Through the water streaming from his hair Cliff caught sight of the boy's face, and he marveled at the intensity of hatred it expressed. "I pay you for dis," almost screamed the Portuguese. "You come ashore and I kill you. Dog of a Yankee, you hear from Pedro. You see." "Calm yourself, my friend," drawled Cliff, coolly, as he struck out for the gangway. "Don't get excited, it is bad for the health." "Ta! Ta!" Pedro swam to his little boat and crouched sullenly in the stern. His companions crowded around him and chattered like so many monkeys, but he waved them off, and watched with burning eyes the progress of the American lad toward the gangway ladder. A loud cheer burst from the plebes on the forecastle as Cliff held up the bracelet. The two pretty girls clapped their hands, and the one who had dropped the piece of jewelry seemed overwhelmed with confusion. When Cliff reached the deck he found both the first lieutenant and the officer of the watch awaiting him. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Faraday?" demanded the former, peremptorily. Cliff held up the bracelet, and replied, quietly. "A young lady visiting the ship dropped this overboard, sir." The officers were compelled to smile. "And you dived for it?" "Yes, sir." "Which young lady was it?" Faraday turned and indicated the owner of the bracelet, who was walking aft with her companion. "Jove! I don't blame the young rascal," muttered the first lieutenant. "She's a beauty." Extending his hand, he added, aloud. "It was a gallant act, Mr. Faraday, and it does you credit, but it probably would have been better if you had left the job to one of those boy divers. I will return the bracelet to the young lady." But Cliff hung back. "Want the pleasure yourself, eh?" laughed Lieutenant Watson. "Well, you deserve it." That was Cliff's opinion also, and he lost no time in claiming his reward. He did not present a very prepossessing appearance in his dripping uniform, but he held his head jauntily and advanced to meet the girl. His fear that she spoke only Portuguese was speedily dissipated. Extending her hands impulsively, she exclaimed, with an accent which added to the charm of her silvery voice. "Oh, how I thank you for your kindness, Señor. You have dared so much to save my poor bracelet. It was so good of you." "I am amply repaid," replied Cliff, gallantly. Then he added, with a smile, "You must pardon my rather moist appearance. The water was not altogether dry." "We will not keep you," said the girl, hurriedly. "You should change your clothing." As Cliff bowed and started to walk away, she blushed slightly and said, "My parents will consider it a pleasure if you should call upon them. My name." She extended a neat card and address. "Can we not hope to see you soon?" "I will be pleased to call when I go ashore," replied the handsome young cadet. "Until then, goodbye." As he walked forward, he saw Judson Green standing near the spot where the conversation had taken place. "So Judson has been listening, thought the latter as he walked past. "He don't look particularly pleased. Jealous, I suppose." He glanced at the bit of pasteboard in his hand and read, "Juanita Wyndham. Rue Ferdinand number 78. Wyndham," he muttered. "Why, that's an English name. Her father must be either English or American. That accounts for her excellent command of the language. This is getting more interesting." His thoughts were interrupted by a shout, and he found himself surrounded by his friends. They were all laughing gaily except Joy, whose funereal cast of countenance seemed to have increased. "Hi, Cliff," cried Trolley, slapping him upon the back, "by Jim, you great hero. Hooray! You save bracelet and win beautifulest girl in Lisbon. You won dandy." "Slowly there, Trolley," laughed Cliff, "I don't see where I have won a girl." "She likes you, I saw her blush," put in Nanny Goat. "Just you wait, Cliff Faraday. I'll tell Tess Herndon back in Annapolis all about this affair. I'd be ashamed of myself if I were you." "That's straight," chuckled Grat Wallace. "He's getting to be a regular masher. He's not content to keep the upper classes guessing about hazing, and saving torpedo boats at sea, and such little things, but he needs must." He dodged to escape a blow from Cliff's hand, and darted in high glee to the forecastle. "Better go down and get those wet duds off," advised Toggles. "You'll look better." "Cliff Faraday, what is the matter with the diver boy?" demanded Joy, solemnly. "He's looking at this ship as if he would like to eat it." Cliff glanced out through the nearest port. Pedro was still crouched in the stern of his little boat. He gave a howl of anger on catching sight of Faraday, and added, with a choice collection of Portuguese epithets, "Wait till I catch you on shore. I fix you. I make you sorry you dive. You see, dog of a Yankee." "He seems excited," observed Cliff, calmly. "His mind must have given way under the strain, poor fellow." Nanny stooped and snatched up a wet swab. Flung with unerring aim, it caught the vociferous lad in the face and bowled him over with neatness and dispatch. A laugh greeted the shot. It was followed by cries of rage from the half-dozen diver boys in their little boats alongside the ship. Pedro, the leader, gave a signal, and the flotilla paddled toward the dock. Cliff went below to change his clothing, after a last glance in Juanita Wyndham's direction, and the episode was closed save for one thing. Standing near one of the open ports was Judson Green. With him was Spendley. "Did you see that Portuguese, Spendley?" asked Judson, in an eager voice. "Yes." "Hear what he said?" "He threatened Faraday." "Yes." "Well, there's a chance for us, I think." "What do you mean?" "We'll go ashore and see if we can't use that fellow, Pedro, to help us get square." An hour later word was passed that the Liberty Party would leave for shore at once. Chapter XXI. The Conspiracy. When liberty is given on a man of war, the whole crew does not go ashore, but only a watch, or part of a watch. The Liberty Party from the old Monongahela was composed of one half of the port watch, and the 40-odd cadets composing it glanced back in gleeful triumph at their less fortunate mates, who were watching their progress with lugubrious faces from the forward deck. Conspicuous among the latter were Gratwalis and Trolley, neither of whom were member of that half of the port watch. They were doubly sorry that their names had not been included. They regretted that they were not going ashore, and also that Cliff, whom they liked and admired more than words could tell, would not be able to go with them on the morrow. For Cliff was in one of the boats speeding ashore, and naval cadets on a practice cruise are not permitted liberty 2 days in succession. With Cliff in the leading cutter were Joy and Nanny. And in the whale boat following were Judson Green and Chris Spendley. Judson was very thoughtful on the way to the beach. He replied only in monosyllables to the chatter of his crony. He was evolving in his mind a scheme by which the boy Pedro's newly developed hatred of Cliff could be worked to the latter's undoing. And he was also going over in his mind the reasons why he, himself, hated Cliff so bitterly. The thoughts carried him back to Annapolis and beyond. There was a long list of little plots and conflicts and rather shady schemes Judson had originated, but he always had been worst in all these conflicts. This enmity started in Hartford, Conn, from which city both had entered the academy, and it had continued until the present moment. When the cadets landed at the main dock, they found a crowd of idlers gathered there, possibly attracted by the rumor that a number of American naval cadets would pay a visit ashore. Curious spectators, beggars, small boys, boatmen, and all that go to make up the waterfront population of a city like Lisbon, thronged the street outside the gate and made complimentary and other remarks as the boys passed from the dock. In the background, partially concealed behind a group of spectators, was a lean, brown-skinned boy with shifty, furtive eyes and a shock of black hair. He was clad only in a light shirt and trousers, both of which showed signs of recent contact with water. As the naval cadets trooped past, he watched them eagerly until three walking together and laughing merrily came into view. Then his little eyes contracted, his face darkened with rage, and the nails of his clenched fists bit deep into the flesh. He drew back, but not before he was observed by two cadets who had loitered behind their companions. They walked on a few paces, then dropped back and approached the barefoot boy. "I say, aren't you the chap who was diving for pennies alongside the ship this morning?" asked one, with assumed carelessness. The boy glared at them defiantly, and made a reply in Portuguese. "Drop that lingo," sharply exclaimed the cadet. "I know you can speak English because I heard you. Your name is Pedro, and you were defeated in a dive by one of our fellows." Pedro made an inarticulate sound in his throat and moved away as if with the intention of leaving the newcomers. "I guess you had better wait a while if you care to get square with that fellow," said Judson Green, for it was he, placing one hand upon the lad's shoulder. "We know all about the affair, and we are assured to help you out a little if we feel like it. Any place about here where we can get a drink and have a quiet chat?" Pedro eyed them for a moment from under his black brows, then he gave a little nod, and without a word, trotted off. A brief period later the three precious rascals, Judson, Chris Spendley and Pedro, were busily talking in the back room of a low fonda, or drinking resort, on one of the side streets leading from the waterfront. In the meantime the rest of the Liberty Party was merrily proceeding toward the center of the city, attracting favorable greetings from shopkeepers, and glances of admiration from the pretty girls along the way, for the American naval cadet ashore is both liberal with his money, and gallant in his personal appearance. Cliff, Joy, and Nanny were walking together and their hearts were light within them. 3 weeks on board ship with tumbling decks, close quarters and stormy winds made good dry land very attractive. Joy alone looked gloomy. He was a human paradox. When his spirits were lightest his face showed the deepest depression. "It's worthwhile spending a long time at sea to get such an appreciation of Mother Earth," laughed Cliff, executing the first steps of a hornpipe. Joy, old boy." "Oh, I don't know, there are other pleasures," sighed the lanky plebe. "And this isn't such a great place after all. It looks nice enough from the ship, but..." Distance lends enchantment to the view, quoted Nanny, sagely. You are right there. These houses that seemed so pretty with their different colors are not so much after all. The most of them are simply baked mud whitewashed or blue washed or green washed, as the case may be. And look at the streets. Humph. They aren't as wide as an alley at home. I am sorry you boys are not pleased with the state of affairs, said Cliff, gaily. I'll see the king and have things attended to. There is one thing you must acknowledge, though, the girls are handsome. You noticed that quick enough, sniffed Nanny, who had rather a contempt for the opposite sex. You got a girl in Annapolis before you'd been there 2 days, and you picked up another here before the anchor chain had finished rattling through the hawse-pipes. It's a wonder you didn't run across a couple of derned mermaids on the way over. Cliff laughed. How can I help it, kidlets, he replied, with a wink at Joy. Don't I try to keep the girls off? But they will fly to me like niggers to a watermelon patch, suggested Joy, gravely. By this time the cadets had reached one of the main thoroughfares. As usual in such cases, they paired off and went in different directions. Cliff and his 2 chums remained together. We will take a look at the town and then I'll leave you for a while, announced the former. Going to call on Miss Juanita Wyndham, I suppose, said Joy. Yes. I think you might stay with us instead of chasing after a girl you never saw until this morning, complained Nanny. I am not due there until 4, laughed Cliff. It's now 1, and we will have almost 3 hours in which to do the city. What more do you want, youngster? Nanny was compelled to acknowledge contentment, and the trio of friends strolled about the streets and visited the great cathedral, and conducted themselves much as boys do under similar circumstances. At 3:30 Cliff called a carriage in front of the Parque do Dom Pedro, the principal square of Lisbon, and gave the driver a card upon which he had written Miss Wyndham's address. I'll meet you at 6 or thereabouts on the dock, chums, he called back to Joy and Nanny. Take care of yourselves and don't get into any scrapes. I have a contract to punch Judson Green's head if I run across him, growled Joy. He's ashore, you know. Yes. I saw him. But don't waste any time getting into a row with the fellow, replied Faraday. He isn't worth it. Ta. Ta. They stood for a moment, and watched him whirl away, then they sadly turned and sauntered across the square. If either had continued watching the carriage a trifle longer they might have seen something rather surprising. While the vehicle was rumbling past the northern corner of the plaza, a lithe, brown-limbed, barefooted boy darted from behind a group of chattering beggars and swung on behind the carriage. Chapter XXII. And then silence. The top was down, but Cliff was too engrossed in thought to discover the fellow. On went the conveyance through the miserably paved streets, on past churches and stores and residences, and away from the main portion of the city to a quiet, highly respectable suburb where the houses rested in detached grounds abloom with a wealth of semi-tropical verdure. When the carriage finally slackened up a short distance from a pretty villa, the unbidden passenger was still swinging behind, but he leaped nimbly to the ground and darted into the shadow of a tree in time to escape notice. The driver placidly overcharged Cliff fourfold, and drove away, leaving the cadet to enter the grounds, where he received a hearty and blushing welcome from Juanita and her friend. An hour later another carriage entered the street. It was of the same class as the first, but the box was occupied by a stalwart, black-browed native with a scowling face. He drove slowly through the street, then turned back again, as if awaiting a call. Time passed, the sun touched the western hills and disappeared, and the mist of an early twilight gathered over the city. A distant clock sounded the hour of 6. From the great cathedral came a mellow chiming of bells, followed by a discordant clatter from some less favored church. Suddenly the ornamented gate in front of the Wyndham villa opened and Cliff emerged, gallantly lifting his naval cap to those inside. He glanced hastily at his watch, then with a half-suppressed exclamation of surprise, looked about for a conveyance. The carriage which had been loitering in the vicinity was coming briskly toward him. He hailed it, leaped inside, and was soon leaving the vicinity. While passing a nearby corner, Cliff chanced to look over toward a barefoot lad standing under a wall lamp. "Gory, it's that little beggar, Pedro," he muttered. "What's he doing out here, I wonder? Guess he saw me from the expression on his face." He fell to musing over the diving episode of the morning. From that to his extremely pleasant afternoon with Juanita was but a step, and Pedro's scowling face speedily gave way to the beautiful, attractive countenance of the girl. It was growing dark very rapidly. The carriage rattled along over the rough cobbles and through streets entirely unfamiliar to the young cadet. Presently it drew up with a jerk, and Cliff, aroused from a reverie, looked about him. He saw the facade of a large church on one side, and a small garden, enclosed by an iron railing, on the other. It was high ground, and through the trees of the park could be seen the spires of a number of chapels in the lower part of the city. The street was apparently deserted, but lights here and there indicated the presence of inhabited residences. Cliff looked questioningly at the driver. "Why did you stop here?" he asked at a venture. "Me want to show you fine view, senor," replied the man, respectfully. "View? I don't care to see any view. Drive on, I want to reach the dock at once." "But, senor, it take you 1 minute. It ver fine view. All visitor come here at this time night. It no good any other time. You like it ver much. You no regret." Cliff liked nature, especially in the shape of picturesque scenery. He knew that he would be late in meeting his chums, but he could not resist the temptation. "Hurry up, then," he said, springing from the carriage. He did not see the triumphant gleam in the driver's eyes as the fellow prepared to follow him, nor would he have understood the meaning if he had. Suspicion of evil was very far from Cliff's mind just then. The horses were drawn up to the side of the street and left standing. As Cliff and the driver entered the little park, which seemed untenanted, a brown-limbed lad, lithe and sinewy, hastily entered by another gate. He was panting for breath as if from a long and hard run, but he did not slacken speed among the trees and bushes a few paces behind the others. The driver glanced back once and saw him, but Cliff continued on unsuspectingly to where the park ended abruptly at a low stone rampart. Beyond this was a steep declivity, a stone precipice which extended down with scarcely a break to the roofs of the houses 100 feet below. The face of the precipice was of rock, with here and there a tuft of scraggly vegetation growing in the small crevices. Cliff paid little attention to these details. He was lost in admiration of the really beautiful view stretched out before him. Darkness was almost at hand, but away in the east, a soft rosy glow still lingered above the hills. Down below at his feet was a panorama of lights and shadows, twinkling sparks of fire, and black objects grotesque in their vagueness. The river flowed beyond the town, lighter in color and bearing smudges which on nearer view would have resolved themselves into steamers and ships and fishing craft of many sizes. This much Cliff saw and admired. Then he remembered the lateness of the hour and was on the point of turning to go when suddenly he felt a pair of sinewy arms clasped about his body. A low voice hissed some command in Portuguese, then a soft object, evidently a coat, was thrown over his head and wound tightly. He struggled, of course, and tried to cry out, but the muffled sounds went no further than his lips. He writhed and tugged and fought madly to free himself, but those inflexible arms did not yield. A hand snatched away his watch, another went through his pockets with practiced deftness, then came a muttered exclamation, and the lad found himself being lifted from the ground. This last movement wrung a cry of terror from his lips. He knew the intention of his assailants. They meant to hurl him from the wall. Crying frantically for help, Cliff made one final, desperate effort to escape. He struggled to free his arms until the muscles stood out in great bands. He kicked and butted, fought with hand and knee and teeth, but he was slowly and surely forced back against the hard stone rampart. Then came the end. There was a last mighty effort, then a wild cry rang out into the night, echoing down, down, down until a soft, Crouching thud placed an abrupt period to the horrible shriek. And then, silence. Chapter XXIII. Cutter ahoy. In a back room of a disreputable drinking resort on a narrow street leading from the waterfront were seated two youths clad in the uniform worn by United States Naval cadets. On the table between them were a bottle and two glasses. Both youths were smoking cigarettes, and both appeared ill at ease. "I can't stand this much longer, Chris," said one, nervously flipping the ash from his cigarette. "If that little beggar don't turn up pretty soon." "You'll go and look for him," interrupted the other, with a sneer. "Don't be a fool. How could I find him in this confounded city?" He snapped open his watch and added, abruptly, "Almost 7. Confound it. What can be keeping him? Probably had trouble finishing what's the matter." The other had banged the table with his clenched fist. "Shut up, will you?" he snarled. "Haven't you any sense, talking like that? Do you want to get us hanged? People may be listening." "It isn't so anyway." Nothing was to be done except giving for him a scare. Chris Spendley slowly sent a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling. He smiled grimly. "We won't argue that question, Judson," he drawled. "But when you cough up $50 and promise 50 more, it's not for the purpose of giving people a scare." And that's true enough. Before his companion could reply, there was a sound at a door leading to the rear yard. Both sprang to their feet, Judson white-faced and trembling. A lithe, sinewy, barefooted lad hurriedly entered the room. He was breathing heavily, and his face was mottled white as if from deadly fear. He tried to speak, but before the words could form themselves an interruption came in the shape of a loud knock at the door opening into the bar. With a gasping cry, the lad vanished in the direction whence he had come. The cry was echoed by Judson, who stood cowering near the table. "We are suspected," he moaned. "It has been done, and they are after." "Stop that, you fool," grated Spendley. "How can they suspect us?" He strode to the door and fumbled at the key unsteadily. He was pale, but there was desperate determination written in his face. At last the lock yielded and the door flung open, revealing the man in charge of the place. "You want more drink?" he asked, in broken English, bowing humbly. "No," snarled Chris, tossing him a piece of money. "Come on," he added to Judson. "It's time we were at the dock." They had presence of mind enough to saunter forth leisurely, but once free of the ill-favored resort they quickened their steps almost to a run. "It won't do for you to be seen looking like that," exclaimed Spendley, roughly, passing under a street lamp. "Brace up, you fool. You would give yourself away to a blind man." Judson pulled himself together with an effort. He was ghastly pale, but he walked steadily as they resumed their way toward the dock. They found a majority of the Liberty Party gathered there awaiting the hour set for returning on board. It was on the stroke of 8 and the boats were already on their way ashore. Shortly after Judson and Chris reached the dock, a carriage drove up and Joy and Nanny leaped out close to where the former were standing. Joy glanced anxiously from one to the other of the group of cadets. His face was even more grave than usual. And Nanny looked as if tears were not far away from his eyes. "I say," called out the lanky plebe, "has anyone seen Faraday?" Judson and Spendley shrank back into the shadows. "No," replied a first-class cadet named Blakely. "He ought to be here." "Why, what's up? You fellows look worried." "We can't understand why Cliff isn't here, that's all. He went out to a place in the suburbs at 4 o'clock and was to meet us on the dock at 6. We been up to the house where he called and they said he left there in a carriage shortly before dark. He may have stopped somewhere on the way back." "No. Cliff is not the fellow to break a promise if he could help it." "Oh, I don't know," came from the shadows back of Blakely. "He's not so much. I guess he'd break more than a promise if it came to the point." "You wouldn't dare to say that to his face, Chris Spendley," retorted Nanny, warmly. He'd make you shake in your boots. Chris discreetly remained silent. His malignant nature had caused him to revile the boy whom he knew in his vicious heart was lying mangled and bleeding at the foot of the bluff, but he had sense enough not to carry it too far. And Judson was frantically plucking at his sleeve and begging him to remain quiet for heaven's sake. "I think you will see Faraday showing up in ample time, youngsters," said Blakely, kindly, addressing Joy and Nanny. "There isn't any reason why he shouldn't." "Here come the boats," suddenly exclaimed a cadet. 3 men of war cutters dashed in from the darkness and rounded to alongside the landing steps. An officer sprang out, glanced at his watch, then cried briskly, "The Liberty Party will fall in and answer promptly as the names are called." He produced a paper and rapidly read from it by the light of a boat lantern held by the coxswain. "Mr. Andrews." "Present, sir." "Mr. Blakely." "Present, sir." "Mr. Caldwell." "Here, sir." "Donovan." "Present, sir." "Mr. Faraday." No reply. The line of cadets shifted uneasily and a subdued murmur arose. "Mr. Faraday," repeated the ensign, in a louder voice. Still no answer. "Anyone seen Mr. Faraday?" was the next question, given impatiently. "Not since 4 o'clock, sir," replied Joy, glumly. "He went visiting and has probably been detained. He knows the hour. We can't wait longer than 3 minutes." The officer's watch snapped with a determined click. The time passed slowly. Many anxious eyes were directed toward the gate at the end of the dock, for Cliff, by his manliness and sturdy independence, won more than one friend even among the enemy. "Time's up. Get into the boats," at last came from the ensign. Joy and Nanny obeyed with evident reluctance, but Chris Spendley and Judson Green seemed surprisingly eager to shake the dust of the city from their feet. "I do not like to report Mr. Faraday absent," said the young officer, as he took his place in the stern of the first cutter, "but duty is duty. Up oars. Ready. Let fall. Cutter, ahoy." The hail, clear and sharp, came from the other end of the dock. The gate swung back and a youth clad in a naval cadet uniform ran toward the boats. As he passed under a light, a cry came from one of the cutters. "Cliff Faraday." The cry was followed by a commotion in the boat. "What's the matter there?" called out the ensign, sternly. "Judson Green has fainted, sir." A little later a group composed of the majority of the plebes and a sprinkling of upper-class cadets was gathered around Cliff as he leaned against the pivot gun on the Monongahela's forecastle. The faces of all save the central figure were expressive of the liveliest interest and excitement. "And they got you against the stone rampart in the park, you say?" eagerly questioned Grant Wallace. "Yes," replied Cliff. "There were 2 of them, the driver of the carriage and that scoundrelly little diver, Pedro. I thought my end had come. In fact, to use a common expression, I saw my finish. I had no intention of giving up, though." "Not you," broke out Nanny. "Thanks," laughed Cliff, then he continued. "I don't know how it happened." Without his voice grew soft and reverent, "the Almighty interposed and aided me. All I know is that we were struggling on the very edge of the stone rampart when the driver slipped over the edge and Cliff shuddered, fell down to a horrible death." "Served him right," exclaimed more than one voice. "I whipped the coat from my head just in time to see Pedro disappear among the trees. I gave chase, but he escaped me. I was pretty well shaken up, I tell you, but I managed to reach the Central Police headquarters and told my story to an interpreter." "And the driver?" "They found him an hour later on the roof of a house at the foot of the bluff. He was a mass of broken bones. And all this was done simply because you made that little Portuguese diver angry this morning," said one of the group. "I suppose so," replied Cliff, thoughtfully, "but it does seem the fellow must have had some other reason than petty revenge and robbery. If so, it's bound to come out someday." Chapter XXIV. The Englishman with a haw. "Haw, Ya don't mean to say the blasted thing will fire a shot 40 miles. 39 miles, 250 yards, 56 feet, and 11 inches is the exact record, sir. But, don't ya know, that's almost as far as it is from London to Oxford, bah Jove. Just 13 feet, 3 inches further, sir. Ha. The charge is the most peculiar part of it, sir. Yes. Very peculiar. In fact, you would hardly believe it. Cliff, who was the speaker, leaned confidentially toward his companion, and added, in an impressive whisper. We use green Holland cheese, sir. What? Bah Jove, you can't use cheese to fire a gun, don't you know? Fact, sir. I'm not supposed to give the secret away, but I know you won't repeat it. The American government is very progressive, sir. And the American naval officer is great on inventions. It was a cadet that invented the cheese sight, as the new explosive is called. He made the discovery in a very queer way. Cliff paused a second for breath, then he continued in the same impressive tone. He was a shipmate of mine at the academy, sir. His name was Mud. Funny name, eh? Well, Mud was very fond of Dutch cheese. Ate it all the time. One day he brought a pound or two into our room. I bunked with him, you know, and hid it in the stove. There happened to be a little fire in it, and bless me if the cheese and heat didn't generate gas and blow the room into the middle of the Severn River. I was nearly drowned trying to swim ashore. Ha! Most extraordinary. Must make a note of it. Great, isn't it? Well, Mud, when he left the hospital, had 3 ribs broken and lost a piece of his solar plexus. He experimented on the cheese site, found the gas, and is now worth $1 million. Great, isn't it? Cliff's companion was an Englishman of about 23. He had a full, round red face with a pair of pronounced mutton chop whiskers. A single glass, or monocle, was screwed tightly in one eye, and he was dressed in tweeds of the loudest patterns. There was a vacant, open-mouthed expression on his face that seemed peculiarly appropriate to his general appearance. The young naval cadet finished his remarkable description of the discovery of cheesite without the slightest indication of mirth. Ha! Most extraordinary invention, exclaimed the Englishman. But you Americans, don't ya know, are extraordinary creatures, anyway. Ha! I had a cousin who went across the pond a few years ago. Landed in Ohio or some other town, I believe, and started the most peculiar business. Ha! It was really remarkable. He stopped to give his glass another twist, and continued, with a yawn. Ha! The cousin was a queer fellow. He ran away to Africa or Iceland when he was a youngster, and had a wild time of it. Then he settled down in London, and what was the queer business he was in? Yes. He settled in the town of Ohio and started a shop, don't you know? Ha! Ha! It was deuced comical. I split me sides every time I think of it, don't ya know? But the business. The business? Ha! I forgot what it was, ya know. But it was a blasted peculiar thing. Ha! Cliff laughed. I am deuced obliged to you for your trouble, don't ya know, resumed his companion, extracting an elaborate case from his coat. Here's me pasteboard. I would be delighted to see you again. Thanks. I haven't a card with me, but my name is Faraday, Clifford Faraday, and I am a naval cadet of the new 4th class on board this practice ship, the Monongahela. We left Annapolis, Maryland, where our Naval Academy is situated, several weeks ago, and have been here in Lisbon 3 days. Cliff read the card. The words, finely engraved, were J. Cheshire Kate, London, England. It was shortly before noon. The presence of the old American frigate, which, despite her age, was trim and neat aloft and alow, had attracted a number of visitors from the city. The officers of the ship and the naval cadets forming the crew, always gallant and hospitable, had welcomed them heartily, and were showing the vessel. To Cliff's lot had fallen this exaggerated specimen of the genus Briton, and the cadet's delight was great. He proceeded to spin yarns that even the proverbial marine would not listen to, but Cheshire Kate simply looked vacant and said "Ha." The day was bright and pleasant, and the crowd of visitors was constantly increasing. The elite of the city had evidently selected this day on which to inspect the Yankee practice ship, as the visitors were altogether of the better class. The broad spar deck was thronged with handsome girls and well-dressed gentlemen. The gay European costumes, interspersed here and there with the attractive uniforms of the officers and the natty dress of the cadets, formed an inspiring scene. A band, made up of naval cadets, discoursed sweet music from a tastefully decorated stand on the quarter-deck. From the spanker gaff floated the stars and stripes resplendent in new bunting. While Cliff was reading the inscription on the card given him, Nanny hurriedly approached him, and said, in a stage whisper, "She's coming, Cliff. She's in a boat alongside." "Who?" "Not." "Yes. It's the girl. It's Miss Juanita. She's got another girl with her." "Thanks," replied Cliff, hurriedly. Turning to Cheshire Kate, he added, "Please excuse me, sir. I wish to meet a friend." "Certainly, by all means, boy," drawled the Englishman, waving his monocle. "I am deuced obliged to you for your kindness, don't ye know. Pray consider my rooms ashore your home. Glad to see you again, don't ye know." As Cliff hurried toward the gangway, something very like a scowl came into J.C.C. Kate's previously vacant face, and he muttered beneath his breath, "Miss Wyndham coming aboard here? And she knows this young cub of an American. What complications will this lead to?" Chapter XXV. Saving a King. Cliff reached the gangway ladder just as Juanita Wyndham stepped down to the deck, accompanied by another girl of her own age. When she espied the young cadet, she blushed slightly, and held out her hand, with a winning smile. "This is indeed a pleasure, Miss Wyndham," he said, with even more earnestness than the remark warranted. "To me, Mr. Faraday," the fair young girl replied, laughingly. "I have been longing for the time when I could return your visit of when was it, Elna?" "Such a long, long time ago," responded her companion, mischievously. "It was day before yesterday." "Only day before yesterday," laughed Juanita Wyndham, with a shy glance at Cliff, who looked extremely self-conscious under the battery of such eyes. "Why, it seems months since you called at the house. And the dreadful adventure you had at the upper plaza when that horrid driver tried to rob you, and throw you down the cliff. It was in the papers yesterday. You must tell me all about it, Mr. Faraday." "I will be delighted." "Ha!" The little group turned at the sound. The Englishman, monocle screwed tightly in his eye, was making a profound bow to Juanita. "Ha! Delighted, Miss Wyndham. Delighted to see you on board, don't ye know. Beautiful day, lovely weather, lovely girls, and you the fairest of them all." "Ha!" The exclamation did not come from the Briton, and he looked at Cliff, finding that youth apparently engaged in the innocent occupation of arranging the strap of his cap. Juanita and her friend repressed their laughter with difficulty. "Ha, it must have been an echo, don't ye know. Fancy hearing one's own voice when you didn't speak. Deuced good joke, eh?" And the Englishman burst into a hearty laugh. But there was something in it that did not ring true to Cliff. By skillful maneuvering, Cliff succeeded in bringing Juanita's friend and Cheshire Kate together, then he boldly walked off with the fair beauty of Lisbon. "There is a splendid view of the river from the other side of the deck, Miss Wyndham," he said, leading the way past the main mast. "I fancied you did not care to remain with that gentleman," he added, frankly, when they were alone. "And, anyway, I wished to tell you all about my adventure of the day before yesterday." "And I am eager to hear it," replied the girl. She continued gravely, As for Mr. Kate, I do not like him. There is something about the man that repels me. He is a business acquaintance of father, and I met him while he was dining at our home. A business acquaintance, smiled Cliff. One would never connect business with a Cheshire Kate, don't ya know? Juanita laughed. It is not what you would call business exactly, she replied. Father is interested in pearls. It is a hobby and he has spent a long time and a great deal of money in collecting them. He has one of the largest collections in the world, I believe. This Mr. Kate is trying to complete a certain necklace, and he came all the way from London to see if father has one of the required size. He has, but I do not think he will part with it. So that is the story of Mr. Kate, said Cliff. Well, we'll talk on a more pleasant subject. Tell me about your adventure with. She was interrupted by a commotion at the gangway. A splendidly equipped barge, glittering with brass and polished wood, dashed alongside, and an officer fairly covered with gold lace ascended to the deck. He was met by the executive officer and conducted to the cabin. A few minutes later he reappeared and was rowed ashore. Then orderlies ran here and there, officers hurried below, and a general air of excitement prevailed. Something is in the wind, said Cliff. That officer brought an important message. Ah! There goes the boatswain's mate to pass a call. A sturdy old sailor, with the insignia of a petty officer upon his sleeve, rolled to the vicinity of the mainmast and gave a long, shrill whistle, adding in a deep, salty voice that had been trained in many a gale. All hands SS, dress ship. And ST stand by to man yards. Look lively. Like wildfire the word went along the deck. The king is coming on board. I believe that is right, Cliff said to Juanita. They are certainly excited enough. Well, I must leave you for a little while. Duty calls me up on one of those yards. Please do not go away until I see you again. I am afraid I must, the girl replied. I promised to lunch with father in the city. I'll stay a moment to see the king, though. By the way, Mr. Faraday, father would be pleased to have you call at the house this evening if you come ashore. And you? Asked the lad, softly. What a question, murmured Juanita, her eyes falling under his ardent gaze. Why, I that is my father's wish is law, you know. I must coincide with what he says. No, that is not enough, persisted Cliff. Well, if you insist, laughed the girl, I'll say. Ha, here you are, my dear Miss Wyndham. Ha. Ha. You quite escaped us. Deuced cruel of you, don't ya know? The Englishman sauntered up, twirling his monocle in an affected manner. Turning to Cliff, he added. What's the row, dear boy? Are you going to bombard the blooming town? No, shortly replied Faraday. The king is coming on board. The effect of this commonplace announcement upon the Englishman was remarkable. He started as if struck, his face became ashen in color, and he appeared to breathe with difficulty. What is the matter? Asked Cliff, startled. Are you ill? No, a little attack, that's all, don't ya know, replied Kate, recovering himself with an effort. Another moment and he had regained his usual composure. Ha, bah Jove, Richard is himself again, he drawled, carefully adjusting his eyeglass. So His Royal Highness is coming aboard? I'll be glad to meet him, don't ya know? And so will he be glad to meet you not, replied the cadet, the last word sotto voce. With a low bow and a smile to Juanita, he hurried away to his station. The two girls strolled to the other side of the quarterdeck as if unconscious of the Englishman's presence. Once alone, the latter's face again took on that hunted expression noticed by Cliff. He leaned against one of the broadside guns and stared absently through the port. It is fate, he muttered, grim fate. It is ordered and must be done. It's a pity, too. The other chance was so good. Just think of it, strings of them, and each worth a fortune. And the girl, too. If I had the opportunity and that cub of a boy was out of the way, but what's the use of dreaming? Duty first, then pleasure. Yes, pleasure, if he laughed mirthlessly, if I lived to enjoy it. A shrill piping of the boatswain's whistle interrupted his soliloquy, and he turned to see a rainbow of gay bunting flaunt bravely from a line stretched over the three-mast trucks. Someone near him pointed in the direction of the shore, and exclaimed that the king was putting off in the royal barge. There was a rush for the side, but Cheshire Kate remained in his former position, the expression upon his face becoming more and more pronounced. In the meantime Cliff had joined the other cadets in the work of preparing the ship for the royal visitor. Being a plebe, Cliff's duty did not carry him above the deck, but he found plenty to do elsewhere. Shortly after he left Juanita, the crew were called to quarters. Each cadet hurried to his station at one of the guns and stood at attention with military precision. A moment later the saluting battery opened fire and thundered forth the national salute of 21 guns. The sulphurous vapor from the last discharge had barely lifted above the hammock netting when the cannon in the fort ashore began. The distant booming of artillery, the smoke enshrouding the old practice ship, the scores of bright flags fluttering from the masts, and the silent groups of uniformed men and cadets lined up on each side of the snowy decks formed an inspiriting scene, one to tarry long in the memory. Cliff with Joy, Trolley, and Nanny were stationed at the after starboard broadside gun. From where he stood Faraday could see the visitors grouped on the port side of the deck. He managed to catch a fleeting gleam from Juanita's sparkling eyes, then his gaze wandered to a figure clad in the loudest of loud English checks. It was Cheshire Kate. The doughty Briton had dropped his eyeglass and was staring eagerly toward the gangway. To Cliff, who was not more than 15 feet away, his face seemed absolutely transfigured. He no longer wore the vacuous, simpering expression, but into his face had crept an air of desperate determination so intense that Cliff marveled at the sight. "I say, Trolley," he whispered to the Japanese youth, who stood next to him, "just look at that blooming Englishman. He's sick." "No, but he seems greatly excited. That fellow is a mystery to me. I thought at first he was an empty-headed dude, but, by George, I believe he is playing a part." "What for?" queried Joy, who had overheard him. "I don't know," replied Cliff, "but I'll keep my eyes on him just the same." Joy winked at Trolley. "It's a case of jealousy," he said. "Cliff doesn't like the way he is hanging around Miss Wyndham." Faraday laughed easily. "If you knew her you would see the ridiculousness of your remark," he retorted. "She." "Silence there," sharply called out the gun captain. "Attention!" There was a rattle of drums, a blare of bugles, then a stout, dark-featured man with a heavy, curled mustache and a full sweeping beard stepped down from the gangway. The side was manned by a number of officers who raised their caps in a salute as the visitor passed them. It was Dom Carlos I, King of Portugal. He was accompanied by a gaily uniformed suite composed of naval and military officers, but he, himself, was attired in simple civilian clothes. Captain Brooks, at the head of his staff, advanced to meet the royal visitor. Bowing profoundly he uttered a few words of welcome and led the way toward the cabin. Cliff, after one quick glance at the king, again turned his attention to Kate, the Englishman. The fellow had stepped back, crouching behind the group of absorbed spectators, but his face was plainly visible. The expression of implacable hatred upon it sent a flood of light through Cliff's mind, and he involuntarily advanced a pace from the gun. "Get back there," came sternly from the petty officer in charge. "What do you mean by?" He stepped back aghast. There was a sharp cry, a shrill note of warning, then a clamor of excited voices sounded through the ship. A figure clad in cadet blue was seen to leave the after starboard gun and with one great leap reach the side of Dom Carlos. It was Cliff. At the same moment a man, who had bounded from among the spectators, sprang upon the king. There was a glitter of steel, then as the threatened monarch staggered back to avoid the blow, a pair of little arms were thrown about the would-be assassin's body. Chapter XXVI. Audience with the King. The excitement that ensued was intense. There was a rush for the spot by visitors, officers, and crew. A chorus of screams from the feminine visitors, a quick word of command, and an excited jumble of English and Portuguese. The crowd suddenly swayed, and a man in civilian clothing, a suit with a loud check pattern, was seen to savagely force his way to the ladder leading to the after deck. A score of hands clutched at him, but he eluded them and gained the top. As he paused for a second, bareheaded, disheveled, breathing heavily, a cry came from the frantic mob below. "It's the Englishman!" "Yes, the Englishman," he flung back, fiercely. "I defy you, slaves of a royal master. I have tried to strike a blow for your liberty, hounds, a blow for the world's liberty, and have failed. A bullet whistled past his head, but he never flinched. As the crowd below surged up the ladder eager to tear him limb from limb, he retreated slowly and with magnificent courage to the railing. As the foremost of his pursuers reached the deck, he sent a curse at them, then turned and sprang over the side into the swiftly moving waters of the Tagus. After him. Quick! 5,000 mil race to the man who captures him alive. These words, in broken English, came from one of the royal suite. A rush was made for the side, and eager glances were cast down toward the river. A dozen excited sailors and cadets recklessly leaped into the water and began a search, but nothing was seen of the desperate fugitive. The Tagus in the immediate vicinity of the practice ship was thronged with vessels of all classes, attracted to the spot by the royal visit, and it was observed at once that the assassin's chances for escape, if he was an expert swimmer, were good. There was commotion on board the neighboring craft, and many false alarms, but no certain sign of the Englishman's presence. When the excited crowd on the Monongahela turned inboard again, they found a group of officers and cadets surrounding Cliff, who was calmly standing in the center while the surgeon fastened a temporary bandage round a bleeding cut in his right arm. The king had been hurried to the cabin by his suite and Captain Brooks. A moment later he emerged and joined the group surrounding Cliff. "I want to see the brave American boy who saved my life," he insisted. "It was he who foiled that assassin, and he shall have my heartfelt thanks." "But, Your Majesty," implored one of his military staff, in Portuguese, "there may be other wretches on board. They may make another attempt on you." "Then keep everyone at a distance," was the retort. "Act rather than talk. It is strange you and your comrades did not prevent that man from making his attempt. What has been done to capture him?" "Word was sent ashore at once, sire. A launch is even now on the way with instructions to the chief of police and the general in charge of the district. The assassin will be in prison before dark." "See that he is," exclaimed the king, imperiously. Turning to Cliff he extended both his hands and added in excellent English, "My brave lad, I thank you. I deplore the wound you have received in my service." "It is nothing, sir," replied Cliff, simply. "A king's life nothing," smiled his majesty. "Ah, that is a democratic principle. It is American. I admire your cleverness and bravery. You will hear from me." He turned away, after learning from the surgeon that Cliff's wound was a mere scratch, and, surrounded by his suite, left the ship. A wild cheer greeted him as he entered the barge, and there was every sign of joy at his escape. As soon as the barge was clear of the Monongahela, Captain Brooks, ever mindful of his duty, gave orders to man yards and fire a second salute. In the meantime the search for the Englishman had been prosecuted with vigor. The news that a reward of 5,000 mil race, about $6,000, had been offered for the fugitive, dead or alive, had spread like wildfire. In a remarkably short space of time the surface of the river in front of the city was literally covered with boats, large and small. As the minutes passed and no sign of the Englishman was discovered, the belief that he had perished became prevalent. When Cliff went forward after an interview with the captain and officers of the Monongahela, an interview that caused his heart to beat with unaccustomed rapidity, he found an ovation awaiting him. He tried to escape, and dodged down the forward ladder for that purpose, but a number of new fourth-class cadets, headed by the lanky Joy, captured him, and he was borne in triumph about the decks. "Hooray for the Yankee who saved the king," shrieked little Nanny. 3 cheers and a whole cageful of tigers. The cheers were given and the tigers, too, but in subdued tones. It is not considered the proper thing to make much noise on board an American war vessel. "You make one good speech now," insisted Trolley, grinning broadly. "Not much," was Cliff's flat refusal. "I draw the line at that. What's all this row about, anyway? One would think war had been declared at the very least." "Something more important than that, dear boy," drawled Toggles. "I'll wager anything the news is being cabled about the world this very minute. And the name of Clifford Faraday, new fourth-class plebe, function, and rescuer of kings in general, will be in everybody's mouth before dinner. Cliff, your fortune is made. I see you Lord High Muck of Portugal before you are a day older." Cliff laughed carelessly. "I am content to remain a cadet in the United States Naval Academy," he replied. "That's honor enough for me." "What did the girl say?" asked Nanny, slyly. "I saw you talking to her after your great act." "If you want to know, youngster, she asked me to tea tonight and I accepted the invitation. She also said she would like to have me bring another cadet." A hubbub broke out at once. Every plebe within hearing was eager to be selected. Cliff finally decided to take Joy, much to the disappointment of the others. The Liberty Party was called away at 1 o'clock, and, shortly after that hour, the two chums found themselves ashore. They little suspected as they carelessly walked toward the main plaza that they were destined to experience some very thrilling adventures before they again saw the old Monongahela. Chapter XXVII. The Broken Tree Branch. The pedestrians in the streets taken by Cliff and Joy little thought as they glanced carelessly at the two cadets that the sturdy youth with the intelligent, manly face was he who had saved their beloved ruler, Dom Carlos I, from death that day. It was well for Cliff's peace of mind and comfort that this was true, and he inwardly rejoiced thereat. The city was in an uproar. All Lisbon seemed to be hunting for the fugitive and hoping against hope that he had escaped from the river. The large reward was not the sole cause of this feverish activity. The people far and wide respected and loved their ruler, and they thirsted more for the assassin's blood than for the fortune his body represented. The streets and plazas were filled with excited groups discussing the event. Platoons of mounted police and companies of soldiers kept the air ringing with the tread of galloping hoofs. "It takes something like an attack on the king to stir up these people," said Joy. He added, with a sigh, "Isn't it enough to make a peaceful man sorrow to see so much strife and contention and pomp of war? Whoa! Whoa! Oh, shut up, you fraud," laughed Cliff. "There isn't a plebe in the academy, nor a cadet, who likes fighting more than you do. You would rather fight than eat." The two cadets spent some time looking about the city, then they engaged a carriage and ordered the driver to take them to the suburb in which lived the Wyndhams. "This has been a day of events, chum," remarked Cliff as he leaned back in the vehicle. "Who would ever take that blooming haw Englishman to be an anarchist, and one of the very worst type, too? Why, I guyed him for half an hour this morning and thought all the time he was a fool." "He was a fool," replied Joy, grimly. "Yes, otherwise he would never have tried such a preposterous trick. I wonder if he came here to make the attempt on Dom Carlos' life. Like as not. I read in a paper the other day that considerable activity existed in anarchistic circles. Sort of getting ready to slay a few monarchs, I suppose. They drove a lot of 'em from Paris and London. Perhaps this Cheshire Kate was one of them." "No doubt," yawned Cliff, stretching his arms. "D'ye think he was drowned?" "Yes. He remained under water too long. Small loss to the community at large." I guess Miss Wyndham won't wear mourning. She couldn't bear the sight of him. I don't blame her. Was he a friend of the old man? No. Merely a business acquaintance, I believe. Said he was looking for a certain sized pearl to finish a necklace. Mr. Wyndham is a collector of pearls, you know. He has a fortune in them. Joy sighed. Wonder if the pearls go with the girl, he sighed. Let's talk on some sensible subject, retorted Cliff, shortly. It was within an hour of dusk when they finally reached the pretty villa occupied by the Wyndhams. The house was situated in the center of an extensive park, well kept, and shaded by fine old trees. There was a small lodge at the gate, presided over by an elderly native, who admitted the cadets with every mark of respect. He had evidently learned of Cliff's gallant deed that morning. Juanita and her girlfriend were awaiting them when they reached the house, and the cordial welcome the two lads received made them very happy. Shortly before tea, Mr. Wyndham arrived from business. His greeting of Cliff was characteristic of the man whose sole hobby in life was the collection of rare and valuable pearls. I am proud to know you, sir, he exclaimed, wringing the lad's hand. Proud to know that you are a guest under my roof tonight. The whole city, the whole world, in fact, is ringing with your name. It was great, it was magnificent. It was a deed worthy of an American. But you are wanted at the palace, my dear boy. The king has sent messenger after messenger to the Monongahela in search of you. The old ship is fairly surrounded by steamers and tugs and small craft bearing bands of music and visitors. They call for you in vain. How can you remain in my poor house while the whole city is eager to see you? If it is all the same to you, sir, laughed Cliff, I'd much rather remain here. He glanced slyly at Juanita, and was gratified to see a soft, rosy flush overspread her fair cheeks. Kindly-hearted Mr. Wyndham seemed greatly pleased at Faraday's diplomatic answer, and carried both boys off to look at his pearls, which were kept in a small iron box in one corner of his private room. After duly praising the really magnificent collection, some of which were almost priceless in value, Cliff and Joy returned to the girls. 3 very pleasant hours were spent after tea, then the stern rules of naval discipline, which had decreed that the ship must be gained before midnight, caused the 2 cadets to announce their departure. Juanita and her friend were left at the house, but Mr. Wyndham hospitably started to see his guests to the gate. It is not often we have the honor of entertaining the rescuer of a ruling monarch, Mr. Faraday, he smiled, as they walked down the tiled path. So I must make the most of it. I wish the king hadn't come on board to be rescued, sir, laughed Cliff. Especially in a country where so much glory. He stopped and placed both hands to his head. His cap had fallen to the ground, together with a large twig from a tree under which they had just passed. What is the matter? Asked Mr. Wyndham, hastily. Are you hurt? No. It startled me, that's all, replied Cliff. It was just a branch, rotten, I suppose. He picked up his cap and the twig, the latter more out of curiosity than anything else, and walked on after his companions. I must have those branches clipped again, said Mr. Wyndham. I did not know the trees were in such condition. Cordial farewells were exchanged at the gate, and the 2 cadets entered a carriage which had been ordered for that hour. I must be getting nervous, laughed Cliff as they rolled away from the villa. He held up the twig and added, when I jump on being struck by such as this, it is time. He ceased speaking abruptly, and uttered a low whistle. The carriage was passing close to a street lamp at that moment, and the light fell full upon the object in his hand. What's up? queried Joy. Do you see the end of this bit of wood? replied Cliff. Yes. Well, it's broken sharp and clean. What of it? Cliff glanced at the lanky plebe for a moment before replying, then he said, slowly. This twig is not rotten, chum. Neither did it break of its own weight. Joy showed more excitement than his wont. Then you think he began? There was someone up that tree, finished Cliff, impressively. And he was there for no good. "Driver, let us out," he added to the coachman. The latter promptly drew up his horses and received his fare without a word of comment. He was too much accustomed to the vagaries of passengers in general to feel surprised. A minute later Cliff and Joy were hurriedly making their way back to the Wyndham Villa. Chapter XXVIII. The Midnight Marauder. "What do you think of it, chum?" asked Joy, as they rapidly retraced their steps. "Hard to say," replied Cliff, briefly. "Perhaps a plot to rob the house. Valuable pearls, eh?" "Yes. We may be mistaken after all," persisted the lanky plebe. "Limbs have a habit of dropping from trees, you know. We would feel rather foolish if we aroused the house, and found only a cat or something like that." Miss Wyndham would laugh. "I'll take the risk of that. I'd take any risk rather than see the pearls stolen," interrupted Joy, with an internal chuckle. "Confound the pearls. Oh, I meant girl. Excuse me." By this time the villa was reached. The extensive grounds were separated from the street by a stone wall 10 feet in height and surmounted by an ornamental iron railing. Cliff halted near one end of the wall and announced that he would try to enter there. "No use arousing the lodgekeeper," he added. "There may be nothing in it after all, and I don't want to raise an alarm without proof. You can stay here and I'll take a peep through the grounds on the quiet." Joy protested, but Cliff was firm. "Well, it won't be long until I follow you," muttered the former as he gave his friend a boost to the top of the wall. "You are altogether too fond of getting into danger. I'll have to look after you, sonny." Cliff found it an easy matter to drop into the grounds. Once inside he crouched close to the wall and took his bearings. The night had assumed that depth of blackness usual before the rise of a full moon. The villa grounds presented one smudge of darkness with no alternating patches of light and shade. A cool breeze came from the direction of the river, bringing occasional bursts of noise and commotion from the central portion of the city. Cliff moved away from the wall, stepping carefully and with hands outstretched. He had not covered a dozen feet when he plumped squarely into a depressed flower bed, and sprawled headlong, creating what seemed to him a prodigious clatter. He lay quiet for a brief period, then not hearing any sounds, rose to his feet and once more moved in the general direction of the house. He knew that somewhere in the blackness in front was the tree, but of its exact location he was ignorant. Suddenly a twinkling light appeared through the gloom. It gleamed for a moment, then vanished. "Guess they have gone to bed," muttered Cliff. The thought gave him confidence, and he proceeded with less caution. The cadet had no desire to be discovered prowling about the Wyndham grounds. Explanations would be awkward, especially if the robber up the tree proved to be some marauding cat or restless fowl. Cliff was not so positive in his belief now. The simple fact that the limb had been snapped from the tree was no longer a convincing evidence that something underhand was in progress, and he proceeded in a half-hearted manner, almost decided to turn back. Presently his feet touched gravel, and he knew that he had gained the path leading to the gate. He paused and glanced about, at the same time listening intently. The only sounds came from nature's voice in the chirping of night insects and the distant murmuring of the city. "Everything seems all right here," muttered Cliff. "I guess I was mistaken after all. I think I will." He ceased speaking and glanced upward, attracted by a rustling among the leaves of a tree under which he was standing. Before he could move or cry out, a heavy object dropped swiftly upon him, and he sprawled headlong upon the path unconscious. Out in the street Joy paced up and down impatiently in the shadows of the trees. As the minutes passed without sign or sound of Cliff, the lanky plebe became uneasy, and he reproached himself for permitting his friend to make the venture alone. "There was no sense in it, anyway," he muttered. "I could have gone along just as well as not. If he don't come out in 3 seconds, I'll follow." Joy's 3 seconds soon elapsed, and the plebe made good his word by boldly scaling the wall. This he did by propping a piece of wood against the brick barrier, thus gaining the ironwork at the top. Dropping lightly upon the soft earth on the other side, he started across the grounds. He had barely taken a dozen steps when there came through the night air a crash of splintering glass, then a scream of terror. A moment of breathless silence, then a hoarse murmuring of excited voices, interspersed by occasional shouts. By that time Joy, armed with a stout stick, was bounding in the direction of the uproar. The intense blackness of the night had given way to a subdued light from the rising moon, whose silvery rim was even then showing above the city. Suddenly, outlined in this faint illumination, Joy saw the figure of a man dash away from the house. As the plebe turned to follow, shouting at the top of his voice, another figure rose up in front of the fugitive and grappled with him. The two were struggling fiercely when Joy reached the spot. There was light enough for him to recognize in one of the combatants his chum, Cliff. That was enough for the brave lad. Calling out encouragingly, he sprang upon the back of the other. The cadets found their hands full. The stranger fought like one possessed. He bit and kicked and rained blows upon his antagonists, but they clung to him with unswerving courage until he at last sank to the ground exhausted. "Bring a rope here, quick," gasped Cliff, as Mr. Wyndham, accompanied by a number of servants, ran up. "Bring a rope to tie this fellow. We've got a prize." My pearls," wailed the old merchant, wringing his hands. "They are gone. I tried to save them, but the robber—" "We've got the robber all right," interrupted Cliff, cheerily. "And there are your pearls over yonder." He inclined his head toward an indistinct object lying upon the path. Mr. Wyndham snatched it up with a cry of joy. It was a bag containing his priceless collection. The servants returned with a rope and several lanterns. Several of the men assisted the cadets to bind the prisoner, then he was turned over with his face to the light. Cries of amazement came from all save Cliff. "Great guns," gasped Joy, "it's the Englishman. It's Cheshire Kate." "The would-be assassin," cried Cliff. "Seize him." There was a desperate struggle, in the midst of which several neighbors and 2 mounted policemen arrived. It was decided not to reveal the identity of the prisoner, for this would have aroused the citizens to the fury of a lawless mob. So the would-be assassin was locked up as a common burglar. From Juanita, Cliff and Joy learned that it was she who had discovered the presence of the Englishman. She had gone into the library for something, after her father had retired, and had been just in time to see a strange man tiptoeing from her father's apartments. She screamed, and the intruder made a dash for the nearest window, and leaped boldly through the sash. It was plain the desperate man had worked quickly. Cliff explained the arousing of his suspicions by the broken tree branch, then he and Joy took their departure. It was long after midnight before they reached the ship, and they had already been marked in the log as absent without leave. Cliff's story speedily caused the erasing of the entry, and on every hand he and Joy were hailed as heroes of the first water. The authorities failed to get any account from Kate of how he had escaped from the river. The man was locked up in a dungeon, and there remained a long time. During the balance of the stay at Lisbon, Cliff was made a social lion to such an extent that he was glad when the announcement came that the training ship would up anchor and away for the island of Madeira. Cliff hated to part with Juanita, but she promised to write often, and with this he had to be content. As the gallant old Monongahela left the port of Lisbon, all the river craft saluted her with a prodigious din of whistles and cannon shots. It was a time never to be forgotten, and it must be admitted that the plebes enjoyed it immensely. Manassas. A Novel of the War. Contents. Book 1. The Morning. Book 2. The Crisis. Book 3. The Climax. Book 4. The Storm. Book V. The Battle. Book 1. The Morning. That the men of this land may know the heritage that is come down to them. Chapter I. The house stood upon a gentle slope, from which you might look down a broad, sandy avenue into the forests which line the creek. 2-storied, with double porticos upon 3 sides and great white pillars about which a man's arms would scarcely go, It was hidden in a grove of pecans and magnolias which had the depth and stillness of cathedral archways. The ground beneath was soft and glossy, and one wondered if the deep, rich green had ever been trod by a foot. It was March, and southern springtime. The great magnolias, some of them 100 feet high, were in the full tide of their splendor, their crisp, polished leaves scarcely visible for the snow-white flowers which covered them. Here and there about the lawn were rose trees of twice a man's height, flashing like beacons with their weight of cloth of gold roses a span across, crimson and orange, and with petals soft and heavy as velvet. About the lawn were scattered banana and fig trees, pomegranates, china trees, and huge flaming scarlet lobelias. Tall hedges of jasmine and sweetbriar ran around the house and along the sides of the lawn, while beyond them on one side stretched a grove of orange trees in full blossom, a sea of flowers which loaded the breeze with sweetness and brought a drunkenness to every sense. Upon the other side was the flower garden, whose riot of color and perfume had gathered the bees and hummingbirds from miles around, filling the air with a sound as of distant machinery. It was high noon, and the sultry air was heavy with sunlight. In front of the mansion everything was stillness, save for the slowly moving old negro who was tending the trees, and for a deer which browsed upon the lawn now and then nibbling at the rose trees and bringing down showers of petals upon the grass. Through the open doorway there came into view a group of figures, an aged, white-haired gentleman, an almost equally aged negro, and 4 young children. They descended the steps slowly and carned across the lawn. The first named towered above the group, a striking figure. He moved with trembling step, foot by foot, and leaning heavily upon the others, yet holding his spare frame stiffly erect. His hair was snow-white and his face withered with age, but still full of power, with high forehead, prominent nose, and alert expression of countenance. He carried his head high, and seemed to snuff the air as he went, learning thus of the springtide about him, for he was blind. The old negro tottered beside him, carrying his shawl and cane. The 2 oldest boys supported him with their shoulders, taking step for step. "Grandfather," said the child in advance, a little girl, "let us go to the orange tree." "I will try," he responded. "Are you tired, Alan?" "No," panted the younger of his 2 supporters, "I don't mind." "Let's go to the tree." He was only 8 years old, and his face was very red and his hands clenched tightly in his pockets, but he made no sound. A few rods farther on was a great gnarled orange tree, with rustic seats about it. "I'll spread your shawl, grandfather," said the little girl, running ahead. They reached the seats, and he sank down with a sigh. The old negro sat near him, and the children gathered about his knee. "Now," the girl exclaimed, "and what are you going to tell us?" "Breath, dear," smiled the other. "Play a while first." "How are the oranges, Plato?" "Mos ready, Mas Dolph," said Plato, gazing up at the golden fruit left from the year before to ripen, and shining like jewels amid the blossoms. "Few days into sun, Mas Dolph." "Grandfather, the new governess is coming tomorrow," put in the boy called Alan. "Did they tell you?" "She wrote from New Orleans." "Tell us about King's Mountain," broke in the girl. "No, no, about Sir Leslie," said the boy. "I say General Coffee," cried another. There was a debate, above which the little girl kept crying insistently, "King's Mountain." "But, Ethel dear," said the old man, "I told you all that only 3 days ago." "It was a week ago, grandfather, and I've forgotten all of it." "It was Friday, wasn't it Friday, Plato?" "Thursday, Mas Dolph, the day Mas Ben was higher." The grandfather hesitated. "Did you ever meet Sevier before?" asked Alan, suddenly. "Not until the day before the battle, my son." "Did he know you?" "No, indeed, Alan. How should he have heard of me? I was only a boy of 18. But I was on guard when he and his men rode up to the camp." "How did they look, grandfather?" "I thought they were Indians," answered the old man. "They wore belts of beads, and fringed hunting shirts and leggings, and tomahawks. Me, but they were fighters, wild, gaunt men, with grim faces that promised a battle. The children sat silent, being familiar with this method of starting a story. "And Severe?" asked Alan. "Severe," said the grandfather. "He was the handsomest man I ever saw. You had only to hear him laugh once and you would follow him forever. Think of a man who fought 35 battles and never lost a victory, and never got a wound." Mosdolf paused a moment. All seemed to know that he was safely started. "I think," he began suddenly, "that was the blackest hour our country ever saw. God grant it may never see another such. It was blackest of all in the South. The British had conquered Georgia and captured Charleston. When I left home, Cornwallis had swept through all North Carolina with his Tories and his bloodthirsty Indians. He had overwhelmed General Gates at Camden, and Tarleton had wiped out Sumter. But over in the mountains in Tennessee were the Halston settlements, where the backwoods fighters lived, and the British sent them a threat that if they took part in the war they would burn their homes. And you should hear men tell of the fury that message roused. It was the brutal Ferguson who sent it, a man who had been burning and hanging through 3 states. And Sevier and Shelby passed the word, and the Halston men flew to arms. And 2,000 of them, facing the cold on the snow-covered mountains, without tents or baggage, marched for a week over into North Carolina. There it was that our party met them and told them where Ferguson had camped. They were almost exhausted, but they picked 900 of their best, and we marched all night. The next day we cause upon the regulars and Tories, 1,000 of them at King's Mountain. Here, before the great event, the storyteller always paused, and raising one knee upon the other, he would say with slow preciseness, "Now here is the mountain, and here is the North Carolina border, and here is the way we approached. They outnumbered us, but we meant to beat them, and surrounded the hill. Here, by Allen, is where Sevier was, and here were Shelby's Kentuckians. Colonel Cleveland's men were to get round the mountain, but somehow the British discovered us too soon, so they had to ride like fox hunters, headlong through the forests and the thickets, over rocks and ravines. But they got there, I tell you. All these things the children knew quite by heart. But they never failed to listen spellbound. Gradually the old man's memory would kindle, as scene by scene the panorama unrolled itself before his spirit's eye. The passion of the battle would seize hold of him. He would hear the music and the storm, the thunder of the captains and the shouting. Once more he was shoulder to shoulder with these heroic men, striding to their heroic deed. Weakness and old age fled away and a new world leaped into being, a world to which he belonged, and in which he was not blind. So as with swift words he poured out his eager tale, to the little group around him it was like the waving of an enchanter's wand. They sat lost to all things about them, tense and trembling, clutching each other's arms when he made a gesture, crying aloud when he gripped his hands. For now the British have discovered the approach. Their pickets are firing and dashing up the hill. And Sevier, lifting himself up in his stirrups, is shouting the word, and the mountaineers are bounding up the slope, making the forest echo with their war whoops. Far ahead one can see the redcoats forming their line, dragging out wagons to make defenses, and hear above all the din the shrill silver whistle which tells that the hated Ferguson is there. Now and then one of the backwoodsmen stops, and, crouching low, takes aim. Until, as the firing grows faster and the fight hotter, the crashing volleys thunder from the British lines, and the combat is swallowed in rolling clouds of smoke. But still the men press on, firing as they can, hurling their tomahawks before falling back to reload. When the red-coated lines sweep forward, as again and again they do, the frontiersmen turn and flee, for, being without bayonets, they cannot meet a charge. Every time the British halt they are after them again, however, hanging to their very heels. No troops in the world ever fought like that before, says Grandfather Montague. But these are Americans, and every man of them is there to win or die. There was a story which the old man told of a boy who, assailed by a redcoat, had shot him dead, just as the latter's bayonet had transfixed his hand and his thigh. "Do you remember that, Plato?" he would cry. And Plato would answer excitedly, "I members it, Mas Dolph. I does." And when the more matter-of-fact Ethel would exclaim, "Why Plato, how you do talk, you don't remember it, for you weren't even born then." Plato would protest, "It don't make no difference, Miss Ethel, I members it just the same." "There were terrible things happened in that battle," the grandfather would continue. "You would go groping up the hill through the smoke, and suddenly it would break away and bayonets leap at you out of it. But it was not an hour before their fire began to slacken, and our men seemed to find it out all at once. They yelled and went over the summit and at them, teeth and claws, just tore 'em all up. I saw Severe, his horse had been shot, and as a British officer rode by he sprang at him and spitted him through, slammed him off his horse, and broke his sword in him. I saw Ferguson, too, black and bloody, and howling like mad. I shot at him, and half a dozen more shot at him, and down he went, and his silver whistle, too. They had raised a white flag then, but it was a long time before we saw it, in all that smoke and din. When we did see it at last and knew it was victory, oh, children, what a yell there was!" There were many other stories of battle which Grandfather Montague could tell. To go no farther back, there was the first Sir Leslie Montague, who had defended his king so bravely at Marston Moor, and had none the less been captured by a plain Commonwealth soldier, who called himself Captain Otis, but was nothing but a Shropshire miller for all that. Quite wonderful it was to hear how Sir Leslie had broken loose in the night time, and, freeing 2 of his companions, had seized the captain, flung him onto a horse, and dashed out of camp with him. Also how the gay cavalier had let him go again, out of pure devilment, or because, as he declared, he had so sturdily refused to go back to his mill and call himself a captain no more. There was also a second Sir Leslie, who had come to Virginia to better his fortune and had been a famous Indian fighter and afterward a judge. His picture stood in the main hall of the house, and made the children shiver with its glare. The picture of the first Sir Leslie they had never seen, but they hoped some day to see it, when they visited the plantation which belonged to the sons of Grandfather Montague's elder brother, and which he had left forever as a boy when he shouldered his musket and strode away to join Captain Camel's patriot band. His heart had been drawn after the Halston men and the wild, new country. He had settled there when the war was over, and he had earned wealth and reputation as a lawyer. But later he had moved to the far south, into lower Mississippi, and had bought 10,000 acres of the swampy bottomlands of Wilkinson County, which were to be had for a song in those days, but were now far beyond the range of most men's voices. It was here that he had brought his Negroes and cleared his plantation Valley Hall. And from here he had raised his company when war broke out with England again and when the men of Wilkinson County had to be drafted to stay at home. And so to New Orleans. This was a battle that Plato did remember in fact, for Mas Dolph had bought him only 2 months before and had made him his body servant for life. Plato Anaximenes was his full name, could describe every incident of the conflict, and had doubtless in the course of 30 years forgotten that he had never seen a bit of it, having all the time been lying flat on his belly behind the breastworks, quaking with terror and crying out for mercy to the various French saints whom the barber had taught him to respect. But Mas Dolph had not seen Plato, for he had been striding up and down the lines, exhorting his men, so whenever their grandfather was not to be found, the children would besiege Plato, and the old darky would thrill them with many details not in the histories of De Gin Earl galloping back and forth behind the lines upon a horse 10 feet high, and roaring in a voice which the cannon could not equal, and of his wild leap over the cotton bales, and his charge that had thrown the redcoats into confusion. This was early in '46, and General Jackson had just died at the Hermitage. The children would gaze at his picture which stood in the dining room, sword in hand, and imagine him swearing his furious by the Eternal, and locking up the judge who had resisted his efforts to keep the city under martial law until the British were quite gone home. When General Jackson was a wild Irish emigrant boy, their grandfather told them, the British had captured him and his brother, and beaten them over the head, and starved them, and turned them out to die of smallpox. One of them did, but Andrew didn't, and he kept the memory for 35 years. And first he lay for them at Mobile, and pounded them to pieces there. And then he rode over to New Orleans like a yellow skeleton with illness, having to be tied on his horse and fed on boiled rice, but oh with what a fire inside of him. And when the British landed and marched toward the city, he went out that very night and flung his troops at them, hurled them back, and gave them such a fright they took a week to get over it. Sometimes, after long dwelling upon these things, the deeps of the old man's soul would break open, and the children would sit trembling. For his journey was almost done. He gazed into the face of death, and about him there hung a touch of awe. When he told of these heroes that he had known, some of them trod this very spot, he would say, and laughed and sang here, in their pride. And their lives were precious to them, they loved the world. They had wives and children, and hopes unuttered. And yet they marched out into battle and died for their country to make her, and to keep her, free. Sometimes at night I seem to see them, and to hear their voices crying out to me that it must not all be for nothing. When I am gone, too, the lives that they lived, and the dreams that they dreamed, will be gone forever. And yet it was all for you, that you might reap where they had sowed and be happy where they lay dying. So I wonder sometimes if I have told you enough, if I have done all I can to make you love your country, to make you realize how precious it is. My children, you may live ever so nobly, you may die ever so bravely, but you will do nothing too good for your country. All the hope and all the meaning of the ages is in it, and if it fails there will never be any success. Tens upon tens of thousands have laid down their lives to win its freedom. And freedom is first of all things, and best. And so it is that you may dream your noblest dream and hope your noblest hope, and your country will be greater than that. You may dare any peril, you may suffer any pain, but you will not do too much for your country. There is nothing that can ever take the place of it, not friendship, nor love, nor anything else in life can be so precious. Chapter 2. There was another picture which stood in the dining room of the Valley Hall mansion, a picture of a young girl, beautiful in a bridal robe, but with a face infinitely sad and tender. There was no story that Grandfather Montague told which the children loved more than the story of Lucy Otis. 4 sons had been born to the family. One had been killed in a duel not long after New Orleans, and one had given his life that Texas might be free. The other 2 lived still at the old place, the elder, Henry Montague, state senator from Wilkinson County, with his 1 child, the boy Allen. And Hamilton, the younger brother, with his wife and their 3 children. The senator was a lawyer, and, according to the custom of the time, had gone north to study. Grandfather never wearied of telling of the wonderful coincidence, how when he had taken the boy to Harvard to start him upon his new career, the first professor whom they met was named Otis. And how when he invited them to his home in Boston, the first picture they saw in his parlor was one of the ancestor of the family, that same Shropshire miller whom the elder Sir Leslie had fought. 7 years, altogether, the young man had spent north. 10 years later he had returned again, and when he came home that time he brought with him as his bride the youngest daughter of the Otis family, the beautiful Lucy, as yet still in her teens. That had been a decade ago, but the darkies of Valley Hall still discussed the festivities which took place on that homecoming. This was one story in the telling of which Plato always bore off the palm. Then it was that the afflatus descended upon him, and he justified his name. There was a certain turkey which occupied in the memory of Plato the place which Colonel Severe occupied in his master's. "Chillin," he would say, his eyes rolling, "dat turkey was born a emperor, he'd walk right out in de very front lawn, he would, and nobody bother him. De day he was picked dey was niggers from de Hopper place walked 10 mile to see him, you kin ask Taylor Tibbs, and he'll tell you." For just a year the beautiful Lucy had been the life of Valley Hall. And then one night she died in childbirth, and it seemed many a long, long day before ever the sun rose again upon the old plantation. There was only the picture left, and the boy used to stand in front of it for hours at a time, gazing into strange vistas and haunted by fearful thoughts. It was a curse, he had once heard his father say. Her mother died too, when she was born. That seemed very wild to Alan. On January nights when the north winds blew, he would sit in the dark corner by the fireplace, and, lost to the merriment of the other children, would stare into the face as it gleamed in the firelight, groping for the soul behind its pleading eyes. What was she like? What would she have said to him? What was she trying to say to him now? She had been very loath to leave him. Did she know when he was thinking of her? Where was she gone that she never spoke to him, never even a word, when no one else was by? There was no end to the child's strange fancies. How could he believe that he was never to learn any more? He longed so to know what her voice was like. And sometimes when there were guests in the hall he would start at an unfamiliar tone, and turn and stare at the picture. Once when he had been watching from the corner, his father had come and put his arms about him, and their tears had mingled. It is so that friendships are made. Very soon Hamilton Montague had brought his wife to Valley Hall to become the mother of the orphan and the mistress of the household. Of their 2 children who had then been born, Randolph, tall and imperious, was 3 years older than Alan. And Ralph, the younger, was just his age. Little Ethel had been born after they came. Besides these there was generally a numerous company, always guests, and nearly always relatives. Also, of much importance to the boys, there was Uncle Ben Handy, a brother-in-law of Hamilton Montague, a gentleman without income or occupation, but none the less a welcome member of the family. It was one of the characteristics of the old Southern feudalism that numerous retainers added to the prestige of the house. Alice's father was a lawyer, riding the circuit, and burdened with the cares of state besides. Hamilton Montague was charged with the management of the plantation, with 2 overseers and about 600 negroes. He was a grave and unbending man, and so it was that Uncle Ben was the chief companion of the boys. It was Uncle Ben who told all the stories and played all the jokes. If the merriment owed something now and then to mint juleps, the boys were none the wiser. It was Uncle Ben to whom they turned whenever they sought amusement, who could carve beautiful walking sticks, and make traps and willow whistles. A wonderful place was Valley Hall for children, a universe in itself. Infinitely alive, crowded with every kind of creature which boys could pet, or tease, or hunt. There were deer browsing, peacocks strutting about the lawn, and flying squirrels and birds without end in the trees. There were huge yards full of every kind of chicken, duck, and turkey, pigs without count, cows and sheep, horses and dogs. There were 2 great stables, one for the work horses and mules, and one for the family stud. Every person in the family owned a horse, and some several, to say nothing of the carriage horses and the children's ponies and the 4 black marais which were hitched to the family coach. The plantation was divided into 2 farms, each worked separately, and one had to walk half a mile to the villages of the field hands. But the quarters of the house servants, a row of a score of whitewashed cabins, stood in the rear of the great house, and here was an innumerable collection of playthings. Counting all ages and sizes, from toddlers up to great, overgrown, wild boys and girls in their teens, there were full 60 little darkies for the children to muster into regiments and drill and quarrel with, as to which should be the Americans and which the ever-defeated British. There was very little distinction of master and slave between the white children and those of the more aristocratic servants of Aunt Jenny the cook, of Tailor Tibbs the coachman, of Pericles the butler, and of Thomas Jefferson the head gardener. Within the limits of the plantation the children might roam alone. And one might ride to one's heart's content without ever going off the plantation, for it was 5 or 6 miles in length. There was no end to the exploring that might be done upon it, and one grew very proud to gallop over it and reflect that some day it would all belong to oneself. It was rich bottom land, with deep, black soil, and almost no hills upon it. Its slope ran down to Buffalo Bayou, where were tangled cane brakes and dense black forests, swamps of cypress draped with sorrowful grey moss and hiding parasitic flowers of gorgeous hues. Into these one might not venture, for here were alligators and moccasins, wolves and bears, and sometimes at night a yelling panther. But there was Ned the hunter, a great giant of a man, the only Negro on the place who was allowed to carry a gun, and whose one duty it was to creep through the forests and bring back at night upon his shoulder a deer, or a load of wild ducks or turkeys, or a runaway pig. By gifts it was occasionally possible to propitiate him to allow a boy to steal along behind him and witness these breathless adventures. But through these dense, black swamps it was hard to pass, tangled as they were with wild vines and treacherous with ooze and with the sharp spikes of the cypress. In them grew spear-like palmettos, and bulrushes of incredible height, and great lemon-colored lotus flowers a foot across. Upon the cultivated part of the plantation were fields of corn and cotton, stretching as far as the eye could reach. Here, at whatever hour of the day one came, one always found the gangs of field hands at work, men and women, in the early spring breaking up the black soil with their thick, heavy hoes, the drivers, whip in hand, watching them to see that none shirked. They were picturesque from the distance, but not when one rode close, for they were sodden and brute-like and unthinkably filthy. Later in the year one found the fields a magical green, and later still of an arctic whiteness. Then the gangs came in singing, with great baskets of the new picked cotton balanced on their heads. It was for these full baskets that the plantation was run, and at the critical time of the year nothing else was in anyone's thoughts. The two overseers had each the same number of hands and of acres, and keen was the rivalry and eager the count of the bales. When at last they were loaded for Natchez, the papers published the record. Valley Hall has so many bales to the hand, and men called this the cotton brag. In one corner of the house was the office where the men lounged and smoked. And when the neighbors stopped by you heard nothing else talked of but that. By neighbors one meant anybody who lived within 20 or 30 miles. But a single road passed Valley Hall, a wide, sandy avenue, arched with trees like a parkway. The country was occupied by wealthy planters. There was no other population from Homachito Creek until you reached Woodville, the pretty little court town 10 or 15 miles from the hall. Most of these neighbors were welcome at the hall, but not all of them, for there were some nouveau riches, ex-overseers, or Negro traders, or what not, vulgar persons who had made fortunes out of cotton. One spoke to them on the road, but one did not know their wives. Such as were welcome came whenever they could, and stayed as long as they could be persuaded. There was rarely a time when there were not half a dozen guests at dinner, which made Aunt Ginny's life a perpetual adventure, but was, it must be confessed, a sore trial to the children, who sat at the table and wriggled in their seats with impatience, watching each plate with hungry eyes, and counting the number that still intervened. Huge dinners they were, and a dozen arrivals made no difference with them. Hamilton Montague sat at the head of the table and carved the great turkey or the saddle of venison or mutton, and Mrs. Montague presided over the ham and chickens at the foot. There were always hot breads and pastries and vegetables without count, and every delicacy which the great plantation could offer. These southern dinners must have been experienced to be understood. And like some other good things of life, such as Scott and Dumas, for instance, one must have experienced them while young and not afraid of enjoying them too much. After dinner, about 4 o'clock, the ladies would retire for a nap, the men would stretch themselves out on the sofas, or perhaps on the lawn, and the boys betake themselves to their games. For tea, in fair weather, the table was generally spread upon the broad veranda. And afterwards, in the witching hours of a southern sunset, there would be music and croquet and walks amid endless bowers and gardens of roses. At twilight one sat and drank in their perfumes, watching the evening star and listening to the mockingbird, or to the Negroes singing in the distance, and feeling his heart rise up within him at the beauty and joyfulness of the world. So these children lived, wrapped in happiness as a bird in the air, unconscious of its existence, the thing called life not yet a memory and a duty, but still a presence and a joy. For the day was young, and all things that lived were thrilling. The earth and every common sight, apparelled in celestial light. What pen could tell, for instance, the wonders of the place called Natchez? Once or twice a year their mother put them all in the great family coach and took them upon a miraculous excursion. Riding all afternoon along roads lined with goldenrod so high that you could cut it for a walking stick, spending the night at a kinsman's home, and then riding all day again, one came at last to the marvelous city, with its streets blocked with cotton and its wharves where the steamers came. The steamers in those days were huge floating palaces. You saw one go by in the night time, a mass of gleaming lights, the throb of its machinery beating back in echoes from the tree-lined banks, and your soul went after it, into fairy lands not forlorn. Or to watch them loading by flaring torchlight, the broad-backed, half-naked negroes and the long chutes down which the bales of cotton leaped madly to the deck. Niggers above and paddies below, was the rule at that game. Niggers too precious to risk, men said. You don't have to pay for the paddies. And last, but not least, the great yellow river. The children would have stayed all day to watch it, with its tangled driftwood, its long rows of cotton trees and rice fields, its mud flats with pelicans and herons stalking along. And then there was the annual trip to Pass Christian. Once a year, when the hot season approached, there began to be a stir in Valley Hall, a giving of orders and a packing of trunks, and some morning the great coach appeared, followed by all the other vehicles available, and servants and family, trunks, boxes, and bundles, rolled away in a long procession, the menfolks riding ahead like Arab sheiks leading their families and herds in search of pastures new. Pass Christian was a Gulf Coast resort, where all the aristocracy of the lower south had their summer villas. The Montagues spent a week in reaching it, always camping out of doors at night when the weather was fair. And these were but a few of the great events that came yearly. There were 5 birthdays to be celebrated, 4 for the children and 1 for Grandfather Montague, and a 4th of July, and a New Orleans Day, and a Washington's birthday, and an election day at which the family had generally great things at stake. It was not everyone whose father was chosen senator, and Allen held his head very high. Then also, as one saves the best arrow in his quiver till the last, there was Christmas, looked forward to for months by old and young, and in sublimity exceeding the imaginations of the wildest. There were parties and dances, indoors and outdoors, winter and summer, at the hall, but none of them was anything like the Christmas party. Then the guests journeyed from far states, and there was fattening of geese and turkeys for many weeks beforehand. On Christmas Eve there were bonfires as big as the smoke house, and whole beeves roasting before them. And inside every room was crowded, and there was fiddling and dancing and feasting and eggnog drinking to make one's head reel. The next morning there were huge stockings over the fireplace, and after breakfast a raid upon the brick storehouse, from whose depths Mrs. Montague and her children brought endless presents for the servants. In the afternoon there was a great hunt, and much blowing of horns and barking of dogs. And in the evening more dancing and singing of songs, and brewing of punch. These festivities lasted for 10 days, and during that time no guests went away and no work was done on the plantation except by the cooks. Such was the children's world, and they knew little about any other. To be sure, they had an English governess and they read Sir Walter Scott and dreamed of chivalry. Also they knew of the North from Allen's father. And the loads of supplies which came once a year were said to be from there. An unpleasant sort of a place, the North, where it snowed half the time and no cotton grew, and the people thought only of money, and the servants were Irish and did not know their places. Worst of all, it was the North that was the habitat of the animal called abolitionist. Allen was 8, and Randolph 11, which was old enough to have opinions about politics. And whenever the guests were not discussing plantation affairs, and the price of negroes and cotton, and the races at New Orleans, they talked politics and abolitionists. The abolitionists believed that niggers were as good as white men, and that they ought to be free and allowed to marry white women. They were always holding meetings and resolving and publishing articles to say that slave holders were thieves. And some of them came down to stir the slaves to revolt, and to carry them off to Canada. At first people had tried mobbing them, and the southern legislatures had put prices on the heads of the worst of them, but neither of these methods seemed to do any good. They had gone on just the same for 15 years now, and had even gotten so bold as to send petitions to Congress, which had, of course, refused to receive them. Only a terrible old man, ex-President John Quincy Adams, who had been in Congress since nobody could remember when, kept making a disturbance about it and had actually car-ride his point a while ago. So things went from bad to worse, and naturally the people of the South got more and more angry. There was a question which was much discussed at Valley Hall, never in the presence of Grandfather Montague, who would not stand it, but often when the planters stopped by at the office. One of the neighbors of the Montagues was a Mr. Davis, who lived a mile or two outside of Woodville and who had once been a lieutenant in the army, but who had retired many years ago and turned farmer and student of politics. 2 years ago he had come out of his solitude and been elected to Congress, at the same time that Alice's father had been sent to the state senate. Mr. Jefferson Davis was a prim little gentleman, with a spare figure and face, very precise and stately in his manners, grave and reticent, but irritable, and when excited both eloquent and imperative. He had thought a great deal about this question of the abolitionists, and took an alarming view of it. It was his opinion that the North was preparing to make war upon Southern institutions. And day by day, with endless iteration, he pointed out the ever-growing signs of this. It was of no use in the world, he asserted, to argue that Congress could not trouble slavery. The struggle would come over the territories the North meant to exclude slave owners from their rights in the new lands they had helped to win, and if the North once got political control in this way, could it not amend or override the Constitution as it chose? Mr. Davis was beginning to question whether Congress had any right at all to exclude slaves from a territory or, if this view seemed too radical, whether the exercise of the right was not a danger from which the South ought to protect itself by threatening immediate secession. There was nothing especially new about these views. Senator Calhoun had been advocating them for 15 years, but men were only now beginning to awaken to their truth. Out of the deepening alarm had grown a crusade which the people of Valley Hall watched with tense interest, and Senator Montague had declared to Mr. Davis that if it failed he should conclude that Mr. Davis was right. 10 years ago one of the Montagues had given his lifeblood for Texas. The wretched mongrel inhabitants of Mexico degenerate illustrations of the consequences of the doctrine of equality and of white men's mixing with lower races. A people who had had some 40 revolutions in the last 20 years had been at last swept out of the great state, and ever since, the people of the South had been aiming to bring Texas into the Union where she belonged. Incredible as it may seem, and in full light of the notorious fact that France and England were intriguing for the state, the North had balked this plan, for the avowed reason that it might bring about a war with Mexico, but really because Texas would become a slave state. And now, when after desperate efforts the plot had been foiled, and the state saved to the Union, abolitionist fanaticism was trying to limit its borders and to cheat Texas of her rights, again upon the old pretext that it might bring about a war with Mexico. The president, James K. Polk, was a good Democrat, elected by Southern votes. But the thing which Valley Hall waited breathlessly to see was whether the pressure from the North, the clamor of the abolitionist press and pulpit could avail to turn him back. Valley Hall was not afraid of war. Was it not the manifest destiny of the Americans to conquer the territory of this hateful and vicious race of Indian half-breeds and degenerate Spaniards? Thus there were days of excitement on the plantation, when all the prophecies of Mr. Davis were scattered to thin air. For first the news had come that General Taylor had been ordered to plant the American flag on the banks of the Rio Grande. And then, one never-to-be-forgotten day in April, Uncle Ben had dashed up the road with foam-covered horse, and shouted that Mexico had fired upon the flag, and that the war was on. That day Alice's father wrote a letter to his constituents, which was published in the Woodville Republican, resigning his seat, and announcing that it was his intention to raise a company. After this there was never an instant's rest at Valley Hall, messages coming and going day and night, and the hum of preparation in the air. Hamilton Montague enlisted, and soon afterward it was announced that Mr. Davis had resigned and was on his way from Washington to take command of the regiment. It was the famous 1st Mississippi, and in it was the flower of the aristocracy of the state. The house was thrown open to Senator now Captain Montague's company, and men slept on the sofas and the verandas and put up tents upon the lawn. Never could the children forget the morning the company marched away, and how awful was the sudden silence that fell upon the hall. There was no one left but the mother and Uncle Ben, the chickens and ducks were gone, and you missed even the squealing of the pigs at feeding time. The family lived only on the mail days after that, and poor Mrs. Montague would whisper to her children that it was the duty of a soldier's family to be brave, and burst into wild weeping while she said it. The regiment sailed from New Orleans for Point Isabel, the nearest harbor to General Taylor's victorious army. Its war hardships began at once. It was encamped on a bare island, baked by the sun, buried by sandstorms, and frozen by northers, until 40 of the men were invalid or dead. It was August before the army got on the march. General Taylor was a Whig, and the administration could not quite make up its mind to support him. But alas, the only other commander in sight, General Scott, was also a Whig, so there was no help for it. The start was made at last, and suddenly, after months of weary waiting, came news of a victory that set the whole heart of the South to pulsating with wild pride and joy. The Mexicans, 10,000 of them, had fortified themselves in the city of Monterey. They should have held it against 10 times that number, for every house was a fortress, low and square, with heavy walls of Spanish masonry, and fiat roofs and grated windows, but 6,000 Americans had taken it with 3 days fighting, capturing nearly twice their own number of men. On the second day General Quitman's Mississippi Brigade, the city looming before it in a mist of smoke, had swept forward in one grand charge, and amid a rain of fire had planted its flags on the battlements. The next day the same brigade had marched into the city to the very center of it, in spite of a ceaseless opposition from windows and roofs, from ditches, canals, and barricades. Tears of pride ran down Grandfather Montague's cheeks when that news arrived. Again there was weary waiting. The flabby administration, which by this time had earned the contempt of all men, had somehow come to the conclusion that 2 Whig heroes might be less troublesome than one, and so the expedition for the march to the city of Mexico was being organized under General Scott. Meanwhile, however, there came from Washington sudden tidings which made men stare at each other in consternation, which sent a pulse of indignation through the South, from Maryland to Texas. Here were Southerners toiling and battling, pouring out their lifeblood for the whole nation, and up in Congress was a Pennsylvania Democrat named Wilmot proposing to pass a law excluding slavery from all the territory which the war might bring. Fire and fury breathed from the letters which came to Valley Hall when that news reached the army. General Quitman's brigade was drawn away for the new expedition, but the 1st Mississippi remained with General Taylor, who, with his forces reduced to 4,000 or 5,000, retired to Buena Vista. The people of Valley Hall had come to consider the war over, as far as they were concerned, and Mrs. Montague had grown cheerful again, when one ever memorable night there was a galloping up the road and excited voices down below, and the children rushed out to hear the tidings of another battle between Taylor's little force and 20,000 Mexicans under Santa Anna, a battle in which the latter had been routed, and in which Colonel Davis's regiment had won for itself everlasting fame. It was the Natchez Courier from which the news was read, and it said that the colonel himself had been shot in the foot, and Captain Montague, terrible to think of, severely wounded. It was another week before the family could learn the truth, that the wound was a shattered kneecap which would cripple Henry Montague for life. Meanwhile Allen spent his time between agonies of fear and bursts of exultation. What a story it was! The one paper they had was worn ragged. It had been brought a day ahead, and neighbors galloped up from 30 miles to see it. Again and again as it was read aloud the children would listen and cry out with joy, and laugh and hug each other breathless. The general and Colonel Davis had been at the rear. When they reached the field the Americans were retreating. Davis had placed himself at the head of his regiment and ordered a charge. Down a ravine and up the other side they went double quick and straight into the very center of the Mexican line. Scarcely, however, had the enemy been checked, when the regiment was charged by a troop of lancers, many times its own number. The swift action of the colonel at that moment made him a Southern hero. He ordered his famous V formation along the edge of the ravine AV with the point away from the enemy instead of towards him. It was a challenge, and it was accepted. The lancers thundered into the gap, and with one volley the Mississippi riflemen strewed the ground with them and turned their charge into a wild retreat. And yet even that had not been enough. When you read the story it sounded like a medieval epic, whose hero gallops here and there about the field and conquers everywhere he goes. Exhausted and depleted as the regiment was, with half its officers wounded, it had turned to another part of the ground, where Bragg's battery was defending itself against an overwhelming force, and taking its foe in the flank, had driven him back and saved the day. General Scott began his famous march of victory, and meanwhile Mississippi made ready to receive the wounded heroes. Hamilton Montague obtained leave to escort his brother, and by slow stages they brought him home, prostrate and fearfully wan, but out of danger. The hall was a silent place for long afterwards. The very animals seemed to know about it, and the children went far off to play. By the time that the invalid was able to be helped about, another Christmas had come, and General Scott was in Mexico City, and Colonel Davis in Washington as senator from Mississippi, the highest reward that his state could find him. General soon-to-be Governor Quitman, of fiery fame, was also there, doing his best to urge a caitiff administration to hold Mexico forever, now that it had been won. Many Mexicans, even, desired this. It was whispered that General Scott had been offered $1 million and the presidency if he would only stay and rule them. But alas, there was no doing anything with the shopkeepers at the north. It was a sad Christmas at the plantation. It was as if everyone upon it had lost a parent. Grandfather Montague was dead. The children had knelt by the bedside, while the aged soul went away. He was glad to go, he whispered. And yet there was a time before the end when the life hunger stared in his eyes, and the dread that burdened his soul and would not let him die fought for utterance. It was not of himself, but of his country, that he spoke in those last moments, with the sweat of agony standing upon his forehead and a ghastly panting in his voice. He spoke to both children and grandchildren alike, forgetting all differences of age. He was bidding farewell to the land that he had loved so long, and he saw it threatened with violence. He saw the hands of rash men lifted against it, and he was sick with fear. He charged them to guard it, to be tender with it, to love it more. And he sank back upon his pillow, gasping, battling for another word, and the children, watching the quivering of his hands and the knotted veins throbbing in his forehead, saw to their horror a white glaze spread over his eyeballs and a spasm pass across his face, and heard a scream of terror from their mother, who held his hand. Chapter 3. Peace had come at last, but no peace for the South. A vast territory had been won for the Union, but the South had to fight for it once more, and in the halls of her own Congress. The infamous Wilmot Proviso hung before her, a perpetual menace. The hordes of abolitionist fanaticism were aroused, and no one could say what they might not attempt. Men suspected that they had been behind the efforts of the Mexican Peace Commissioner to have slavery excluded by treaty from the new lands. If so, they had been well rebuked, for Mr. Trist, the American commissioner, was a Virginian, and had declared, in immortal language, that if the offer had been of the territory increased tenfold in value and covered with pure gold a foot thick, he would not have accepted it upon such a condition. Senator Davis was now in Washington, vigilant and vehement, justified by events. Grown wiser by experience, and following the lead of Calhoun, he was now boldly declaring that the Constitution gave Congress no power to exclude slaveholders from their rights in the territories. The first fight was over the bill admitting Oregon. The Mississippi senator had no expectation that slaves would ever go to Oregon, but the principle was at stake. His constituents at Valley Hall read his speeches, and wondered how the rest of the world could continue, as it did, unconvinced. The year 1848 was the year of the presidential election, and in the Democratic conventions the same battle was fought, by William Lowndes Yancey of Alabama, one of the heroes of the Cotton States. Yancey denied the dangerous power of exclusion, not only to Congress, but to the territorial legislatures as well, a distinction with a future before it. Yancey had brought the doctrine safely through in his home state, but he went back discomfited from the convention. The South was not yet awake to its peril. The Democratic Party dodged the issue, and Valley Hall gave its votes to its own hero General Taylor, who was a candidate without a platform, but a Southerner, and the father-in-law of Senator Davis besides. And still another year passed by. At home and abroad men discussed these questions, eagerly, passionately, and with growing impatience. For little by little the terrible fact had been becoming plain to the South that the dreaded Wilmot Proviso, which the Virginia legislature has vowed it would resist at every hazard and to the last extremity, that though it had been dropped in Congress it was to be carried out in the territories themselves. Gold had been discovered in California, and instantly there had been a rush the like of which the world had never seen before. One year the place had been a wilderness, with a few Mexican villages. The next it was a community with 100,000 inhabitants, all abolitionists. Congress had left them without a government, and they had formed one for themselves. Now they stood asking for admission as a state, and with a constitution prohibiting slavery. Miners from all parts of the world, foreigners and Yankees, most of them, owning no slaves themselves and wanting no slaves to compete with them, they purposed to keep the South out of the gold fields which the South had fought for and paid for. The issue was plain, and public sentiment was forming quickly. The legislatures of the various states passed resolutions. In Mississippi there was a convention in the fall, and a call was out, engineered from behind by Calhoun, for a convention of the southern states to meet at Nashville in the spring. Congress was to meet in December, and thither all thoughts were turned. The hopes of the South in General Taylor were now known to be vain. He was in favor of admitting California, and had come to regard his own son-in-law as little better than a traitor. When Congress met it took 3 weeks, amid altercations leading almost to blows, to elect a speaker. And then came endless speech-making and hurling of defiance. The Wilmot Proviso was up again, and one Giddings of Ohio was resolving that all men were equal. On the other side, Governor Trupp, of Georgia, was proposing that his state should march upon Washington and dissolve the government. It was of these breathless events that the boy Allen was reading one morning when his father came into the room, limping upon his cane, and brought him to his feet at a bound by the announcement, "My son, we are going to the North." Allen could only stare, and gasp for breath. "Sir," he managed to ejaculate. "I say we are going to the North," repeated his father. "Who, sir?" "You and I." Allen had had visions of an army. "For what, father?" he asked. "We are going to Boston to live," was the reply. And the room seemed to become unsteady to the boy. "I have not said anything to you about it," said Captain Montague. "I wished to wait until I was certain. It is my health, in the first place. The doctors tell me that I shall never get perfectly well except with a change of climate. Also, you know, my son, you must go to college, some day." "I don't want to go to a Yankee college," cried Allen. "You will have to go somewhere," said his father, smiling. "There are no colleges here. Then, too, remember that you have an uncle and an aunt and some cousins in Boston." "Abolitionists," the boy ejaculated. "I hope not, my son, though I have not heard anything much about them since your grandfather Otis died. Also there are matters of business, Allen, which fall in with the plan. Uncle Hamilton and some of our neighbors think that we could do a great deal better if we bought our supplies by wholesale for ourselves, and they want me to consider the plan of finding a direct market for our cotton. Each one of these things is a motive, of course. So far as you are concerned, it is that you are 12, and that you ought to be beginning to fit for college." "When are we going?" asked Allen. "In a couple of weeks." We shall travel by land, and stop for a while in Washington, so that we can see what is going on there." Alan looked about him, dazed. Never before in his life had he thought that he might ever leave Valley Hall. "Very well, father," he said, suppressing a great gulp. "I should like to go north, I think." But if he did, why, when he was walking away a few minutes later and met a woolly-headed and ebony-hued little darky, clad in the cast-off uniform of a drummer boy of the 1st Mississippi, Jeroboam Anaximenes, his own particular body servant, why did he fling his arms about his neck and burst into tears, to the unutterable consternation of Jeroboam Anaximenes? Chapter 4. It was the afternoon of the 22d of February, 1850, and Valley Hall was enormously in motion. Had you looked down upon it from above, you might have supposed that a swarm of black ants had settled upon it. There were not only all the house servants of the hall but all from the Hopper plantation, and from the Masons and the Hineses as well. Dressed in their finest, and superintended by Pericles, the butler, and Taylor Tibbs in full red, they were flying about the lawn as surely never had servants flown at Valley Hall in all its days before. There was, to begin with, a little platform, and around this 4 tables, set in concentric semicircles, the outside one 100 feet around, a length to which surely no table in history had ever approached before. Upon them were spread snowy cloths, and to them were borne endless loads of plates and glasses, knives and forks, until to the slowest mind it must have been clear that this incredible spread of tables was for a feast. There seemed to be no end to the loads they were to carry: great vases of flowers, and huge dishes of mysterious cold things, all carefully covered, and each with a little negro to keep the flies away. At one side gangs of field hands were bringing load after load of firewood, great lengths of logs, and placing them in heaps round about. Yet others were stringing lanterns from the trees, and carrying long benches from some hidden place of storage behind the house. Amidst all this the children flew here and there, breathless with excitement. Yet at times one of them, Alan, would stop and gaze about him, and a mist would come over his eyes. Back there by the stables was Taylor Tibbs, Jr., washing off the family coach. And when all this feast was eaten, and all these fires were dead, Alan was to be borne away from Valley Hall. For what time, and to what future, who could tell him? There were a few of the early guests upon the verandas, ladies and gentlemen, chatting and watching the busy scene. Among them there was one who had been pointed out to the boys, Mr. Yancey, the famous orator. They eyed him furtively, but wonderingly. He was something of a disappointment, if the truth be told, a quietly dressed, plain-looking man of short stature, speaking politely when spoken to, but for the most part silent, with tightly pressed lips, and a rather sullen expression of face. He strolled away when unobserved, and Alan saw him pacing up and down beyond the shrubbery, his hands behind him, and his head bowed. Alan privately made bets on his father, not understanding just why it was necessary to send out of Mississippi for someone to make a speech at a barbecue. Now the sun began to drop and the guests to arrive, some of them having ridden all day. The tables by that time were quite covered with mysteries, and there hung between great poles near the fires a whole ox, a sheep, and quite a string of turkeys. When the twilight had fairly come, the lawns and verandas were alive with throngs of people, 1,000, you would have said. The lanterns were all lighted, and soon the fires began to crackle and then to blaze. Before long the merry scene was as bright as day, and the scent of the roasting meat filled the air. Somewhere in the distance a Negro quartet was singing, and above all the laughter and excitement you heard now and then the strains of an old camp-meeting melody, declaring with many repetitions, that my poor body lies a-mouldering in the clay, but my soul goes marching on. It was perhaps an hour before the great repast was ready and the word went round, to the tables. From the great house came streaming a line of waiters, bearing smoking dishes aloft. And stretched out upon a table lay the huge ox, his legs in the air. A dozen carvers fell upon him, and in a twinkling, as it seemed, he was on everybody's plate. So, with endless laughter, and joking, and calling aloud, and flying about of waiters, the meal went forward. Toward the end you saw, at each table, a huge bowl of punch brewing. And one by one the diners laid down their knives and forks, and the waiters whisked their plates away, and every one settled back and prepared for the real feast of the evening, shouted for it, too, insistently, speech. Speech. At last there rose up Hamilton Montague, the host. With much laughter and bantering, every one there was an intimate friend, with charming ease and good humor, he bade them all welcome, and retorted to all their interruptions, and told stories and made esoteric allusions to local affairs and, in short, was delightful without end. Everybody in Mississippi could make a speech in those days. These people had no theaters, and no concerts, and almost no books. They had speeches. But toward the end the orator grew serious. The scene was beautiful, the punch was inimitable, for it was made by his own recipe. But out in the darkness beyond were things of which one dreaded to think. Behind every happy face that he saw he knew lurked a hidden alarm. One might go on hiding it, if he chose, but wisdom cried out against such a course. In short, there was the peril of the South, and here was the master spirit to point the way. He had taken a long journey. He was awaited with breathless interest. They were at his disposal for as long as he would speak to them, the orator of the evening and the orator of the South, Mr. William Lowndes Yancey. And the quiet man whom Allen had been eyeing came out upon the platform slowly, waited patiently until the furious applauding ceased, gazing about him in the meantime and taking in his audience. Crowds of the uninvited, mingled with the Negroes, now formed a ring in the distance, pressing closer in toward the firelight all the time. Then slowly, very quietly and distinctly, he began, and men sat forward. Suddenly the voice, oh, what a voice! Clear and vibrant and mellow, it seized you like the note of a violin. It penetrated to hidden depths of your soul, it sent tremblings down into your very finger ends. This quiet man, standing there without a gesture or a motion, he took hold of your very self, and where he chose to go, you went with him. It was to lay bare the secret workings of the universe, to uncover the hidden machinery of events. Here at last was someone who had thought, whose keen mind had gone back of all appearances, and with godlike certainty could unfold the causes of things. You saw as never had you seen before. Everything which had seemed obscure was clear on the instant, not only the past, but the dark and silent future. Into its sphinx-like and inscrutable face you had gazed so long, but now suddenly it was become full of meaning. And what a future it was! How suddenly the sight of it filled you with horror, so that you dug your nails into your hands. How suddenly you hated it, what desperate revolt against it leaped up within you, how madly you flung away comfort and ease, yea, life itself, and rushed forth to battle with this iniquity. What shame seized you that you had been sitting here at a feast, while such things as this went on in the world. You saw two civilizations, one of them of white men who worked, farmers, mechanics, sailors. The other of gentlemen who did not work, but who owned slaves and tilled the soil. These two civilizations, having each had a vast room to grow in, had lived comfortably side by side for 2 generations. But now, behold, each of them has filled its own limits, and suddenly they touch. Will as you choose, struggle as you may, you cannot help this fact, that between those two civilizations there is irrevocable and deadly war. There is no policy which they can find that will be common. What is the life of one is the other's death. One is agricultural, the other industrial. One desires land, the other trade. One grows by conquest, the other by settling. One is conservative, the other endlessly radical. And therefore the instant these two forces meet within the government, you see them grapple. And there is a struggle, sharp, quick, and one of them goes down. When it is down, mark this, down it stays. There is no second chance, the victor's heel is upon you. Thereafter the policy of the government is the master's policy, and one which cuts, sinew by sinew, the power of the other party. Men of the South? Men of the South. The orator was no longer quiet and formal. A fire blazed in his countenance, passion streamed from his aspect, leaped in his ringing words. Men of the South, hear me. He raised his clenched hand aloft, and the audience strained forward, breathless, suffering. That instant is come upon you, you face it now? That instant is going, you know not when it may be gone. He paused, and you heard men gasp for breath. Then again his voice dropped, and they sank back in their seats with relief. Again in his quiet, simple manner he went on to show the reason of things. Here was a people with a vast territory, more fertile than any in the world, owning a natural monopoly, cotton, and having the world in their hands. And of course they were enormously wealthy. Oh, yes, but where was the wealth? Where was the wealth of the man who sat here tonight? He had land and labor, of course. But these were only the tools of wealth. And new land when the old was worn out, and new labor also, these he had. But the profits, where were the profits? Why, once a year he went to New Orleans and spent all he owned for the necessaries of life, which came, pray, from where? From the north. He could not get them from where they were cheapest, he must get them from the north. There was a tariff devised for that express purpose, to encourage domestic industries at the north. What had the South to do with industries? The South had no industries, had nobody who knew anything about industries, thank God. But it must put its hands into its pockets and pay double prices for everything, to encourage the industries at the north. And the northern papers marveled at the prosperity of the country, and at the emigrants which the prosperity brought from Europe in streams, all to engage in industries, encouraged by the South. No mere man could ever have imagined such sarcasm as this. The orator was no longer human, he was a god, come down from the skies, with sovereign gesture to tear off the veil from the hypocrisies of men. How deeply must the North despise this people, to mock at them for the same ills it caused them. He, the orator, had resigned from Congress because he would not bear what his colleagues seemed to bear, quite in course, to be discussed as a half-barbarous survival of a dark age, to be forever fronted with tables of statistics to prove your inferiority to someone else. There were more colleges and books and churches at the North. Colleges and books and churches would seem to be among the industries that the South had encouraged. What pride must throb in the bosom of a Southern planter as he realized what a success he had achieved, that the industries he had encouraged were grown actually courageous enough to strike down the hand that fed them. Look again. For a generation you have encouraged industries, and brought millions of foreigners to serve the North, until the country is crowded beyond even the power of your purse. And what has happened? You, the South, need more territory, and wage a war. It costs $90 million. You, the importing states, pay 60 of them. You pay, also, private treasure, and you pay your blood. The North does not want war, scorns you and jeers at you while you wage it. But now that it is won, here is the land, and the North does want the land. You say they shall not have it, Shaw. You are fools, they have it already, before you have got your eyes open. Here is this swarming population which you have encouraged. It has walked across a continent, it has sailed through 2 oceans, God help you, it has even flown through the air, it would seem. At any rate, there it is. And it votes you out? You, and your slaves and your civilization, it votes you out? And it gazes at you with bland innocence, and asks you if it is not all perfectly fair and regular. Then, too, when you object, it is only one state, the North tells you. Yes, but see, they have been incautious and shown their plan too soon. Here is a vast territory still at stake, and they propose a law to keep you out of that too. They could not pass the law, for it happened that you were still their equal in the Senate. But give them one state more and they have the Senate. At this time the so-called compromise measures of Senator Clay were before the country. The orator shook them into rags. The North cried out at them, but the North would come around, never fear. They got California. What else mattered? They proposed to give the South a fugitive slave bill, a bill they would repeal when they chose, and which meantime they would never enforce. But granting that they would, the South might recover $100,000 worth of property thereby. In exchange for it they would give a state worth uncounted millions. If slavery were allowed in California today, Negroes would sell in the New Orleans market for $5,000 apiece. They gave up that. They gave up their supremacy in the nation, they gave up the fight. This man played upon his audience as a musician plays upon an organ, always controlled, always masterful, with perfectly turned and finished sentences, with few gestures and naught but the witchery of his marvelous voice. He swept them through the whole gamut of emotions: terror, rage, defiance, tears. He pictured the indignities to which they were subjected, he beat them up as the tempest beats the ocean. He seized the leaping waves of their resolve and swept them seething onward to defiance and to war. He found a chord that echoed to the very depths of their souls, and he hammered without end upon it the stigma of inferiority that men set upon them. Infamous! 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 He cried, until they laughed aloud in furious scorn. He showed them the power that was closing round them until they felt its grip upon their throats, and you saw before you men with white lips and battle faces. He called aloud upon the spirits of their fathers, the men who had hurled back the British from their shores, and ghostly presences trembled above the scene, and the souls of men were loosed with awe, and shaken with consecrations. To realize instantly the peril, was his cry, to gird yourselves for the battle on the brink of the precipice, to make your stand. To reply to northern aggressions with an instant leap. To make them understand that the first move which tends to destroy your equality in this nation, no matter how they may justify it, no matter how they disguise it, is the signal for the ending of the compact and the forcible withdrawal of the South. You say that you can wait and secede at any time, but you cannot. Every day you are in the Union it becomes more difficult. Every day the power that is feeding upon your strength will be stronger and more loath to let you go. Not then, but now. The future calls, a future of success without an end. Standing alone, and alert to your own interests, what happens at the North need trouble you no more. South of you is endless empire. You have conquered it once, you can conquer it again. There is Cuba, there is Central America, there is another continent beyond. Nowhere is there a people able to withstand for one instant the march of your imperial power. And drunk with this vision, the orator's soul rose up within him. Vistas unrolled before him, and the least man there felt his heart leap madly, and marveled to discover the mighty being he was. The orator, carried away himself, turned suddenly, and with arms outstretched and voice breaking with emotion, cried out to her who was the queen of these adventurings, the muse of their devotion, the South, the South. Suddenly, miraculously, she rose before them, born of the starlight and celestial splendors, radiant with the hues of morning, singing in her loveliness, she came, she came. She came with tremblings and quiverings, with choirings and harpings of the universe of things, with fairy footsteps to dance her joy, and breaking showers of light upon her pathway. To her men fled with bosom swelling, and with arms outstretched. The touch of her robe was madness, her beauty was not to be borne. Queen of their lives was she, mistress of their souls was she, muse and goddess of the fair South land. Oh, take us to thy heart, for thy slaves we are. Bound to thee with chains of fire, by the joys of our childhood, by the ardors of our youth, by the stern, sad vision of our later years, we pledge our faith to thee. The devotion of our mothers is of thy giving, the goodness of our sisters, the sanctity of our loves. The glory of our springtides, the fullness of our summers, the splendors of our mornings, the stillness of our nights, are all of thee. To thee our labors in peace, our courage in battle. For thee we live, for thee we should die with a song. Take us to thy heart, as we come to thee, O Spirit of the fair South land. The orator had ceased. But the tempests of emotion he had loosed raged still about the place. 1,000 echoes still rang, 1,000 presences still lingered. And the audience sat rapt, men with clenched hands numb and burning, with faces uplifted and tears coursing down their cheeks, or buried in their arms and shaken with gusts of weeping. In the hour of that fearful consecration all men were brothers old and young, black and white. And greybeards sobbed on each other's shoulders, and youths rushed away into the darkness with hands clasped to their temples, for these things are painful to be borne. But then suddenly one came to, and seeing the orator, with hands dropped and his head bowed, leaped to his feet and cried out. And at once the floodgates opened, and men delivered themselves by shouts and exclamations. When he came down from the platform they surged round him, wringing his hands and making incoherent protestations of gratitude. But to one the boy Alan such an act was unthinkable. He stood apart, clasping his hands together and talking wildly to himself. He would as soon have stretched out his hands to the burning bush from which God spoke, as to that most miraculous, most awful man. When the storm began to subside, and men to become themselves again, unable to bear the profanation, he rushed away. He heard not his own father's beautiful farewell, but lay with arms stretched out upon the ground, pledging with tears of fire his love, his worship, his life, to her who in that wondrous hour had laid her hands upon him. The campfires were dying and the moon was up. It was time to start and the coach was at the door, before the boy leaped to his feet and realized that men were shouting his name all over the place. And so, half dazed, he came out. The guests were crowded upon the veranda, and the equipage stood ready. He glanced about wildly, his last glance at Valley Hall. To his father's inquiries he replied he knew not what. He felt himself crowded about and embraced by the family and by the sobbing negroes, and then he was lifted into the coach. It started suddenly, amid deafening cheers. As the sound receded, he burst into tears upon his father's shoulder. It was only for a moment that he ceased as they crossed the creek, and reached the top of the slope, and his father whispered suddenly, "Hush." From the rear there came faint strains of singing, the old plantation's last pleading farewell. Away, away, away down south in Dixie. When morning dawned they were on a steamer for New Orleans, and while on board Alan chanced to open his little trunk, in the top of which he found a carefully tied package with a note, in a slow, painful hand. "Dear Alan, I give you my hunting knife. I want you to keep it till you come across an abolitionist. Then you will know what to do. Grandfather said to die for our country, but I doubt if they would dare to hang a man for killing an abolitionist." Dolph. Chapter V. In those days the traveler from the southwest to Washington had choice of two land routes. He might go by way of the Mississippi and the Ohio, and over the mountains by stage from Wheeling to Pittsburgh, reaching Washington after 2 or 3 weeks. Or else he might take, as did Captain Montague, what was called the Southern route, by way of Mobile and the Alabama River, and thence over the new railroad into Georgia, where stages connected with another road to Charleston. By this route it took 5 days of steady travel, without sleeping cars or berths, and with only 5-minute stops for meals. But it was Alan's first experience from home, and to him it was a panorama of delight, the great city with its endless rows of buildings and of ships. The blue waters of the Gulf, and the great silent river, with its high banks. The magical railroad, piercing deep forests and spanning great stretches of canebrake and swamp. And the long stage route through the high pine lands of Georgia, where the coach was forever toiling in deep white sand, or thumping over corduroy roads, and sticking fast and turning out its passengers to pry it up with fence rails. Here the wastelands were covered with broom sedge, and one passed endless successions of tumble-down shanties having broken windows patched with paper, and perhaps a lank and yellow man leaning on his gun, and a lank and yellow woman smoking a pipe in the doorway, with half a dozen white and black children peering from behind her skirts. Now and then came a town, with straggling whitewashed houses, and perhaps a courthouse, with some negroes dozing upon its sunny side, or sitting upon the fences, sound asleep. Here the road would be good, and the driver would take out his quid and hoop to the horses and crack his whip and make a show. It was in the middle of the night that they came to the second railroad. A gang was working upon it by the light of the great campfires, in the midst of an unbroken forest. The passengers had to walk down the track to where the locomotive stood puffing, the trainmen calling all aboard, though it was nearly an hour before they started after all. In the morning there were the cotton lands and the rice swamps of South Carolina and aristocratic Charleston. Then came another sea trip and another railroad, and at last the long bridge across the Potomac, and, in the distance, the dome of the half-finished Capitol. So much had Allen heard of Washington, so many times had he dreamed of its marvels, that it was scarcely possible that he should not be disappointed. A place where such great deeds were done, where even now, today, the fate of the nation was being decided. And here the same loungers at the depot, and the same Negroes in the sun, and the same unspeakable roads and ramshackle turnouts to traverse them. The carriage which bore Allen and his father was engineered by an old tattered darky who wore a high hat without a top, and had patched out his harness with old rope and rawhide, and had made a bit out of telegraph wire. The Washington of today would start if it could see itself as it was 50 years ago, a city without the citizens, a combination of huge marble piles and Negro shanties. Its streets had no sidewalks, and an unwary pedestrian might get up to his waist in ooze while trying to cross them. Pigs ran about them, serving as scavengers, and cows kept down its vegetation. A senator or a diplomatic representative would have to get out of the way of a citizen who sat on his doorstep in his shirt sleeves doing his milking. The travelers spent 3 weeks in Washington, stopping at the boarding house where the Southern statesmen had their mess, and where Allen met all the giants of his dreams. Their own Davis was here, tortured with his wounded foot, but stately and grave as ever. The senator's face was become spare and thin with suffering, and with his high cheekbones and prominent nose his look was more keen and imperious than ever. Here, too, was Toombs, the lion-hearted, a wild Georgia man, full-blooded, passionate, and terrible in debate. Toombs was wont to shake his black locks when he was angry, so that his admirers compared him with Danton. But when he sat at the table he was the soul of the party, and his laugh was like a drink of wine. Toombs was one of those old-fashioned American heroes whose joy it was to have their pictures taken with their vests unbuttoned and expansive clean shirt fronts showing. Only one reads in Toombs' faithful biographer that his was not clean, being stained with tobacco juice, at least on that occasion when he rode over the border into South Carolina to confound an opponent with the torrents of his inspiration. Genius sat upon his brow, so the chronicler avows, and his eyes were black as death, and bigger than an ox's. Toombs was a hero among strict constructionists, gnats or camels, it was all the same to him. He saw no more reason why the government should carry his mail than why it should carry his cotton. And he denied its power to construct an Atlantic cable, the founders having failed to provide for it. In later years it was Toombs who was to startle the land with his famous doorsill speech, crying out to his constituents in Georgia that the foe was on the way, and that they must meet him at that portion of their domiciles. Here, too, was Alexander Stephens, gentle and lovable, Jonathan to this David. A man of such a tiny figure that he was forever taken for a boy with huge head, and skin wrinkled and drawn like a mummy's. Congress had marveled when he came, hearing upon its floor the high, shrill voice of a child. The life of Stephens was one long struggle with death, and yet many held him the leader in the house of the Southern forces in this battle. Here, too, was Houston, of deathless fame, whose career had begun when as a youth in the Creek War he had gotten himself transfixed with an arrow, and in that state led a charge over the enemy's defenses. It was Houston who had whirled the Mexicans out of Texas, and was now representing his state, clad in a catamount skin waistcoat, ostentatiously displayed, and alternated with another of scarlet silk. There were truly giants in those days. Their second day in Washington the father and son went, silent with awe, to the Senate chamber, to hear the last dying words of the ancient hero of the South. The aged man crept in, half carried by his friends, haggard and pale and ghastly, his long cloak wrapped about him. He could scarcely speak, himself. A friend read his speech while he sat with half-closed eyes. Sometimes, however, At a stirring passage, he would open them, and they would glare like coals. Terrible it was to see him thus pleading dumbly, with agony, to a heedless world. To the boy he seemed more than human, a mighty magician weaving spells, or a huge spider spinning a web of fate. He, Calhoun, had marvelously foreseen the present. 20 years before he had foretold it all, and the course of history for a generation to come as well. But men laughed at him. Still, it is not permitted to a public man to see too far beyond his nose. In his speech he showed what Yancey, too, had argued, but in cold figures, the consequences of northern encroachments upon the South. He pleaded that these things should cease, proposing as a remedy that there should be 2 presidents, one from each section. "He is old," said Davis, grimly. "That is as near secession as he dares." It was not the first time that the aged teacher had shrunk thus behind his bolder pupils. 20 years before, this man and another mighty hero had fought a battle of ideas in the Senate. And for 20 years you might say that orators and editors had been doing little more than hammering their arguments into the public mind. Now the armies they had raised up stood facing each other, and all men awaited breathlessly the issue. Daniel Webster was to speak 3 days later, on the 7th of March. Daniel Webster, of Massachusetts, champion of federal supremacy and of the anti-slavery hosts. But a short time ago he had claimed the Wilmot Proviso as his thunder. And now, though no man had any inkling of what his speech was to be, Captain Montague and his friends awaited eagerly a tirade which should send the sham compromises into the limbo of all shams. But there were factors which these Southerners had failed to consider. Perhaps it was really that the great man was stricken with fear at the result of his own course, and was trembling for his beloved Union. Or perhaps it was, as the cynics sneered, that 2 years ahead was another presidential nomination, and that again he was cringing and plotting for the votes. Quite a task will the angels find it on the judgment day to pick out the selfish from the unselfish acts of statesmen, even with the full book of their thoughts before them. And until that day arrives, assuredly there must continue to be 2 opinions among men as to the course of Daniel Webster on that famous 7th of March. Pompous and inflated as he reads to us today, heavy and over-solemn, his speeches yet contain half a dozen passages of most magical eloquence, which seized upon the hearts of his countrymen and made the history of a land for years and ages. Terrible he must have been in his majesty at such a moment, himself and all his weaknesses, his vanities and his vices and his ambitions, forgotten. Men tell strange tales of the effects he wrought, with his giant presence and his golden floods of speech. To the little knot of Southerners his oration came as a clap of thunder. With wonder they heard him deprecating the northern agitation which he himself had led. With curling lips of scorn they listened while he pleaded, first with the North, that they had got everything of importance, that California was safe, and that New Mexico could never support slaves. And then with the South to accept the compromises. "He thinks to get Southern delegates with a speech like that," cried Toombs, "but, by God, how he'll find he's mistaken." And so it proved in the event, and men say that it killed him. Great was the rage of abolitionism that 7th of March. But the effect of the speech was only too evident, and the friends of Senator Davis recognized that they had but one hope more: the President, who was still obstinate and talked of hanging people. Upon the floor of the Senate was the great Harry of the West, indomitable old man, speaking half a dozen times a day, arguing, exhorting, imploring, cajoling, commanding all for his beloved Union. His fate it has been to come down to history as preferring to be right than to be president. Alas! Often enough he had been neither. But now all thoughts of ambition were gone, he was feeble and his end was at hand. He had no longer a care but to save his country and, as Toombs added grimly, to save it in his own way. When Allen and his father left Washington the struggle was still far from its end. The last sight which the boy saw in the Senate was Foote, the colleague of Jefferson Davis, clad in the silk stockings and pumps which men still wore in those days, backed up against the president's desk with a pistol pointed, and Benton of Missouri, an enormous man with a toga-like cloak, flinging it wildly back and bidding the assassin fire. Through Baltimore and out of Dixie. The boy sat with face glued to the window, curious to see what sort of land this abolitiondom might be. It would not be easy to describe what happened to him. He could not have described it himself. But mile after mile as the train sped northward, and the air grew cold and damp, the chill seemed to penetrate to the boy's very soul. He dared not even ask his father, but sat silent and amazed. Who, not seeing it thus, face to face, could ever have believed it the extent of the wrong that had been suffered by his beloved South? Her slat-turned villages and crumbling houses, her forest wildernesses and her wasted fields with straggling snake fences. And here, among the homes of her oppressors, these trim white farmhouses with neat fences and gardens, these level roads and endless plowed land and pasture, of the like of which no Southerner had ever dreamed. They had left New York and were speeding through Connecticut and Massachusetts, where you were scarcely out of one town before you were in another. "Father," the boy suddenly burst out, "is all the North like this?" "All New England is," said his father, "and all the rest will be soon. There are hundreds of thousands of emigrants landing in New York every year." "But, father," exclaimed Allen, "these people aren't foreigners. They don't talk like foreigners." "They talk through their condemned long noses," said Captain Montague, and silence reigned again. So to hateful Boston, his home for so many years to come. The boy had put on coats without end, but still he shivered as he drove through the streets. He was completely cowed. Never would he have believed that the land of the Yankees could have subdued and crushed him so. He gazed in awe at the vistas of stately stores and theaters, and huge public edifices, libraries, museums. Who could tell what? Here in Boston all was grim sobriety. A man would be fined if he smoked a cigar on the street. And so strange it seemed to the boy to be in a place where there were no Negroes, and where he was waited upon by white men and women. So strange it had seemed, anyway, to be without attendance, to have to lay out your own clean shirt. It was only one of 1,000 outrages of which Captain Montague complained, that he could not take his own servants with him to a part of his own country. That afternoon they sent out their cards to their kinsmen, and meantime the father set out to find a home. He left the boy to his own devices, and Allen fell straightway into a wonderful and most embarrassing adventure, which cries out to be told. He had strolled up the hill from the hotel to the great Capitol, and at this majestic building he stood staring in wonder, when suddenly he heard something strike the pavement at his feet, and, gazing down, saw that Dolph's huge bowie knife, which he had kept in an inner pocket, had worn a hole and slipped out to the ground. The boy gave a startled glance around him, and to his horror saw an elderly gentleman standing not 10 feet away, and staring, first at the knife, and then at him. Allen flushed scarlet, and, without stopping to pick up the weapon, turned and moved away. Scarcely, however, had he taken 10 steps before he heard a voice behind him, "Pardon me, my son, but did thee not drop that knife?" Allen glanced back, and saw the gentleman gazing after him in perplexity. "No," he said hastily, "I didn't," and darted on. But he did not go very far. A burst of rage swept over him. He, a Southerner, a Mississippian, to quail thus at the very outset before the power of the North. To run away and to lie. He turned sharply on his heel, his lips set, and strode back to where the gentleman stood, holding the ferocious weapon in his hand. Allen gazed straight into his eyes. "Sir," he said, "I told you a falsehood. That knife was mine." "Oh," gasped the other, and held it out to him. "No," said Allen, "I did not come back because I wanted the knife. I can get another that will do me just as well. I came, sir, because I would not let you think I was afraid of you." The other's perplexity deepened to consternation. "Dear me," he said. "What does thee mean, my son? Why should thee be afraid of me?" He was a very tall gentleman, with a stern but benevolent countenance, and a cut of clothes which made Allen think him a minister. He stood gazing down into the boy's flushed face, still holding the bowie knife. "I have just come from Mississippi," said Allen, with desperate resolution. My cousin gave me that knife so that if I met an abolitionist why. He hesitated. Wonder, horror, incredulity, and amusement chased one another over the features of his Quaker auditor. In the end he put on a look of much gravity, and laid his hand upon Allen's shoulder, and said, "Then, my son, thee may begin with me, for I am an abolitionist." Allen would have given a great deal to be out of that adventure just then. But though he shrank back, he had not the courage to escape. "Thee has perhaps never seen an abolitionist before," said the stranger, after an awkward pause. "No, sir," stammered the boy. "And perhaps thee did not suppose they looked just like me." "No, sir," was his answer again. And the gentleman took his arm and said, smiling, "Let us take a little walk, my son, and talk about it." And so it happened that any of the people of Valley Hall might, had they chanced to be on hand, have seen Allen strolling around the Capitol grounds and talking with a nigger thief as with any honest man, with one who stated serenely that he had helped 2,000 runaway Negroes into Canada. Who was, of all persons, the reputed founder of the Underground Railroad, the notorious Levi Coffin, of Cincinnati. The truth to be told, Allen was dazed. He was actually listening to arguments about the rights of black men, to abolition talk of black men's sufferings. And all from the kindest and dearest, the wisest and wittiest old gentleman that ever he had met in all his life before. And a man who actually gave all his time and wealth to the managing of a store at which people might buy Southern products made by free Negroes, so terrible a thing did he consider slavery. When finally he left the boy, Allen had a feeling as if the universe had been turned upside down and shaken vigorously for several minutes about his ears. "Let me give thee back thy knife, my son," Mr. Coffin had said. "But do promise me that thee will not kill any abolitionists." I don't think I will," stammered Allen. "Try to meet some of them some day," said the other. "They are the best people in the world, believe me. If thee was ever sick, or needy, or in danger, nowhere could thee find people to help thee so much. Suppose, for instance, some wicked man were to steal thee and carry thee away and degrade thee into a chattel and a thing like the beasts that perish, thee could find no one to plead for thee save only among the abolitionists." Chapter 6. Captain Montague rented a house upon Beacon Street, and Allen came slowly to realize that Boston was his home. They had met their relatives, Professor Otis, of Harvard College, and his family. The professor was a grave, dignified man, whose conversation opened out a new world to Allen, who had no suspicion of the existence of the thing called learning. He was a widower, living with his 2 children and his maiden sister, at whom Allen gazed with trembling. She was so much like the picture of his mother at Valley Hall. She opened her heart to the homesick boy at once. And it was only after he had given himself away irrevocably that he made the desperate discovery that she, too, was an abolitionist. She was amused quite a little at his horror, and poor Allen met his second defeat. He took his dreadful bowie knife and hid it away in a drawer. Of his 2 new cousins, Jack, a year younger than himself, a beautiful boy with golden hair and a laugh like a meadow brook, had become his friend on the instant. Little Lucy, 3 years his junior, had proven more difficult, having sat in a corner all the while the boys were playing, staring with wide eyes, and when Allen made advances to her, having suddenly observed, with crushing solemnity, "They tell me that you own slaves." His kind Aunt Mary never wounded him, but with Lucy there were daily arguments, not seldom ending in quarrels, concerning biblical sanctions of slavery, the humanness of black people, and many other questions of the hour. When Allen was first worst by abolitionism, he fled to his father for support. But only once, for Captain Montague had no sense of humor in these matters, and was in his secret soul bitterly afraid of these new influences, and jealous of the effect they might have on his boy. Allen learned at once that whatever misgivings he might have upon such subjects in future must be hidden in his own heart. Henry Montague had always been an irritable little man, but was doubly so since his lameness. It took all his self-control, he would vow excitedly, to live in this infernal city without losing his temper, a statement which had a quaint sound, in view of the fact that he was losing it all day long. He could not then find a newspaper which was not filled with the clamor of the Boston radicals over the course of Daniel Webster. And regularly every morning he would fling down the sheet, and, striking his cane on the floor, exclaim, "Let them go on! Let them go on! The South will be out of the Union in another 3 months, mark my words." And so it might have been, who knows? Persons of philosophical inclination, who like to contemplate the ironies and the mysteries of human fate, may find a subject to their taste in the historical fact that the destiny of this nation to the remotest day, with all the tremendous issues which depend or ever shall depend upon it, was to be determined by a few innocent-looking cherries which were hanging upon some tree, no one knew where. Not the wisest seer that ever was or will be could gaze at American history and tell what it might have been, what tens of thousands of lives might have been spared, or taken what ruin might have been avoided, or wrought had it not been for those few innocent-looking cherries. At this crisis of the nation's fate they came to the hands of General Taylor, who ate them. And 5 days later he was dead, and a compromise man was president. As time passed on, Henry Montagu came to perceive that there was nothing to do but yield to the inevitable. All through the summer the struggle lasted in Washington. But in the end, measure by measure, the bargain was put through. The country seemed literally to sink back and sigh with relief at the end of the agitation. Upon Boston Common a salute of 100 guns was fired. One of the items of the compact, the great concession to the South, was a fugitive slave bill of relentless strictness, one that bade fair to be enforceable at last. Living in Boston as Captain Montagu had been, and perceiving what a bitter pill this was for the North to swallow, he had come, without realizing it, to look upon the bargain as perhaps not quite so one-sided after all. There were said to be 20,000 runaway Negroes in the Free States, and the law might prove of real importance, if enforced. Allen was now going to school, hoping by 2 years of hard study to be able to enter the high school with his cousin, and having been deeply stung by his discovery of the amateurishness of his educational standards. From the first day it was with Allen an individual against a whole environment. Perhaps if he had had help, even a little, if he had been able to consult with his father, for instance, he might have come through with a compromise. But that was not possible. He had to fight the battle all alone. And did not someone somewhere somehow strike every single day a blow at the beautiful structure of his faith that made it shiver to its foundation stones? At the outset, for instance, he had to change his whole conception of the terrible being called abolitionist. Using the word as Allen had always understood it, to refer to anyone who admitted himself opposed in any way to slavery, literally everyone whom the poor boy met was an abolitionist. His playmates were abolitionists, the very servants who waited upon him were abolitionists. His father had engaged a butler, the first free Negro Allen had ever spoken to, a sedate, gray-headed old man. The boy, goaded thereto by the vehement little Lucy, had urged the man to tell him his story. He had been a slave in Kentucky, had spent 10 years of his life earning his freedom by working at night, and then, being cheated out of it and sold, had finally escaped to Canada and earned it once again. And what became of one's life convictions as to the sphere of a nigger in a city where people assured you there were thousands of them free and wealthy, and among the most respected people in the place? And where they invited you to come to their house that evening and make the acquaintance of one. His perception of the difference between northern and southern prosperity had of course not diminished as time went on. But now he met people who assured him that the reason was not the iniquitous tariff at all, but slavery. They were quite ready to demonstrate it by any number of facts, and what could poor Allen answer in return? Then he would bring up the Bible defense, as he had learned it at home, and somebody would present him with a Bible defense of polygamy. The more Allen argued, the more the uncomfortable conviction forced itself upon him, that he did not know as much about slavery as those with whom he talked. He knew only the side of it he had seen at home. But now he was told about all sorts of dreadful things of which he had never dreamed. This statement about the sugar plantations of Louisiana, that it paid better to work the hands to death every 7 years and buy new This statement that Virginia was nothing but a great breeding ground from which 20 or 30,000 Negroes were shipped south every year to make up the deficiency. These stories about Negroes beaten by drunken overseers, about young girls nearly white-souled into shame, about free Negroes kidnapped in the North by ruffians. Allen could only break into rage and rush away, vowing that he would never let anyone speak to him about slavery again. Politically, the slavery question was supposed to be dead. It might have remained so, even in Boston, had it not been for one feature of the Compromise Bill, the relentless fugitive law. The provisions of this act, so the anti-slavery people claimed, set at naught the fundamental principles of our judicial system. They put the burden of proof upon the accused, and they denied him a trial by jury. Also, with strange contempt of appearances, they awarded a double fee to the commissioner who decided the case, whenever he should decide against the Negro. In Boston alone there were thousands who had escaped from the South, some of them 10 and 20 years ago. Many had married in the North and reared families. And now any day the sword might fall upon them. It was very difficult, indeed, for the politicians to persuade people to regard such a question as dead. In the spring of 1851, when Allen had been a year in abolitiondom, and was no longer homesick, but rather very happy and busy, there were wild days of excitement in Boston. First there was a fugitive by the name of Shadrach, who, being lodged in the United States courtroom overnight, was abducted by a band of colored men. When the news reached Washington, the president issued a proclamation, and there were furious debates in Congress. The second case was 2 months later, when a man named Sims, a runaway from Georgia, was seized. The abolitionists placardied the town with incendiary manifestos. But guarded by 300 police and the militia, Sims was got safely aboard ship for Savannah. Yet the finality of the compromise was the platform of both of the political parties in the following year, when they made their presidential nominations. Daniel Webster was the candidate of the New England Whigs, and most terrible to witness had been his efforts for the prize. But he failed overwhelmingly. The party hoped to repeat its previous success with the soldier, and nominated General Scott, Old Fuss and Feathers, as the army called him. Fat and red as a turkey cock, and fully as bustling and pompous, he traveled about the country making ridiculous speeches, and pouring out his boundless affection for everything and everybody who had a vote. It proved all for naught, however. The country preferred Franklin Pierce, the Democratic candidate, an insignificant personage about whom no one knew anything save that he drank too much. In this year died the last two of the trio of giants, Clay and Webster, the latter's place in the Senate being taken by a Boston lawyer named Charles Sumner. A trial it was for Allen's father to read the papers on the morning after this man had made his first speech at Washington, a philippic upon the fugitive slave law. A lawyer of wide culture and travel, a representative of all that was best in the city of Boston, it was truly a thing of significance when he stood up in the Senate and declared that one might as well try to check the rushing waters of Niagara as the anti-slavery agitation. He, a senator sworn to support the Constitution, hurled his defiance at the Fugitive Slave Act. "Beware," he cried, "of the wounds of the wounded souls. Oppress not to the utmost a single heart, for a solitary sigh has power to overset a whole world." The words were very apposite just at that time. One soul had been so oppressed, the wife of a poor college professor in Ohio. Weighed down by the care of many children, she had yet found time to make one effort to utter to the world her feelings. And her book, published in the spring of 1852, had proven the greatest event of the literary kind that had ever happened in the country. 3,000 copies of it were sold upon the first day of its publication, and 300,000 in a year. In England it was published by 18 separate firms in the same period, and it sold 1 million or 2 of copies. It was translated into 20 languages. It was read in the hovel and in the palace. In Armenia and in Finland the peasantry of Italy were so shaken by Il Tom that the Pope had to forbid them to read it. It was turned into a play. It filled 2 houses in gay Paris, and in this country it left room for scarcely anything else at the theaters. It raised such a tempest, it shook men so, that not even the South could do without it. Boys went through the trains and steamboats in the slave states with armfuls of yellow-covered novels, probably the only piece of abolition literature that was read in the South, before or after. Uncle Tom's Cabin was one of those books like Pilgrim's Progress and Robinson Crusoe, which make their way into the world of literature from below, and are classics before the literati have discovered them. Even now it is the fashion to speak of it as having historical rather than literary interest, and when, after 50 years, it is still the most popular novel in the country, and as a play supports a score of stock companies all the year round, and is heard by probably 50,000 persons every week. The fact seems doubly strange in view of the recognition that the critics of its own day gave it. It was praised without stint by such widely different personages as Whittier and Heine, Lowell and Lord Palmerston, Macaulay and George Sand. In truth, its literary faults are evident enough, its skeleton sticks through its every joint. But he who can read 100 pages of it, for the first or the 20th time, with dry eyes, is not an enviable person. It was, when it appeared, and it has remained to this day, the most unquestionable piece of inspiration in American fiction. And probably nowhere in the literature of all the world is there a book more packed and charged with the agony and heartbreak of woman. It was very trying to statesmen to have such a work appear just after they had settled the question, a work which, said Rufus Choate, who had sneered at the glittering generalities of the Declaration of Independence, will make 2 millions of abolitionists. To be sure, there were no effects immediately visible, but it gave a frightful impetus to that din and roll and rub-a-dub of abolition presses and abolition lecturers, which, as Webster knew by bitter experience, was sure to result sooner or later in situations embarrassing to presidential candidates. In the midst of the excitement, Allen's father read the book. In a conversation the boy heard him vehemently denounce its degrading Negro sentimentalism, and he carried this phrase around with him for over a year and a half, and made it his stock reply to anyone who spoke to him about Uncle Tom's Cabin. But, as often happens, a too zealous defender of his own side brought about the boy's undoing. There were many refutations of Uncle Tom composed by the indignant South, and one of these was judged orthodox reading for Allen. The result was that his curiosity was so piqued that one day in the Christmas holidays of the year 1853, seeing an old copy in a bookstore, he bought it and hid it away in his room. Allen was 15, not yet old enough to resist a story. As he read it, that never-to-be-forgotten night, two emotions seized him, and grew side by side, one of agonized sympathy for human creatures in the grip of a frightful evil, and the other a dazed realization that this evil was nothing else than the peculiar institution of the South. All Allen's life he had had a dream of something which he lacked, and for which no substitute had ever quite sufficed: a mother's love. And here was a mother's book, every line of it seemed to bring him face to face with the very mother soul. What bore it so far, what made it thrill a score of nations, but that everlasting motherness that was in it, a mother's passionate tenderness, a mother's frantic claspingness, a mother's terror at destruction, at cruelty and wounds and death. This woman had buried children, had parted from portions of her soul. And every love, no matter how humble and poor, that ever the wickedness of things had wronged, was voiced in the fearful heartbreak of her book. Have I not guarded them, it seemed to cry. Have I not borne them, with agony such as you cannot dream? Have I not nursed them, toiled for them with endless weariness? Are they not parts of me, flesh of my flesh and soul of my soul, and now will you destroy them? In 3 years the boy had grown quite used to the abstract statement that slaves had feelings like us. But it was quite another thing to have them laid before you. Allen was like the senator of the story. He had voted for the rendition of fugitives, but when one suddenly appeared at his door, shivering and helpless, he turned abolitionist and nigger thief. He fought as long as he could, but in the end he gave himself up to that story, and writhed and suffered, and turned away sobbing convulsively, and then brushed away the tears and read again. When at last he came to himself he had read nearly all of the book, and it was daylight. He put out his light and tried to go to sleep, but he could not. When he came downstairs he was so pale and his eyes so red that his father gave a start when he saw him. The boy made the best excuse he could. He had been sick and had not slept. As soon as he could get away, he went back to his room and lost himself in the story again. When he read the last scenes of the death of Uncle Tom, that tremendous piece of writing seemed to him almost more than he could bear. Alone in the midst of black night and horror he fought the fearful battle of the old Negro's soul, and when he closed the book there were beads of perspiration on his forehead. Alan bore the misery about with him for a week, speaking of it to no one. At last, however, he could stand it no more, and fled to his uncle's house. He chanted to meet Professor Otis just coming out of his door, and caught him by the arm and dragged him into the parlor. "Uncle William," he said swiftly, "you must help me." And when his uncle inquired in alarm what was the matter, the boy whispered, in a voice of awe, "I have been reading Uncle Tom's Cabin." The other uttered a long-drawn "oh." "Yes," said Alan, swiftly, "I read it twice, and it's dreadful." The professor put his arm about him gently. "Poor boy," he said, "it must have come hard." "Uncle William," the boy exclaimed, "you must tell me something, the honest truth, you must." "I will, Alan. What is it?" "I want to know if it is true. I want to know if such things can ever happen." "I fear that they do, Alan," was the answer. "I have known of such cases. I can't believe it," he rushed on. "I can't believe it. They couldn't be allowed in the world. People would find out about them." "People do find out about them, Alan," said the professor, gravely. "But then when they do they are called abolitionists, and no one will believe them. You would find that happening to yourself if you took the trouble to make sure." "I am going to find out about it," cried Alan, passionately. "I mean to know the truth. I mean to. I mean to." Professor Otis drew the boy toward him, meantime gazing in front of him with knitted brows. Then suddenly a light dawned, and he said, "I will tell you what we can do, Alan. I had an engagement tonight, but I will break it and go with you. I remember the date, the 4th of January, and the chance is too good to miss. You stay here to dinner, and this evening we will go to hear something interesting. I won't tell you what, but you shall have a chance to make up your own mind." They went to some theater. It seemed to be the professor's wish to keep his nephew from forming any opinions in advance. He took him in a carriage, and whisked him into the place before he had a chance to glance at the signs outside. The audience seemed to be composed of more refined people than usual. A sudden wild thought flashed over the boy, and he turned and whispered, "Uncle William, is this an abolition meeting?" The professor smiled and answered, "No, not quite," and Alan sat back. He waited patiently, until all at once the audience began vigorously to applaud, and then with a sudden jump the boy sat forward, his mouth flying open very wide. Walking out upon the platform, dressed in evening costume and smiling to the multitude, was a great, big, woolly-headed Negro. Professor Otis had his hand firmly on his nephew's arm, as he would upon a restive colt to calm him. And Alan fell back with a gasp. For perhaps half a minute the Negro stood bowing. Then, the audience having at last become still, he clasped his hands behind his back, and opened his mouth, and actually began to speak. Chapter 7. He was a very tall and powerfully built man of about 35, a mulatto. His face was typically African, and yet it was more, it seemed like an idealization, by an artist in heroic mood. Pain and suffering were written upon it, and grim resolution lurked about the mouth. The forehead was broad and bold, and the eyes intense. The man spoke with perfect self-possession, as if he had been used to it all his life. Also he possessed a voice of depth and power. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "when they told me that I was wanted to talk once more in Boston, I said to myself that here, at least, would be something new. For wherever I am asked to speak, someone of the managing committee invariably comes to me beforehand and says, "We wish that you would tell your story. We are sure that the audience wants to hear that. We don't think that you could possibly say anything that would count for so much as your story." And of course, my friends, that is very true, but it is also very hard on me. I assure you that it is a trial to travel up and down the American continent telling the same story night after night for years. And so now I said to myself that at least in Boston everybody knows my story, and so I may indulge such originality as God has given me. But, ladies and gentlemen, an hour ago as I sat at dinner I was handed this note which I have in my hand, and which is signed by a very well-known gentleman of your city. "My dear Frederick, I am coming tonight to hear you and to bring a young Southern friend, who is agitated upon the subject of slavery. I pray you, do not discuss abstractions tonight. Tell your story." The speaker paused, and the audience laughed and applauded. Allen had turned scarlet, and was trembling, feeling as if every eye in the place was upon him. "I see my correspondent here in the room," said the orator, as he folded up the letter and put it in his pocket. "So I shall have to comply, I fear, and you, the rest of the audience, will have to make out as you can." The rest of the audience applauded rigorously. The lecturer had been a slave upon the plantation of one Colonel Edward Lloyd, in the Tuckahoe district of the eastern shore of Maryland. It was a fever-ridden country, whose soil was sandy and worn out and whose inhabitants were decayed and spiritless. The plantation was one of the largest in Maryland, and its owner one of the wealthiest and most aristocratic planters in the state. The speaker had been the property of his steward and had grown up in an isolated spot, with many other children, in an old ramshackle cabin under the care of his aged grandmother. He described his life there, quietly and in the simplest language. But not 2 minutes had passed before he had Allen spellbound. This man had a gift of vision, and his every sentence was charged with an intensity of feeling which took it straight to the listener's heart. A strange, an almost miraculous experience it was for the young Southerner. A trembling came over him, and he found himself clutching his seat and bending forward. Could anybody have persuaded him an hour ago that someone might present him with a view of the South absolutely new to him, of whose existence he had never even dreamed, and yet which brought with its every detail the evidence of its own indisputable veracity, a picture of slavery by the slave? What a curious situation! You did not know how old you were, or who your father was, or where your brothers and sisters lived. Your mother had to walk 24 miles after working all day as a field hand to pay a visit to her boy. You belonged to someone, and you did not understand why, or whence, or for what purpose. And when the slave child went away to the great plantation, how very true it was, every detail of it. The crowded quarters, the barns, the stables, the storehouses, the kitchens, the wash houses, the hen houses, the dairies, the arbors, the great house with its porticos and lawns, its driveways and shrubbery. But what a singular way was this to have it appear to one! It is one of those secluded and out-of-the-way places which exist, even in the state of Maryland, seldom visited by a ray of healthy public sentiment, where slavery, wrapped in its own congenial midnight darkness, can and does develop all its malign and shocking characteristics. Nearly all the plantations or farms in the vicinity belong to Colonel Lloyd, and those which do not are owned by personal friends of his, as deeply interested in maintaining the slave system in all its rigor as Colonel Lloyd himself. The plantation is a little nation of its own, having its own language, its own rules, regulations, and customs. The laws and institutions of the state touch it nowhere. There are no conflicting rights of property, for everything is owned by one man. Religion and politics are alike excluded. In its isolation it resembles what the baronial domains were during the Middle Ages in Europe. Grim, cold, and unapproachable by all genial influences from without, there it stands full 300 years behind the age in all that relates to humanity and morals. The man told the story of his childhood, in its utter loneliness and desolation. He pictured Aunt Katy, the steward's cook, a terrible virago who fed most of the food allowance to her own children, and left the rest to starve. He told how he had drunk the water the meat was cooked in, and fought for crumbs with the dogs. How at night he slept in the chimney corner with his legs in the ashes to keep them warm, or crawled into the meal sack in the closet, his feet being sometimes so cracked with the cold that one might put a nail into them. And then suddenly the man's manner changed. A fire leaped to his countenance, and his sentences seemed to crack and sparkle. He turned to picture another side of plantation life, the one which Allen knew well. And the latter sat literally shaking. The close-fisted stinginess that fed the poor slave on coarse cornmeal and tainted meat, that clothed him in crashy tow linen, and hurried him on to toil through the field in all weathers, with wind and rain beating through his tattered garments that scarcely gave even the young slave mother time to nurse her hungry infant in the fence corner, wholly vanishes on approaching the sacred precincts of the great house, the home of the Lloyds. Here the scriptural phrase finds an exact illustration. The highly favored inmates of the mansion are literally arrayed in purple and fine linen, and fare sumptuously every day. The table groans under the heavy and blood-bought luxuries, gathered with painstaking care, at home and abroad. Fields, forests, rivers, and seas are made tributary here. Immense wealth, and its lavish expenditure, fill the great house with all that can please the eye or tempt the taste. Here appetite, not food, is the great desideratum. Chickens, ducks of all kinds, wild and tame, guinea fowls, turkeys, geese, and peafowls are in their several pens, fat and fattening for the destined vortex. Swans, partridges, pheasants, and pigeons. Beef, veal, mutton, and venison. The teeming riches of the Chesapeake, trout, oysters, crabs, and terrapin. The dairy, too, probably the finest on the eastern shore. The fertile garden, many acres in size, with its scientific gardener, imported from Scotland. Baltimore gathers figs, almonds, and juicy grapes from Spain, wines and brandies from France, all conspiring to swell the tide of high life, where pride and indolence roll, loll, and lounge in magnificence and satiety. Behind the tall-backed and elaborately wrought chairs stand the servants, men and maidens, 15 in number, discriminately selected, not only with a view to their faithfulness, but with special regard to their personal appearance, their graceful agility and captivating address. Some of these are armed with fans, and are fanning reviving breezes toward the overheated brows of the alabaster ladies. Others watch with eager eyes, and with fawn-like step anticipate and supply all wants. These servants constitute the black aristocracy upon Colonel Lloyd's plantation. They resemble the field hands in nothing except in color. The delicate colored maid rustles in the scarcely worn silk of her young mistress, while the servant men are equally well attired from the overflowing wardrobe of their young masters. So that in dress, as well as in form and feature, in manner and speech, in taste and habits, the distance between these favored few, and the sorrow and hunger-smitten multitudes of the quarter and the fields, is immense. In the toil of these latter even horses and hounds are merry. In the stable you will find, kept only for pleasure, full 35 horses of the most approved blood for speed and beauty. Over the way from the stable is a house built especially for the hounds, a pack of 25 or 30, whose fare would have made glad the hearts of a dozen slaves. Nor is this all. There is practiced at the Lloyds a hospitality which must astonish and charm any health-seeking northern divine or merchant. Viewed from his own table, and not from the field, Colonel Lloyd is a model of generous hospitality. His house is literally a hotel for weeks during the summer months. On these occasions all that pride, taste, and money can do to dazzle and charm is done. Who can say that the servants of Colonel Lloyd are not well clad and cared for, after witnessing one of his magnificent entertainments? Who can say that they do not seem to glory in being the slaves of such a master? Who, but a fanatic, can get up any sympathy for persons whose every movement is agile, easy, and graceful, and who evince a consciousness of high superiority? And observe that this is all that visitors ever do see, or that the inmates themselves see, for that matter. Colonel Lloyd would not know one of his own field hands if he passed him. He knows only his steward, who in turn knows the overseer of each of the farms. And who of his guests visits the quarters, where in the night time sleep fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, all in one room, upon a damp clay floor, wrapped in a single blanket, and crowded by the dying fire? Who asks to see the hospitals, where men and women lie upon bare boards in a house with broken windows and open door through which the rain beats, suffering, rotting, in the agonies of every horrible disease? Who asks about the hearts that are broken about mothers and children, husbands and wives, who are torn apart forever, when Austin Woldfolk, the slave buyer, comes once a month to take away from the plantation its increase? Who tramps to the fields, where vulgar coarseness and brutal cruelty spread themselves and flourish, rank as weeds in the tropics? Where a vile beast, in the shape of a man, rides, walks, or struts about, dealing blows, and leaving gashes upon broken-spirited men and helpless women just out of childbirth, for $30 a month, a business so horrible, hardening, and disgraceful that rather than engage in it a decent man would blow his own brains out. Unperceived the man had grown terrible in his anger. Lightning shot from his eyes, and his voice rose like the storm wind as suddenly he raised his clenched hands to the sky. And who are you, what are you, that you dare this infamy? By what right, by what power, do you stand thus upon the backs of toiling human creatures? Do you own them, as if they were beasts of the field that you might eat? By what right do you riot in luxury and spread yourself a splendor, made whole out of the blood and tears and agonies of these thousands of immortal souls? What have you done for them, what do you do for them, that they should have reared this palace for you and for your family and your guests, your horses and your dogs? You young Southerner, slaveholder, what, has it never occurred to you in all your life before? Have you ridden out over your teeming acres, watched us toiling in the blistering sun, hour after hour, without rest or hope, seen the lash laid upon our naked and bleeding backs, and never even dreamed that we had souls? Look at me, look at me. Have not I a soul? Have not I a will, a vision, a God like you? Hopes and loves, joys and sorrows, rights like you? Hath not a slave eyes? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you poison us, do we not die? And yet you dare to sell us with your horses and your dogs. Back there in that night of horror I left brothers and sisters. They are scattered like the clouds in the sky, and never on this earth shall I find them again. And yet you dream that you can perpetrate such infamy and there not be poured out upon you somehow, somewhere, fire and destruction from the heaven of an all-just and all-merciful God. The man paused. And the audience burst forth in a storm of acclamation, in the midst of which Allen sat shuddering. When the orator again proceeded, it was in a low, quiet tone. Many things I could tell you that I have seen on that plantation, were my time not limited. I have seen a man shot dead because he stood in the river and refused to come out when called. I have seen a woman who had been beaten over the head with a hickory cudgel by a drunken overseer, sent back with curses because she dared come to the steward to complain. I have seen a woman tied up by the wrists and beaten upon her naked back because she refused to yield herself to the steward's lust. But I must go on to my later years, to the time when I was suddenly, by God's providence, as I have always believed, taken out of this home of all darkness. The speaker went on to tell of his being sent on to Baltimore to serve a little boy relative of the family, and of his kind mistress, who first taught him to read, and then tried to prevent him, when her husband had shown her its unwisdom. Step by step you saw how the soul of that beautiful and kind lady was turned to harshness and bitterness by this effort to watch and keep down and circumvent another human creature. Strange and painful was his picture of his childish groping for light in the midst of this darkness, until at last the truth was found. Next, the steward, his master, died, and the estate was divided, and his lot changed again. This time he found himself in St. Michael's, an oyster-fishing village of Maryland, notable for the drunken and sodden character of its inhabitants. There he became the property of a Captain Auld, who had got religion and taken to singing psalms, but who fed his slaves upon half a peck of cornmeal a week. Finding his new slave rebellious, he at last hired him for a year to one covey, a savage creature whose reputation as a Negro breaker enabled him to hire labor for his farm for almost nothing. It made his hearers shiver, the Negro's picture of this character, of his green, snake-like eyes, his sneaking watchfulness, and his ferocious cruelty. The slave felt, as he trudged to his farm, one bitter January morning like a fish in the net, being drawn to the shore. I am but the sport of a power which makes no account, either of my welfare or of my happiness. I have been spoiled and made tender by kindness in Baltimore. I have developed a mind. And now, like a wild young working animal, I am to be broken to the yoke of a bitter and lifelong bondage. The first day his clothing was torn from his back, and 3 black gum ox goads worn out upon him. From the dawn of day until darkness was complete at evening I was kept at hard work, in the fields or the woods. At certain seasons of the year we were all kept in the fields until 11 and 12 o'clock at night. If at any time in my life more than another I was made to drink the bitterest dregs of slavery, that time was during the first 6 months of my stay with Mr. Covey. We were worked all weathers. It was never too hot nor too cold. It could never rain, snow, or blow too hard for us to work in the fields. Mr. Covey succeeded in breaking me. I was broken in body, soul, and spirit. My natural elasticity was crushed. My intellect languished. My disposition to read departed. The cheerful spark that lingered about my eye died. The dark night of slavery closed in upon me, and behold a man transformed into a brute. Never did Allen forget in all his life the feeling that rushed over him as he listened to those words. There was no need for him to listen more. The work with him had been done. Yet he sat, shuddering, while the Negro described the climax, how, when he fell panting in the field one hot July day, the man gashed his head with a hickory slab, and how later he ran away, and fainting and almost dying, blood-stained and horrible, confronted his owner, only to be sent back, with the excuse that otherwise his year's wages would be lost. For a week he hid in the swamps, cared for by another slave, and when he returned at last and the farmer attempted to beat him, in a sudden burst of fury he confronted him and fought him off. It was death to a slave to resist his master. But this man, as it chanced, had his reputation as a Negro breaker to keep, and would not let it be publicly known that he had tried in vain to beat a 16-year-old boy. During the 6 months more that the slave lived with him, he never laid hands upon him again. "You can kill me, but you cannot beat me," was the slave's defiance. Many other adventures the man told. In the end he had found himself in Baltimore, whence he had made his escape. He passed over these things with a few brief words. And then, cast loose from the restraint of his narrative, rushed on in bursts of impassioned eloquence, of denunciation, sarcasm, pleading almost of tears. Never but once before had Allen heard anyone like him, and that was Yancey. When the man closed, his auditor was breathless and dazed, and with every principle of his whole boyhood scattered into confusion. He came out of the place and walked down the street in silence. They had left the crowded thoroughfares and were walking through the common, before the boy at last looked up and asked faintly, "Uncle William, who is that man?" "His name is Frederick Douglass," was the reply. And again Allen said nothing, but walked on. Then suddenly he broke out with passionate vehemence, "I hope that you don't suppose that our Negroes are ever starved." "I don't, Allen," said his uncle. "I don't imagine that gentlemen at the South treat their servants any worse than I treat mine. But if everyone in the world were a gentleman, my boy, it would solve a very great many problems. My brother-in-law sat at the bedside of a runaway in Philadelphia, who had walked for 6 days and nights in the snow, until his legs were frozen and he became insane. That man had his back simply cut up into shreds, and every one of his fingernails torn out." The boy winced, but made no sound. "And think of girls, often the daughters of Southern gentlemen, and well brought up. Think of their being sold in the open market." "They wouldn't be sold," the boy exclaimed. "A gentleman would not." "Ah, yes," the other interrupted. "But suppose he fails in business, or his house burns down and he can't pay his debts. Suppose he dies, and his heirs can't agree upon a division? Why, Alan, beautiful girls nearly white are sold every day in New Orleans for 8 or 10 times as much as an ordinary slave would bring. It is well known that a daughter of Thomas Jefferson was sold there long ago for $1,000. The boy walked on again, too much hurt to speak. Of course, his uncle continued, not all slaves are men of genius like Douglas. If they were, the thing would soon cease, I assure you. Many of them, from what I gather, must be very sodden, and suffer very little. I think it would be a long time before slavery ended in this country if only the slaves were to be considered. But we are fighting slavery, Alan, for the wrong it does the white man. You mean because it is wicked to have slaves? Fundamentally, yes, because it is a system based upon force, and therefore making impossible the highest types of civilization. Southern society, in spite of all its refinement, is really, so far as intellectual things are concerned, entirely provincial and sterile. It has made not the slightest contribution to civilization in literature, or science, or art, or philosophy, nor would it in 1,000 years. 2 or 3 years ago Alan would have been vehement over such words. Now, however, he was silent. You hear slavery justified, the other went on, because the Negroes are inferior, but it is not only the Negroes it degrades. Look at the working classes of the whites. You do not need me to point out the difference between a New England farmer and a Southern poor white, and that is simply another of the effects of a system that puts a stigma upon labor and stifles independence. A poor man in the South will not work beside Negroes, and he cannot compete for the good soil with the great planters. So he squats on the used-up lands, and sinks lower every year. And the Southern slaveholder tells us that this is none of our business. But unfortunately the system is on the aggressive, and we have come face to face with the fact that either we must put it down or prepare to be put down by it. Alan started. This statement was familiar. Why is that? He asked. Everything that lives has to grow, Professor Otis answered. And especially is this true of slavery. A slave is a very wasteful machine. He converts into energy a very small percentage of his fuel. The result is that it pays to cultivate with slave labor only the very finest soil, and that superficially. When you have raised 10 or 20 crops of cotton on a field, then you have to have a new field, and so on forever. Virginia, for instance, used to be a great exporting state. It used to pay to roll tobacco in casks 100 miles to market. But now Virginia is going to waste, and raises hardly enough for her own population. It does not pay, because the demand from the South keeps the price of slaves so high. So in another generation it will be with Mississippi and Texas, and in another with Mexico and Central America, if the South has her way. The Mexican War was, of course, nothing but a slaveholders' crusade, in which unprincipled Northern politicians, like Polk and Buchanan, were used as tools. It was the most desperate act that slavery has yet ventured, and did more to awaken the North to the state of affairs than all the abolition outcry of 15 years. The meaning of it was, of course, simply that slavery was eating out the heart of its present dominion, and had to have more or die. The South is poor, you know, and does not know the reason. Strange to the boy were these sentences, throwing light upon things difficult to be understood. But Yancey said, he put in, that the reason was the tariff. That is nonsense, Professor Otis replied. Manufacturers are perfectly established in this country, and there is free competition except in special cases. Protection can have little effect under such circumstances. I do not deny that the tariff once hurt the South. It taxed the whole people to support home manufactures. But if the South lost by that, it was simply the weakness of her system that you cannot make mechanics out of slaves. He said, ventured Allen again, that the South did not want any manufactures. Very well, replied the other, but then the South must take the consequence, which is simply defeat in the race of life. For whether Mr. Yancey likes it or not, it is a fact which no student would deny, that the manufacturing is a higher stage of civilization than the agricultural. And that a society which cannot take the step must simply be left behind. They walked in silence for a time, Alan's head in a whirl. It is terrible to see it so, he exclaimed. You cannot imagine it. I have been here long enough to see it. But you cannot ever get the South to. That will not make any difference, said the other. Ah, but it will, cried the boy. For they won't stand it, they won't be left behind. That's just the thing, just as sure as this war on slavery is kept up they'll break up the Union, they'll secede. The other looked grave. Yes, he said, I know all about that. But in the first place, I much doubt if they will. Oh, but Uncle William, you don't know them. Why, I believe Jefferson Davis would carry Mississippi out of the Union tomorrow if he could hear you talk. The professor smiled. It will take a long time, Alan, he said, to convince me that all the South would follow him. But if they do, why, there will be nothing to do but bring them back. Alan started. How do you mean, he cried. You mean by force? I surely do, said the other. The boy stopped short in his amazement. You mean to conquer the South, he gasped. I do, said the other. But Alan could scarcely find words. Uncle William, you can't mean that. Why, the whole world couldn't conquer the South. Professor Otis smiled. Evidently the thought is new to you, he said. Dear Alan, someone ought to tell Mr. Davis about it before it is too late. For if the South should try to break up this union, I do not see what an American who knew what his country means could do except to die trying to prevent it. And why? Gasped the boy. Simply because it would mean the ruin and the end of everything that we call American. America means freedom and progress. And split this country up, and you would have standing armies and European alliances. And just one generation of it would be enough to extinguish every hope and every ideal that we Americans live for. I cannot understand, went on the speaker, how any thinking man can expect this government to die without a struggle. Look, for instance, at the Mississippi. Do you think the Northwest would permit a hostile power to hold its mouth? And the territories, who would get them? And the forts at the South, do you suppose that any administration would dare to give them up without a fight? Why, Alan, it is madness. But, Uncle William, cried the boy, who was trembling, the South has a right to secede. Constitutionally, you mean? Yes. I never heard, said the other, of a constitution which provided for its own death. Of course the Constitution says nothing about it, in plain words. But obviously the idea of its makers was to devise something to knit the states together. The process has been going on now for 60 or 70 years, and I assure you, Alan, that the man who assumes it has failed takes much for granted. Some of us think that we are a nation, with a nation's work in the world to do. Mr. Davis thinks we aren't, but don't let him make any mistake about it. It will take a revolution to prove it, and revolution is war. It is an awful thing to say, exclaimed Alan. Yes, the other answered. And so seems this disunion talk to me. Very few men care for truth, you know, and yet truth is a terrible goddess, and most frightfully does she punish those who neglect her. These people who talk disunion, they have grown up with peace and liberty, and they have forgotten the stern facts of life. For these blessings that we find so fair, they were all won by the blood and tears of countless ages. They were torn out of chaos by grim force, and by grim force they were held above the reach of all the powers of destruction. This thing that you hear called sovereignty, believe me, it is no mere abstraction. It is the combined self-preservation instincts of countless millions of people, of all their ideals, and of all their traditions. We are quiet-looking men. But take my word for it, Alan, the person who laid a hand on this country's flag to tear it, would stir up a frenzy of execration in this one state, my boy. I think every man in it would march out to die. Alan was striding on, his head whirling, his hands clenched tightly in his pockets. Conquer the South, he was whispering to himself. Great God! Conquer the South? It couldn't be done, Uncle William, he half shouted, suddenly. It couldn't be done. Perhaps not, said the other, quietly. Goethe says that only man can achieve the impossible. We have our souls, you know, and they might rise to the occasion. That would be the question at issue, Alan, that and that only. Perhaps with our universities and presses and other agencies of light we could summon mankind to the effort and save the nation, and the heritage of liberty and light our fathers left us. Perhaps, on the other hand, we should fail and have no more part in civilization than the South American states. Men who teach this doctrine of secession ought to follow it to its end, went on Professor Otis, after a pause. If the South may secede, why, then, may a state secede from the South? I have read all these arguments of Calhoun's. For instance, Calhoun admired the Constitution of Poland. Here was a decentralized government, any night could rise in its assembly and forbid any law, and was not that South Carolina in full operation? But now where is Poland? You see what I mean by the sternness of things. Poland saw it in the end, and all her contumacious knights saw it. We find everything so quiet and peaceful, we forget that there are enemies outside who do not love our ways, who eye us hungrily and hatefully, would tear us to pieces if they only dared. And Mr. Davis wants to cut us into convenient sections for the benefit of England and France. My grandfather used to say that, said Alan, in a low voice. All the old patriots saw it perfectly, said the other. And they all hated slavery, too. Patrick Henry and Washington and Jefferson were every one of them abolitionists, all freed their slaves. But since then the cotton gin has been invented, and now there is an oligarchy at the South whose power is based on slavery, and whose attitude toward all the rest of the nation is simply one of rule or ruin. We are supposed now to have concluded a solemn compact. But wait and see how long before it is broken. We have faithfully kept our part, even the dreadful fugitive slave law. But see if I do not speak the truth if the South does not break it again before long. My own course in this whole matter would be one of utter passiveness. I would give no pretext for aggression, I would only wait. And if the South will only wait, too, why the silent, irresistible forces of civilization will work out freedom in another score of years. We have made sure of almost all of the new territory. 34 years ago our fathers saved all beyond Missouri, and now we have California, and we'll have New Mexico. And every year emigrants are filling up those new lands, and drawing a band of fire close around slavery. And if only it can be done quietly and diplomatically, we shall have the ugly fellow caught before he knows it, and you and I may sit and watch him suffocate to death. I pray for that, my boy. It would be so much better than secession, and war. They had come to Professor Otis's house, and halted. Do you want me to go round home with you? He asked. No, replied Alan, do not bother. Good night, said his uncle, and gripped his hand. These are hard things, I know, but you will come through. The boy turned and hurried away. He had heard too much, his head was in a whirl. He could not go home, instead he walked on and on, he did not notice where. He was going over and over those terrible ideas, battling with visions of war and terror. When he looked about him again he was back in the crowded districts of the city, upon brilliantly lighted Washington Street, with its rows of shops. We shall have the ugly fellow caught before he knows it, he was whispering to himself, and you and I may sit and watch him suffocate to death. Then suddenly he stopped, on the edge of a crowd he could not pass. It was extended beyond the curbstone, and he had started to go around it, when his ear was caught by a word, and he glanced about him. The crowd, murmuring hoarsely with excitement, was crushing forward toward the window of a newspaper office, in front of which a bulletin board was placed. The first line of it the boy could read, and his heart gave a sudden wild leap. He plunged in, and dug his way forward until he could see it all. The letters as he read them seemed like the fulfillment of a prophecy, all the things his uncle had foretold to him only an hour earlier. Missouri Compromise repealed. Report of Senate Committee upon Nebraska throws all territories open to slavery. Declares unconstitutional a compact of 34 years standing. Senator Douglas out for the presidency bidding for the Southern vote. And underneath flashed 3 words more. The crowd did not see them, but they danced a demon dance before Allen's eyes. Secession, and War. Book 2. The Crisis. Chapter I. The year 1819 had seen the first dispute about slavery in the halls of Congress, an event which, as Jefferson wrote from his retreat at Monticello, disturbed him like a fire bell in the night. In that year the admission of Missouri as a slave state had been contested, and it was finally agreed, as a compromise, that the state should be admitted, but that hereafter her southern boundary 36°30' was to be the border line between slavery and freedom. The principle of congressional control of slavery in the territories had been established already by the Ordinance of 1787. But now, while many of the founders were still living, it was given renewed sanction. The cabinet of President Monroe, in which was John C. Calhoun, declaring unanimously the constitutionality of the act. In February of 1847 that doctrine had first been impugned, by Calhoun himself, who now declared that slaves were property, to be taken anywhere in the federal territory. This portentous doctrine was at first not taken seriously by anyone. Even Jefferson Davis had not dared in 1850 to stand out for more than a continuation of the Missouri line to the Pacific, and this program his state had found too radical. Now, indeed, it was a sign of the times to make one stare when, 4 years later, the wild doctrine of Calhoun was definitely adopted by the party in power at Washington. Part of the Compromise of 1850 was the arrangement that Utah and New Mexico were to be allowed to choose between slavery and freedom for themselves. On the 4th day of January, 1854, Stephen A. Douglas, chairman of the Senate Committee on Territories, brought in a report declaring that it had been the purpose of the compromise to establish this new principle soon to be called popular sovereignty in all the territories. Upon the general quiet and satisfaction which had prevailed in the country ever since 1850, this report broke like a clap of thunder from a cloudless sky. Men stared at each other, asking what it could mean. It was long before the South could persuade itself that it was not some trick. It was convinced only by the clamor which filled all the North, as soon as the meaning of the move was perceived. In that year there were 4 men hungrily stalking the next presidential nomination: General Cass, of Michigan, who had run against Taylor, and hoped for better luck next time. Marcy, of New York, who was now Secretary of State and was issuing manifestos to the effete monarchies of Europe. Buchanan, of Pennsylvania, who, at the head of Polk's cabinet, had carried through the Mexican War conspiracy. And, finally, Douglas, of Illinois. The Democratic Party of that time was a combination of the slave-holding aristocracy of the South with the lowest classes of the cities of the North. And Stephen Arnold Douglas was a representative of the latter. He was a public man about whose motives there could be no need to call in the recording angel to decide. Master of all the intricacies of the brutal game of politics, he played it without a scruple and with scarcely a pretense. When he first came to Washington he brought with him the manners of the bar-room. In Congress he stripped off and cast away his cravat, unbuttoned his waistcoat, and had the air and aspect of a half-naked pugilist. A man of enormous energy, vehement, aggressive, a master of rough-and-tumble oratory, of sophistry as well as of abuse, he now leaped suddenly into the van and seized the black banner of slavery, to rush it to the fore. North and west of Missouri were vast lands, the material of 6 states. Hungry plotters from the west were in Washington, and they had shown him the way. If he did not take the chance, someone else would. And behind the man who took it, the whole South would rally in an instant. The gift of the next nomination was in the hands of the South. The excitement which the stroke awakened exceeded anything the country had ever known before. The Free Soil Democrats in Congress issued a ringing appeal, and press and pulpit thundered their protests in every city of the North. There were public meetings, addressed not only by the anti-slavery leaders, but by all those conservative persons who had supported the compromise. Congress was deluged with petitions. There came one signed by 80% of all the clergymen of New England, protesting against the bill as a great moral wrong, a measure full of danger to the peace, and even the existence, of our beloved Union. Douglas, being without moral perception, had had no means of foreseeing these things, and had now no means of understanding them. He saw in them only the plotting of his enemies, and in his first defense of the measure he gave on the Senate floor a shocking exhibition of brutality. He must have perceived very soon that he had overshot the mark. He could, so he declared, have traveled from Boston to Chicago by the light of his own burning effigies. But there was no turning back. The representatives of the South in Congress were aroused. With the help of Jefferson Davis, now Secretary of War, the weak-minded president was prevailed upon to make the bill an administration measure, and to bring to its support the full power of that legalized bribery known as patronage. Douglas himself fought the fight upon the Senate floor, and in the lobby of the House, for 4 months and a half, a fight which spectators and historians have condescended to admire, and which was in fact the most revolting exhibition of knavery that our Congress has ever seen. The fugitive law did much to unglow the eyes of men, wrote Emerson, and now the Nebraska bill leaves us staring. Never before had Boston been so stirred, or so unanimous. And on the 24th of May, 2 days after the bill had been jammed through the House, came an incident as if devised to put its feelings to the test. A Negro named Anthony Burns was arrested in the city as a fugitive slave. The news of it was like a handful of gunpowder flung upon a fire. The city was covered with placards calling the people to arms, and in Faneuil Hall there was a furious meeting, in which Theodore Parker and Wendell Phillips delivered wild harangues. In the midst of the excitement the cry was heard that an attack was being made upon the courthouse, and the meeting, turned into a mob of 2,000, rushed to assist. They found clergymen and Negroes battering in the door with axes and heavy timbers, and in the struggle which followed Wentworth Higginson was wounded, and one of the marshal's guard was killed. As a consequence, 2 companies of artillery were ordered out, and later on Marines from the Navy Yard, soldiers from Fort Independence, and the militia of Boston. So that when the examination of Burns began, it is narrated that the courthouse had the air of a beleaguered fortress. Crowds were pouring in from all over Massachusetts, and public meetings were being held. In the midst of it all, to the consternation of Allen, his father walked grimly out, armed with 2 pistols, and had himself enrolled in the special guard of the marshal, who watched the prisoner day and night, over 100 strong. It was strange company in which the heroic Mississippian found himself. Richard Henry Dana, who was the counsel for the Negro, declared that in consequence of its assemblage the people had not felt it necessary to lock their doors at night. The brothels are tenanted only by women, fighting dogs and racing horses have been unemployed, and Ann Street and its alleys and cellars show signs of a coming millennium. It might be added that for this piece of eloquence the author-lawyer was waylaid and sandbagged by one of the offended posse. On the 2nd of June the fugitive was adjudged to his owner, and there remained only the task of taking him out of Boston. Along the route of the procession windows were draped in mourning and flags displayed at half-mast, or with the Union down. 50,000 people lined the route, filling the air with hisses and cries of shame. To keep them in order the route was guarded by the city police, and by 22 companies of Massachusetts militia. The way for the procession was cleared by a troop of cavalry, and after it came, in order, a United States artillery battalion, companies of Marines, the Marshal's posse of 124 ruffians and 1 Southern gentleman, 2 more platoons of Marines, and then a field piece and more Marines as guard. So escorted, the fugitive reached the wharf, and was put on board of a United States revenue cutter, which had been ordered by the President to take him to Virginia. It had cost the government $40,000 to achieve this feat. One of its consequences was the formation of a Boston Anti-Manhunting League, a secret association of many of the best-known authors, lawyers, and clergymen of the city. Their purpose was to kidnap any slave hunters who might venture to show themselves in Boston. And to this end for nearly 2 years they met regularly, armed with slingshots and billies, and with deadly seriousness drilled themselves in all the tricks of the highwayman and the assassin. Concerning a previous attempt at slavery legislation, it had been observed that it enacted not a law, but a lawsuit. Of the Nebraska bill it might be said that it had enacted lawlessness. It puts freedom and slavery face to face and bids them grappy, Sumner had said. Apparently it had been the idea of Douglas, so far as he had an idea, that the colonists of the new territories were to dwell together in amity until they had decided the question at the polls. Though indeed it was by no means clear whether under the new arrangement they were to have the right to decide it but one way. Keen minds saw this question and asked it whether the settlers were to be allowed to exclude slavery if they chose. Douglas preferred to dodge it. But the question was the crux of the whole matter, as time was to show, and the rock upon which his hopes were to split. It proved, however, to be impossible for anti-slavery and pro-slavery settlers to decide the question at the polls. Southerners and Missourians had not the least idea of taking slaves into the territory, if the slaves might possibly be set free. And Northern farmers had no idea of settling in a district which might be saddled with a slave code. All men understood that the question must be settled at the outset. And in the neighboring counties of Missouri were men who knew which way the settlement was to be. Missouri did not want a free state next to her, and she did want new lands for her sons. Scarcely had the bill been signed than an emigration began, an emigration, as the historian of Kansas phrases it, of amateur emigrants, who proposed to reside in Missouri, but to vote and fight in Kansas. They complied with the law requiring the building of a cabin, by nailing up a few rails, or posting a scrawl claiming proprietorship and threatening to shoot intermeddlers at sight. It was generally believed even at the North that their measures were destined to succeed. But to a member of the Massachusetts legislature, Eli Thayer, had occurred the idea of meeting the South on her own ground, by means of organized emigration to the territory. He succeeded in interesting the anti-slavery press and anti-slavery philanthropists in the plan, and a society was formed. In the summer of 1854 5 companies, about 750 men, were sent out to Kansas, a proceeding the news of which created intense excitement throughout the South. It was reported that the company had $5 million capital, and the Democratic Convention of Georgia described its stockholders as the paid adventurers and Jesuitical hordes of Northern abolitionism. Those whom the matter immediately concerned did not mean, however, to be balked by a few emigrants. On election day the Missouri expounders of popular sovereignty marched into Kansas to assist an unkempt, sun-dried, blatant, picturesque mob of 5,000 men, with guns upon their shoulders, revolvers stuffing from their belts, bowie knives protruding from their boot tops, and generous rations of whiskey in their wagons. There were less than 3,000 registered voters in the territory. There were 6,307 votes cast. Before the Congressional Investigating Committee, in the next year, testified one citizen of Platte County, Missouri, who was not afraid to think for himself. Whenever there was an election in the territory, said he, they were fuss and ruin and gettin' up companies to go, and gettin' horses and wagons. They come to me to subscribe, but I told 'em that I was down on this thing of votin' over in the territory, and that Tom Thorpe didn't subscribe to no such fixin's. They jawed me too about it, they did. But I reckon they found old Tom Thorpe could give as good as he got. They told the boys they wanted to make Kansas a slave state. And they told 'em the abolitionists wore a common in. And that the Emigrant Aid Society and Co. wore pitchin' in. And they'd better too. You see, they took the boys over, and they got plenty liquor, and plenty to eat, and they got over free ferry. Lots and slivers on 'em went. There's Dr. Tibbs, lives over in Platte, he used to go, and you see they 'lect him. The boys told me one time when they come back, says they, we've 'lect Dr. Tibbs to the legislature. And says I, is it the state or the territory? And says they, the territory. Says I, boys, ain't this a puttin' it on too thick? It's a darn sight too mean enough to go over there and vote for them fellers, but to put in a man who don't live there is all fired outrageous. Reading of these events in the calm of the study, it is difficult to think of them as anything but farce. Election judges held up at the point of the revolver, and given so many minutes to accept Missouri votes or be shot. The governor of the territory confronted by the elected candidates, with weapons in their hands demanding their certificates. It is hard to realize that these things were grimly and seriously meant by a sincere and passionate people. But behind this election the whole South instantly lined up. Its government was the legally constituted government, to be supported by the courts and by the armies of the United States. And opposition to it was treason. 4 months after the election the legislature met, and after first expelling its free state members, proceeded to pass laws which should perpetuate their victory. To decline to take oath to support the fugitive slave law was a penitentiary offense. To question the rights of slave holding was a felony. To induce a slave to run away was death. Well might Sumner exclaim against this rape of a virgin territory. The free state settlers organized themselves, repudiating the pro-slavery government, a move at which the latter jeered. But also they sent to the east for consignments of the famous Sharp's rifles, a move which their foes took more seriously. A sheriff of the pro-slavery party attempted to make an arrest, and a rescue and a quarrel following, he sent over to Missouri for help. The border ruffians turned out in swarms. By the 1st of December there were 1,500 of them in arms, and vowing destruction upon Lawrence, the town of the Emigrant Aid Company. The ensuing campaign, which was known as the Wakarusa War, got as far as entrenching and night skirmishing, but not to a pitched conflict. It had proven easier to plot dishonesty in the cabinet than to enact it in the field, and the first governor of Kansas had been removed, a procedure which was to be forced twice more upon the desperate administration. The new governor had an interview with the free state settlers, and he, too, was won over to their view, that they had a right to be there. The Missourians retired in a rage, and everyone knew that the conflict had been postponed only for a time. The attention of the country was focused upon this strange drama, where for the first time freedom and slavery confronted each other in arms. Facing the new issue, a new political organization had arisen, its platform the restriction of slavery in the territories. And this Republican Party grew hour by hour, as men came to perceive the desperate situation of the free state settlers. Throughout the cold months everything stood still in the territory. All the while, north and south, the storm of civil war was gathering. Let your young men come forth to Missouri and Kansas. Let them come well armed, wrote Atchison, senator from the former state and leader of the border ruffians. The Georgia legislature was proposing to appropriate $50,000 to be spent for arms. In Alabama, a Colonel Buford had sold his slaves to equip a company, and the women of the South were selling their jewels to send him money. When his party of nearly 300 started, Bibles were subscribed for them by the devout, and the blessings of the church were solemnly pronounced upon their enterprise. At the North there was even more preparation. With a presidential election only a few months away, the intellectual classes of the North were thrilling with the exaltation of a moral crusade. This political movement was the fruition of deeper ones which had preceded it. The curious reader may find in the life of Governor Quitman of Mississippi a description of how the North 20 years before had impressed an unregenerate slaveholder. He writes that his ears have been burdened with a din of endless discussion about contributions for the Indians, the Negroes, the Sunday schools, the foreign missions, the home missions, the colonization societies, the temperance societies, societies for the education of pious young men, and so on for half a page. I am heartily tired of the North, he said. And he went to Texas. This same movement had had its manifestations in the higher realms of literature and thought, of which the Mississippian did not know. At Valley Hall on Sunday mornings the family had been wont to migrate in carriages and on horseback to the little evangelical church 8 miles away, where Alan had heard all the mysteries of life explained by revelation, and where he had been taught an ethical code summed up in the quaint old British formula, to do his duty in that state of life into which it had pleased God to call him. But now he was 18, and a student in his second year at Harvard College, which at that time was pervaded and filled full of the critical philosophy and of transcendentalism. Alan had read Emerson, and come to see that revelations are flowers of the Spirit and have their day, a life discovery which meant freedom and joy to others, but had meant nothing but pain to him. Always beside him, in thought, if not in fact, was his father, greedily jealous, watching the books he read and the thoughts he thought. It was an endless tragedy, for Alan dearly loved his father, who was growing old, and whose health the change of climate had not bettered. Captain Montague was solitary and irritable, and deeply wronged, for he guessed these things, though never said a word. It had proven the only way. There was no use trying to persuade him, Alan had found, or expecting him to give an inch. You cannot by reasoning correct a man, says Swift, of an ill opinion which by reason he never acquired. In self-defense Alan had withdrawn himself from the questions of the hour, and wrapped himself in his studies. He could not attend a political meeting without annoying his father, but he could read Goethe and Shelley. His aunt and his two cousins had at this time been abroad for nearly 2 years, and Professor Otis had recently joined them. He had, therefore, no one to whom he could unburden his soul. He had lived thus for perhaps 2 years, entirely aloof and reserved, before finally the tacit truce became too much for his father's patience. It was in April, when the armies were gathering in Kansas, that one morning the captain had come rushing into his son's room, his face flushed with rage. He had a newspaper clenched in his hand, and he was vowing that he could stand it no longer, not another hour. Alan had read the paper already and knew what it was: a meeting that had been held the previous day in a church at New Haven, attended by clergymen and by professors of Yale College. After a fiery address by Henry Ward Beecher which was given in full, 50 Sharps rifles had been voted for a company of Kansas emigrants. Alan waited patiently for the storm to pass, as many others had passed. But he found that it was not to be. "It is time we were gone home," cried Captain Montague, suddenly, smiting his cane upon the ground. "The South needs us, she needs every voice and every arm. A war will be on in another month, and we must be home, sir, home." Alan heard him with a startled look. "Home," he echoed. "Yes, sir," the other exclaimed. "I tell you I have stood this thing as long as I can. I have waited and waited, thinking of you and of your studies, and what not. But this is the climax, it is the end, by heaven, sir, you will have to study at home, and what you can't find there you must do without. I will not stand these infamous northern papers, I will not stand these people. I want to be among my own people, where I belong, and where I am not insulted every hour of my life. God, sir, I tell you I wish I were home today, to talk to the people of Mississippi. What is the matter with them? What can they mean? What does Hamilton mean, that he and his boys are not up there in Kansas now? Why, these scoundrels will have the South throttled before ever she can stir." And so the old gentleman stormed on, striding up and down the floor in spite of his lame knee, breaking his cane in his rage. To Alan's dismay it became more and more apparent that it was all no mere passing fancy, but a resolution which had been forming in his mind for many months. "We are going home, sir," he shouted, again and again, to every objection that Alan attempted. It was a bitter hour for the young student, meaning as it did a complete overthrow of his every plan. But he fought the fight swiftly, and silently as ever, burning all his own smoke. He believed that his duty was with his father to the end. And before the other's passion had half calmed down he was saying, "Very well, sir, let it be as you think best." And scarcely 2 weeks more had passed before, having bid farewell to his college friends, and parted with everything save his books, he was driven to the depot one raw and damp April morning, and took his last glance at Boston through the windows of a flying train. They change their skies, says Horace, who travel overseas, but they do not change their minds. Chapter 2. The travelers met with an adventure at the outset. At one of the smaller towns on the road they found the station platform crowded with a cheering throng, and a score or so of stalwart men boarded the train, loaded with knapsacks and blankets, and with canvas-covered rifles in their hands. Captain Montague sat and bit his lip while they sang through the stirring song which the poet Whittier had written for them. We cross the prairie as of old the pilgrims crossed the sea, to make the west, as they the east, the homestead of the free. The two left the train not long after that, the father preferring to lose a day rather than witness the ovations these men received. Never mind, he vowed as the train sped on, you may see me again before long. At that time he was seriously meditating heading a Kansas company himself, though this was a project about which his son did venture to speak his mind. They went by way of Cleveland and Cincinnati and the Ohio River, a long and tedious journey then, but full of interest to Allen, to whom the New West was a place of romance. It was the season of spring floods, and the river was turbid and yellow. They had a passage swift, if perilous. Those were the palmy days of the Mississippi steamboat, when the rival lines of the tall, double-stacked vessels ran races, and city after city turned out to cheer the victor. A nigger always sat on the safety valve, if tradition may be believed. And if you did not blow out your boiler head or drive upon a sunken snag, you reached your destination. Meanwhile gambling went on in its saloons day and night, and shooting matches were an occasional incident. It seemed strange to be gazing at last at the shores of Missouri, the scene of the pending struggle. On board men discussed the situation all day, with loud voices, aggressive pro-slavery opinion being the only kind which showed itself. At Cairo had come the thrilling tidings that Sheriff Jones, the hero of the Wakarusa War, had been shot in the back while making an arrest in Lawrence. Also that Judge Lecomte, Chief Justice of the Territory, had just charged the grand jury to bring indictments for treason against the Free State leaders. All agreed that these things made a fight a question only of days. Of painful interest to Allen was a sight he had witnessed twice since they had entered Southern Territory, a coffle of slaves coming on board, bound for the far south. It had been long since Allen had seen a slave, and the thing gave him a disagreeable start. In the first party there were perhaps 30, all men and youths. Prime field hands, as the slang had it, fastened on either side of a long chain which they carried with them. Beside them walked two white men, one armed with a cowskin whip, a weapon about 3 feet long, an inch thick at the butt, and tapering to a point, stiff and springy. It was red painted, new and shining, and with it he cut the air playfully as he walked, the whistle of it being sufficient to make the negroes step lively up the gangplank. Painful was the contrast between the alacrity of their motions and the crushed despair which sat upon their faces. The other party consisted of several families, the women with bright turbans and numerous bundles and babies. They were unchained, but attended by a bustling little man who watched them closely. It seemed strange to see him striving to keep warmly wrapped a little girl who was torn with a racking cough, and prodding her listless mother with remarks as to the child's value. These negroes were left with the baggage, and camped in the midst of promiscuous heaps of saddles and trunks. At Columbus, Kentucky, other slaves came on board, but Allen did not notice them. Perhaps an hour after the boat had left the city, he observed his father in conversation with a man whose face seemed familiar. Drawing near unobserved, he recognized him as the overseer of a plantation not far from Valley Hall, belonging to a family by the name of Roberts. Allen had no desire to meet the man, whose reputation as an overseer he was a Yankee was not good. He turned away, after noticing with some surprise that his father was in seemingly intimate conversation with him. It was a couple of hours before Captain Montague again joined his son, his manner one of suppressed excitement. "Did you see that man I was talking to?" he asked. "I took it to be Jim Henderson," said Allen. "Yes," replied the other. "And you should just have heard the story he tells." "You can't believe a word he says, father," said Allen. "I believe this," exclaimed Captain Montague, "and a pretty story it makes. Did you notice that yellow boy he brought on board with him? You must look at him, a regular giant, a 6-footer, and looks like a statue. Henderson's just brought him down from Cincinnati, and will you believe it, that he had to have him kidnapped." "Kidnapped," echoed Allen. "Kidnapped, sir. Thumped over the head by 2 rowdies, and piled into a cart, and taken over the Ohio in a skiff. And I tell you, things have come to a pass when a man has to go over into a free state and take measures like that to get his property." "I don't understand you, father," said the boy, in amazement. "How was he Henderson's property?" "A runaway, sir, a runaway. He left Major Roberts's place nearly a month ago, and Henderson's been tracing him ever since. Said he was bound to get him, if it was only for the satisfaction. A regular devil he is, you can see it in his eyes. He claims to have been a free nigger, somehow over in Maryland. Tried to hit Henderson over the head once with a barrel stave, and got a bullet in his shoulders that laid him out for 3 months. Henderson caught him in Cincinnati, just getting ready to skip to Canada, too, he told me." "But I don't understand yet," put in the boy. "Why kidnap him?" "Because it was the only thing to do, with those infernal abolitionists in Cincinnati. He says that since the Kansas business they've been vowing that not another slave shall ever be returned. They might have kept him a year at it with their legal processes. A pretty risky business, kidnapping, I should think," Allen managed to say. "Risky? Why, suppose one of those fellows had betrayed him, Henderson might have gotten locked up for 10 years. And to such lengths the South has to go to secure her constitutional rights." It was all Allen could do to suppress his emotion. But he listened quietly while his father went on to give the details of the story, and to pour out his pent-up indignation. Many times a day now, as it seemed to his son, the captain was wont to wonder how much more the South would consent to endure. Smitten with a trembling, he made his escape at the first opportunity and sought the forepart of the boat where the negroes were kept. He had no difficulty in recognizing the man from the description that had been given him. Dutch Joe he was called, no doubt from the nationality of his father. He was a huge mulatto, an athlete in build, with great bull neck and heavy sullen face. It was late afternoon of a raw day, and about him the negroes were crouched shivering. But though his shirt was torn and his throat and chest laid bare, he seemed not to be aware of the cold. His hands were chained in front of him, and a chain with a ball attached bound his leg. Sitting upon a box, and leaning against the side of another, his dull glance fixed upon vacancy, he paid no heed to Allen. The boy stared at the motionless figure, which to his startled fancy seemed the very type and image of human bondage. He gazed at the giant shoulders, bowed and crushed. At the face, with its smoldering hatred and defiance. And thinking of his father's quiet sentence, claims to have been a free nigger, somehow, over in Maryland, again and again turned away with pain that was not to be borne. It was 2 days more before they reached their destination. During that time scarcely an hour had passed that Allen did not go and stare at the slave. Once or twice he saw him eating. His meals had been set before him on a tin plate, like an animal's. He ate mechanically, not seeming to notice what it was. For the rest of the time he sat motionless, with his dull, fixed stare. Never once did he notice Allen. Besides Henderson, the overseer, who was a coarse-featured man whose drooping black mustache seemed always to have been just moistened with liquor, and who lifted his hat to Allen and sought in vain to enter into conversation, there was another man who seemed interested in Dutch Joe. Allen saw him looking at him on 2 occasions, and on a third he turned away as Allen approached, causing the latter to wonder if the man had not been speaking to the Negro. Allen had noticed this passenger just after they had left Columbus, a young fellow of about 22 or 3, a Westerner in his every feature, tall and big-boned, with lean and lanky face and a great jaw which worked incessantly as he chewed and vehemently spat tobacco. For the greater part of the time he strode back and forth upon the deck, holding his head high and shooting swift glances around him, as if he were out on a prairie in the midst of Indians and game. Something in the man's very carriage seemed to tell Alan that his was a different point of view from that of the others on the steamer. And once when he saw him leaning upon the rail and gazing at the shore, he approached and tried to open a conversation. To his remark, however, the Westerner replied only with a monosyllable, and then moved away. The last day had come. They were due at Natchez at noon. And Alan's preoccupation with the unhappy Negro proved at last enough to overcome even his repugnance to the overseer. Jim Henderson had once been a gentleman, but dissipation had played havoc with his features, and years of drill in social inferiority had taught him the manners of a hound. When he spoke to you, his mouth became set in a kind of deprecatory grin. "Do you get off at Natchez?" Alan asked him, as he stood chewing on a cigar stump and eyeing his prisoner. "Clark's Landing, sir," said the other. "Got a horse there?" "Going to sell that boy," continued Alan. "No, sir, not exactly," laughed the man. "Hardly paid me for that. Cost more to get him than he's worth. I wanted him to make an example of." "What's the matter with him?" "Just ugly, sir, the very devil in him. You can see that, I reckon, in his face. He's the wildest nigger I ever got my hands on, and I've had quite some experience. But, by gad, Mr. Montague, I'm going to break him. Father said something about his claiming to have been a free Negro." "Yes, sir," said Henderson. "Story's true, I guess. He says he lived in Pennsylvania, and came into Maryland with a lead of wood to sell. They don't allow free niggers to come into Maryland, you know. Arrested him, and locked him up, and sold him to pay jail fees." "Oh, I see," said Alan. "Is that the way they do?" "That's the way they serve 'em, sir. Wouldn't do to have free niggers moving round, you understand." "And you bought him in Maryland?" "I didn't buy him at all. I wouldn't buy any sulky niggers. But when they come our way, we have to handle 'em, you know, sir. Major Roberts bought this fellow from a dealer in Baton Rouge, paid $1,500 for him, too. He's a first-rate carpenter, when you can get him to work." "Did Major Roberts know he claimed to have been free?" "Oh, yes," said the other, "but the trader had a good title. He was kind of sorry, though, after the boy had tried to brain me. Wanted to sell him then, but my blood was up. I tell you, a man in my business can't afford to let a nigger down him, sir." "He looks like a dangerous fellow," ventured Alan. "I'll fix him," laughed Henderson, grimly. "What are you going to do?" "Whip him." "No," said the man, "whipping don't do any good." "Why, good God, I've whipped that nigger till his back looked like a skinned ox, but it didn't matter, couldn't even get a groan out of him. You see, he broods and fights. They say he left a family up in Pennsylvania, and that's what's the matter with him." Alan shrank involuntarily. "Oh," he exclaimed. "Yes," said Henderson, without noticing his change of tone. "But I'm going to keep that chain on him, and put him out in the field and work him a couple of weeks. I'll stand over him myself, and chain him up at night, and feed him kinder slender, and I shouldn't wonder if I broke him in the end. 'Tain't he in nature, you know, for a nigger to stand everything." "No," said Alan, "I suppose not." And then he turned abruptly and strode away, leaving the man staring after him in perplexity. Alan was white about the lips. Chapter 3. They landed at Natchez and he forgot his pain for a time. There upon the wharf, amid a crowd of wagons and freight, rapturous with delight and welcome, was Taylor Tibbs, Jr., with the coach. Soon they were at a gallop down the familiar road, making the sand fly behind them. Snow and raw winds were gone, the balm of a southern springtime wrapped them, and a riot of blossoms strewed the way. As they sped on, faster and faster, every other thought was driven from Alan's mind by the thought of Valley Hall. The two gazed about them, become suddenly as eager and voluble as schoolboys. They had ridden about 2 hours. The landscape was growing homelike when there came from afar the sound of galloping hoofbeats,